Chapter 1. The Consumption of the Devil Fruit. In a certain maritime expanse of the Grand Line, a colossal warship plummeted from the heavens, crashing resoundingly upon the ocean's surface, sending forth towering waves and shattering the vessel into fragmented debris. The surviving Navy personnel and nobles scattered in a frenzy, desperately fleeing the chaos. The thunderous noise startled seagulls into flight, revealing a panorama of wreckage strewn across the waters. Before long, a streak of light appeared in the sky. Imlate. How terrifying, to attack a naval escort fleet in such a brief span of time, leaving no trace or witnesses. This will be a difficult report to file. On the first day after the tempest, a child clad in an outfit reminiscent of a spacesuit floated upon the sea, drifting toward a pirate ship in motion. Although the elderly Nagley still harbored grand ambitions, upon returning to the Grand Line, he discovered that he was often overwhelmed, exhaustion etching deeper lines upon his visage. As he puffed on a cigarette, gazing out at the ocean, he spotted Kaichi amidst the debris. He retrieved Kaichi, remarking, "Interesting, celestial dragon, whose handiwork is this?" How bothersome. While Nagley harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, he felt a twinge of pity for the child. He removed Kichi's headpiece to examine the boy's features and was relieved to find a faint breath still lingering. Had he arrived any later, it would have been too late. Gazing upon the celestial dragon child, an odd thought struck Nagley, inspiring plans for his own retirement, and he took Kaichi back to the East Blue. 10 years later, on a small island in the East Blue, Nagley looked at the now youthful Kaichi and inquired, "Are you ready to set sail?" "Indeed, old man. I can no longer remain here with you." Nagley shook the cigarette holder in his hand. "You impudent brat. I don't need your company. Go as far away as you can. How could I bear to drift too far from you? You are my most esteemed mentor." Kaichi jested with Nagley. "Enough of your banter. Take this. It's something I acquired during my time in the Grand Line, which I never intended to consume also. Here are some items from your childhood." Nagley presented 2 chests to Kaichi. One chest contained a deep blue devil fruit, one that Kaichi did not recall from any guidebook. The other held Kaichi's childhood attire as a celestial dragon and a tome detailing the 6 powers. "From the looks of you, I assume you remember, little celestial dragon. I refuse to continue as a celestial dragon. I aspire to be a pirate, to embark on adventures upon the seas and become a legendary buccaneer." "Oh, a celestial dragon wishing to become a pirate. Excellent. Ha ha ha." The decision of whether to consume the devil fruit weighed heavily upon Kaichi. A traveler from another world, while ingesting it would significantly enhance his abilities initially, it came with glaring weaknesses, particularly his inability to swim. Ultimately, Kaichi consumed the ominously cold, deep blue devil fruit. Having arrived in this world of pirates, it would be a missed opportunity not to indulge in a devil fruit. Ugh, how utterly vile. Despite his preparation, the taste was abominable, a wretchedness that penetrated the very depths of his soul, indelible and unforgiving. The Zoan-type mythical beast frost dragon fruit, in its frost giant form. Since you have consumed it, focus on mastering the devil fruit before honing your skills in the 6 powers, Nagley advised, watching Kaichi set sail, offering his final counsel. Nagley observed the departing vessel and the waving Kaichi, his heart filled with sincere hopes for the ambitions of the boy who bore the title of celestial dragon. Go forth, pursue your dreams. Let the sea feel your aspirations. Challenge this world as a pirate of celestial dragon lineage. 3 days later, a whirlpool manifested upon the East Blue, ensnaring a ship within its grasp, aboard which were Kaichi and his companion, Sate. After a tremendous struggle, they finally extricated themselves from the vortex. Collapsing upon the deck, Kaichi gasped for breath. "We must locate a navigator immediately, otherwise we will be in peril. If ordinary waters pose such dangers, what awaits us in the Grand Line?" "I actually know a navigator's my childhood friend," but Sate hesitated, having concealed this information from Kaichi for quite some time now. Faced with unforeseen circumstances, he eventually revealed the existence of his childhood companion, leaving the choice to Kaichi. "Very well, let us seek out this navigator." Kaichi refrained from pressing Sate on his earlier concealment and directed Sate to sail toward the town of Eteo, where the navigator resided. Chapter 2. The Malevolent Mountain Bandits. The journey to Eteo town would take several days, during which Kaichi endeavored to familiarize himself with the powers of his devil fruit, particularly as he had not encountered this fruit in the original narrative. Kaichi activated the abilities of his Zoan-type mythical beast frost dragon fruit, his physique beginning to transform. His arms and legs thickened, adorned with sturdy dragon scales, fingers and toes morphing into claws. However, upon completing the transformation of his limbs, his abilities abruptly ceased, failing to envelop his entire body in animalistic form as other Zoan fruits typically did. Kaichi surmised that the issue lay with the giant aspect of the dragon fruit. It seemed that his current physique could not accommodate the might of a dragon. indicating that he must first strengthen his body. Fortuitously, the recent winds favored them, and Kaichi and Sate reached Aio town in just 3 days. Within a small tavern in the town, a tall, slender man donned glasses, nursing a drink while lamenting his frail constitution. Had he possessed a healthier body, he would have set sail long ago, for those with specialized knowledge were highly sought after, especially as a navigator. However, upon meeting with the ship's crew, they quickly withdrew their offer upon learning of his frail condition. His deteriorating health increasingly distanced him from his dream of sailing the seas. As the town's notorious walking pharmacy, his frail physique rendered him the target of ridicule among the tavern patrons. Ah, if it isn't our town's aspiring navigator, Lord Navigate, why haven't you set sail? Is it because your health is failing and no one wants you? Ha ha ha. A man with such a poor physique. Ha ha ha. The tavern erupted in laughter. Gade's mood soured further, prompting him to leave the tavern. The appearance of a young girl alleviated the tension. How can you speak to Gade in such a manner? All right, for the sake of Winley, we shall let it slide today, the ringleader of the laborers remarked, patting the young girl, Winley, on the head. They were dock workers in the town, robust individuals who frequented the tavern during their leisure time. Winley was the daughter of the tavern's owner, a cherished presence who brought joy to the establishment. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the calm atmosphere. A spike club smashed through the partially ajar door. The wielder of the club was a towering man, flanked by an armed subordinate and several lackeys. Panic swept through the tavern as patrons whispered in fear. Isn't that the mountain bandit Horik? Didn't he leave Aio town? Horik slammed his club onto the wooden floor, creating a crater, and menacingly declared, to the residents of Aio town, did you expect us not to return? I've missed your treasures. Dearly hand over your money, or those who disobey will feel the wrath of this fine weapon. The atmosphere in the tavern shifted dramatically. How could ordinary townsfolk hope to resist a gang of mountain bandits, particularly one with a notorious reputation as a minor pirate? Horik and his gang had previously been the island's most feared mountain bandits, boasting a bounty of 27 million berries. However, when a certain naval vice admiral arrived, Horik seized a ship and fled to the seas, transforming into a pirate. To everyone's astonishment, he had returned today. Surely they did not fear the island's navy? You wouldn't think to stall for time until the navy arrives, would you? Unfortunately, their lieutenant is absent, and the remaining recruits have all been dealt with. At that moment, the tavern patrons noticed the fallen Navy soldiers outside, intensifying their terror as they began to produce what little money they had. That is the hard-earned money of my parents. I will not give it to you, vile scoundrels. Despite trembling with fear, young Winley chose to resist. The heartless brigands cared not for the innocence of a child. Horik brandished his club. Winley, Gade seized an electric baton and charged at Horik, undeterred. Horik, however, was not easily bested. He swept his club aside, disarming Gade of his baton before smashing it to pieces with another blow, and with a kick, sent Gade sprawling to the floor, blood spilling from his mouth. Isn't this Gade? A sickly patient should remain in bed. How dare you resist? You've always been the most troublesome. Every time I took your money, I had to beat you first. Horik's gaze fell upon a document that had slipped from Gade's possession, bearing the words "not approved" in bold letters. He laughed derisively. Gade, when will you wake from your delusions of being a maritime hero? I am a pirate, a captain who would want a frail invalid aboard, a burden that only brings trouble. You remain as foolish as ever. Horik raised his club once more, aiming it at Winley and Gade. Understanding that there was no retreat from the moment he took action, Gade positioned himself in front of Winley, embracing her and closing his eyes. He is to be my navigator. I cannot allow you to harm him. A figure materialized in response to his words, appearing instantaneously before Gade. A scaled arm intercepted the descending club. Chapter 3. A bounty of double the amount. With one hand blocking the spike club and the other hand deftly grasping it, Kaichi chuckled. You possess considerable strength, but alas. Horik confronted Kaichi, who had consumed the frost dragon fruit. The most direct enhancement of combat prowess from a devil fruit comes from the Zoan type, which grants the strongest characteristics of animals instantly upon consumption, requiring no further development. Among ordinary humans, Horik could be considered a strong man, yet before him stood a monster imbued with the might of a dragon. Noticing that his efforts to wield the club were futile, as Kaichi's grip remained unwavering, Horik found himself unable to escape. Seeing the dire situation, one of Horik's gunners raised his pistol to aim at Kaichi, but before he could pull the trigger, a bullet struck his hand, dislodging the firearm, followed by another bullet that struck the gunman in the head. Interfering in the captain's battle is ill-advised. The gunman collapsed, gravely injured. Gade, witnessing Sartre boasting with his gun, exclaimed in delight, Sartre, Gade, you still possess that insatiable desire to show off, just as before. Sartre unleashed several small spheres from his gloves, which landed among the remaining subordinates, releasing a special powder that incapacitated them. Feeling the pressure from both sides, Horik pressed a button, causing the spiked club to detach at the front, freeing himself from Kaichi's grasp, and swung it once more towards Kaichi. Kaichi leapt and delivered a punch that shattered the club, striking Horik squarely on the chin and propelling him into the air as Kaichi landed. He swiftly executed a flying kick sent hurtling through the air. Horik crashed into the tavern wall, foam spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Kaichi regarded Horik, a powerful brute, cunning and sly. With a high level of combat skill and an understanding of retreat and advance, it was no wonder he had become a significant menace in the EC after all. A bounty of 27 million berries is no small sum in these waters. Fortunately, the incident involving Horik was mitigated by the timely arrival of Kaichi and Sartre, sparing the town of New Gull from severe damage. Kaichi bound Horik and his crew, delivering them along with the fallen Navy soldiers to the naval base in town in exchange for the bounty. The injured Navy soldiers, along with those tending to the wounded, expressed profound gratitude to Kaichi and his companions for ridding them of the threat. The Navy mistakenly believed Kaichi and his crew to be newly minted bounty hunters, promptly rewarding them with the bounty. The cunning Horik, 27 million berries. The infamous gunman Lev, 900,000 berries. A double bounty, what a delightful surprise. Kaichi and Sartre ventured into town to procure supplies, replenishing their stock for the ship. Gade, organizing his belongings and equipment, made his way to the seaside, stopping before the ship of Kaichi and the others. Sartre waved to Gade from aboard the ship. "Come aboard. Our navigator, the captain, has already granted you permission to join us." Gade responded, "Of course. I keep my word, you're someone I have personally chosen." Kaichi, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarked, "We have yet to raise our flag in the future. We shall fly the Jolly Roger. Are you willing to follow our path and become our ship's navigator?" From the moment Gade met Sartre, he had a clear understanding that they were not on a conventional course. It was no surprise that they were pirates, given that a captain sincerely invited him and respected his opinion. He readily agreed. "Captain, your navigator reports for duty." "Gade, our ship is called the Zhuanggong. Choose a cabin for yourself, Sartre. Please show him around." The Zhuanggong was financed by Kaichi and constructed with Sartre's involvement. It was now Kaichi's only possession. In comparison to the Marigot, the Zhuanggong was 3 times its size. The decision to build such a large ship from the outset stemmed from Kaichi's vision. While he aimed for an elite pirate crew, he did not intend to have only 10 members by the time they reached the New World, with each position occupied by a solitary individual. Kaichi was uncertain whether he possessed the protagonist's charisma and aura akin to Luffy. He could not guarantee that each role would be filled by someone with the potential to become the best in the world. Thus, the ship's crew positions could accommodate multiple individuals to ensure that their group could venture further. Once preparations were complete, Kaichi and his crew departed from New Gull, the Zhuanggong cutting through the waves as it sailed into the distance. "Thank you, Brother Gade, for saving Winley. Please remember to return and visit her. Uncle and Aunt Winley, do not worry when we return from our voyages. I will recount my adventures in the tavern." Gade called out to Winley's family on the dock. Kaichi and Sartre waved farewell in unison. Chapter 4. Evading the Clown Buggy. As they had yet to raise the Jolly Roger, Kaichi's crew found it relatively easy to anchor their ship, simply docking at the pier without concern for the Navy or the Guard. Disembarking from the Zhuanggong, the crew entered the town to purchase food and replenish their supplies. "Captain, you must learn to moderate your eating, otherwise our provisions will frequently run short." Sartre complained about Kaichi's voracious appetite. 2/3 of the ship's provisions had been consumed by Kaichi. The phrase, "eating us out of house and home," was not without basis. "I cannot help it. Ever since I consumed the frost dragon fruit, my stomach often feels empty. I've been trying my best to restrain myself. Merely eating until I am half full," Kaichi admitted sheepishly, though he found it hard to change his ways. With the strength of a dragon comes an appetite to match. Kaichi, who regularly trained his physique, had already consumed 3 to 5 times the amount of a normal person before eating the devil fruit. After its consumption, his appetite soared to over 50 times that of an average individual, an extreme that remained unmeasured. Suddenly, a small dog appeared before them, exuding a fierce demeanor, as if ready to charge into battle. Kaichi felt an eerie familiarity with the creature, though he could not place it. An instinctual aversion urged him to distance himself from the island swiftly. The townsfolk were overheard discussing, "It seems a straw hat-wearing kid has recently arrived in town, rumored to have clashed with the clown's crew." "Buggy, I had completely forgotten that this town was off-limits." Kaichi exclaimed. Sartre, "Gade, gather the food. We must leave this island immediately." Kaichi hastily settled the bill, scooping up all the boxes and sprinting back to the Zhuanggong buggy could be left for Luffy to deal with. "Captain, this is not an opportune moment to set sail. There are signs of fog on the sea," Gate advised. "If there's fog, it's still fine, well explained once we're out at sea." The Zhuanggong swiftly departed the town, entering waters already shrouded in mist. What's so significant about the town that necessitates such evasion? People, one who is deeply concealed. If I were to tell you that a former crewmate of the Pirate King resides on that island, alongside a brother of the newly emerged Yonko, red-haired Shanks, some versions refer to him as red-haired Jack. Would you believe me? Is that true, or are you jesting? It may sound absurd, but it is a veritable truth. We have only just set sail, and such a monumental risk requires urgent caution. I do not wish to conclude my journey so soon. Buggy, while a comedic character in the original narrative, is often dubbed the fortunate bearer of luck, sharing the fortune of the Pirate King with Usopp, though he may be a purely humorous figure in anime and manga. Kaichi faced a tangible world, and he would not wager on Buggy's perceived weakness. Luffy possesses the straw hat, yet he does not have it at the moment. Wait a moment. If Buggy does not relent, it could spell trouble. Even in the original narrative, there are hints left behind. When Roger's crew encountered Whitebeard, there was a confrontation between Buggy and Blackbeard, just before reaching the final island. A coincidental fever struck. Most importantly, the name of his fruit is sufficiently alarming. Buggy the Pirate, once an apprentice crew member on GOLD, Roger's ship, remained in the East Blue after Roger's demise, evading the Navy's scrutiny for years. Such a dubious identity concealed in a small town is indeed quite insidious. Although Gade was as astonished as Sartre, he dutifully reminded, "Captain, the fog is thickening, visibility is severely reduced. We must reduce our speed, otherwise we risk colliding with other vessels or reefs." "Understood, Gade. Furl the sails." The ship, the Zhuanggong, advanced slowly through the dense fog. An opportune moment for fishing and harvesting, to avoid depleting their resources and for the sustainable development of the ship. They must not solely rely on the provisions stored in the pantry but also seek new sustenance from nature. With his expertise in mechanics, Satan provided fishing nets and tackle. Gade steered the ship while Sartre fished on the left side and Kaichi fished on the right. Sartre was the first to yield a bountiful catch, netting several boxes of fish, ensuring a hearty meal for the night. Yet, Cage found himself at a loss, pondering whether to abandon his endeavors. No, he refused to concede. With resolute determination, he swiftly changed his bait, attaching a fish directly. To his astonishment, this maneuver proved remarkably effective as the fishing rod began to tremble with anticipation. Suddenly, an immense force surged forth, pulling Cage from the side of the boat to the bow, where he collided against the railing. Dragon transformation. Keck unleashed the powers of the devil fruit, swiftly adjusting his form, gripping the fishing rod with determination, resolute in his endeavor. A massive fish leaped from the water, thrashing about, a seemingly ordinary creature, yet measuring a staggering length of over 10 meters, nearly the size of the vessel itself. Truly, in the world of pirates, even a casual catch can rival the beast of the deep. The boat surged forward and slowed, propelled by the relentless struggle of the fish, oscillating between a rapid movement and a languid crawl. After an hour of this relentless back and forth, the colossal fish finally succumbed, floating lifelessly to the surface. Tonight promised a feast of meat. Keck collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Hooray for the great fish. Long live fish meat. Gade and Sate joined in the jubilant cheers. Sate marveled at the fortuitous nature of Keck's devil fruit, which had granted him reinforced fishing gear. Otherwise, this catch might have slipped away. That evening aboard the Zhuanggong, laughter and merriment filled the air, the dining table adorned with an abundance of wine and meat. Cheers echoed through the night. As dawn broke, the morning brought with it a newspaper. Gade tossed a coin to the seagull, eager to discover the latest news. The paper reported on the East Sea's hottest topic, the floating restaurant. Chapter 5. A sudden malady. The fearsome doctor of the Bear Paw tribe. The morning sun shone brightly. The sea tranquil, and with sails raised, the ship sailed smoothly. Gade reclined in a deck chair, perusing the newspaper to uncover the day's significant events. Oh, there's news from our East Sea. The floating restaurant. It has gained fame in recent years, lauded as the finest dining establishment in the East Sea. I must seize the opportunity to dine there at least once. To my surprise, the article featured the floating restaurant, along with Sanji, the culinary prodigy. Cage found himself salivating at the thought of the exquisite cuisine he had long been deprived of, realizing the urgent need to procure a skilled chef. The dishes he prepared could merely be deemed edible, while those crafted by Sartre and Gade were only sufficient to sustain life. Thus, Cage hesitated to allow them to assume culinary duties, opting instead to prepare meals himself. As the vessel, the Zhuanggong, gracefully navigated the waves, the vastness of the sea stretched endlessly before him, offering a sense of tranquility and reassurance. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the ship's silhouette, swaying gently upon the cerulean waters. Sartre busied himself in his workshop, striving to enhance the desalination device, aiming to render the purified water more palatable and enjoyable. Sartre, something is amiss. I feel a feverish discomfort and a foreboding sense of dread. Could you fashion an electric wheelchair for me? I fear I may soon be confined to my bed and unable to move. Certainly, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. Have you taken your medication? Please take care of yourself. The following day, Gade's condition deteriorated rapidly, rendering him confined to a wheelchair. Gade, drink this spring water we have stored. Refrain from the water produced by the desalination apparatus. Sartre, how is Gade faring? I've spotted an island ahead. I shall disembark in search of a doctor while you remain here to tend to Gade. Be cautious, Cage. I await your good news. Cage swiftly explored the island, only to discover it was a desolate land, devoid of towns and villages, and not a single soul in sight. Just as despair began to take hold during his search for humanity, several spears were hurled in his direction. Today was fortunate indeed, for it was the presence of humans. It had been far too long since he had savored human flesh. Cage leaped into the air, executing a flip to evade the javelin. With a slender braid atop his head, dark circles beneath his eyes, and adorned in blue attire, he belonged to the cannibal bear-claw tribe. To his surprise, aside from the island resembling a feline, or canine, paw that housed the bear-claw tribe, this place boasted its presence as well, capable of defeating Baki's 3 subordinates. The combat prowess of the bear-claw tribe was not to be underestimated. Today, urgent matters awaited, and he needed to hasten to find a physician to treat Gade without delay. Transforming into a dragon, Cage has further advanced his fruit development abilities. With dragon horns now sprouting from his forehead, Dragon Fist, Chaotic Strike, Cage swiftly executed his recently developed technique, incapacitating a group of the bear-paw tribe. Treading upon the leader of the tribe, he inquired, "Are there any healers among your people? Do not deceive me, or I shall turn you all into broth." With that, he brandished a spear from the ground, threatening the other members of the bear-paw tribe. No, no, no. Our tribe has flavorists, but no physicians or healers. We, the bear-paw tribe, rarely fall ill. Those who are wounded or ailing return to nature. We have no need for anyone skilled in healing. We have been foolish not to recognize your might. Truly, there is nothing. As the spear drew ever closer, one of them exclaimed, "Ah, my lord. Although we do not have a healer among us, there exists a person on the island who might possess such abilities, albeit a terrifying one. Oh, take me to him." Before them stood a vast cavern, adorned with numerous specimens of animals and dissected corpses. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of medicinal concoctions. "My lord, it is indeed frightful, the cruelty inflicted upon these creatures, subjecting them to such merciless fates and dreadful curses. It is utterly perverse and malicious. Yet, we have witnessed him heal animals." One of the bear-paw tribe members quivered behind a rock, trembling in fear, too afraid to venture closer. Keck found it amusing that the bear-paw tribe, due to their customs, misconstrued specimens and dissections as punishments and curses, given that they were a tribe of cannibals. What was there to fear? Having observed the specimens and the dissected bodies, Keck recognized that one of them was a physician, well-versed in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Inside, an elderly man with flowing white hair sat cross-legged, his hands resting on his knees, engrossed in meditation. Kaichi, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Another traveler?" Chapter 6, The Mark of O. The encounter at the seaside restaurant. The elderly man, clad in simple yet somewhat antiquated attire, appeared before him. Unfamiliar with the elder's name, Kaichi, with a hint of audacity, interrupted, "I have an urgent matter to discuss. Might you extend your assistance, esteemed elder?" Upon hearing this familiar greeting, the elder emerged from his meditative state and regarded the young man before him, pondering, "Is this the newcomer of O?" Such an easy revelation could be detrimental. He then replied, "I am Xuanhu. I am willing to assist, but first, young Kaichi must answer my question. Only when I am satisfied with your response will I lend my aid." He asked pointedly, "What is the significance of a doctor?" "I heal the people of this world. Yet they return to the sea to engage in battles and meet their demise. Have I truly healed my patients?" Confronted with this seemingly straightforward question, Kaichi broke into a cold sweat. "I cannot answer that. Your response does not satisfy me," Xuanhu remarked, retreating once more into his meditative state. Kaichi knelt down, his head bowed. "My companion is gravely ill aboard the ship, awaiting my return with a physician. I implore you, esteemed Xuanhu, to save my friend." The bear-claw tribe was astonished. Such a powerful figure had actually knelt before another. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Provide me with an answer. I cannot furnish you with a satisfactory response, but I know where the answer lies, and I can escort you to that island to witness it." "Ah, and if you deceive me? What assurance do you offer?" "Your head." "Very well." The venerable Xuanhu retreated into his cave to gather a large sack of supplies. "Given the urgency of your situation, carry me." "Indeed." Kaichi hoisted the elder onto his back and sprinted towards the Zhaoding. Upon witnessing their departure, the bear-claw tribe erupted in jubilant cheers, deciding to host a celebration that night, rejoicing in the departure of 2 calamities. Henceforth, this island would belong to them. Aboard the Zhaoding, Xuanhu examined Gade's pulse, scrutinized his eyes, throat, and felt his forehead. "You have a slight fever, a severe cold, and complications arising from wind and chill. You are frail and afflicted by toxins. Fortunately, you refrained from any erratic movements during this time. Had you delayed even a few days, it could have led to dire consequences, binding you to your bed for life, plagued by incessant coughing." After reviewing the medications Gade typically consumed, Xuanhu continued, "First, we shall administer medicine to alleviate the fever and cold. Once these complications are resolved, you can begin to recuperate. If only we had a chef to prepare medicinal cuisine. The arrival of Xuanhu stabilized Gade's condition. On the deck, Kaichi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xian. No need for formality, Kaichi. You have passed my test, and thus I shall assist you. In the future, we can converse normally. There is no need for you to adopt the mannerisms of another world when speaking with me. I have lived in this realm for over a decade and am quite accustomed to it. Just a reminder, do not reveal your true identity lightly. The secret of the Omark is under close scrutiny by powerful figures. Because of this identity, I am now known as Dodo, Xuanhu. I look forward to our future interactions. Captain. With that, Xuanhu returned to his workshop. The Omark suggests that the world of pirates harbors many secrets. Kaichi gazed out at the sea, lost in thought. 3 days later, Gade had fully recovered to his usual state. The sea breeze caressed the deck where the four were engaged in spirited discussion about their pirate flag, ultimately deciding on the design of a dragon soaring above a skull, crafted by Sart. Hoist the flag. Today, our pirate crew is officially established. Shall we spend all our money? Spend it all. Let us indulge in a fine meal. If need be, we shall later seek treasure maps to find riches. The four fervently debated the matter of finances as they had arrived at a renowned seaside restaurant. It was said that every dish served here was exquisite. Drawing patrons who willingly spent lavishly, it was a veritable den of indulgence in the East Sea. The four were not hindered and easily entered the hall, taking their seats to place their orders. Kajia observed the other patrons, predominantly comprised of nobles and wealthy merchants, many accompanied by armed guards or bodyguards. No wonder they paid little heed to ordinary pirates. The head chef and several staff members at the maritime restaurant had transitioned from piracy, thus having little concern for Kajia and his crew, who were still devoid of any notoriety. "Is that really you?" exclaimed Luffy, the errand boy. Upon recognizing Kajia from their childhood, "I never imagined you would set sail as well. Kajia, what on earth happened to you? Surely you're not here to indulge in a free meal and end up doing menial tasks. Kajia, you still speak so bluntly as you did in our youth. This approach may hinder your ability to find companions," Luffy chided, assuming a brotherly demeanor as he shamelessly snatched a meatball from Kajia's bowl and popped it into his mouth. "Kajia, you were stealing food from a guest." "Oh, Luffy, you remain as petty as ever," Kajia retorted, feigning generosity. Just as Luffy and Kajia exchanged banter, significant figures clique and the demon mannequin arrived. Chapter 7. Observers witnessing the disparity of the world, please provide me with sustenance. How can a maritime restaurant serve such unpalatable fare? I am clad in a suit forged from super alloy. You must heed my command and prepare meals for 100. The man known as Hawkeye is truly terrifying. He single-handedly obliterated our entire fleet. Hawkeye, I have ventured out to seek him. How could a single ship be felled by one stroke? With a thunderous crash, a massive wave erupted. Quick, hoist the anchor, or the restaurant will be affected. Despite their efforts, the restaurant was indeed impacted. Tables trembled violently, and several dishes flew into the air. Just in time, Kajia caught them, urging, "Savor your meal. It's a rare treat, do not waste it. Do we harbor any deep-seated vendetta against you? We are merely passing the time. You petty pirate." The young pirate fired dual pistols at Hawkeye. With a gentle caress of his black blade, Hawkeye altered the trajectory of the bullets. Zoro stepped forward. "I am Roronoa Zoro. You claim to have time to spare. Let us engage in a duel. I shall prove myself as the world's strongest swordsman." Pitiful weakling. The crowd gasped in awe. Pirate Hunter Zoro faces off against the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Recognizing that the thrilling moment was upon them, Kajia continued to eat while joining the ranks of onlookers. "I have no smaller blade to wield. One must understand that there are greater mountains beyond the horizon. Recognize the disparity in the world. 3-sword style. Onihiryu. Impossible. I refuse to believe the gap between us and the strongest is so vast. Why not evade? A deeper wound could strike your heart. You would perish. I may not be aware, but retreating would betray my past promises." Hawkeye unsheathed his supreme blade. The Black Sword Yoro. A long-lost formidable opponent. 3-sword style. 3,000 worlds. Zoro's 2 swords shattered, leading to his defeat. The scars on his back were the shame of a swordsman. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp shouted in anxiety. "It is far too early for you to die. Live on with this sense of unfulfilled ambition, Roronoa Zoro. I, Dracula Mihawk, await you at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, anticipating the day you surpass me in this blade. Luffy. Until the day I conquer Hawkeye and claim the title of the strongest swordsman, I shall not be defeated. Do you have any objections? I shall become the Pirate King." With that, Hawkeye departed, leaving the spectacle concluded. Kage returned to the restaurant to continue savoring the exquisite delicacies. In the background, he overheard discussions about a spectral figure known as the Shielded Man, as well as Jappu elucidating to Sanji about the most formidable weapon concealed within the belly of the sea, a gun. Ultimately, the chefs erupted in cheers, celebrating the victory of their underdog against the pirate captain, Clique. In light of this unforeseen turn of events and Luffy's triumph, the floating restaurant generously offered several complimentary dishes. For a long time, Sanji would remain eternally grateful for the kindness and support bestowed upon him by the esteemed Jappu. "That little rascal, how lonely it feels without you," he lamented. Real men must endure their farewells in silence. "Farewell, Sanji." As Sanji departed, Kage finished his meal just in time. Jappu approached him, accurately identifying Kage. Calm, young pirate. Are you here seeking a nautical log as well? True to his reputation as an old sea dog, Japu immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of both Luffy's crew and Kage's. Japu, I do not seek a nautical log. I merely find myself in need of a cook aboard my ship. Are there any chefs here willing to venture out to sea? Japu did not respond directly, but instead glanced at the accompanying chefs, who all shook their heads in refusal. What a pity. It seems I must seek a cook elsewhere. Thank you for your hospitality. Your cuisine is truly delightful. I shall return if the opportunity arises, Japu. Wishing you prosperous business. Kage called to his companions as they prepared to set sail. Out of guilt and as a gesture of goodwill towards loyal patrons, Japu packed 100 servings of food for Kage as he departed, saying, "You are always welcome to return." Shortly thereafter, Gate observed the sea with a telescope and spotted a distant green dot. He became alert and scrutinized it closely, realizing it bore the flag of the Seagull, Captain. The Navy is approaching us. Oh, the Navy, how intriguing. There is no need for fear. Let us proceed directly. Kage did not instruct them to evade or accelerate away. A naval ship fired several cannonballs in their direction. Sate produced a newly crafted cannon and retaliated, successfully neutralizing 2 of the incoming projectiles. Kage shattered 1 coin with a single punch and sent 2 more flying with kicks from each foot. With such remarkable prowess and an appearance to match, they must be the ones, the pacifiers of the Aao Town incident. The naval captain, armed with a telescope, spotted Kage and his crew. Chapter 8. The pursuit of Captain Kobernik. After witnessing the ineffectiveness of long-range attacks on multiple occasions, the warship ceased firing cannonballs and instead accelerated towards the pirate vessel, the Zhuanggang. The Navy prepared for close combat. The naval captain drew his weapon, a rapier, and commanded, "Soldiers, charge. Defeat the pirates for me." As the 2 ships drew nearer, the sailors followed the captain onto the Zhuanggang. Faced with the Navy for the first time, Kage felt a surge of excitement, eager to gauge both his own capabilities and those of his crew against the naval forces. Let the Navy witness the strength of our pirate crew. Kage transformed directly into a dragon, engaging the naval lieutenant in a fierce duel. The other 3 confronted the remaining naval soldiers. The dragon's fists collided with the tips of the western swords, their power and energy clashing in a spectacular display, creating shockwaves that reverberated around them. Truly, he is the mastermind behind the incident at Aao Town. I had presumed you were merely novice pirate hunters, yet here you are, having become pirates yourselves. After uttering this, I cast a glance at Ged. So, it is you, Lieutenant Kobernik. Your prowess exceeds that of a mere lieutenant. What brings you to pursue us so relentlessly? Surely, it cannot be to eliminate those privy to the Aao Town incident. Kaichi sought to gauge the prowess of the officer before him. We have come here to eradicate the pirates. Lieutenant Kobernik of the Western Seas has emerged once more. Kobernik's piercing strike, since he refrains from revealing his true intent. It would be prudent for him to return home. The Dragon Fist, direct dragon strike. The dragon-shaped fist energy surged forth, piercing through the lieutenant's ultimate technique and sending him crashing back onto the warship. Lieutenant! The soldiers gasped in panic upon witnessing their officer's defeat. In the midst of battle, distraction is ill-advised. Xuanhu seized the opportunity without hesitation. The transformed electric baton of Gade unleashed several coils, ensnaring the soldiers and incapacitating the Navy with electric shock. Sad employed his newly crafted enhanced melee combat mechanical gauntlets to dispatch the stunned naval personnel back to their warship. At this moment, Kaichi had fully mastered the fundamental abilities of his fruit. His entire form had undergone dragon transformation, complete with wings and a tail. As Kaichi soared above the warship, he gazed down upon the recently bloodied and struggling Lieutenant Kobernik. Lieutenant Kobernik, surely you wish to retrieve Gade. He is a navigator whom I personally invited aboard. He cannot be taken back by you. Who knows if you pirates are coercing him for his knowledge, disregarding his frail condition. As someone who has previously driven away bandits and voluntarily guarded Ago Town for years, you should understand Gade's character better. Though his health is fragile, there is nothing that can compel him to act against his will. He came aboard willingly, for this was his final opportunity to set sail. Lieutenant Kobernik recalled Gade's compromised state. Without allowing the lieutenant a moment to react, Kaichi spun in midair, gathering all his strength, and plunged downward, his dragon-like claws striking the deck of the warship. The vessel twisted and warped under the impact, smoke billowing from the engine room. Being relentlessly pursued by a warship was no easy feat. Thus, he resorted to this desperate measure. By the way, I am Kaichi, he declared before returning to the Zhuanggang, guiding the pirate ship onward. Quickly, soldiers, repair the engine room and the hull, Kaichi commanded, while Lieutenant Kobernik used the transponder snail to report back to Kaichi's crew. This time, the tools we have crafted together have proven to be a resounding success. We shall continue to refine them and enhance our combat prowess, Sate remarked to Gade. Indeed, Gade replied, though his thoughts were elsewhere. He hoped that Lieutenant Kobernik was unharmed. Speaking of tools, do create some alarms. Gade's meal and rest times cannot be neglected. Xuanhu instructed Sate. Understood, Sate affirmed. The Wangong arrived at a dock stone town on Solid Rock Island. The island, characterized by rugged cliffs, was a sparsely populated, ordinary settlement. A skirmish was underway at the dock. Kaichi's crew sought to replenish their supplies of terrestrial meat and mountain spring water. They had not encountered any significant figures in the town, merely stopping for provisions. The previous combatants were familiar faces, a clash between the pirate commander Clique and his subordinates. The ghoul Akin and his fellows looked particularly haggard. Kaichi was astonished to see that no antidote had been administered. Clearly, Clique had lost trust even in Akin, intending to abandon such subordinates. Betrayer Akin, since you wish to save these worthless fools, they're all yours, Clique declared to the poisoned ghoul Akin. Upon noticing the descent of the Zhuanggong, he approached Kaichi, brandishing a damaged giant spear. You there, boy. Your ship is now under my command, Clique proclaimed, revealing the signs of mental strain from the successive blows dealt by Mihawk and Luffy. Indeed, he had never been particularly formidable to begin with. Cage felt a sense of resignation within. Clique, you truly lack discernment. Is your mind solely occupied with schemes and conspiracies, devoid of any wisdom? No wonder you find yourself pursued by Hawkeye. Cage is not Luffy. He will not squander time toying with you. Kaga chuckled, signaling the three fighters, Sod and his companions. Not to worry. Since you desire a thoroughly exhilarating defeat, let it commence. First, you must antidote yourself. Otherwise, there shall be no opportunity for regret upon your loss. Chapter 9. A reunion with Captain Clique and the Phantom Akin. Clique gazed at the young pirate before him, reminiscent of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. Initially intending to conceal his thoughts, he recalled his previous 2 defeats and resolved that he could not afford to lose again. Without hesitation, he consumed the antidote. The pallor of his poisoned countenance began to fade, and Clique regained his confident demeanor. Kajia anticipated this outcome. A person so fearful of death wielding poison gas as a weapon, yet lacking a gas mask like his subordinates, could hardly be without an antidote, at the very least. A remedy to alleviate the toxin. As a former captain commanding 3,000 pirates, abandoning his crew in such a manner reveals that he is not a commendable captain. Witnessing Captain Clique possessing the antidote, the demon Akin and his other subordinates were filled with despair. You insolent brat, how dare you mock the great Captain Clique? Prepare to meet your end. With a spear in hand, Clique charged at Kajia, creating an explosion upon impact. I am not a brat. My name is Kajia. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the unharmed dragon-transformed Kajia effortlessly blocked the colossal spear with both hands. Having endured Luffy's trials, Clique, a user of the devil fruit, had come to terms with the existence of others possessing similar powers. Retrieving his spear, Clique prepared for another strike aimed directly at Kajia's chest. Cage caught the colossal spear with his bare hands, clamping it firmly. With a surge of immense strength, he shattered the spear. Clique, seizing the broken shaft, unexpectedly turned to unleash his armored cannon, firing upon Sat and his companions, followed by a barrage of toxic gas grenades. Ha ha ha, perish all of you. Cage swiftly positioned himself in front of 3 individuals, his dragon wings shielding them from the explosive impact of the artillery, while he unfurled his wings to disperse the noxious gas. Your lack of decorum is truly appalling. Cage was enraged, his foot even smashing through the floor as he lunged at Clique with unrestrained ferocity. The dragon fist, chaos unleashed, delivering a flurry of punches in an instant, each striking Clique with relentless force. In response, Clique donned his spiked armor, hoping to retaliate against his assailants' blows. Cage harbored no intention of retreat. He launched a ferocious strike with unyielding force. I am not made of rubber, impervious to your thrusts. Clad in my dragon armor, I am more than sufficiently resilient. Relishing the intensity of the battle, dozens of dragon fists rained down upon Clique, who struggled to withstand the onslaught, yet continued to be pushed back. The floor beneath him shattered, littered with broken, splintered, and fragmented nails. Dragon fist, direct dragon strike. Cage launched another assault. The resilient alloy armor was directly struck, leaving a fist imprint. Clique was sent soaring into the air, blood pooling in his mouth before he expelled it amidst his descent. As Cage unleashed another series of dragon fist strikes, delivering a flurry of blows, Clique succumbed once more, collapsing to the ground with disheveled hair. Clique's subordinate, the demon Akin, along with the guards of Stone Town, gazed in astonishment at this formidable young man, who had maintained dominance over Clique throughout the encounter. Cage approached Clique, retrieved the antidote, and tossed it to the specter, Akin. He then led Sartre to exchange some tools for provisions of water and meat with the guard squad. Upon realizing that it was merely a barter, the guards sighed in relief and readily consented to the exchange. After all, they were unable to contend even with the injured Clique and the specter Akin, let alone face the formidable presence before them. Kaichi and his companions exchanged provisions for food and water, preparing to return to the ship, the Zhuanggong. However, the ghostly figure of Akin obstructed Kaichi's path, pleading for the rescue of his subordinates. We lack sufficient antidote, and some individuals are already gravely poisoned. After all, certain young pirates possess frail constitutions. What benefit is there for me? Kaichi retorted. Akin, realizing he had nothing left, fell to his knees and implored, if you can cure them, I am willing to serve you as a laborer for the rest of my life in repayment. Agreed, Kaichi replied. Xuanhu stepped forward to assess the situation. The toxin was not intricate, merely potent. Xuanhu had already identified the poison while at the seaside restaurant. Each afflicted individual received an antidote and a dose of medicine. As Akin witnessed his subordinates gradually recovering, the worry etched on his face began to dissipate. He turned to Kaichi and Xuanhu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. It was your own bargain, Kaichi remarked. Remember your promise. How do you intend to manage these individuals? On my ship. Only you will be permitted aboard. They cannot join, as we cannot sustain such a multitude of laborers. Kage discerned that Akin was better suited as a subordinate rather than a captain. He gestured to Sartre to bring him a phone book and a copy of the Navy's 6th edition. Tossing them to them, you shall conceal yourselves in the East Sea for the time being. I will provide for you later, and in due course. I shall have Akin reach out to you. Chapter 10. The amnesia of Shattered Mist Island. Naturally, Kage would not compel everyone to stay. Those unwilling to remain could depart, while those who wished to stay could do so. To his surprise, Shieldman chose to remain. Cage's feelings for him began to blossom. He never anticipated that you would remain, and subsequently you would assume the role of leader while also being able to relearn the 6th form's life return. Though I am a pirate, I am not one to be ungrateful. The Navy's 6th form? Life return is intrinsically connected to my life's eulogy, is it not? Baru felt a twinge of indignation at Cage's questioning, yet he still heeded the words of his benefactor. Astute. The rest is for you to comprehend, Cage remarked, as he exchanged some weapons with the Stonetown Guard for a ship and provisions for Baru and the others. As for the unconscious clique, he could be entrusted to the Stonetown Guard's care. Akin boarded the Zhuiging, while Baru, the shield bearer, led the search for concealed locations. The Stonetown Guard reported to the Navy, and soon a naval warship arrived at the Stonetown dock to take away Click, who was bound by iron chains. Under the command of Lieutenant Kabinick. Noticing Akin's slight discomfort as he boarded, Cage tossed a mop to him. Currently aboard, we have Sate, Ged, and Xuanhu, all of whom are researchers, mostly confined to their rooms or studios. The cleaning duties fall to us. Akin, with nothing else to occupy his time, joined Cage in scrubbing the deck. Akin, I specifically brought you aboard. You need not be so reserved. In fact, I had already seen you at the sea restaurant. And upon witnessing your agreement with Sanji, I decided to lend you a hand since I happened to need combat personnel on my ship. Cage expressed his gratitude for the captain's recognition. As night fell, a mist enveloped the sea, ushering them into an archipelago of fragmented islands. These islands varied in size, some akin to basketball courts, while others were merely stones large enough for a standing spot. Yet all were remarkably flat, with numerous underwater reefs. The Zhuiging occasionally collided with these reefs, producing a sound of impact and causing a slight tremor in the vessel. Tonight, the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, kept watch. Xuanhu practiced the 5-animal play and was in robust health, while the others had already drifted into slumber. The misty fragmented islands resonated with enchanting shell music. In the dead of night, someone stirred. I need to use the restroom. How did I end up on a pirate ship? I have left Aao town and set sail. Ged emerged on deck to behold the pirate flag. Ged, why are you up? You should be resting, Xuanhu greeted Ged, only to notice the bewildered look in his eyes, mistakenly assuming it was a new symptom of Ged's illness. With a resounding bang, an explosion erupted within the Zhuiging, shattering a window. Cage propelled Sate out of the ship, and the two landed on an island the size of a sports field. Sate, what are you doing? Why are you damaging the Zhuiging? You celestial dragon. Do not address me so familiarly. Do not presume that just because you have matured, I no longer recognize you. I shall eradicate you celestial dragons to avenge my mother and kin. Sate directed his cannon fire toward Cage. Have you lost your memory? How despicable. Who is responsible for this? With no means to retaliate, Cage could only transform and evade while searching for the culprit in the air. Sate, filled with vengeance, unleashed a barrage of ammunition. I have found you, he declared, unleashing a frost breath. Cage resolutely withstood Sartre's formidable onslaught, freezing a section of the sea as he soared away, lifting a colossal block of ice. The Dragon Fist, direct dragon strike, akin to a punch bag, unleashed a fist imbued with dragon-shaped energy, which shattered the ice and landed heavily upon the swollen belly of the seahorse, akin to a hot air balloon. The seahorse, overwhelmed by the tremendous impact, expelled all the memories it had previously absorbed. Kage captured the memory seahorse, which had returned to its normal size. He did not encounter the flute-playing child. It seemed to be a different one than the one Luffy had met later. The restored Sate ceased his assault as well. The other three, having just regained their memories, felt somewhat awkward. Suddenly, calamity struck as the ship collided with a reef, causing damage to the hull. Quick! We must immediately head to the cabin to make repairs. There was no carpenter on board, so Sate, who possessed decent skills, began to mend the leaking hull while the other four worked to remove the incoming seawater. An hour passed, and they finally repaired the Zhuanggong and cleared the cabin. The 5 of them sat on the deck, gazing at the unconscious memory seahorse. In fact, there was also a fishman present. Chapter 11. The Sixth Companion. The memory seahorse and the treasure map. The red fishman had just awoken, rubbing his head, feeling as though he had been asleep for a long time. He bore faint stripes on his skin. Upon awakening, he noticed the 5 individuals staring at him. Instead of panicking, he calmly inquired, "Are you the ones behind this? I was supposed to go to Cocoa West Village, but after passing through a fog in the East Sea, I became disoriented, as if under someone else's control. It was that seahorse beside you that caused it. We were just victims as well," Kage's group asserted, pointing directly at the memory seahorse. The memory seahorse confirmed its ability to absorb memories and control individuals through music. "Are you one of our long subordinates?" Kage speculated. though he felt it was unlikely and sought to clarify. No, I am here to resolve the matter related to Arlong, who was saved due to the reputation of my friend Jinbei, yet he shows no gratitude. To come to such a place and oppress the common folk is truly outrageous. The fisherman became agitated, displeased with Kage's group for associating him with Arlong's crew. We are a pirate crew. I am Captain Kage, Sade is the ship's gunsmith. Gade is the navigator, Xuanhu is the ship's doctor, and Akin is the first mate. Kage introduced his team to alleviate the tension. The fisherman responded, I am Shank, a soldier from the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island. Just so happens, we are in need of crew members. How about joining us? Kage directly invited the fisherman Shank to become a companion. What benefits would there be for me to join you? We have only just met and know little of one another. Kage stood up and, with profound significance, remarked, it is better not to comprehend fully. Only through shared experiences can we truly understand one another. You must undergo this journey to eventually guide the fishmen in their interactions with humanity. Are you willing to shoulder some of the future for the Fishman tribe and your friend Jinbei? What does that mean? Shank could not fathom why such grand words were uttered. How could his personal matters aboard the ship be so intricately linked to the Fishman tribe? He had not anticipated the depth of their connection. Soon enough, Jinbei would no longer be a member of the Seven Warlords, and Fishman Island might face annihilation in the future. How could this be? Was Jinbei destined to bear the weight of Fishman Island's future alone? Kage employed a direct emotional appeal, targeting General Shank. There was no alternative. The need for a fishman was truly pressing, someone capable of combat and skilled in swimming. At the very least, he could serve as a lifeguard, particularly as there were users of devil fruits aboard, who, like old landlubbers, could not move a muscle upon entering the sea. Without rescue, they would surely drown. After much contemplation, Shank realized that these individuals had not harmed him while he was unconscious, and thus resolved to take a step forward. I shall join you. Hooray! Another companion has joined our ranks. The memory seahorse stirred. Upon opening its eyes, it was met with the sinister grins of 6 individuals, poised to dismember it. The memory seahorse, drenched in cold sweat, immediately pleaded for mercy, bowing its head and uttering frantic words. Several individuals observed the hippocampus pleading for mercy, yet they could not comprehend its words. The merman Shank stepped forward, stating, this creature is not one I am well acquainted with. Its likely plea is for mercy, imploring us not to take its life, for it can guide us to an underwater relic that bears a magnificent treasure map. Shank and Akin followed the hippocampus into the submerged ruins, returning with 2 stone tablets, one depicting a treasure map, and the other adorned with a dragon-shaped symbol. Upon spotting the treasure symbol on the map, Kaichi and his companions were filled with exuberance, exclaiming, a treasure map. Treasure hunting. We're about to get rich. However, the following day, after the initial excitement had waned, they realized they had no leads regarding the treasure map. Shank examined the foggy fragment island, but found nothing else of significance. He then confined the memory seahorse within a water tank and proceeded with Shank to Cocoa West Village to resolve Aaron's issue. Before even entering Cocoa West Village, they encountered the sea beast, the manatee, which fled in terror upon sighting Shank, the fishman. The village guard, Kinzo, anxiously rushed past Kaichi, adorned with scars that gave him a rugged charm, topped with a whimsical windmill hat, embodying a striking presence that even Luffy had praised. Sensing the situation, Kaichi directed Shank to change their course. You cannot destroy my dragon paradise, Luffy declared, unleashing a powerful kick that shattered the dragon paradise. Someone has cleared the dragon for you. You need not worry, Kaichi remarked to Shank, who, seeing that Aaron had been dealt with, felt there was no need to linger in Cocoa West Village. Shank, return to the Tsogang ship first. I have matters to attend to. Not far from Cocoa West Village, aboard a warship, Colonel Mouse was troubled. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, revealing a smiling Kaichi before him. Without hesitation, Kaichi unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks upon the corrupt naval officer. Such a brutal pirate must be reported to headquarters. Colonel Mouse indignantly instructed his soldiers. Chapter 12. The shocking bounty of the East Sea at the naval headquarters. A group of naval officers gathered to hear a report. In the East, where the average bounty was 3 million, a staggering 30 million and 20 million had been placed on Kaichi and Luffy. An unprecedented level of threat that the branch could not handle. They were determined to eliminate this menace at its inception. Displayed were the grinning faces of Luffy and Kaichi. The naval officers set down their drinks, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. On the naval training grounds, officers practiced diligently, their capes billowing in the sea breeze, emblazoned with the word justice on their backs. Gade, examining a nautical chart, exclaimed, we're almost there. He eagerly sought out the captain. Captain, are we ready to head to Log Town? His eyes sparkled with anticipation of what awaited them. Log Town, the site of Pirate King Roger's demise, was a significant town in the East Sea, heavily guarded due to its symbolic importance. Shank piloted the ship, and Akin, now accustomed to life aboard, lounged comfortably in a deck chair, perusing a newspaper and keeping abreast of world events. As he turned the page, a bounty notice was caught by the wind. Monkey D. Luffy, 30 million berries. Kaichi, 20 million berries. Oh no, Captain, you're wanted, Akin exclaimed, noting the substantial bounty placed on them. A 20 million bounty on the first try? The Navy is not holding back. We caught their attention. He displayed the notice to the others. 20 million berries, quite impressive, he chuckled. In Ego Town. Winry held up the bounty notice to her parents, exclaiming, "It's that big brother." At the seaside restaurant, Zep observed the notice and remarked, "Have the world SIs turned towards them? Sanji, let us move forward." They pinned the bounty notices in the establishment to draw in customers. On Stone Island, the guards huddled together, gazing at Kaichi's bounty of 20 million berries, acknowledging the formidable reputation of the young pirate and feeling fortunate to have avoided conflict previously. The Tsogang ship set sail towards Log Town, the town silhouette emerging on the horizon. "Boys, let us land at Log Town. Exchange the gems we collected from the memory seahorse for money, and then we'll split up for supplies." However, Kaichi was mindful not to approach the dock as brazenly as before, given his newfound notoriety as a wanted pirate. The Tsogang anchored several hundred meters away from the town, hidden by a massive rock. In a pawnshop within Log Town, Kaichi and his crew sat on a sofa, awaiting the owner's appraisal of a chest of gems. The pawnshop owner offered 8 million berries. Kaichiro lowered his cloak, revealing his face. "I am worth 20 million Baileys, so give me a fair price for my 8 million. Cage and his companions ultimately acquired 30 million Bailey. Each individual received a share of the fortune and set off to procure their desired possessions. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, and the fishman, Shank, ventured forth in search of garments. Xuanhu pondered aloud whether there existed attire akin to traditional tang suits in this locale. "Shank, will you be purchasing a karate GI? As fellow practitioners of martial arts, we should engage in a sparring match when time permits," Xuanhu remarked while strolling down the street. Xuanhu had mastered a form of Chinese martial arts from another realm, while Shank was proficient in fishman karate. In the realm of literature, there may be a hierarchy. But in martial prowess, none can claim superiority. If a duel were to unfold, who would emerge victorious? Chapter 13. The fitness equipment store as promotion. The marketplace of Rogue Town thrived with vibrancy, a cornucopia of goods enticing the throngs of passers-by. While savoring a snack purchased from a street vendor, Cage contemplated what items he should acquire. After wandering alongside Akin for a spell, they found themselves devoid of inspiration. Upon arriving at a fitness equipment store, a spark of desire ignited within him, prompting them to enter. "Are our esteemed guests here to exercise or to purchase equipment?" inquired the shopkeeper, greeting them warmly. "We are here to purchase equipment. May we take a look around? Is it possible to try them out?" "Certainly. You are welcome to test the equipment. Furthermore, some items are part of exclusive promotions, offering discounts for eligible purchases and even complimentary prizes." Cage arrived with great interest. "Oh, boss, would you kindly introduce us?" The shopkeeper led Cage and Akin to a punching machine. "First, we have this punching activity. If you strike a score of 500, you will receive a complimentary pair of exquisite boxing gloves worth 50,000 berries, along with a half-price offer on a diamond quality punching bag valued at 2 million berries. However, I must inform you that this offer is beyond your reach. The highest record in the store stands at 198, and given your ordinary physique, achieving 500 is merely a fanciful dream. I'll allow you to participate merely to enliven the atmosphere." The shopkeeper, dismissive of Cage and Akin's average builds, compared them to his own robust physique and bulging muscles. Others in the store gathered around, as the monotony of exercise often beckons the curious when excitement brews. "Akin, you go first," Cage suggested, seeing the simplicity of the task. Akin understood the captain's intent, nodded, and stepped forward to prepare at the punching machine. Silence enveloped the store as the crowd awaited the outcome. Akin rolled up his sleeves, inhaled deeply, and summoned his strength for a punch. The machine's score soared to 550, exceeding expectations. Applause erupted in the room. "Boss, remember the half-price offer on the punching bag?" Akin exclaimed. "Certainly. Would our esteemed guest like to partake in the next activity? This one is even more rewarding. If you can lift the barbell, you may purchase it at a mere tenth of its price, which is typically 10 million berries. However, I must inform you that each participant is permitted to engage in only one activity," the shopkeeper added, leading the crowd to the barbell. He had not anticipated that someone would succeed, resulting in a loss of 50,000 berries. Noting that Cage possessed even less muscle than Akin, he was keen to introduce the next activity, hoping to save face for both participants. "Are there any rules regarding activities in this establishment?" The audience murmured among themselves, but no one dared to speak up. They preferred to watch the spectacle unfold. "Very well, I shall take my turn," Cage declared as he approached the barbell. It appeared rather ordinary, merely larger in size, yet its weight was genuinely formidable. A true treasure of the store, constructed of special steel. The entire set was valued at 10 million berries, with each plate weighing 1,000 kilograms, totaling a staggering 10 tons. The store fell silent once more. Cage has taken action, exerting strength with both hands. The barbell was effortlessly lifted. The shopkeeper and the onlookers were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Although Cage revealed his visage, he still donned a cloak, and thus went unrecognized by the patrons within the establishment. In truth, Cage was not entirely at ease. He had indeed employed the powers of his fruit, yet he still required further refinement of his abilities. Cage ultimately acquired the equipment at a bargain price. though he also purchased some other items at full price to prevent the owner from escalating the situation. Meanwhile, on another street, Sartre and Gator were selecting goods among various grocery stores, reminiscing fondly. Unbeknownst to them, a man clad in a green cloak, with half of his face adorned with tattoos, observed them intently. At the docks, a fisherman and fishmonger caught a colossal bluefin tuna. Sanji insisted on purchasing the giant fish, but the old man declined, instead presenting the prize awarded to him as the champion of a culinary competition. A red-haired girl named Carmen, an original character from the anime group, also took note of Sanji, determined to surpass him in culinary skills and become the finest chef. Chapter 14. The Beautiful Chef Carmen. The bluefin tuna was to be the prize for the culinary competition, which Carmen's group entered to defeat Sanji and fulfill their childhood dream of reaching all blue. During the competition, Sanji and Carmen showcased their skills with remarkable speed and precision, from knife techniques to fire control, culminating in exquisite plating that resembled a dazzling acrobatic performance. The audience was captivated by their culinary artistry, showering them with applause. In the end, Sanji triumphed over Carmen, securing first place and the bluefin tuna. In front of Sanji, Carmen revealed that she had trained at a seaside restaurant, considering herself a half-disciple of Sanji, and had aspired to become a chef as skilled as he. Seizing the moment, Sanji, driven by his infatuation, attempted to embrace Carmen, only to be met with a swift strike from her frying pan, while her two henchmen intervened to keep him at bay. As commotion erupted in the town, Sanji, sensing trouble, took the fish and sought out his companions. Watching him depart, Carmen reflected on the growing distance between them. The applause interrupted Carmen's reverie, and she turned to see the applauding figures, whom she did not recognize. It was Cage and Akin, carrying a large box. Miss Carmen, your performance was truly remarkable. Your culinary skills are exceptional. What are your plans moving forward? Cage inquired as he approached the trio. Carmen's two henchmen stood protectively in front of her, wary of any potential threats. Well, I happen to need a chef on my ship. Would Miss Carmen be interested in joining? Cage proposed. Who do you think you are? Our Lady would never board your ship. Who knows what your intentions are? Carmen's henchman retorted. Carmen also shook her head in refusal. What a pity. Perhaps we shall meet again, Cage remarked as he departed with Akin in search of his allies. Carmen felt a tinge of regret at the lost opportunity. Kaichi gazed at Akin in astonishment. Indeed, one capable of managing a crew of 100 must possess a keen eye. Oh, why does Akin feel this way? I cannot articulate it precisely. It is merely an intuition, a vague sensation that suggests she stands to lose more by not embarking on this voyage than we do. This sentiment holds truth. Akin possesses insight. While her absence from the ship may not incur immediate loss, it distances her from her aspirations. Undeniably, she is destined to become a world-class chef. However, she will always remain one tier below the pinnacle achieved by the likes of Sanji. And this chasm will only widen over time. The scene of this commotion unfolds at the execution square, the very site where the pirate king, Roger, met his fate. Kage and Akin hurried over to check for their companions. Meanwhile, in the fashion district, the fishman Shank and the mysterious Xuanhu also heard the commotion and rushed to the square. A small boy, overly excited from playing, dashed through the street and collided with Shank, causing his toy to shatter. Just as the boy was about to throw a tantrum, he caught sight of Shank's fishman face beneath his hidden cloak. Terrified, he opened his mouth to scream, but Xuanhu quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Fear not, little one. The broken toy signifies that you deserve something far better." With that, Xuanhu slipped several banknotes into the boy's hand and winked at him, adding, as a young boy, "Everyone should have their own secrets. I apologize for this." After finishing, the two swiftly departed. The boy, gazing at the money in his hand, watched the retreating figures of the fishman and the elder, no longer shouting, "Pung Pai, how did your toy break? Did someone bully you?" His mother approached, searching for him. Remembering the elder's words and the money in his grasp, Ping Pai smiled and replied, "Mom, I accidentally bumped into something. It's nothing." The atmospheric pressure dropped ominously. "Set. We must find the others and return to the Zhuanggong as soon as possible," said Guide, glancing at his barometer. "Let us depart." Just as Sat and Guide began to move, a voice halted them. "Young man, there is no need to rush. Time is on our side." Had Kage been present, he would have recognized that it was Long Dorag who called out to them. On the execution platform, Luffy leapt up, marveling. "Is this the sight that Pirate King Roger beheld in his lifetime?" "Step aside, minor characters." A voice boomed. "Such beauty, such flawless skin. She is truly a rare beauty." The crowd gasped in awe at the stunning woman before them. "The most exquisite sight upon the ocean is you." Mesmerized by her beauty, the crowd collectively pointed to the alluring Yalata, who had consumed the slippery fruit. "Luffy, I want you to be my man," Yalata confessed. "Do I know you?" Luffy replied, his face a mask of confusion, afflicted by face blindness. In Chapter 15, Unexpected appearance of the Navy Rear Admiral. 2 years prior, a man lay on a hospital bed, his hair gray and breath faint, gravely ill. "My friend, I failed to protect you. This is my fault." Long sat by the bedside, clasping the man's hand, tears streaming down his face. "My dear Long, this path was chosen by me. I am well aware of its hardships. I do not blame you. It is only my wife and family. over 100 lives, who have blood feuds to avenge against the celestial dragons. A bright future for the children is something I shall never witness. He coughed, his voice faltering. Long, I must ask one last thing of you. I regret most deeply my child. I entrusted him in the East Sea. If you have the chance, give him this pocket watch and tell him that regardless of his choices, his father supports him. With a final cough, he continued, Long, and to all of you, I must depart. I will pray for our cause to succeed. One of the elders of the underground army ultimately left this world. Long recounted his father's story to Sat and handed him the pocket watch. Young man, your father was a remarkable individual. Father, Sat wept. The watch's cover displaying a family portrait of the three of them. Thank you for sharing my father's story. Sat expressed his gratitude to Long. You are an exceptional young man, very much like your father. I look forward to your future achievements. As Long donned his hat, a gust of wind swept through, and he vanished without a trace. Guide offered comfort to Sat, who had just learned of his father's passing. We have no time for sorrow. We must find Kage and leave Roachtown at once. Wiping his tears, Sat joined Guide in search of their companions. In the square, the Straw Hat crew and Buggy's group found themselves in a heated confrontation. On the execution platform, Luffy was shackled by Buggy, who raised his sword high. I'm sorry, but it seems I am destined to die. Luffy smiled, accepting the impending fate. Even Zoro could not intervene in time. Your captain is about to die, he exclaimed. Haha. Buggy cackled, swinging his sword down to behead Luffy. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck Buggy with precision, igniting blue flames on the execution platform, causing it to collapse entirely. Is there really a deity? Sanji mused, his smoke dissipating. Could it be mere coincidence? Colonel Smoker pondered, recalling Pirate King Roger. What luck! I've been given a second chance. Luffy picked up his straw hat, joining Zoro and Sanji to confront Buggy. The Navy also joined the fray, encircling the pirates. That is Yalita, who consumed the slippery fruit. She is stunning, a far cry from her bounty poster. The power of the devil fruit is remarkable. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, explaining why Luffy had so many admirers following him. In the midst of the crowd, Kaichi silently lamented as he sought his companions. Captain, Akin, we must depart before the tempest descends, otherwise, we shall be unable to escape from Rogtown, Gate urged the captain. The four of them joined forces with Captain Akin and made their way towards the ship, the Zhuanggong. As they approached the end of the street, a contingent of Navy personnel obstructed their path, led by a figure clad in a cloak. Haven't all the Navy gone to apprehend Luffy? How is it that there are still some here, including a commander of the rank of Rear Admiral or Commodore? It seems my presence is indeed causing a stir. Let us break through, Akin declared. You lead them back to the Zhuanggong while I confront the leader. Understood, Captain. Akin brandished his weapon. With a resounding thud, Navy personnel fell one after another as Akin forged ahead, with the other three following closely behind, bursting forth from Rogtown. That fiend, Akin. I never anticipated he would join the sinister Kaichi pirate crew. Lieutenant Kobernik commanded. You lead the remaining Navy and pursue them. Capture Kaichi and his crew. Yes, Commodore ate me. Lieutenant Kobernik replied as he rallied his troops to chase down the four. Commodore ate me unsheathed his katana and declared, Pirate Kaichi. Your gravest error was not in becoming a pirate, but in allowing Xuangu to become your ally. Your journey ends here. Kek's transformation into a dragon was direct. Oh. Leave me be. That depends on your capability. The moment Ate Me made his move, he unleashed several blades of wind that cut across Kek, leaving distinctive marks on his scales. It is worth noting that Kek's armored scales could withstand artillery fire without sustaining any injury. For the first time, Kaiji encountered an opponent capable of breaching his defenses. Shama's blade swiftly struck towards Kaiji with unparalleled speed. The clash of the sword and his dragon fist unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing both parties to stagger back several paces. Meanwhile, Akin was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Captain Kobernik. The hammer and the rapier clashed repeatedly, neither yielding an inch, sparks flying amidst the cacophony of their strikes. The fisherman Shank and Xuanhu stood resolutely against the naval soldiers. Sart and Gade retreated to their ship, the Zhuanggong, to commence its departure. As the vessel set sail, Sart ascended to the deck, firing cannons to cover his comrades. In a moment of tension, Captain Atemi initiated the first strike with his grand technique, the great sun illuminating heaven. However, at that moment, a fierce storm swept through Rogtown, carrying Kaiji away with its tempest. Itemi's strike was deflected by the winds, severing a building in its wake. How fortunate for the pirate Kaiji. Next time, Xuanhu, and I will certainly capture you. The captain was thrust against a wall, struggling to maintain his footing as he awaited the tempest's conclusion. Chapter 16. The Treasure of the Red Dragon. A strange gale engulfed the battlefield across the island, forcing all combat to a halt. The Zhuanggong sailed away from Rogtown, propelled by the favorable winds. The naval fortifications were toppled by the storm, leaving Captain Kobernik and his soldiers helplessly watching as Akin and his companions retreated to their ship. Fire! Captain Kobernik commanded, urging his men to shoot. The bullets splashed into the sea, with only a few striking the hull of the Zhuanggong, which had already slipped beyond their range. Frustration boiled over as the gunfire continued in vain. At that moment, Kaiji, transformed into a dragon, sword overhead. The naval soldiers quickly aimed at him, ready to fire, but were halted by Captain Atemi, who cautioned, "Put down your guns. His speed is too great. There is no need to waste ammunition." Atemi pondered the eerie winds and Xuanhu, questioning whether it was mere coincidence. With a sinister grin, "Kaichi, could you be the variable in this equation? Dear friend Kobernik, would you be willing to return to the Navy headquarters? Shall we venture into the Grand Line to pursue Kaichi and his crew?" Atemi extended his invitation to Captain Kobernik. Absolutely. Kobernik readily accepted. Atemi then sought out Colonel Smoker to requisition a warship and a contingent of naval soldiers. After all, Kobernik's vessel was damaged and under repair, and he had arrived alone with only a small boat, not suitable for pursuing pirates. As the storm approached, the seas grew tumultuous. The Huanggang tossed about like a leaf on the waves. Captain Kaichi, Akin and his companions rejoiced upon seeing Kaichi return from the skies, relieved to have safely navigated the crisis. As long as everyone is unharmed, Kaichi declared upon his return to the ship, finding his crew safe and sound. As Kate contemplated the formidable final strike of Atemi, he recognized its immense power. If truly executed, it would undoubtedly breach his defenses, especially with so many formidable individuals in the world. He reflected on the fact that he had already grasped the fundamentals of his fruit abilities and could commence his training in the Marine 6 styles. He also requested Sart to make copies of the relevant materials for everyone aboard the ship. Meanwhile, a merchant vessel on the high seas fell victim to a pirate attack. With the pirates swiftly seizing control, the pirate captain, Lizzie Borko, confronted a group of archaeologists. "Hand over the blueprints you have uncovered. If you comply, I shall spare your lives today, as I am in a generous mood." The archaeologists' security team was easily dispatched by the pirates. And despite their fear of this menacing sea bandit, the scholars stood their ground. "Those are the crystallizations of ancient human civilization, treasures of the world. How could we possibly surrender them to you vile scoundrels?" Lizzie Borko, the ruthless pirate, valued at 13 million berries, seized one of the female scholars and brandished his sword against her neck. "Civilization and culture mean nothing to us pirates. Treasure is our utmost priority. The treasure of the Red Dragon, the legendary treasure. Your blueprints contain clues. Hand them over, or I shall take this lady's life first." Ha! The blade pressed ever deeper, leaving a crimson mark upon her neck. "Captain Kaichi, there is a merchant ship and a pirate ship ahead." Upon receiving Akin's report, Kaichi took the extended telescope to observe. "Ah, a familiar face. Let us join the fray." On the merchant ship, a striking figure charged forward. What sort of skill is it to bully a defenseless woman? Carmen brandished a frying pan to confront the pirate Lizzie, intent on rescuing the female scholar. "You filthy wench, seeking death." Lizzie discarded the scholar and parried the frying pan with his sword, then delivered a powerful downward strike. Carmen met the blow with her frying pan, her hands tingling with the impact, trembling slightly. "Pathetic. Did you think I was easy prey?" Lizzie sneered, launching a wave of sword energy with a swift footfall. Carmen's two subordinates raised the frying pan in defense, but the onslaught was overwhelming, crashing all three against the wall. The pan shattered, and the wall bore the scars of the blade. The trio fell, bloodied and battered. "Ha! Now you shall perish." Lizzie raised his weapon, poised to strike down the three. "Captain Lizzie, another pirate ship approaches." Chapter 17, The Red Dragon's Hunting Grounds. With a sinister grin, Kaichi and the spectre Akin appeared. Captain Lizzie perceived the impending trouble. The treasure could no longer be his alone. Yet, as captain, he could not show weakness and maintained his facade of bravado. "Kaichi, what brings you here?" Keck, adopting the tone of Shank, addressed Lizzie. "My dear friend Carmen and her companions are also aboard that vessel. Might I implore you to grant me the favor of releasing them?" Lizzie, however, was not deceived by Keck's pretense of intervening for any reason other than treasure and thus laid his cards on the table. "Keck, I have no interest in anything but wealth. I possess over 100 subordinates, and should you attempt to seize the clues to the treasure map, it would lead to mutual destruction, resulting in neither of us obtaining the riches. Why not consider an alliance? We could share the spoils equally once the treasure is secured. If we achieve this, I shall ensure that all aboard the ship are handed over to you." Kaichi was genuinely unaware of the treasure's existence, but upon encountering an unexpected discovery, he consented to collaborate. "Show me your clues, and I shall ascertain their authenticity." Li Shur instructed his subordinates to present to Kaichi the rubbings acquired from the archaeologists. The dragon-shaped symbols, ancient scripts, and island maps appeared strikingly familiar. Igniting a spark of recollection, "Ajin, fetch those 2 stone tablets," he commanded. The archaeologists were astonished to see the 2 stones. Upon witnessing the archaeologist's reaction, Kaichi discerned that there was potential for success. He promptly utilized the dragon's claw to sever the ropes binding them. "Reveal what you know, or the entire crew aboard the merchant vessel shall perish. Speak, and I can assure you that I will release your entire ship." The archaeologists, torn between their loyalty and the instinct for survival, exchanged glances before ultimately prioritizing their lives. "Can you guarantee this?" one inquired. "I assure you," Kaichi replied with unwavering certainty. Almost immediately, several archaeologists began to scrutinize and compare the stone tablet with the imprinted map. After a span of 10 minutes, they provided their response. The inscriptions indeed chronicled a site associated with the legendary dragon, confirming its connection to the treasure, and the tablet also filled in the gaps. This was a documented route to the island of the dragon's treasure. The archaeologists meticulously delineated the course on a nautical chart. At that moment, Captain Leasy of the pirates seized the opportunity to snatch the treasure map, swiftly retreating to his ship, a greedy smile spreading across his face. The treasure is now ours. Who needs to share with you? He jeered, reveling in his triumph as his vessel sailed away, leaving behind the bound crew for Kaichi. Meanwhile, Kaichi and Shank had already installed a tracker on their ship while submerged in the water. He who understands my heart is Sartre as well. The two exchanged knowing glances. Applauding in unison, Kaichi addressed the archaeologist once more, saying, I ultimately request that you create a detailed map of the maritime chart corresponding to the island where the relics are located. Certainly. But we have a request of our own. Might you allow us to accompany you to the treasure? They inquired. We seek not the riches, but rather the opportunity to study the relics. We wish to join as well, interjected Miss Carmen. Miss Carmen, what is your purpose for venturing there? Kaichi seized the moment to free the three individuals from their restraints. Seek out the ambergris. Kaichi gazed at Carmen before him, having previously underestimated her. Ambergris, one of the legendary spices in the culinary world, is said to enhance even the most mundane dishes to extraordinary levels of flavor. It sounded akin to an exalted version of monosodium glutamate. Very well, let us proceed. Kaichi, accompanied by the archaeologist, and Carmen set off, leaving behind a boat full of bound captives. During their journey, Carmen approached Kaichi, stating, I overheard your comments in Rogtown about how I would never surpass Sanji, and that I would only fall further behind. Indeed, how dare you malign the culinary prowess of a lady? If you can procure ambergris for us to prepare a meal, I shall enlighten you further. The list pirate crew followed their nautical chart to the island, excitement surging among the pirates as they reached the shore. To the east, a cluster of ancient structures loomed, behind which lay a colossal altar. Remarkable! It appears we have not misjudged our destination. The treasure must be on this very island. Split up and search diligently. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we shall uncover it. List, fueled by his anticipation, felt exhilarated as the treasure he had pursued for a decade was finally within reach. Over 100 individuals scoured the island. As night fell, they discovered a vast basin. At its center lay an immense trove of gold, gems, and luminous antiquities, spanning an area larger than a football field. Transfixed by the sight of wealth, the pirates rushed forward, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they plunged into the treasure pile. Some eagerly tossed coins into the air, while others stuffed their pockets and bags with gold and jewels. Little did they realize, however, that dozens of dragons had taken to the skies above the surrounding mountains, authentic dragons clad in scales. The smaller, young dragons, already 3 to 4 meters in length, flitted about, while the adults towered at over 10 meters high. How frail humanity appeared before these formidable creatures. One by one, the pirates fell prey to their grasp. Only Captain List exhibited a semblance of resistance, managing to evade immediate capture, but bearing the marks of dragon claws upon his body. Several mature red dragons toyed with him. Cursed be this! All the riches here are mine. You wretched insects, perish! List brandished his sword, attempting to intimidate the dragon horde. Yet, his efforts were futile. The wind generated by his blade merely tickled the scales of the adult red dragons. As one mature red dragon prepared to strike again, a larger silhouette soared overhead, prompting the adult dragons to bow their heads in deference to their leader. The gargantuan figure, over 20 meters long, exhaled a plume of hot air. List was drenched in cold sweat, trembling before the red dragon leader. Rather than attacking directly, the leader commanded several adults to continue their torment, albeit in a more brutal manner, as their powerful tails swept List away. The force was overwhelming. List was tossed like a mere plaything, battered repeatedly until he succumbed to unconsciousness, blood spilling from his lips. From the ruins emerged 2 wild men, one elder and one youth. Grandfather, will we be able to claim the treasure? The young man inquired. Jack, my grandson, let us not discuss the spoils of these foolish offerings. After all, this is the hunting ground of the Red Dragon. Chapter 18. The dragon-worshipping people delving into the dragon's lair. Captain List was easily vanquished by the red dragons and captured, imprisoned within their lair. The elder wild man scoffed, weak and foolish, even inferior to those who came before, lacking any entertainment value. He lowered his telescope and said to his grandson, Jack, it is time for the dragon worship ceremony. Return and gather our kin, bringing offerings. Jack slung his bow over his shoulder, took his sword, and set off alone to navigate his vessel away from the island. The Wongong ship eventually arrived at the treasure-laden island. The archaeologists, upon sighting the ruins, hurriedly entered the ancient structures to investigate. This dragon symbol differs from that of the Millennium Dragon. It appears to represent a different species. They also discovered murals depicting sacrificial rituals, where people offered food to the dragons in exchange for something. The dragons in the paintings breathed fire, truly magnificent creatures. There were even older inscriptions, the meanings of which remained elusive, prompting the scholars to make rubbings to bring back for further study. The scholars engaged in fervent discussion, diligently pursuing the secrets of antiquity. Cage also glimpsed the inscription and to his astonishment, he comprehended its meaning. The king of the red dragons led his kin from their primordial abode to this island. Kaichi, we have unearthed a treasure, he exclaimed, and we have also encountered a curious wild man. Satyr approached Kaichi to report the situation, while the kin held the wild man captive. Kaichi rubbed the elderly wild man's back, finding little significance in it. Let us first behold the treasure, he thought, and deal with the wild man afterward. Upon arriving at the basin's entrance, the riches lay before them, tantalizingly beckoning humanity to venture forth. The basin, with its treasure situated at the very heart of the terrain, was indeed a precarious predicament. Kaichi did not advance further. Instead, he withdrew a telescope to observe. Is there danger ahead, Captain? Upon noticing Kaichi's halt, the others also paused. With a careful examination, he noticed that the gold coins bore traces of undried blood. Kaichi passed the telescope to his companions and turned to address the wild man. Among the myriad legends of the sea, one speaks of human traders offering up their kin as sustenance for dragons in exchange for the creature's bounties. It seems that this tale holds a grain of truth. Does it not, people of the dragon worshippers? The elder ceased to conceal his identity. I am Thomas, a member of the dragon worshippers. What you have uttered is nothing but slander against our kin. The elder, displeased by Kaichi's accusation that the dragon worshippers were traitors, continued. Our ancestors stumbled upon Dragon Island by chance. Initially, they yearned for treasure, yet upon witnessing the dragons, their courage faltered, and they refrained from claiming it. My forebears, harboring the desire for riches yet lacking the gall to seize it, settled down and expanded their dwellings. However, witnessing the fate of the greedy who ventured onto the island only to be captured by the red dragons, they lost all desire for treasure. During one occasion, while catching a large fish, they had more than they could consume and brought the surplus to the grand altar. To their astonishment, the red dragons indeed appeared around the altar, devouring the offerings and bestowing upon us their shed scales. As for the notion of traitors feeding dragons, that is merely the malicious fabrication of those avaricious treasure seekers' descendants. The scholar marveled, so this is the true purpose of the altar. Realizing the misunderstanding of the elder, he proceeded to release him from his bindings. Miss Carmen, since you seek dragon saliva herb, let us divide our efforts. Very well, she replied. With the task arranged, they set forth into action. Kaichi and Carmen stealthily infiltrated the dragon's lair, followed closely by the elder Xuanhu, who harbored hopes of discovering precious medicinal herbs within the valuable cave. Sat had positioned a formidable cannon at the entrance of the basin, under the command of Kaichi. Together with Akin and Shank, they ventured into the heart of the basin to seize treasure while simultaneously luring the red dragon from its lair. The archaeologist and Elder Thomas refrained from participation, opting instead to seek refuge within the architecture. Sat, Akin, and Shank arrived at the treasure trove, swiftly gathering handfuls of gold coins to secure in their pockets. The trio, exercising restraint, chose not to overindulge but remained vigilant against the approaching red dragon. With Kaichi providing cover from the cannon, Sat unleashed mortar fire. Yet, the mature red dragon's scales proved impervious. While the cannonball slowed its advance, they inflicted no damage. Sat deployed smoke grenades to conceal himself and his companions. High above, the red dragon's leader spotted Kaichi at the cannon and swooped down with astonishing speed. Kaichi, caught off guard, had little time to evade and sought refuge behind the cannon. The dragon's massive form rendered the artillery akin to a mere toy. And with a casual spread of its legs, it sent the cannon hurtling hundreds of meters away. Kaichi narrowly avoided the dragon's initial claw strike, retaliating with an electric gun that fired voltage-laden bullets. However, the red dragon seemed unfazed, as if merely brushing against a feather, while Kaichi found himself in dire straits. Perilously close to the beast, the colossal wings generated a tremendous gust of wind, and Kaichi struggled to maintain his footing under the pressure. As the dragon's enormous claws lunged once more, escape seemed impossible. Witnessing his companion in danger, Shank burst forth from the smoke. Employing the art of the Fishman Marshall technique, 1,000,000 watts of pure power, within the depths of the dragon's lair. Kaichi and his companions had been secretly searching for the elusive dragon's bomb. Hidden within were treasures, indeed, a cunning red dragon. As he spoke, he grasped a handful of gold coins and slipped them into his pocket. Suddenly, voices echoed within the cavern, warning of greedy humans to depart or risk being crushed by the horde of red dragons. A talking dragon. Undeterred, Kaichi and his companions pressed deeper into the cave, where they discovered an injured female dragon alongside several young red dragons. Come forth. We seek but a few herbs and shall depart, declared Kaichi. Humans, how do you possess the potent aura of a dragon? Questioned a purple dragon that emerged, brandishing a spear. I may guide you to the herbs, but you must not harm the hatchlings or the wounded mother. Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, Captain Lizzie, bloodied and battered, regained consciousness from his stupor. Unable to move, gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved a healing potion from his belongings and consumed it. At last, he found the strength to rise, ignoring his subordinates as he exited his side of the cavern. Chapter 19. The duel with the red dragon leader. They had found the dragon's bomb. Under the guidance of the young purple dragon, Carmen finally discovered the coveted herb. So this is what we sought. Tonight is the Dragon Festival. The Dragonkin would indeed offer their gifts to humanity. The young purple dragon scoffed, having believed they were in search of something of greater significance. Tonight marks the legendary Dragon Festival. How amusing. The dragon's balm, when gifted, holds less meaning than when sought personally. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Carmen? Carmen felt content to have uncovered the fabled herb, giving little thought to the journey itself. If no one desires these nearby plants, I shall claim them, she stated, as Xuan Hu also plucked several herbs. The young purple dragon rolled his eyes in exasperation but refrained from comment, hoping the trio would soon depart, especially the leader, whose presence resonated with a power akin to that of the red dragon leader. Now that we have what we came for, let us leave the dragon's lair. Farewell. Little purple dragon. Kage and his companions bid farewell to the vividly colored red dragon and departed from the dragon's lair. Outside the cavern, the red dragon leader's claws, infused with the force of its mighty wings, bore down upon Gade, rendering him unable to evade the impending danger. In a moment of peril, Shank unleashed his martial prowess, employing the art of the fishman karate to deflect the onslaught of the dragon's talons. Seizing Gade, he pulled him into the obscuring smoke, seeking temporary refuge. However, the red dragons, equipped with their formidable wings, persistently dispersed the fog with powerful gusts. Sate, continuously deploying smoke bombs, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of dragons. As the smoke proved insufficient, gradually, the mist lifted, and the red dragons resumed their assault. Akin, wielding dual hammers, braced against the claws of the red dragons. Although the cannon fire proved of little effectiveness, Sate continued to provide cover for his companions. Shank, utilizing the fishman karate, stood firm against the dragon's attacks. Just as the battle escalated in intensity, a resounding dragon's roar silenced both sides. Kage, transformed into a dragon man, returned alongside Zhuang and Carmen. Captain, Kage, the trio exclaimed in delight at Kage's successful return. Standing protectively before his comrades, the dragon man Kage commanded attention. Upon witnessing Kage's transformation, the red dragons instinctively retreated behind their leader, sensing the aura he radiated. The red dragon leader refrained from unleashing another roar, instead speaking in a deep, resonant draconic tongue. Initially, Kage struggled to comprehend, but the memories of the dragon language became increasingly vivid. Isn't the Blue Dragon clan extinct? Who are you, and from where do you come? Are you here to instigate a conflict between our clans? I am not of the dragon lineage. I am merely an individual empowered by the devil fruit. I seek only treasures and do not possess the authority to represent the Blue Dragon clan. Kage responded in the draconic tongue he had just begun to master. At that moment, an unexpected figure interrupted their discourse. Ah, how amusing. You can converse with the red dragons, Kage. Command them to yield their treasures to me, or I shall slay this young dragon, and we shall all perish together, Lise declared, gripping a juvenile red dragon. A small purple dragon clung tenaciously to his calf. Although the small purple dragon had reached its youth, its mutated form rendered it smaller yet undeniably resilient. Lisa's attack nearly wounded it, as the celestial law failed to extinguish its life. This is dire. The red dragon symbolizes greed and brutality. Harming a young dragon leaves no one unharmed. Thomas lamented as he observed Kage's plight through his telescope. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air as an arrow struck Lisa's hand. What skill is there in bullying the weak? Jack, rallying his kin back to Dragon Island, took decisive action upon witnessing Lisa's conduct. The small purple dragon relinquished its grip, caught the juvenile dragon, and unleashed a torrent of flames upon Lise. Ah! Lise cried out, engulfed in flames and left in a state of utter disarray. With a swift motion, Kaichi activated the sixth style of his transformation, instantly appearing beside the pirate Risi, delivering a supplementary kick. He nearly met his demise due to a foolish misstep. Humans, you owe us an explanation, declared the red dragon leader, having addressed the minor incident. Shall we engage in a duel? A one-on-one to settle this grudge. Very well, but I fear you may not withstand the outcome. Typically, Kaichi would transform into a dragon man, but this time, he embraced his dragon form for the first time. His metamorphosis tore his garments as he transformed into a colossal 10-meter dragon. The two dragons engaged in a raw, physical clash, embodying the essence of true masculinity. The red dragon leader, filled with exhilaration, relished the challenge, since ascending to his position following the demise of the red dragon kings. No creature had dared to confront him directly. To his astonishment, the blue dragon before him, though half his size, proved to be a formidable opponent. Keck seizes the opportunity to familiarize himself with the draconic form and its capabilities. The two formidable creatures engage in a fierce battle for half a day, yet remain evenly matched, ultimately resolving their differences with a shared smile. As evening descends, Keck and his companions reconcile with the horde of red dragons. The dragon worship festival commences, with the dragon worshippers arranging timber upon the altar. Two colossal red dragons present a massive flat pan, while the dragon leader exhales a torrent of flame. Thomas, the chieftain of the dragon worshippers, along with his kin, prepares the ingredients for a feast. He brandishes his enormous knife, slicing seafood with precision, half for the humans, delicately thin as gossamer, the other half for the mighty dragons. The culinary marvels of Dragonfire cuisine, alongside the legendary skills associated with serving the great beasts, are a sight seldom witnessed together. Carmen, how thrilling, he exclaims. The young lady seems quite well versed in such matters. Yet, these are not unique to us. Our true distinction lies in the dragon saliva herb, which has facilitated our prosperous trade with the outside world. Shortly, the red dragons will bestow their gifts upon us, and if they are pleased, they may even grant us some gold. Thomas enthusiastically elucidates for Carmen, who shares his passion for culinary arts. I never imagined the altar was utilized in this manner. It is beyond belief unless witnessed firsthand. Truly, what one learns from books is but a pale reflection of reality, a scholar of archaeology remarks while sipping his drink. Kaichi and his group have established a harmonious relationship with the dragon worshippers. Kage, Sartre, Gade, Jack, and the little purple dragon gathered around the crackling bonfire, reveling in the exhilarating adventure upon the sea. The treasure of the red dragon sparkled enticingly, a treasure that felt both heart-wrenching and unattainable. The festivities with the Dragon of Sacrifice were equally delightful, embodying the tragic legends of Dragon Island. Chapter 20, The Joining of Five. The bonfire banquet continued, with Kage and his companions dancing joyously with the people of the Dragon of Sacrifice. Amidst the revelry, Kage danced alongside the little purple dragon, inquiring, Little purple dragon, your bravery ahead is commendable. May I know your name? I am the red dragon. In your human terms, I am merely an anomaly. My name is Dean. Dean readily revealed his name, emphasizing his lineage as nothing more than a transformation. Do you speak the human tongue due to consuming a certain fruit, or is it innate? Kage asked. I partook of the universal fruit. You must have as well, right? Dean recalled his conversation with the leader of the red dragons. Indeed. Yours is the superhuman type devil fruit, while mine belongs to the Zoan category, Kage elucidated. Little Dean, I wish to invite you aboard my ship. Would you be willing to be my companion? Kage directly proposed to the little purple dragon, Dean. Really? Dean lowered his head momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. Turning slightly so Kage could not perceive his expression. Absolutely. I will take you across various islands to seek precious treasures, Kage assured him. Dean gazed at Kage's earnestness, overwhelmed by the notion that someone wished to be his companion. In a world where differences in color were frowned upon, this was indeed a rarity. He had long been ostracized within his own kind for his uniqueness. The Dragon Cave was familiar to him, a place where he had endured bullying. Thus, he was able to detect the impending ambush from Kage and his companions against the pirates who sought to abduct young dragons. In a soft voice, he replied, Yes, I would be honored to be your partner. At that moment, Jack placed a hand on Kage's shoulder, exclaiming, Captain Kage, your boldness in confronting the leader of the Red Dragons is truly commendable. I am greatly impressed. What do you think of me? I too wish to set sail and become your companion. I am John Churchill Jack, a helmsman, wielding a broadsword in my left hand and a bow in my right, with a bagpipe slung over my shoulder. The transportation tasks of the Dragon of Sacrifice are all under my command, dancing upon the waves and chasing the sea's rhythm. Am I not worthy to join your ranks? Unexpectedly, an elite helmsman had stepped forward, and Kage could hardly refuse such a fortuitous offer. Welcome aboard, Jack, he exclaimed. Yay. Meanwhile, Akin and Xuanhu were engaged in drinking contests with the people of the Dragon of Sacrifice. Cage, feeling fatigued from the jump, returned to his seat to indulge in some meat. Miss Carmen approached him, inquiring, You can tell me now, can't you? Kajia was taken aback by Carmen's eagerness. Yet he guided her to contemplate the importance of taking that courageous first step. Upon arriving at the island, she had the opportunity to witness the culinary marvels of Dragonflame cuisine and the exquisite craftsmanship of the Great Blade, and she had also acquired the Dragon-S birth coriander, reaping abundant rewards. But what is the connection? She inquired. There is one, he replied, because Sanji, in the Straw Hat Pirates, experiences such adventures daily, exploring various islands and immersing himself in diverse cultures and cuisines. If you continue along your previous path, remaining in that comfortable environment, the gap between you and him will only widen. Undeniably, given your family's background, it would be relatively straightforward for you to study at renowned establishments, which would certainly aid in your pursuit of excellence. However, this sheltered journey is insufficient for reaching the pinnacle, as your experiences are not at the same level as his. This is the first reason I encourage you to set sail. What else? Carmen listened intently, prompting Kajia to continue. The next 2 points pertain to the advantages aboard my ship. Firstly, your culinary skills are already commendable, and it is challenging for ordinary individuals to critique your work. But I can. I possess the confidence, drawing from my memories as a celestial dragon and my past life in the culinary-rich land of Yanhuang. He paused before adding, Secondly, the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, specializes in medicinal cuisine. You could seek his guidance as a refined direction for your culinary journey. I have shared all the benefits with you. However, the drawbacks are significant. It is exceedingly perilous. The choice is yours. In his quest to find a chef, Kajia felt compelled to reveal some of Xuanhu's skills. I will respond to you tomorrow, he concluded. Carmen contemplated this as her companions urged her, Miss, do you truly intend to embark on this journey with them? As dawn broke, Kajia awaited the arrival of his new companions aboard the Zhuoging. Ultimately, Carmen chose to board the ship, accompanied by her 2 aides. Are you also joining as pirates? Kaichi inquired curiously. Of course, wherever the mist goes, we shall follow, they replied. Very well, Kaichi thought, welcoming the additional hands. Jack bid farewell to Grandfather Thomas and the members of the Dragon Clan, promising to return after conquering the Grand Line. Take care of the dragon armor. When we are no longer by your side, be mindful of your safety, Thomas advised, watching Jack depart, knowing that the ordinary seas could no longer satisfy him. Take care. Grandfather Thomas and everyone, Jack responded. The last aboard was Dean, the purple dragon. As he gazed back at Dragon Island, a twinge of sadness washed over him. With the zhugging setting sail, it glided away from the island, the sunlight shimmering upon the waves. A resounding dragon roar echoed, followed by a chorus of dragon calls, and homage from the red dragon to the warrior. Dean stared silently at Dragon Island, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Thus, the 5 of them joined, and the legendary Ice Dragon pirate crew began to take shape. Chapter 21. The Quest for Treasure. The Crystal Throne as dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, and Kaichi's crew was already seated at the dining table. The newly appointed chef, Miss Carmen, along with her 2 assistants, presented an impressive breakfast spread, a bountiful array of food, bread, pizza, seafood porridge, fish fillets, steak, beef, chicken cutlets, and milk. The ship finally had a chef. And as they feasted upon this magnificent spread, Kaichi nostalgically reflected on the hardships of their previous meals. Once Carmen and her aides had finished serving, they too took their seats. Once everyone was gathered, they eagerly began to eat. By the way, Kaichi interjected, you 2 have been by Carmen's side. Yet we do not know your names. Cage invited 2 of the kitchen assistants to briefly introduce themselves, allowing everyone to become acquainted. The petite one introduced himself as Hank, while the stout one chose the name Debuty. They are the loyal aides and bodyguards of Miss Carmen. Once Miss Carmen had completed her morning culinary creations, she joined them at the table to partake in breakfast, inquiring of Captain Cage, what are your thoughts on these dishes? True to her spirited nature, Miss Carmen wasted no time in getting straight to the point with her first meal. Cage candidly remarked, firstly, you are aware that a few of the fish are not sufficiently fresh. Naturally, those particular ones must have been inadequately preserved before your embarkation. Presently at sea, with food in short supply, you have made the most of what is available and managed quite admirably. Haven't you, Captain? The fish fillets and meat are indeed exquisite. Kaguya cast a disdainful glance at Gade and Sate. With the inherent talents and knowledge barriers of characters from your pirate world, it would be quite extraordinary to expect them to thrive. Secondly, this pertains to the area in which you must earnestly strive for improvement. Kaguya directed his gaze towards the ship's doctor, Elder Schwanhu. Elder, you must have gathered some insights. Please share your thoughts. The porridge was slightly undercooked, Elder Schwanhu remarked. The texture and complexity of both the plain rice porridge and the seafood porridge could indeed be enhanced further. He then addressed the newcomer, Carmen. There should be some unused clay pots left with Elder Schwanhu. You might take one to experiment with the porridge. This will deepen your understanding of its cooking time, texture, and layers of flavor. Elder Schwanhu shot Kaguya an irritated look, realizing that by engaging with him, he had unwittingly drawn attention to himself, revealing Kaguya's true intention of acquiring his clay pots. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as Elder Schwanhu had matters to discuss with Carmen later. Now that they had a top-tier chef on board, Gade's culinary and medicinal needs could be adequately addressed. Now, let us tally the spoils from yesterday, Kaguya announced, retrieving the gold coins he had seized amidst the chaos in the dragon's lair. Indeed, treasure is of utmost importance. Let us all display what we have. Everyone presented their findings, each laying out a small pile of gold coins and gems before them. Captain Kaguya boasted the largest haul, with over 200 gold coins and more than 100 gems. Following him was Sate, with just over 100 gold coins and a similar number of gems. Thankfully, they listened to the captain's advice and refrained from greed, tucking a few coins into their pockets. Though they could not amass the entire treasure, it was better to leave with something than nothing at all. Surprisingly, the third largest trove belonged to Carmen, who had collected dozens of gold coins and over 100 gems. The rest of the crew had similar amounts, of course excluding Dean and Jack. What a pity that there are no crowns or thrones among the treasures, Carmen remarked, expressing his disappointment. Crowns and thrones. Kaichi pondered for a moment before inquiring, Jack. Having known the treasure for quite some time, have you ever encountered crowns or thrones? The two shook their heads in unison, affirming their lack of experience. Let us not dwell on it. After all, we are pirates, and fortune favors the bold. Kaichi recalled the ancient map provided by the archaeologist earlier. Let us proceed immediately to that location and secure the treasures for ourselves. Without delay, Kaichi instructed the crew to finish their breakfast and set forth towards the primordial realm of the Dragon Clan. In this initial territory, the dragon transformed Kaichi surveyed from above, while the fishman Shank scoured the waters, and the violet dragon Dean led the search for the dragon's lair. They traversed through dilapidated structures adorned with various dragon insignias. An archaeologist would have surely paused to admire the remnants, but the crew, devoid of such scholarly minds, remained singularly focused on their quest for riches. Too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, found the dragon's lair. Dean exclaimed, calling for the others to gather. They initially split up to explore. 10 minutes later, apart from a few dragon bones and some medicinal herbs, they found no treasure, prompting the group to shake their heads in disappointment. Kaichi, deep in contemplation, pondered whether he had indeed overthought the significance of the dragon symbols, the remnants of the red dragon, and the ancient language of the dragon-worshipping people, the dragon tongue, which he had seemingly mastered without a mentor. As a dragon-embodied being, Kaichi unleashed a resonant and prolonged dragon roar. To his astonishment, the dragon cave stirred with activity. A section of the stone wall collapsed with a thunderous sound, revealing a colossal stone door. "Captain, you truly possess extraordinary abilities," exclaimed Daisai, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Kaichi. "But do not rejoice too soon. Let us secure the treasure first," cautioned Shanka. The dragon-embodied Kaichi called upon Shanka, and together they approached the stone door, attempting to open it. However, the door remained utterly unyielding. The crew of Cage was utterly astonished. The two strongest individuals aboard the vessel were unable to budge it. What a farce. It is worth noting that during moments of boredom, Cage's crew frequently engaged in wrist wrestling contests, with both the captain and the merman sailor possessing strength that could be measured in tons. Clearly, matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Cage observed the area surrounding the stone door and noticed a pool of water not far off. Recalling countless tales and films about treasure hunting, he pondered the notion of using a drop of blood in times of uncertainty, perhaps even 2 drops if necessary. With a swift motion, he scraped his palm with a claw, allowing his blood to drip into the pool. Instantly, the water began to bubble vigorously. The massive stone door responded as well, parting automatically to reveal the passageway. It appeared that lineage was indeed the key. "Let us proceed." Cage beckoned to his companions, leading them into the newly revealed entrance. After walking a few dozen steps, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. The valley opened up into a veritable paradise, reminiscent of a land of eternal spring. At the heart of this haven stood a crystalline throne, surrounded by an abundance of gold and silver treasures. "We are rich," Cage exclaimed, laughter echoing through the air. "But wait, let us prepare a feast." The crew's eyes glimmered with the shape of wealth as they dove into the treasure, reveling in their newfound fortune. Thus, Cage and his crew had acquired the riches of the Blue Dragon clan. Chapter 22. Submission. The memories of the seahorse from the Shinlong clan. Cage sat upon the crystal throne, feeling an extraordinary affinity with it, as if it had been crafted exclusively for him. With these treasures, we need not fret over research expenses. Indeed, I can procure paper that does not decay and ink that does not fade. Satyr and Gade exchanged a wealth of gold coins and camaraderie. Akin gleefully added, "We can also acquire ample wine. The ship is lacking in spirits, which diminishes our enjoyment." "Crown. Huh. I am the princess. I am the prince," Carmen exclaimed, frolicking with Hank and Debut, playfully donning the crown and scepter. "Ha ha ha, my little friends, at the next island, let us all make our purchases. For now, let us transport all the treasures onto the ship, and then we shall host a grand feast." With that, Cage, accompanied by Akin, Shank, and Jack, returned bearing numerous tree trunks. "Satyr, craft a colossal cabinet," Cage commanded. Satyr retrieved a hammer and nails from the toolbox, fashioning a rudimentary cabinet from the trunks. The others busied themselves transferring the treasures into the cabinet, while Jack secured it tightly with vines. Transformed into a dragon, Cage lifted the cabinet brimming with riches and grasped the vines, soaring into the sky. As they ascended, Cage noticed a peculiar mist enveloping the skies above the Peach Blossom Spring, refracting light in a manner that distorted perception. No wonder they had failed to spot the Peach Blossom Spring from above earlier. With the treasure found, Cage and his companions felt no hesitation and flew directly back to the Zhuanggang. The crew of Cage transported the treasure back onto the ship and commenced a grand feast upon the shore. "Bring forth the wine. Fill our cups to the brim. Roast the meat hunted by Akin and the fish caught by Shank. Let us toast to our discovery of the treasure. The true hero of this fortune is Dean, for it was he who uncovered the dragon's lair, granting us this opportunity. Thus, I have decided that Dean shall be the guardian of this treasure. Henceforth, the treasury shall be your chamber, Dean, and anyone wishing to utilize its riches must register with you. Now let us celebrate." After the banquet concluded, Cage and his crew proceeded to the ship's cabin, where the memory seahorse was confined. "Dean, are you familiar with this creature?" Dean of the Red Dragon clan gazed upon the memory seahorse. They belonged to the Shinchong clan, a branch of the dragon lineage, adept at siphoning the memories of other beings and conjuring illusions. However, do not be concerned about its abilities. Its power to extract memories is only effective when one is unguarded and can only truly manifest during the initial encounter. Once one is aware of this creature, its abilities will merely induce a dream, devoid of any further effects. Moreover, it possesses a diluted dragon bloodline and is still in its juvenile stage. "The captain and I can easily vanquish it." Shank recalled his own experience of amnesia and control, advancing to seize the memory seahorse once more. Will its abilities truly weaken against us? After all, a setback could lead to dire consequences. The memory seahorse began to sweat profusely, struggling and crying out. Dean understood its pleas. Do not kill me. I am willing to submit to you. Rest assured, I am well versed in matters of the dragon kin. I previously tended to elder dragons who shared many tales of our kind. In the annals of dragon history, the Shinchong clan initially did not consume memories. They merely replicated and stored them, creating illusions. However, following a cataclysm in ancient times, they began to devour human memories to control them, thereby accelerating their own strength. Yet, this enhancement comes at a cost. It is addictive and diminishes their lifespan. Shank, I wish to take it under my wing. Do you oppose this? Cage inquired of the merman Shank. Shank shook his head in dissent, expressing his acquiescence. Cage then turned to the others, and the other crew members expressed their agreement. If they wished to submit, they could, but they must never consume the memories of those aboard the ship, nor should they indiscriminately feast upon the recollections of other humans. Only with our consent may they partake, and they must comply entirely with our directives. Do you understand? Dean, who had consumed the communication fruit, translated this for the memory seahorse. The memory seahorse hastily acquiesced, thereby averting death. Dean, it is now under your supervision. You shall be responsible for its education. Very well. Upon hearing the captain's decree, Dean was eager to fulfill his role. At the naval headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a report came in. Brigadier General Itomi has successfully completed the assessment for the rank of Major General and has been promoted accordingly. Understood. You may leave, Sengoku replied, feeling a slight headache as he rested his hand on his forehead, deep in thought. Kapu, who had been seated on the sofa, rose and offered his tea cakes to Sengoku. I find Itomi's conduct quite normal. It does not align with your suspicions. He was recommended by the Gorosei, and from the outset, they promised him a direct promotion to Major General, bypassing more than 20 ranks. Is that a commitment, or is it permanently binding? I cannot help but view him as a pawn in the Gorosei's ambition to further tighten their grip on the Navy. Fortunately, he only sought the rank of Brigadier General for a division, dispatched to the East Blue to capture someone. However, 2 years later, he has returned. I did not promote him directly. Instead, I arranged an assessment. Given your and Crane's favorable evaluations, I shall attempt to engage with him more in the future. Chapter 23. Soaring over the Red Land. The Grand Line. The towering Red Land loomed before the Zhaogang, a waterway ascending from low to high, piercing the heavens. Captain, we have arrived, Gade reported. This is the Red Line. The currents truly flow against us. Once we cross here, we shall reach the Grand Line, as people say. How exhilarating, Jack exclaimed. It is splendid to be at sea with all of you. Captain, leave it to me. I shall conquer this incredible ocean. Without waiting for Cage's response, Jack burst with enthusiasm. Ah, that is the very sentiment I awaited, helmsman, Cage said, patting Jack with satisfaction. Jack stowed the sails and, after several minutes of adjusting, secured the helm. The entry is somewhat intriguing, but the journey ahead seems rather dull. It is too straightforward. Securing the helm will suffice. Upon witnessing the preliminary formation of his pirate crew, Kaichi grasped a barrel and engaged in a customary practice favored by seafarers. We each voiced our aspirations as we approached the great journey ahead, and I shall begin. He placed one foot atop the barrel. I, Kaichi, aspire to become a remarkable pirate, leading my crew on an extraordinary adventure. Then Sod followed suit, placing his foot as well. I, Sod, yearn to be a powerful scientist, enabling people to live splendid lives through my creations. Next came Gade. I, Gade, aim to be a cartographer, crafting countless nautical charts that allow adventurers to explore the seas of their dreams. Xuanhu also joined in the youthful tradition, stepping forward. I wish to rediscover my healing spirit. Akin declared, I shall become a formidable pirate, indulging in the finest wines across the world. Shank expressed his hope. I aspire to be the pillar of the fishmen, guiding both fishmen and merfolk towards a brighter future. Miss Carmen proclaimed, I, Carmen, shall become the world's greatest female chef. Carmen's 2 bodyguards, Hank and Debuty, cheered for her. We shall serve as the best sous chefs and protectors of the world's finest female chef. Dean asserted, I, Dean, aim to embody a powerful red dragon, akin to the dragon chief. The memory seahorse on Dean's left arm chimed in. I shall utilize my memories to forge a unique and powerful illusion. Thus, the Flying Dragon pirate crew was initially established with a total of 11 members. Captain, Kaichi, male, Zoan type frost dragon devil fruit user, currently with a bounty of 2,000 berries. First mate, Akin, male, currently with a bounty of 12 million berries, as noted on Akin's pirate profile online, though uncertain if this is an official edition. First mate, Sod, male, scientist and artillery expert, bounty unknown. Navigator, Gade, male, meteorological scientist, bounty unknown. Ship's doctor, Xuanhu, male, expert in both Eastern and Western medicine, martial artist, bounty unknown. Chef, Carmen, female, currently an apprentice in medicinal cuisine, bounty unknown. Sous chef, Hank, male, slender, bounty unknown. Sous chef, Debuty, male, portly, bounty unknown. Chief helmsman, Jack, male, archer and swordsman, skilled in giant blade cuisine. Second helmsman and lifeguard, Shank, fishman, Chaos Master level, in Fishman Karate. Pathfinder and Aerial Observer. Dean. A transformed purple subadult male red dragon, bounty unknown. Undersea Treasure Hunter. Memory Seahorse, male from the Shin Dragon tribe, bounty unknown. As all members articulated their dreams, Zhuagung soared over the peak of the Red Soil continent. Jack swiftly returned to his station, disengaged the helm's fixed mode, and adjusted the vessel's course to ensure a safe descent into the current. The opposing current flowed normally but with greater velocity. Zhuagung glided downstream at an astonishing speed, when suddenly a mountain silhouette emerged ahead, accompanied by a series of eerie calls. Gade and Jack were taken aback. How could there be a mountain in such a turbulent current? Fear not, that is not a mountain. You will soon understand what it truly is, Kaichi reassured his slightly frightened crew. As they continued to descend, nearing the ocean's surface, they finally discerned that the mountain was, in fact, a colossal whale. The whale's massive head was marred with scars, yet amusingly, it bore a distorted skull emblem adorned with a straw hat. It was Luffy's signature artwork. It seems Luffy must be hastening his pace. On the lighthouse of Twin Cape, an elderly man had already spotted Kaichi and his crew. The current generation of youth is truly remarkable. Just as one straw hat boy departs, another arrives. Kage and his companions stood in awe before the magnificent Laboon, marveling at the sight of such a grand and wondrous creature. Truly remarkable, indeed, exclaimed the elder as he approached Kage's group. Smoker had established his stronghold in Lobe Town, where any pirate that set foot in the town would inevitably be apprehended. According to local lore, prior to Luffy's arrival, the failure rate for pirates was a staggering 0. Pirates seldom dared to land in Lobe Town, particularly with a certain admiral patrolling the vicinity with a fleet of over a dozen warships, in search of the bones of the ancient dragon. Given these circumstances, it is no wonder that few pirates ventured here, as the challenge was indeed formidable. Thank you for your kind words. May I inquire as to your name, Elder? Kage's group turned their gaze from Laboon to the old man, with Jack inquiring warmly. That whale is named Laboon. I am merely the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape and a simple doctor who has spent a few years as a ship's physician, the elder replied. It seems that Luffy's arrival has alleviated Laboon's self-destructive tendencies, and the elder appeared to be in good spirits. His temperament, once erratic, had softened, and his fierceness had diminished somewhat. Kage's heart was considerably at ease, for avoiding conflict was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. The elder's humility was evident, and Kage certainly did not underestimate him. He was well aware of the elder's esteemed identity as the ship's doctor of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, known as Kurokas. In Chapter 24, titled The Exchange of the Health Preservation Fist, insights from the greatest doctor, Kage and his crew anchored the ship, the Zhuagung, at Twin Cape and disembarked to engage in conversation with Kurokas. Although the elder exhibited a somewhat capricious demeanor, they were eager to fish while listening to his tales of the whale Laboon and the Rumbar pirates. The dragon kin, Dean and the Memory Seahorse, were deeply moved. The two dragons rushed to interact with Laboon after hearing the stories. Dean, wielding the powers of the tongue-talking fruit, found it effortless to communicate with Laboon, who responded with joyful whale songs. The Memory Seahorse, belonging to the Shin Dragon tribe, possessed the ability to observe and replicate the memories of other beings, manifesting them as illusions. Over time, however, their tribe strayed into the territory of stealing memories and exerting control over other creatures. While this behavior appeared formidable, it led to the decimation of their lifespans from thousands of years to mere hundreds or even decades, with a dangerous addictive quality that could plunge their kind into madness. Since the captain tasked Dean with guiding the Memory Seahorse back to a righteous path, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to this mission. With Laboon's consent, Dean agreed to allow the Memory Seahorse to view memories, and Laboon was more than willing to share his experiences with the Rumbar pirates. As the familiar melody of Bink's sake filled the air, the Memory Seahorse witnessed Laboon's memories of sailing with the Rumbar pirates since he was a young whale, accompanied by the ship's musicians playing along, with Laboon harmonizing through his whale calls. Meanwhile, Akin and Shank were engaged in fishing with Kurokas. Suddenly, Kurokas, spotting a massive creature nearby, seized a harpoon and hurled it with precision. The harpoon soared through the air for dozens, if not hundreds, of meters before plunging into the water with a resounding splash, followed by a flurry of bubbles as a gigantic squid surfaced. The harpoon struck its vital point, ensuring the creature's demise. Impressive. So formidable. What a colossal squid. We shall feast well. Dean and Jack marveled at Kuroka's prowess. Akin and Shank worked together to haul the giant squid back to shore. Is that you, Shank? What brings you away from Fishman Island? Have you turned to piracy, despite your disdain for it? On the opposite side of Twin Cape, two fishermen watched Shank of the Flying Dragon pirates with keen interest. They reminisced about their childhood aspirations to join a gang on Fisherman Street, only to be thwarted by a young Shank who had taught them that the path to strength lay in self-improvement, not in bullying the weak. Fisherman Street, the most chaotic area of Fishman Island, was known for its confluence of criminal elements, though the reputation improved under the leadership of Tiger and Jinbei. Following Tiger's demise and Jinbei's departure to become a warlord, chaos returned. The two fishmen eventually became part of Shank's crew, frequently clashing with the local thugs. After Shank joined the Marine Corps, the anti-crime group disbanded. The beautiful Chef Carmen led her team in preparing the giant squid, crafting a feast of squid balls, grilled squid, and squid porridge. Kurokas called the two fishmen over to join the meal. Upon their arrival, they greeted Shank warmly. "What a surprise to see you two here," Shank exclaimed. "We washed ashore here after getting injured at sea, and Dr. Kurokas rescued us. We decided to stay and guard the lighthouse," they explained. "Now that you've made this decision, commit to it wholeheartedly and uphold the honor of fishmen," Shank encouraged, patting one of the fishmen on the shoulder. He raised his cup to toast Kurokas, expressing gratitude for his care of the two fishmen. The fishman, touched by the gesture, remarked, "Boss, your bad habits remain unchanged. Sometimes your strength is rather excessive." Lunchtime swiftly passed, and as their pleasant time with the elder came to a close, Kage and his crew prepared to set sail, embarking on their true adventure in the Grand Line. The initial segment of the Grand Line was known as Paradise, and the first destination, Whiskey Peak, was not to be overlooked. While alternative routes existed, most pirates favored Whiskey Peak, as it was recommended by the shopkeeper when Navigator Gabe purchased a log pose in Rogue Town. As they readied to depart, Kurokas approached Kage's ship doctor, Gunhu, expressing keen interest in the health preservation techniques he was teaching Gade, proposing in exchange. Gunhu explained that while he had vowed not to share Tai Chi with others, he was willing to exchange his knowledge of the five animals play. Ultimately, Gunhu traded the five animals play for Kuroka's lifetime medical insights. He even guided Kurokas through a session of the five animals play, imparting its essential principles. Kurokas, in turn, generously gifted Gunhu volumes of his handwritten notes. Shank bid farewell to his former subordinates, and at their parting, Kurokas noticed the arm guard in Kage's possession. "Young Kage, your demeanor bears a striking resemblance to someone I feel I have encountered before. Who is your master?" Cage did not conceal his identity. He was called Nagli. Kurokas gasped, realizing who he was. Chapter 25, The Trap of the Baroque Workshop. They had even kept a pet seahorse. How elegant and whimsical this group of cages appeared. However, they had been deceived by the island's inhabitants, prompting an immediate search of their ship for any treasures. At Whiskey Peak, 5 assassins had taken advantage of the absence of others to board the Zhuanggong and collect their spoils. This door with a combination lock 1T budge. One assassin exclaimed as he struck with his knife, yet the door remained immovable. Even gunfire proved futile. Frustrated, they resolved to wait until they could extract the code before returning. Surely, it contained valuables. One assassin, eyeing Dean, remarked, "This purple dragon sculpture is rather fine, lifelike even. It should fetch a handsome price." Another returned from the kitchen, beaming, "What a bounty. Their cold storage is filled with squid, and the pantry is stacked with provisions. Our island's food crisis can be alleviated for a time. We have truly done a great service." As the assassins prepared to report back, 2 of them lifted Dean to gauge his weight. "This dragon sculpture is made of synthetic materials. That sculptor should have crafted a voluptuous beauty instead with such skill and resources. Indeed, the emphasis should be on voluptuousness." The others exchanged glances. "What about that seahorse? Just a cheap trinket. Toss it back into the sea. It's not worth the trouble." The assassins all shook their heads in agreement. "Cheap. It vexes me. The pride of my dragon lineage is so disregarded, and Dean is chosen over me. Such uncultured fools." The memory seahorse emerged from the water, puffing out its shell. Music began to play, long and haunting, lulling them into slumber. The assassins staggered and fainted as they walked. "That was close," the captain remarked. "The dragon species is rare. To avoid detection, it is best to disguise it as a statue or specimen." Observing the fallen men, Dean ceased his pretense and bound them. At midnight, the peculiar cactus-like formations on Whiskey Peak Island remained distinctly visible. The island's assassins had just incapacitated Cage's group. "Mr. 14, it was fortunate we succeeded. The previous night's skirmish had nearly thwarted their plans." The ghostly figure of Akin, a reward of 12 million berries, was a significant gain. Unfortunately, their captain had ventured to the opposite side of the island, where a bounty of 20 million berries awaited. They planned to subdue his subordinates before dealing with the sinister smiling Cage. As the assassins prepared to capture Akin and his crew, Akin stirred. "Thank you for your hospitality. So, the assassins of the Baroque Workshop have recognized me. It seems another tombstone is about to be added to the peak," he observed. "Oh, your workshop is rather ostentatious. It would be difficult for anyone to remain unaware. Many have claimed they would transform me from man to ghost, yet here I am, still very much alive. Should you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability," he challenged as Mr. 9 led a throng of assassins to encircle him. On the other side of the island lay a settlement, notably a bar positioned centrally and conspicuously. This establishment was impeccably clean, indicating that the owner maintained it with diligence. It appeared to be a genuine residence for the local populace. Cage surveyed the area. The locals had dwindled significantly, with several houses clearly abandoned for an extended period. An elderly man escorted Cage into the bar, donning work attire. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cage. May I ask how you are addressed, good sir?" Cage inquired as he took a seat at the bar, observing the surroundings. The bar was steeped in pirate lore, adorned with skull motifs, and featuring numerous photographs of pirate captains and the proprietor, pirate flag stickers, and even a dedicated board for bounty updates. Though it had not been refreshed in quite some time, with no newcomers in sight. I am Risen, a wealthy little scamp. You must be Nagli's apprentice, am I correct? The elder replied succinctly, inquiring further about Cage's origins and what he wished to drink. Keck expressed a lack of enthusiasm for alcohol, preferring merely to have it on the menu, and he responded to the elderly man's inquiries regarding his enigmatic master, harboring a certain curiosity about this mysterious figure. Indeed. Manager Leeson, it appears you are quite familiar with my master. Might you share some insights? However, at that moment, the distant sounds of gunfire and fireworks erupted from the other side of the town. The manager, unfazed, kindly cautioned Keck, this place is rather tumultuous. Shouldn't you attend to your crew's troubles before returning? Keck replied, I have faith in my crew. Those ruffians pose no threat to them. I am far more intrigued by the tale you have to tell. Cage smiled knowingly, aware that this island was not what it seemed. He had deliberately sought an excuse to venture out. The specter, Akin, leaped nimbly onto the roof and darted toward a more open area, drawing away a significant number of assassins. Amidst the chaos, Sartre, Xuanhu, Carmen, and Shank vanished, leaving the remaining four sprawled on the ground in deep slumber. Witnessing this, Miss Monday separated from the remaining dozens of assassins to search independently. Akin deftly deflected bullets with his twin hammers, charging into the throng and dispatching a child with each strike. In mere seconds, several lay defeated. Mr. Nine's baseball bat split apart, launching chains that ensnared one of Akin's hammers. Mr. 14, wielding twin meteor hammers, seized the opportunity and ensnared Akin's other hammer. The two applied pressure simultaneously through the chains, restricting Akin's movements. Observing this, the other assassins seized the moment to bombard Akin with gunfire. A woman possessing such immense strength was indeed a rarity. The elder Xuanhu, while employing his grand polarization to counter Miss Monday's formidable strength, offered praise. Miss Monday, frustrated with Xuanhu, found her attacks consistently thwarted by the enigmatic elder. Though he was loath to harm her, she resolved to employ her ultimate technique. In a dark alley, Sartre's mechanical arm shot out an electric projectile that adhered to an approaching assassin, incapacitating him with a jolt. Following this, he released a smoke bomb laced with sedatives, rendering the assassin unconscious. Satisfied with his swift resolution of the threat, Sartre prepared to bind the defeated assassins, oblivious to the impending danger. Confirming his target, a plan was executed. In the darkness, a figure fired 2 shots from a handgun. Alarmed, Sartre realized there were more adversaries. Reacting swiftly, he shielded vital areas with his mechanical arm, but still succumbed to severe injuries, collapsing to the ground. The sharpshooter aimed for the critical areas, firing again at Sartre's legs to prevent escape. As Sartre pressed his hand against his wound, gritting his teeth, he sensed the presence of a third-party force in the shadows. This assassin was more patient, efficient, and ruthless than those affiliated with Baroque works. Chapter 26. Crisis. The assassination by the CP organization. The assassins pursuing Shank were mere fodder, easily dispatched with a few swift attacks. After vanquishing them, Shank hurried back to regroup, concerned for his incapacitated comrades. Just as he exited the street corner, a towering figure obstructed his path. The imposing individual remained silent, blocking Shank's return. Perceiving the threat, Shank wasted no time and launched a punch. Though it was a standard blow, as a fishman endowed with immense strength, it was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary person. However, to his astonishment, the figure crossed his arms in front of his chest and absorbed the impact, exclaiming, "What a fearsome display of power! Fishman, you are not one of the island's assassins. Who are you?" Shank observed the assassin before him, whose skill clearly surpassed that of the island's previous foes. Discovered. The tall, muscular assassin, realizing the necessity of shedding his disguise, removed his civilian clothing to reveal a sleek black suit. The assassins on this island cannot be compared to us. CP organization. Shank recognized the name, having encountered this group during his time guarding Princess Otoheim alongside Jinbi. Without further ado, he unleashed the 100-fist strike, a technique from Fishman Karate, intent on alerting his allies about the presence of CP organization assassins on the island. The assassin remained steadfast, absorbing Shank's formidable strike. Despite the force of Shank's 100-fist strike, the assassin was pushed back only a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips and leaving 2 deep gouges in the ground. "I have been underestimated, haven't I? Do you deem me weak?" The towering assassin, now incensed, sensed the restraint in Shank's earlier attack and resolved to reveal his true prowess. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming from his already impressive height of 2.28 meters to a colossal 3.89 meters, manifesting as a rhinoceros humanoid. The Zoan-type rhino fruit had granted him immense power. As a fishman standing at 2.99 meters, Shank now found himself at a disadvantage, facing an adversary akin to a captain's devil fruit wielder. Observing the transformation of his foe, Shank felt the gravity of the situation. The greatest advantage of Zoan-type devil fruit users lay in their physical enhancements. The rhinoceros man reveled in his newfound strength, hardened hide, and imposing stature, eager to make Shank pay for underestimating him. The rhinoceros charge commenced, the assassin positioning himself sideways, arm fortified with armor, and barreling toward Shank like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Miss Monday, resembling a fierce warrior, noted that her attacks were being absorbed by the enemy's hands, prompting her to don brass knuckles to increase her threat level, deterring her opponent from easily countering her strikes. Child, you rely solely on brute force. Your technique is lacking, and your stance is unstable. Although Miss Monday's punches were fierce, their speed was insufficient. Xuanhu evaded her assault, seizing her arm and employing Kaichi to effortlessly hurl her aside like a shot put. Mr. Monday, caught off guard, was thrown by the diminutive elder, crashing to the ground and losing all mobility. Such a pity. With proper guidance, your potential could have reached greater heights. Yet, here you are, fiercely stubborn, and regrettably. You are my enemy. Xuanhu mused as he departed towards his unconscious companions, crossing paths with the chef, Carmen. While Carmen was not a combat specialist, her frying pan self-defense technique was exceptionally adept, easily dispatching a few minor adversaries. As Xuanhu and Carmen traversed, an unexpected event unfolded. Under the moonlight, a massive bat circled overhead, obstructing their path. The bat unleashed a sonic wave assault, forcing the two to withstand the pressure while clutching their ears in agony. The relentless sonic barrage compelled them to retreat, dodging as best they could. Gradually, they discerned that the creature was not an animal but rather a human who had consumed an animal-type devil fruit. He did not engage seriously. His sole intent was to hinder and harass them. This third-party force is troublesome. Someone is in danger. Xuanhu realized the gravity of their predicament. But with the adversary airborne and their lack of aerial capabilities, they could only adopt a defensive posture, unable to advance. Crisis. Crisis. Sartre of the Flying Dragon Pirates faced a life-threatening situation. Captain Cage was absent, while Vice Captain Akin battled Mr. 9 and Mr. 14. Fishman Shank was under assault from the animal-type rhino user, and the ship's Dr. Xuanhu along with Chef Carmen were obstructed by the animal-type bat user. The remaining three lay unconscious, caught in a perfectly timed assassination attempt. The CP organization, indeed. Sartre had nowhere left to hide. Pain coursed through him. Yet he could not succumb before his enemies, defiantly demanding answers. The celestial dragons are the enemies of his family, and he is naturally aware of the CP organization under their control. To my surprise, you are acquainted with us, which brings me a certain relief. However, your demise is imminent. In your next life, remember to steer clear of formidable figures. You and your father could have survived and found a quiet corner to endure. But instead, you chose to provoke the celestial dragons, leaving us no choice but to eliminate you. As the assassin spoke, he fired a shot, striking Sartre and completing his mission flawlessly. Just as Sartre faced death, a voice called out, "Sartre, wait." Dean, desperate to save him, descended too quickly, crashing in front of Sartre and intercepting the bullet, averting the impending doom. The pain from the bullet was excruciating. The red dragon, Dean, quickly rose, shielding his companion Sartre behind him. Dean recognized the individual before him was exceptionally formidable. He had reached near adulthood, and his dragon scales could withstand bullets from ordinary firearms unscathed. The crisis was far from over, as the sharpshooter could still injure Dean. Thus, Dean had no choice but to seize the initiative and launch the first offensive. Chapter 27. The Retreat of the CP Organization. Decades ago, due to its favorable location, this island gradually began to engage in piratical enterprises, leading to the emergence of numerous such taverns. At that time, local ruffians banded together, demanding protection fees from the taverns, only to be dealt with by me. The thugs, unwilling to relent, spread rumors accusing me of fawning over pirates and colluding with them. On one occasion, they gathered a larger mob to cause trouble, only to be subdued yet again by another individual, young pirate Negrely. What is wrong with being a pirate? I am a pirate myself. If you harbor grievances against us, direct them at the pirates. With such audacity, young Negrely would boast over a bottle of liquor. Thus, he became a figure of interest on the island. Alas, I later heard that his crew suffered several defeats at the hands of the pirate King Roger's crew, and thereafter, he vanished without a trace. The elder recounted the past of Master Kitch and Negrely, then scrutinized Kitch for a moment before continuing. Kitch, my boy, I must say that the members of your crew are quite commendable, surpassing those of your master. However, I must question. If such a grand and mighty person as your master could fail on the Grand Line, can you, who once lived a life of luxury, endure here in the depths and conquer the Grand Line? Cave smiled faintly, not responding immediately. He rose to his feet and drained the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Turning to the elderly gentleman, he remarked, since you are inclined to ponder it, why not give it a try? After all, nothing is guaranteed to succeed. It is certainly preferable to being confined within a well-constructed of golden bricks. Gazing up at the sky from the depths below, Mr. Sun, I appreciate your hospitality, but I must take my leave now. Kajia learned from Leeson that this place was once a haven for pirates, with some even requesting their comrades to bury them here after death. However, everything changed after the Baroque workshop of Minas infiltrated the newly developed town of Whiskey Peak. He also gleaned some insights about his master from Leeson. But there was nothing more to discuss. It was time for him to return. Leeson, the shopkeeper, did not attempt to retain him. Instead, he affixed the bounty notices for Kaichi and Akin onto the wall, garnering new admirers. What an intriguing little rascal. Nagli has indeed acquired a remarkable apprentice. The demon Akin leapt into the air, evading the bullets fired by others, as his body had yet to reach the immunity to gunfire. In midair, he countered Mr. 9 and Mr. 14 with iron chains, swinging his dual hammers with such force that they collided violently. Both were left dazed and disoriented. As Akin descended, he seized the moment and delivered a hammer strike to each of them, leaving Mr. 9 and Mr. 14 sprawled on the ground, sporting large red welts upon their heads. How could this be possible? Mr. 9 and Mr. 14 had been bested by the demon Akin. The remaining Baroque Works assassins, sensing the tide turning against them, began to scatter in panic. Do you believe you have a chance to escape? Akin sneered, spinning his hammers, dispatching several minions with a few swift strikes. The CP organization's sharpshooter employed the 6 styles of shave, deftly avoiding Dean's dragon flame attack, while countering with precision. With 2 handguns, he unleashed 6 bullets in a heartbeat. Dean, mutated and towering over 3 meters, was not the typical subadult red dragon, yet his slow mobility rendered him an easy target. The bullets found their mark with uncanny accuracy, and the rapid-fire shots could strike the same spot, inflicting armor-piercing damage. Dean, unable to save his comrades and feeling the sting of 3 ruptured scales, recognized that another few shots could spell his demise. Yet, he had to withstand the enemy's onslaught to protect his allies. With this approach, he could only buy time. A resolution was desperately needed. At that moment, an arrow shattered the stalemate. Sate, Dean apologizes. I didn't expect to be intoxicated. Hold your ground. Jack, battling a headache, uttered as he loosed arrows at the CP organization's assassins. The assassins utilized shave to evade several arrows before preparing to attack again. Retreat. The beast is returning. The Batfruit user approached, relaying a message to the sharpshooter. Simultaneously, 4 members of the CP organization clad in black suits vanished into the night. Minutes later, aboard a small boat on the sea, the 4 CP members sat in dejection, reflecting on their failed assassination mission. This setback delays our promotion to CP9. Sighed the Batfruit user. Little Bat, is your observation hockey reliable? Is their captain truly so formidable? Is that Kaichi truly so terrifying? Asked the Great Rhino. You lack observation hockey and cannot comprehend the immense pressure he exerts on other beings. That monster must have consumed a very high-grade Zoan fruit. Yet, it's the first time I've seen you utilize a fruit ability and still come up short in raw strength. Recalling the terrifying power of the Fishman Shank, who had halted his ultimate technique, the bull charge, the sharpshooter lamented, what a pity. A perfect opportunity was unexpectedly thwarted. As the CP assassins retreated, Kaichi's group emerged from the crisis. The demon Akin bound all the Baroque Works assassins on the island. The ship's doctor carefully detached the damaged mechanical arm from Sate and tended to the wounds of both Sate and Dean. What happened? What transpired? Tell me everything. How could there be such extensive damage? Upon Cage's return, he discovered that Sat and Dean were gravely injured and inquired about the situation. The crew collectively recounted the events that had transpired. The CP organization. It seems unlikely to be CP9, for otherwise, the injuries would not be so severe. The early emergence of the CP organization indicates a significant shift in the pirate world. However, considering Vivi and her family's concealed identity, it appears that the turmoil in her nation is orchestrated by the celestial dragons. Furthermore, with the possibility of Vivi and her father attending the World Conference, it suggests that their nation has indeed paid the heavenly tribute, allowing them to request assistance from the Navy. Yet, how could the warlord Crocodile continue to wreak havoc? It seems the celestial dragons are deliberately shielding him from repercussions. Could it be the elders? After a moment of contemplation, Cage chose not to dwell further on the CP organization. Instead, he bestowed 3 sharp slaps upon the 3 dazed individuals. This is my mistake. However, the matter concerning you 3 will be addressed later. I must first attend to those at the Baroque studio. Jack, Hank, and Debut felt their faces flush with embarrassment. After Cage spoke, he turned his gaze towards the assassins of Baroque Works, who were bound on the street. Chapter 28. The Archaeologist's Clue. Mr. 9. You must now hold the highest position on this island. Let us have a conversation. When my fleet first set foot on Whiskey Peak, I discovered that you had previously encountered others before us, and if I am not mistaken, it was the Straw Hat crew, with whom you had a conflict and ultimately suffered defeat. Am I correct? Cage approached him and untied the ropes that bound him, signaling his sincerity. How did you know? What is your connection with the Straw Hat pirates? Mr. 9 rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, casting a wary glance at Cage. My relationship with Luffy is one of friendship. I deduced it from our prior encounter and made an educated guess. Of course, Cage had inferred this from the Elder of Twin Cape. My focus is not on assigning blame. What I wish to convey is that your mission has failed, and you are now mere pawns of Baroque Works. Rather than lingering on this island awaiting death or fleeing, how about you become my subordinate? Of course, not as a member of my crew, but in other capacities. Cage was unperturbed by their potential refusal, for they possessed no advantageous alternatives, particularly Mr. 9 and Miss Monday had previously aided Wei Wei in fending off Mr. 5 and his companion, Miss Valentine, and thus they were bound to face repercussions. However, the higher-ups at Baroque Works and the enforcers were currently preoccupied with pursuing Princess Wei Wei and the Straw Hat crew, leaving them no time to address these matters. Mr. 9 glanced at Miss Monday and Mr. 14, steeling himself as he declared, "We consent to serve as your subordinates, but you must acquiesce to 2 of my requests. Pray, enlighten me as to these requests," came the reply. "The first request is to resolve the food scarcity on the island. The second is to expel Crocodile from Alabasta. With my assistance, we shall merely drive him out. Luffy himself has already exceeded expectations. Moreover, it is commonly believed that the 7 warlords stand in opposition to the 4 emperors, with both factions regarded as invincible figures among the populace." Upon Crocodile's arrival in the Grand Line, he encountered the formidable trio known as the 7 warlords. Much to his astonishment, the 7 warlords, "I shall not cower before them any longer," exclaimed the enthusiastic demon, Akin. Cage also observed the specter of Akin, lost in nostalgia. Akin, in his own right, was formidable. It was merely the inadequacy of the former captain and an encounter with Hawkeye that had hindered him. He had once been capable of overpowering Sanji through sheer basic attacks. The 7 warlords, Jinbei and the fishman Shank, reminisced about their dear friend, whom they had not seen in quite some time. Cage chuckled, teasing Mr. 9 about how he had driven Crocodile out of Alabasta. "You seem to hold quite a deep affection for your partner. How did you come to know this?" Kage interrupted his inquiry, responding, "Do not ask. I will not divulge how I came to know. What I shall reveal is this. I can acquiesce to the first request. As for the second condition, does not Princess Vivi already have the Straw Hat crew? Why would we need to join forces? The Straw Hat crew is formidable. Yet Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords, and I remain uncertain. However, with your group involved, perhaps we could fulfill the second request as well. I can agree. But you must offer something enticing or significant to sway me." The leader of Baroque Works is Crocodile, also known as Mr. Zero. His partner, Miss All Sunday, is the archaeologist Nico Robin. Their objective is to uncover something from the history of Alabasta. You seem quite knowledgeable. Is there more you wish to share? Aside from my partner's interest in Nico Robin, I have also observed Miss Golden Week covertly watching her. My intuition suggests that Miss Golden Week might be an archaeologist as well. Congratulations, Mr. 9. You are quite the professional. I have agreed to both requests. Kage did not anticipate such unexpected gains. He originally thought Mr. 9 was merely resilient, but did not realize his exceptional investigative skills. It is no wonder he is partnered with Princess Vivi. Indeed, like attracts like. The possibility that Miss Golden Week, Mr. 3's partner, might be an archaeologist is quite the delightful surprise. Kage instructed Akin to release the assassins on the island, leading them to the seaside. The first request was exceedingly simple. He tasked someone with catching a large fish from the ocean. It was rather peculiar that Whiskey Peak was lacking in food. One would think that in the Grand Line, marine life would be abundant, though not as plentiful as the sea kings found in the Calm Belt. Sizable creatures could still be found in considerable numbers. The real challenge of the Grand Line lay not only in its capricious weather but also in the numerous sea monsters that attacked ships. Given the capabilities of the island's crew, with just a bit of time, they should have been able to capture smaller fish rather than aiming for the larger ones. Yet, they remained impractical, fixating instead on a colossal fish measuring several hundred meters. Kage was astounded. This seemed to be a characteristic of the pirate world, individuals with exaggerated traits, possessing great knowledge in certain areas while remaining utterly ignorant in others, with a natural barrier separating them from everyday life. Shanks nodded and plunged into the sea, soon surfacing with a remarkably large fish. The ocean erupted with a tremendous commotion as a water column surged skyward, creating a spectacular splash. A fish over 30 meters in length emerged from the depths. The islanders marveled at the prowess of the fishman Shanks, astonished that such a formidable pirate bore no bounty. But the spectacle was not yet over. The blood from the great fish began to seep into the water, attracting other creatures. A massive sea crocodile surfaced. Drawn by the scent of blood, eager for a free meal, its gaping maw poised to seize the floating fish. Since it had arrived, it could serve as a gift. Kage, transformed into a dragon man, expelled a frost breath, gradually encasing the massive crocodile in ice, transforming it into a frozen sculpture that floated to the surface. Truly, he was worthy of a bounty of 20 million berries. Such a pirate was undoubtedly a devil fruit user, comparable to the top 5 members of the studio. Mr. Monday exclaimed in awe. No, he is even stronger, Mr. 9 added, expressing not only concern for Kage's formidable strength but also for his cunning intelligence. This man was unervingly calm, exhibiting a terrifying mastery over the situation. By fulfilling his request, he simultaneously showcased his own power, achieving 2 objectives at once. I have completed my request. You should hasten to deal with it. I mentioned assisting you in procuring food, but I did not agree to help you with the transportation of the ingredients. Cage interrupted the astonished inhabitants of the island, urging them to swiftly attend to the 2 enormous beasts, for they contained hundreds of tons of meat, and any unforeseen mishap would not be his responsibility. While others managed the meat, Cage summoned Mr. 9, Mr. Monday, and another to the Zhuanggong for a half-hour of clandestine plotting. The trio descended from the ship with 3 boxes, 2 filled with treasures and 1 containing blueprints for weapons and other items. They gazed at the slowly retreating flying dragon pirates, exclaiming, "We have allied ourselves with an extraordinary entity. You need not sever ties with the Baroque works for the time being, but you must immediately cease that ridiculous assassination pirate endeavor. Allow the island to revert to its status as a pirate haven, and operate shops discreetly like ordinary civilians, establishing a small arms factory. Remember, I do not require your complete subjugation. I only seek those subordinates you can command. Do you comprehend, Mr. Nine and Miss Monday?" Chapter 29. The astonishing identities of the captain and first mate due to the complications that arose within the team this evening. There would be no shifts on board as usual. Instead, apart from Sart, who lay injured in his quarters, the others were summoned to the deck for an all-night meeting. Dean had sustained minor injuries, and although he had been shot, he was fortunate not to have suffered severe damage. After a bandaging, he was still capable of moving normally. The forthcoming discussion was of significant importance, and Captain Cage insisted on his participation. Now that external matters have been settled, it is time to address our own issues. Allow me to begin. Firstly, I acknowledge my oversight. I had long recognized the troubles on Whiskey Peak Island. My departure was intentional, designed to test your adaptability in facing the island's assassins. However, my visit to the shopkeeper, Risen, was to investigate the past of my master, Nagley. Thus, the first fault lies with me. The demon, Akin, was also intrigued about the master capable of producing a figure like Cage, pondering aloud the familiarity of the name Nagley. Was he not a legendary pirate? No, that name does not belong among the current legends of piracy. Cage responded to Akin regarding my master Nagley's past, which I do not comprehend well, as he seldom speaks of it. The only knowledge I possess is that he once led a fleet to challenge the Pirate King, Gold, Roger's crew, but met with failure on several occasions. Akin, experiencing an epiphany, tapped his forehead. Ah, so it is him. He was quite a renowned pirate over a decade ago. However, after his defeat by the Pirate King Roger, it is said that his crew disbanded, and he vanished from sight, his name rarely mentioned thereafter. At that time, rumors circulated that he had been killed by those aboard Roger's ship, while others claimed he succumbed to illness after being injured. Little did they know he still lives, having returned to the East Blue to live in seclusion. Cage did not linger on the topic of his master, Nagri, but rather returned to the matter at hand, addressing the issues within the team. He had already articulated his own concerns, and now it was time to tackle the predicament involving the trio who had fainted. Jack, why don't you begin? I am eager to hear your thoughts one by one. The optimistic Jack, still slightly lightheaded, did not dwell on past mistakes but expressed his disappointment, stating, "I had assumed that everyone on the island was genuine, united by a shared passion for adventure, believing we were all kindred spirits. I never anticipated that they would be deceivers and murderers. This first island of the Grand Line has truly opened my eyes." The captain then turned to Carmen's 2 assistants. Addressing them with a reproachful tone, "It appears you have failed in your duty to safeguard Carmen this time." He reminded them of the gravity of their oversight. Those chefs praised Miss Carmen's culinary skills so extravagantly that we were led to believe they were her fans and admirers, only to discover they were deceiving us. Carmen exclaimed, "Did you not notice the excessive proportion of alcohol mixed into the food and drinks? Were my signals so subtle that you failed to perceive them?" The 2 remained remorseful, realizing the significant blind spot they had overlooked, unable to protect their mistress while their companion succumbed to unconsciousness during the battle. After listening to the confessions of the 3, Kaiga discerned the crux of the issue. Jack's overly amiable nature left him naive towards strangers. Bibin, embarking on his first voyage, lacked worldly experience. Hank and Deddy had become so fixated on their lives revolving around Carmen that it had rendered them vulnerable to exploitation by adversaries. It appeared imperative to rigorously train his crew. In truth, the recent injury sustained by Sate was not a fault of yours, based on your accounts. It seems the enemy seized an opportune moment. It was merely a coincidence that Sate was ambushed while alone. Among those attackers, there must have been individuals possessing the rumored observation haki, likely innate or derived from devil fruit abilities rather than cultivated through trainings. So do not be too harsh on yourselves. Even Sate's close friend Jinbei possesses this haki. Shank was aware of and concerned about haki, as the most significant disparity between him and his closest friend lay in this skill. His inability to master haki had exacerbated the gap between them. Now, the crux of the matter unfolds, Kaiga continued. Regarding the assassination orchestrated by the CP organization, you might speculate about Sate's lineage. Allow me to elaborate. Sate hails from a merchant family in the East Sea. During a gathering aboard a ship in his youth, a calamity struck, placing their vessel in the path of the Celestial Dragon's fleet. As you can imagine, that ship was ultimately obliterated by the artillery of the Celestial Dragons and the Navy, resulting in the demise of all aboard save for Sate and his father. Consequently, their family was reduced to just the 2 of them. Eventually, his father departed the East Sea to become a member of an underground military faction, presumably rising to a leadership position. Hence, this is the reason behind his assassination by the CP organization. Your Vice Captain Sate is the son of an underground military officer. The group was taken aback by Sate's tragic background, their hearts aching for his misfortunes, as the cruelty of the Celestial Dragons remained unabated. Upon Sate's return from Rowtown, he appeared somewhat sullen. Gade, were you with him at that time? What do you know? Kaiga inquired, turning to Gade, who had known Sate since childhood. The navigator Gade, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth about Sate's father, recounted their encounter with the underground military leader, Dragon, Doflamingo, in Roguetown. Gade, you truly encountered Dragon. The most notorious criminal, the man the world government deems the most dangerous. The group gasped in disbelief at Gade's ordeal in Roguetown. Sate's father is deceased. How could he not confide in me? Cage did not pay much attention to Long's presence. Instead, he became momentarily fierce upon hearing of Sartre's father's demise, clenching his fists and striking the wall in frustration. Why must the world be so cruel? Upon learning of Sartre's lineage and tribulations, the ship's doctor, Xianhu, spoke up. Now, another severely ill patient had emerged. Not only were there physical injuries, but also emotional scars, complicating matters further. Elder Xian, we must implore you to intervene. In the face of Dr. Xianhu, Cage held a certain respect. The affair concerning Sartre could only be managed by Elder Xian, for his status was beyond reproach. Elder Xian understood Cage's intent. He was aware of Cage's standing and sighed, saying, You too, very well, I shall prepare some meat porridge. With that, he retreated to his quarters to ready himself for a visit to the kitchen. It inquired, Captain Cage, having lived alongside Sartre for so long, wouldn't it be more fitting for you to offer him comfort? Kitch responded with a bitter smile, My background is unsuitable. I will return to my room to fetch something before I explain further. He reappeared before the group, producing a box, inputting a code, and retrieving garments from within. The child-sized spacesuit spoke volumes about his identity, for only one kind of person would don such attire, a celestial dragon. Indeed, I am the offspring of a celestial dragon, ambushed by unknown assailants many years ago during my voyage on the Grand Line. I lost my memory at sea until my master, Nagley, rescued me and raised me in the East Blue, which is why I sought to understand the circumstances alongside Manager Lyson on Whiskey Peak Island. Upon finishing his words, an astounded silence enveloped the room for 10 seconds before an eruption of reactions ensued. Captain, you are a celestial dragon. Gade could hardly fathom that Captain Kitch hailed from such a lineage. It was no wonder he refrained from advising Sart. You are a celestial dragon. No wonder your tongue is so sharp. Chef Carmen, taken aback, found her questions alleviated. Celestial dragons live in unparalleled luxury, which includes the finest chefs in cuisine. She had encountered numerous top culinary masters who had served celestial dragons. Fisherman Shank was equally astonished by Kitch's identity, a status that even the royal family of Fishman Island approached with utmost caution. He had once witnessed firsthand the profound influence of a celestial dragon status when the royal guard hosted them. The group soon recognized a significant dilemma. The captain was the son of a celestial dragon, while the first mate was the son of an underground military figure, meaning our captain and first mate were natural adversaries. Chapter 30. Feeling small as normal, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the first half, the group received an overwhelming amount of information, necessitating time to digest it. However, the latter half was no more tranquil, as some required more shocking treatment to dispel their gloom. Sart, how's your health? I'm coming in, came the voice of the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, knocking on Sart's door, interrupting Sart's contemplations on his sickbed. Oh, Xuanhu, please come in. I'm feeling much better now. Sart, who had been lying down, propped himself up a bit to appear more alert, smiling in response to Xuanhu. That's good to hear. Xuanhu entered with a bowl of minced meat porridge, adjusting the table beside the sickbed before placing the porridge on it. He continued, This bed was something I requested you to help make. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon. It has even been moved to my room yet. You're the first to try it out. Just so you know, if the customer experience isn't satisfactory, I want accept it. Sart chuckled at Xuanhu's humor. Yet he currently lacked the appetite to touch the bowl of porridge. I'm not hungry. Xuanhu took a chair beside Sart's sickbed, grasping one of Sart's hands to check his pulse. No way. Patients need to replenish their nutrition. You must eat. Xuanhu was quite insistent. How could a patient disregard the doctor's orders? Noticing Sart still hadn't touched the porridge, he continued, The world is vast, and the strong are numerous. It is entirely normal to feel small, to feel that growth is slow, and that your goals seem distant. You bear deep-seated grievances, and if your body is not well, how can you strengthen yourself? Xuanhu, how do you know? Sart inquired. The captain and Gade informed me about your condition. Your pulse also indicates a low spirit and impatience. Considering your background, that is quite understandable. The captain fears that excessive worry will harm you, so he asked me to provide some therapeutic conversation to alleviate your condition before it becomes irreparable. As Xuanhu spoke, he nudged the bowl of porridge closer to Sart. As you eat, I will tell you that I am not from this world. Sart, holding the porridge, was taken aback, his mouth agape. Don't be so surprised. In fact, your Captain Kitch is also from another world. Otherwise, how could someone like him emerge from the environment of celestial dragons in your world? These are our secrets and should not be shared with others, lest you find yourself in peril without understanding how it came to be. Sart recalled Xuanhu's expertise in medicine and poison, promptly assuring, I understand. I will keep it to myself. Hearing Sart's promise, Xuanhu continued, Unlike the East Sea, which is the weakest ocean in your world, in mine, the East Sea is the mightiest. I am a prince from the strongest nation by the East Sea, and my real name is Changgong Xuanhu. The name Dodo, Xuanhu, was bestowed upon me. In that realm, my three imperial brothers vied for the throne, currying favor with ministers, even colluding with foreign powers to form their own factions. Compared to them, I was weak. However, I discovered evidence of their treason. I informed my father of my brother's collusion with foreign forces to betray our nation, and through cunning, I turned the tables, defeating them against the odds, and was declared the crown prince. Sart, do you think I won? That should be a victory, right? Not at all. If I had succeeded, I would merely have become an ordinary monarch, not a healer. At the time, I foolishly believed I had triumphed, aspiring to restore the waning power of my nation and revive the mightiest empire. Yet, I overlooked the fact that their coalition was formidable, capable of enlisting more eunuchs. How could they easily concede? Overnight, my brothers, through eunuchs and maidens, poisoned my father and annihilated my forces, leaving me crippled by severing the tendons in my hands and feet, casting me at the scene of my father's death, a twofold victory for them. They ultimately ascended as emperor and prince, while I became a paralyzed prisoner. Xuanhu paused to comfort Sart. Thus, feeling small is nothing to be ashamed of. Achievements gained while unaware of one's own frailty are but castles in the air, easily shattered by a mere touch. I am not advising you to give up, but rather to keep your feet firmly planted on the ground. Do not aspire for instant success, for weakness makes such ambition futile. Oh, don't just say oh. Be resolute. You must not give up, understood? Xuanhu playfully tapped Sart on the head. Sart finished the porridge, set the bowl down, and straightened up, declaring, I will not give up. That's more like it, Xuanhu continued. Why should you not give up? Because those who remain aloof from the struggles of the common people will only lead the world towards a tragic fate. They must be brought down from their lofty perches. After my three brothers seized the throne, they merely played with power, indulging in pleasures, and in just 5 years, the nation fell into despair, with constant uprisings. Ultimately, in the 5th year, in a bid to suppress the rebellions, they even sold off territory, leading the nation to ruin and leaving the people in a state of utter misery. Do you understand? Scoundrels must be ousted, those unworthy of their positions. Upon hearing this, Sart felt a significant weight lifted from his heart, his spirits considerably brightened. And then, he pressed. Xuanhu replied, later, in that 5th year, as the uprisings weakened my guards. It was a handful of my loyal subordinates who rescued me, using miraculous herbs to heal my limbs. At that time, I was even more sentimental than you, languishing in despair for several months. However, upon witnessing the devastation of my homeland, where mountains and rivers lay in ruins and the populace suffered, those personal grievances seemed trivial. I reassessed myself. Once, I was merely a general with a few hundred soldiers and several wandering heroes, acquainted with a couple of officials and several palace maids. Yet in the end, only a handful of those wandering heroes remained after the slaughter. Thus, I commenced my journey from the grassroots, learning medicine to heal my own ailing body, acquiring agricultural skills from farmers, and delving into literature and history. I engaged with merchants and officials, discerning the intricate dynamics between academia, governance, and commerce. Meanwhile, I devoted myself to mastering martial arts and military strategy, training rigorously. I essentially started from scratch, traversing the country for a decade, and ultimately, I unified the nation, reinstating governance, rectifying bureaucratic practices, and forging new paths for reform. However, after 10 years, my body could no longer withstand the strain, and I took the opportunity to abdicate in favor of my son. I retreated to the East Sea to recuperate, immersing myself in the study of Western medicine and technologies from the Eastern and Southern maritime nations, authoring books, and restoring my health over several decades. Thus, Xuanhu, you remain an emperor, a grand imperial figure. Sartre exclaimed with surprise and excitement, marveling that aboard the ship, besides Captain Kaichi, there was also an emperor. Indeed. There is no need for such astonishment. It is nothing extraordinary. In my later years, I studied the Tao and the intricate arts of yin and yang. And even at over 100 years of age, people referred to me as an immortal, beseeching me for elixirs of immortality. Well, I have shared quite a bit tonight. To conclude, always bear in mind that great endeavors require steadfastness and patience. Do not fear being small, for no one begins with strength. Rest well tonight. We shall change your bandages again tomorrow. Xuanhu collected the bowl and tidied the bedside table, preparing to return to his room. Thank you, Xuanhu. Sartre expressed his gratitude for the conversation, settling comfortably. Xuanhu smiled, gently closing the door, adding softly before it shut, "This is our secret." Chapter 31. Intensive training. A sleepless night was merely a minor inconvenience for the Flying Dragon pirates. The entire crew showed no signs of fatigue. In the morning, the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, diligently changed Sartre's bandages and examined his wounds. It appeared to be a tranquil day, yet the Grand Line was never a gentle lamb, but rather a fierce beast. What began as clear weather suddenly turned to rain, with droplets increasing in size from the tip of a pin to that of pebbles. As Kaichi stood beneath the shower of pebble-sized raindrops, he found it quite refreshing. A workout for his physical form was indeed welcome. With the iron block defensive technique activated, he remained steadfast against the rain of minuscule droplets, which could more accurately be described as striking him. Seizing the opportunity for training, he stood resolute. However, the raindrops began to swell, transforming into the size of fists, then into that of buckets, and ultimately, they descended upon him with the magnitude of vessels. Fortunately, As the droplets increased in size, they became more sparse, allowing for some leeway to evade. The helmsman, Jack, skillfully maneuvered the ship, deftly avoiding the colossal raindrops. Though he managed to evade them, the impact of these ship-sized droplets upon the ocean's surface stirred up tumultuous waves. The Wangong vessel swayed amidst the surging waters. With Jack steering with precision while Shanka and Akin expertly handled the sails, preventing the ship from capsizing due to excessive rocking. After a few minutes, the rain ceased. Moments later, silence enveloped the scene, leading Kaichi and his companions to believe the ordeal was over. However, the raindrops had merely ceased, giving way to the onslaught of massive hailstones. The rain had already churned the sea into a frenzy, and the arrival of these gigantic hailstones was even more terrifying. Crashing upon the waves with explosive force, it was imperative to shatter the hailstones nearby the ship. Otherwise, whether they struck the vessel or the surrounding waters, they would inflict significant damage upon the Zhuanggang. Xianlao, take over the sails. Akin, Shanka, destroy the hailstones above the ship, commanded Kaichi as he exited the iron block state. The three leaped into the air, ready to unleash their dragon fist, chaotic strikes. Kek did not utilize the devil fruit. Rather, he relied solely on his physical prowess, unleashing a flurry of punches that shattered the colossal hailstone into tiny fragments. With a single blow, Shank cracked the massive hailstone, causing it to splinter into several smaller ice chunks that hurtled away like cannonballs. Akin executed his ultimate technique, the whirlwind smash, using his spinning mace to obliterate the hailstones, creating gusts of wind that further reduced the ice into finer pieces. The trio successfully annihilated the giant hail and returned to the deck. They had finally navigated through the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, which lived up to its formidable reputation. Thankfully, the ordeal was brief. Gade was left shaken. This unexpected weather bore no signs and contradicted all previous meteorological knowledge. The sea calmed once more. Hooray! We've passed yet another trial. Indeed, the Grand Line is exhilarating. I eagerly await the next island. Jack exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Breakfast is ready. Time to eat, called out Chef Carmen. Let us have breakfast first. We'll clean the deck afterward, Keck remarked as he arranged the tables and chairs. Hank and Debuty brought the food forth, while Carmen served a pot of meat stew. To everyone's surprise, there was a greater abundance of meat than before. I requested the chef to prepare extra meat. Everyone should eat well, as we have a training task later to bolster our strength. Carmen, Hank, and Debuty, you must eat heartily as well, Keck reminded them. After breakfast, cleaning the deck took merely an hour, as long as the ship sailed steadily in the direction indicated by the compass. The remaining time was meant for the crew's leisure activities. However, due to the Whiskey Peak exposing their team's flaws, they needed to amend their shortcomings. The deck of the Zhuanggang had 3 areas. The bow was somewhat cramped and unsuitable for training, while the midsection and stern offered ample space. Consequently, the Flying Dragon pirates divided into 2 groups, one led by Keck and the other by Xuanhu, accompanied by Carmen and her 2 bodyguards, Hank and Debuty, for training at the stern of the ship. At the stern of the Zhuanggang, the elder Xuanhu presented 4 items, a machete, a chef's knife, an iron spoon, and an iron pot. Carmen, Hank, Debuty, let me state this clearly. The techniques I will teach you can be utilized, but must not be disclosed to others. Otherwise, it may lead to trouble, he warned. Understood, replied the trio. Hearing their response, Xuanhu continued, Now, I shall impart to you the methods and techniques practiced by the cooks of my homeland's army. They are simple enough that each soldier is only equipped with these 4 tools to prepare meals for the entire battalion, and when necessary, to fight on the front lines. Thus, this is a culinary combat skill set, a method of mutual enhancement through practice. First, the machete, primarily used for chopping wood in the mountains, is associated with the technique called wind sweeping the forest. Second, the chef's knife, back in my homeland, we only use this single knife to process all kinds of ingredients. It can slice, smash, and chop a myriad of vegetables and meats. The experienced chefs, with their peculiar sense of humor, named it returning to the valley. Third, the spoon. Once you learn its usage, you will realize how effective it is as a weapon, accompanied by the technique known as divine spoon art. Lastly, the iron pot, which soldiers carry on their backs during marches and battles, resembling a turtle shell, is tied to the technique called turtle shell mystique, since we only have one of each item. You must practice at staggered times. I will first demonstrate wind sweeping the forest to you, Hank. Debuty. You will temporarily be unable to meet the conditions for turtle shell mystique, so I will fill the pot with soil and stones and practice flipping it. You need to master flipping the pot with one hand without spilling its contents to reach the foundational level for training, he explained. Very well. You will teach the returning to the valley knife technique to them afterward, Xuanhu remarked, astonished by Carmen's talent as she grasped the essence of the technique after just one demonstration. The returning to the valley technique comprises 2 parts, the kitchen work and the external skill of breaking down large items, with the latter requiring practical application. Next, I will teach you the divine spoon art. The power of the spoon far exceeds that of a frying pan. Its circular shape allows for greater concentration of force, resulting in deeper and heavier damage, Xuanhu concluded after demonstrating the technique to Carmen. Meanwhile, Debuty, weary from flipping the pot, paused momentarily. Your core is a bit weak. Take this opportunity to train more. Your physique is commendable, and with proper training, you will possess a robust build. Unfortunately, we lack special sand for training. Flipping the pot with hot sand could also serve as a means to condition your hands for heat resistance, laying the groundwork for a formidable iron grip. Xuanhu approached Debuty to offer encouragement. Debuty, drenched in cold sweat, reflected on the harshness of their training, pondering the life in Xuanhu's homeland, where even during rest periods, they relentlessly pursued improvement. Though he grumbled, he resumed flipping the pot after a brief respite. I will conclude my demonstration here. You have time to practice the techniques at your own pace. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. I must emphasize once more, strive to absorb and adapt these techniques as your own. Do not use them directly in front of outsiders. In the 32nd chapter, Xuanhu led the trio of chefs in training at the stern, while Gabe practiced health-preserving exercises, the 5 animal play and Tai Chi, at the bow. He awaited the ship's doctor to conclude the restorative phase of his treatment, ensuring his body was fit before attempting the 6 styles. Sate, still recovering from injury, remained at the bow, observing. On the central deck of the Zhuang gang, Keck stood with the remaining crew members. The 6 styles. I provided you with this information quite some time ago, and you have all reviewed it. Focus on practicing 1 or 2 styles that cater to your individual needs. I do not recommend attempting to master all of them, as that would lead to a lack of depth. The training in the 6 styles requires significant physical strength and control over one's body. Once you have achieved the necessary physical conditioning and mastery over your body, the practice of the 6 styles will become comparatively straightforward. Kage stood before the crowd, elucidating his insights on the 6 styles, hoping they would prove beneficial. The foundation of the 6 styles is the return of life, which holds paramount importance. Its significance lies in the myriad advantages it offers. The practice of the return of life deepens one's mastery over the body while simultaneously enhancing physical strength. However, it does come with a notable drawback, an increased consumption of food. Hence, as Sartre and Jack cultivate the return of life, their bodies will correspondingly grow stronger, making the practice of the 6 styles considerably more effective. Another limitation is that those with frail health cannot engage in this practice, as the return of life induces a state of flowing life energy. For the weak, attempting this could exacerbate their ailments, for instance. Gady's life energy is akin to a feeble flame, easily extinguished with the slightest disturbance, rendering him unsuitable for this training at present. The first recommended technique is the iron block, which involves mastering the outer layers of one's body, coalescing tissues and cells into a protective layer as resilient as steel. The drawback is that, in this state, one cannot move, and it only pertains to the superficial layers, leaving the internal muscles and organs unexercised and vulnerable to injury in combat. Despite its numerous disadvantages, it is recommended due to its relative simplicity and training within the 6 styles, with many drawbacks emerging primarily in life and death confrontations. Therefore, I do not advise using it in mortal combat. It may be employed during routine sparring, as it is fundamentally a military technique designed for soldiers to hone their skills and accumulate combat experience. Currently, as you engage in training, it is undeniable that practicing this technique can fortify your external defenses. Although the results may be gradual, they will accumulate over time. For instance, I utilize it to nurture my scales, as my usual transformation into a dragon involves reinforcing my armor. Dean, as a dragon, I am uncertain of your suitability. I will explore this with you later to enable your training. The second technique is shave, which allows for instantaneous multi-step movements, achieving distances of several meters or even over 10 meters in mere seconds, akin to teleportation from an ordinary person's perspective. Those who perceive their movement speed as lacking may benefit from this training. The third technique is moonwalk, which requires generating air currents beneath one's feet to facilitate movement through the air. Considering Shank's Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, which are quite comprehensive, I can only recommend that you practice this technique if you seek aerial capabilities. The fourth technique, gale kick or gale slash, involves delivering kicks that create wind blades, thereby extending the reach of one's attacks. Therefore, those who feel deficient in long-range offensive capabilities may find this training advantageous. It is crucial to note that gale slash, like moonwalk, demands a higher proficiency of the feet than shave. Hence, one should master shave before progressing to moonwalk and gale slash. The fifth and sixth techniques are finger gun and paper drawing, both of which I refer to as specialized skills. I do not recommend these for general practice. What I mean is that these techniques are suited for individuals with particular talents. Those lacking such attributes should refrain from attempting them. For example, finger gun is appropriate for those with animal-type abilities that utilize claw attacks, like myself, as dragon claw attacks are inherently my post-transformation offensive method. Practicing this technique naturally enhances attack strength, making it quite fitting. Conversely, paper drawing is best suited for individuals with a light and exceptionally flexible physique. For the average person, training in this technique would be a futile endeavor, yielding minimal results and an exceedingly low cost-benefit ratio. Consider this: if an ordinary person can only train their frail fingertips to create a small hole in a wall, then dedicating that time to mastering punches, kicks, and weapons would allow them to effortlessly devise techniques capable of demolishing an entire wall. Paper drawing is even more impractical. Investing time in it yields only evasive maneuvers, and these are limited to close proximity, often requiring one to brush against the enemy's attacks. If the enemy employs any area of effect moves, the effort would be wasted entirely. Thus, it would be far more prudent to devote that time to practicing running and jumping, which would enhance one's agility. In summary, these are my insights on the 6 styles. Assess your own circumstances for practice, and feel free to inquire should you have any questions. Kaichi spoke until his throat was parched, finally pausing to sip some water after delivering an extensive monologue. To everyone's surprise, it was Shanku who spoke first. He remarked that he could not utilize the 6 methods of cultivation, adding that he had also attempted to practice the moon-cutting step, but to no avail. Kaichi requested Shank to demonstrate his technique. Shank began to showcase his method of practicing the moon step. Initially, his movements were satisfactory. Yet Kaichi soon noticed an unsettling lack of coordination between Shank's left and right feet, and his posterior leg's exertion seemed erratic. Stop, that will suffice. I understand now. Kaichi remarked. Throughout your training in Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, have you ever experienced any discomfort while utilizing your legs? He inquired. No, Shank replied. Although Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu primarily engage the hands, they also involve the waist and legs, and everything feels perfectly normal. Kaichi shouted towards the stern of the ship. Elder Xian, are you ready over there? We need you to come here for a moment. Everything is going smoothly. I shall be there shortly. Replied Elder Xian as he descended the stairs. What seems to be the matter? He inquired. I find the way Shank is exerting force in his legs somewhat peculiar. Accompanied by an odd sense of discord, Kaichi remarked. Could you ascertain whether there is anything unusual about Shank's condition? The ship's doctor, Elder Xian, took Shank's pulse. This was his first experience examining the pulse of a fishman, but fortunately, the robust stature of the fishman made the vessels easier to locate. Have you previously suffered any injuries to your head? Are there any other issues with your body? Have you experienced any abnormalities throughout your life? Elder Xian inquired while checking the pulse. As a child, I was struck on the head twice by pirates and fishmen. I recovered afterward without any issues and have never fallen ill. The fishman doctor in the guard unit conducted a physical examination as well, and all was well, Shank replied. Elder Xian then examined Shank's head and neck, stating, Shank appears to be in good condition. The head may have a small blood clot pressing on the neural pathways responsible for balance, but it does not impede normal living, which is fortunate. Should treatment be necessary, we would need to conduct imaging, but we lack the equipment aboard. Very well, we shall seek out an island with the necessary apparatus for further examination, Kaichi responded. Shank felt everything was normal and paid it little mind. The daily grind of training was always fulfilling. The next island has arrived. Gate announced as he noticed the compass pointing to the island. The group halted their training, gazing towards the land. In the distance, they observed exotic flora and the wild roars of beasts, enveloped in an ancient atmosphere. They had arrived at the primordial island. Chapter 33, The Adventure of the Little Garden. Are there ghosts? The Zhuanggu ship slowly navigated through the river networks of the primordial island, seeking a suitable place to dock. This is the little garden mentioned in the texts. It is said to be home to ancient creatures. Indeed, what I just saw must have been a saber-toothed tiger. Judging by those 2 prominent canines, I have heard tales of giants dwelling here as well. I am eager to embark on an adventure immediately, Jack exclaimed, shouldering his bow and sword with enthusiasm. Noticing Jack's eagerness to set foot on the island, Kaichi asked, who wishes to go ashore? Raise your hand to sign up. We need someone to stay behind to watch the ship. I want to go hunting and adventuring. Jack was the first to raise his hand. The ship's doctor, Elder Xian, raised his hand as well. I wish to go ashore in search of medicinal herbs and timber. We too wish to explore the island for spices and ingredients. Chimed in the Carmen trio, raising their hands. We also wish to disembark for research purposes, Sate and Gate announced together. Sate's limbs were functioning normally, although his wounds had yet to heal and were still bandaged. As Kaichi observed, nearly everyone had raised their hands, except for Shank and the Memory Seahorse, who remained inactive. Shank, Memory Seahorse, are you not coming ashore? He inquired. I have no particular thoughts on it. I'll stay behind to watch the ship, Shank replied calmly. The Memory Seahorse nodded in agreement, as he could only remain away from the water for 3 hours and felt little desire for the land. Then Shank and the Memory Seahorse will stay to guard the ship, while the rest of us will go ashore, Kaichi declared. He then spoke to Carmen. Prepare some packed lunches. Certainly, I've already made arrangements, Carmen responded, clapping her hands. Hank and Deb pushed out 20 boxes with a small cart. This time on the island might take a while, so we need to take our own provisions. Each person took a box. And Kaichi reserved 2 for Shank and the Memory Seahorse, while the others stowed their boxes in their backpacks, with Kaichi sheepishly remarking, apologies, I tend to eat a lot. I suppose. The others were unconcerned and grabbed their gear as they ascended into the small garden. Carmen formed a group with 3 others, while Jack teamed up with the Red Dragon Dean, and Akin, Gade, and Sart formed another group, leaving Kaichi to venture alone. If you come across anything suitable, bring back some meat. Our provisions are running low, Carmen reminded the other groups. The leaders of the other small groups acknowledged her with understanding gestures. Alone on the Zhuanggu. Shank reflected on the captain and the ship's doctor's words. He realized that an injury from his childhood had never fully healed, and he had sustained brain damage. No wonder his friends and family sometimes commented on his unusual behavior. He had always thought it was merely his strength that caused such impressions. The Memory Seahorse moved cautiously, aware that he was alone with the fishman Shank, and kept his voice low to avoid startling him. fearing retaliation or being dealt with privately. Memory Seahorse. Do you intend to go into the river? Shank asked as he noticed the creature moving toward the ship's edge. The Memory Seahorse was startled by Shank's sudden appearance and broke into a cold sweat. Shank gently lifted him from the ground and approached the ship's railing. Memory Seahorse. I am not one to bear grudges. You need not worry about me. His words displayed the magnanimity of the fishman. The Memory Seahorse nodded in gratitude and leapt into the river to forage for food, as he was more accustomed to eating in the wild than consuming cooked meals or feed. In another part of the island, a stegosaurus spotted a kin, Gade, and Sart, fixating its gaze on them as its tail began to swing menacingly, easily capable of shattering a large tree. A dinosaur. This is a real dinosaur, Gade exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected the small garden to preserve such ancient life. No wonder there are so many ferns. The two scientists were thrilled to encounter a prehistoric creature. Yet they remained vigilant. The stegosaurus, a formidable representative of ancient fauna, was no laughing matter with its massive 5-meter frame. However, Akin's focus lay not on the creature's size but rather on its tail. You also wield a hammer, don't you? A hammer-wielding dinosaur? This could be quite the challenge. The stegosaurus turned sideways, extending its tail toward Akin. In response, Akin readied his hammer, poised for action. The stegosaurus initiated the attack, using its legs and tail in unison to strike swiftly at Akin. Akin leaped toward the dinosaur, and in an instant, the sound of impacts resonated as his hammer spun through the air. It seems my hammer is superior. You've lost, hammer-wielding dinosaur, Akin declared, concluding the battle with a flourish, his enigmatic smile remaining as he sheathed his weapon. The stegosaurus lay defeated, its tail shattered and adorned with several hammer imprints. Its breath extinguished. How could one contend with a dinosaur? Gade and Sart quipped, their jesting overshadowed by their admiration for Akin's prowess. There are so many plants here that I've never seen before, Schwanhu remarked as he swung his machete to clear a path while surveying the floor around him. He turned to Hank and Deb behind him. I'll lead the way. Just leave one person to defend our rear. Hank, you should join Carmen in foraging for ingredients and spices. Deb, that iron pot you're carrying is a formidable defense. It can protect against any beastly ambush. Why? Usually, we are the ones providing protection, they questioned, albeit complying with his request. Now that I'm here, the dynamics of our team have shifted. Your roles must adapt accordingly for maximum efficacy. It is crucial that you take this opportunity to learn and practice while you are still young. Standing idly while I'm present would be a waste. Trust that no harm will come, Schwanhu assured them. Suddenly, a tiger burst forth from the thicket. Lunging at the four. Deb, use the pot as a shield, Schwanhu commanded. Deb raised the pot defensively as the tiger's paw struck against it, causing him to stagger back slightly, his hands tingling from the impact. What incredible strength! It's truly a tiger. Carmen expressed concern as she prepared to confront the tiger, as the leader of their trio naturally took the front lines. However, Schwanhu stepped ahead of them, confronting the tiger directly. Carmen, let me handle this. A tiger holds great value for me. The tiger circled, eyeing Schwanhu, and when the distance was right, it lunged again. You reveal your weaknesses too readily. In an instant, wind swept through the trees as the machete met the tiger, splattering blood across the blade. This tiger was sizable if it were an ordinary one. Its head would have rolled, but it merely bore a wound. I hope the medicinal properties are stronger than that of a common tiger. Schwanhu wiped the blood from his machete and advised Carmen's group. One must adapt their skills to the situation. A creature like this tiger, with such fast exposure of its neck and belly, presents a clear opportunity to finish it with a single strike. Techniques are for practice. In battle, the fewer moves used, the better. The trio marveled at the sight of the decapitated tiger, now lying lifeless, realizing they had witnessed the formidable skills of their ship's doctor, a mere elder. Meanwhile, Jack appeared more carefree, soaring through the forest with Dean, occasionally landing atop trees to sample fruits or engaging in aerial contest with a 5-meter giant eagle. The eagle perceived them as challengers to its dominion of the skies, relentlessly attacking Jack and Dean. Dean struck the eagle with his tail and unleashed a fiery breath, while Jack fired arrows at its wings to prevent its escape. Ultimately, the eagle plummeted to the ground, its head charred. The duo landed to inspect their spoils, but a sudden wave of dizziness overcame Jack, causing him to collapse. Dean soon followed suit, both bewildered by the strange phenomenon. What just happened? Did you see anything? They exchanged glances, but as they stood, they fell again. Is it something invisible? Perhaps a ghost? Jack and Dean turned back to back, scanning their surroundings but finding nothing. Their next fall was more severe, landing headfirst. Ancient ghosts. There are ghosts in the small garden. They disregarded their pain, huddling together in fright before fleeing the scene, eager to inform the captain and crew. Meanwhile, Cage pondered his solitude, questioning whether Luffy and the others remained on the island, or if they had encountered Mr. 3. Suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared before him, drooling profusely. A T-Rex. Seeing such an ancient creature is truly an extraordinary experience. Chapter 34. The Flying Yof clan having successfully hunted their prey, the groups were on their way back when they fortuitously encountered one another along the path. Each had captured their own quarry. The three groups scrutinized each other's catches. Why not compare? Suggested one of them. The groups placed their Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ankylosaurus, and saber-toothed tiger side by side. Haha, as expected, my T. Rex is the largest. boasted Kaichi with pride. Though our ankylosaurus may not be the biggest as a herbivore, it possesses the finest meat quality, undoubtedly the most abundant, Gade and Satkop explained. Our tiger, remarked the ship's Dr. Schwanhu, is a treasure in its entirety. Though we are the smallest, our medicinal value is the highest. Hank and Deputy stepped forward, contesting the notion that size determined superiority. Carmen thought to herself how amusing it was that even their bodyguards were so fervently engaged in this debate, exasperated by the men's competitive spirit. As the three groups prepared to argue their points, Jack and Deeth returned, breathlessly exclaiming, "There's a ghost! A ghost!" Dean, in his panic, forgot to fly and ran back alongside Jack. A ghost? A spirit? Is there such a thing in the small garden? Kaichi stepped forward and inquired, "What specter? Why are you two so flustered? Have you encountered something?" "The invisible specter," they exclaimed. "It is said to be an ancient vengeful spirit existing for millions of years. Its malice unresolved. It attacks any living being it encounters, yet those beings cannot see or touch it." As they animatedly recounted their tale, they described how they had initially hunted a magnificent giant eagle, only to be inexplicably thwarted multiple times, without catching sight of anything, and ultimately returned empty-handed. Invisible ancient vengeful spirits, what nonsense. After all this, it turns out that your only weakness is a fear of ghosts. Kaichi pondered that ghosts and spirits, though somewhat translucent, are indeed visible. The melancholic specter and the ethereal essence of Brooke's soul are both perceptible to the eye. Kaichi was equally perplexed and decided to investigate the scene for any clues. He said, "Dean, take me back to that location. I wish to discern what transpired." Dean felt apprehensive, yet he found solace in the captain's presence. Leading the way, Dean proceeded while Kaichi followed closely behind, arriving at the place where they had inexplicably fallen. The carcass of the colossal eagle still lay there, indicating it was not there to seize its prey. Kage meticulously examined the subtle traces left behind, and indeed, he discerned a few faint signs. Dean, the red dragon, anxiously surveyed their surroundings and inquired of the captain whether he had made any discoveries. "Is it a specter?" he asked. "Indeed, there are traces of a giant eagle's carcass, indicative of a diminutive creature, not a ghost," Kage affirmed with a clap of his hands. Realizing it was merely a small creature, Dean exhaled in relief. Although he had not seen any creature himself, the captain's words instilled unwavering confidence. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, causing Kage and Dean to brace themselves for another fall. Such a terrifying strength. However, Kage was prepared, striking the ground with his palm. Utilizing the moon-cutting step and the 6 techniques, he swiftly ascended into the air, catching sight of the silhouettes of those creatures. Initially, he had assumed they were peculiar insects or perhaps a swarm of bugs. Upon glimpsing the small figures, he recognized his error. He had not anticipated the existence of a diminutive humanoid race within this grand realm of the small garden, a race marked by both strength and agility. "Come forth, little folk. I have discovered your presence," Kage called out from above, addressing the thicket. "Dragonkind, what is your purpose in seeking us?" A middle-aged figure emerged from the foliage, leading a group of 6. Kage ultimately discerned the true nature of the winged little folk, distinct from the tailed little folk of Dressrosa. "It is indeed a matter I ought to inquire of you. Why did you unjustly assault me and my crew?" Kage took the initiative to confront them. For the fault lay with the adversary, and one must not appear diminished in spirit. A rather impetuous young male elf stepped forth to respond, claiming that your crew's raucous shouting in the woods had disturbed us, prompting our need for a mild reprimand. Furthermore, your crew's audacity in referring to us, the noble Iof clan, as specters is utterly outrageous. Given Jack's temperament, Kage found this behavior unsurprising. As for the subsequent events, they stemmed from a misunderstanding. The absurdity of your little folk's physique, though diminutive, it possesses remarkable strength, capable of lifting several hundred times its own weight, and moves with astonishing speed, akin to a razor's edge. This swiftness is merely their everyday pace, leaving ordinary human eyesight unable to keep pace, thus rendering them seemingly invisible. Kage, of course, merely contemplated these thoughts internally. He could not possibly voice them aloud. Instead, he clarified, "This is a misunderstanding. We were unaware of your lineage, the Iof Salamander." One among them was reminded that they should not casually disclose their clan's name in front of outsiders. The leader, a middle-aged gnome, brandished his firearm with gravity. It was a weapon from the pirate world, featuring a sharp, elongated, hammer-shaped tip. "I beg your pardon, Elder Rude." Salamander retreated behind the elder. Elder Rude then stepped forward and declared, "Blue Dragon, let us engage in a contest. Should your prowess earn our respect, we shall lay this misunderstanding to rest." Observing Elder Rude's readiness for battle, the other gnomes stepped aside. Kage comprehended that the Blue Dragon Rudd spoke of referred to himself, and thus he prepared for battle. The cunning elder of the Goblin clan, swift as the wind, charged forth, thrusting a long spear towards Kage. The spearhead emanated a fierce flame, advancing ominously. The Frost Dragon Fist, a direct strike, extinguished the fire, yet it could not halt the unstoppable spear. The spearhead collided violently with the Dragon Fist, two formidable forces clashing fiercely. For several seconds, they remained locked in a stalemate, yet the tempest generated by their struggle ravaged the surrounding flora, causing flocks of birds and swarms of insects to flee in alarm. Although the stalemate endured for a brief moment, the outcome was destined to be revealed. Alas, it was defeat that awaited. Cage was hurled backwards, crashing against the trunk of a tree, which promptly toppled over. Captain Cage. Dean rushed forward to move the fallen trunk aside. I'm fine, Dean. Cage sprang to his feet, brushing off the leaves and dust from his attire. Showing no signs of injury, the resilience of a dragon's physique was not to be underestimated, though he had indeed lost the contest. Elder Rude stood before him. A formidable opponent, and Cage was acutely aware that he had not exerted his full strength. It was merely a test. And he was surprised to discover that an elder of the Yof clan possessed the combat prowess equivalent to a vice-admiral, far surpassing that of the Dongtada clan's foundation. Elder Rude had initially anticipated a fierce battle, yet he refrained from further aggression, instead contemplating the frost that clung to him, murmuring to himself, Frost. The ancestor Amika foretold of the hill. He had assumed Cage to be merely an ordinary blue dragon. Elder Rude's demeanor towards Cage shifted to one of respect. I am Elder Zig Rude of the Yof clan. I have yet to learn your esteemed name. Cage, captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates. Wielder of the Frost Giant Dragon Fruit. Although Cage found Elder Rude's change in attitude curious, he responded with clarity, ensuring that the Yof clan did not mistake him for another. Your Excellency Cage, your identity holds great significance for our Yof clan. May I be so bold as to request a demonstration of your dragon transformation? The transformation of the Frost Dragon has incurred no losses while simultaneously garnering the favor of the diminutive If tribe, fulfilling the amicable request of the If clan. The majestic form of the Frost Dragon was fully revealed before the If tribe, after a period of rejuvenating sustenance. The Frost Dragon had caught up to the leader of the Red Dragons, now within a mere 20 meters. Its colossal body, adorned with azure scales, emanated an unsettling chill. With icy gusts escaping its maw, especially marked by the unwavering aura of its regal head, it stood as the sovereign of the frost-laden realm, an undisputed monarch over all ice and snow creatures. Indeed, it was Air, the legendary Air, an eternal friend to the If tribe and an ally of their ancestor, Emika. The members of the If tribe engaged in spirited discussion. Chapter 35, Villanor Salamanda, Sylph, Ventini, Gnome, and Faraday approached to pay their respects to Lord Kaiga. Elder Rude introduced these individuals to Kaiga. Salamanda, characterized by an impatient demeanor and wielding a weapon akin to Elder Rude's, was also his disciple. Hail, Lord Kaiga, Salamanda proclaimed. Sylph, equipped with a bow, followed suit. Greetings, Lord Kaiga, Sylph said. Ventini, brandishing a staff, declared, Salutations, Lord Kaiga. Gnome, with a hammer in hand, added, Respectful greetings, Lord Kaiga. Lastly, Faraday, carrying a propulsion device on his back, bowed and said, Lord Kaiga, I humbly greet you. Elder Rude inquired. Might you accompany me back to the If tribe's encampment to meet our king? He has matters to discuss with you. Certainly, Elder Rude. I shall accompany you. Kaiga replied, turning to Dean. Dean, please return the giant eagle to the ship. I shall return shortly. The Red Dragon Dean nodded in agreement. Salamanda, you shall lead the way. The five of you assist in rectifying our previous oversight, Elder Rude commanded. Yes, Elder Rude, they replied in unison. The five diminutive beings swiftly maneuvered around the giant eagle, deftly binding ropes to assist Dean in transporting the creature. The diminutive folk possessed the remarkable ability to lift weights many times their size, making Dean's task considerably easier with their assistance. Elder Rude guided Kaiga to the If tribe's encampment. Moss, Rude, have returned, he announced. As he spoke, a radiant veil appeared before them, revealing itself to be a vine that opened like a door. Once Rude and Kaiga entered, the vine closed behind them, reverting to its concealed hue. Welcome, Lord Kaiga, to our If tribe's stronghold, Villanor. Please wait here while I notify the king of your arrival, Elder Rude said. Very well, Kaiga replied. While waiting, he admired the exquisite beauty of Villanor. The outer layer of vines formed a protective barrier, revealing vibrant colors within. The ground was a lush green, becoming increasingly translucent towards the apex, allowing sunlight to filter through and illuminate Villanor. Unlike the chaotic vegetation outside, the flora within was orderly and aesthetically pleasing. The trees bore fruits shaped like quaint houses, with diminutive beings frequently passing in and out. Most striking was the central golden phoenix tree, standing tall and ancient, exuding a sense of life and gravitas. Villanor was not solely inhabited by the diminutive folk. Its floral expanse also attracted bees and butterflies. 5 minutes later, the king of the If tribe arrived, accompanied by a chest. Lord Kaiga, I am Saran Dui, the king of the If tribe. You are already acquainted with Zygrude, and my other elder, St. George, who serves as my guardian. The king, an elderly gentleman with white hair and a gentle demeanor, wore a crown adorned with golden leaves and held a staff embedded with green jewels. St. George, alongside Rude, placed a deep blue chest before Kaiga and bowed before returning to stand behind Saran. His weapon was similar to Zygrude's, a conical spear, albeit with a double-headed design, leaving only a small grip in the center. Such weaponry seemed exceedingly popular among the If tribe, as evidenced by Moss, the gatekeeper, who wielded the same. The deep blue chest radiated an intense chill even before being opened, undoubtedly containing something of extreme cold. King Saran opened the chest, revealing neatly arranged ice blocks, from which a chilling mist emanated, yet no water droplets or signs of melting were present. Lord Kaiga, these are the eternal ice blocks, preserved by our ancestor Imika on behalf of Air millions of years ago. Now, they are returned to their rightful owner. Wait. You claim that your ancestor Imika referred to me as heir? I may merely be someone who consumed a fruit remarkably similar to that of a demon. Are you not concerned about the possibility of misidentification? Kaiga reiterated. The king of the Eye of Tribe chuckled. Whether it be a demon fruit or not is inconsequential. What matters is the frost dragon. Very well, let me clarify. Who is this heir? The king of dragons from millions of years ago, the sovereign of the world. Heir. The frost dragon. And what of your ancestor Imika? A comrade of heir, thus the Eye of Tribe and the dragon clan were once allied nations. Kaichi finally comprehended the relationship between Hill, the Yof clan, and their ancestor, Imika. He continued to inquire. One last question. Why has Hill entrusted the Eternal Eyes to your clan? The ancestor could only surmise that Hill was preparing to confront a formidable entity. Saran Dui shook his head. A demon? Or a human? Kaichi pressed further, eager for confirmation from this ancient lineage regarding the existence of demons in their world. The ancestor was unsure, and Saran Dui once again shook his head. Very well, Kaichi conceded, recognizing the futility of pursuing that line of questioning. Then let me ask about your clan. What is the situation with Faridi? Is he a scientist? Is it convenient to discuss? Kaichi queried. Intrigued by the way the diminutive folk had reacted when he introduced himself as a pirate captain to Elder Root. Ah, Faridi, sighed Saran Dui, that child is rather unfortunate. He has always been weaker than his peers, lacking strength and speed. Many decades ago, he ventured into the outside world and returned claiming to have learned some science. He became a disciple of Carl, who taught him that science, allowing him to create a propulsion device and mechanical exoskeleton. While he barely keeps pace with our normal way of life, he is quite stubborn. His master, who generally avoids labor, remains holed up in his room conducting experiments, recklessly accumulating debts with other clan members. In his last experiment, he accidentally blew himself up with a missile that ignited our oil reserve, consuming 10 years' worth of supply. Of course, this is inconsequential for us, given our millennia-long lifespans. However, Faridi has taken on his master's debts, working during the day to repay the clan while conducting experiments at night. That explains his apparent exhaustion. Indeed, Kaichi noted the pronounced dark circles under Faridi's eyes. My lord Kaichi, do you wish to recruit Faridi as your companion? The king of Yof inquired. Yes, though I am uncertain if that is possible, Kaichi replied. You must seek Faridi's consent yourself. Neither I nor the elders will impede you. A decade or so is but a fleeting moment for the Yof clan. We do not concern ourselves with such matters, as long as the existence of Valino remains undisclosed, Saran Dui stated. Beside the ship, the Zhuanging. Carmen and Xuanhu continued to contend with the dinosaurs, while sounds of colossal movements resonated from the forest. They looked up to see Dean returning, dragging a massive eagle, along with several members of the Yof clan holding ropes. That is the diminutive folk, the little people from the books. I never imagined they truly existed. The others exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 36, The Contest. A fortuitous encounter. My apologies, it seems my eyesight has failed me. Jack had just received another thrashing from the little people and lay on the ground, smoke rising from his body. He quickly sat up, rubbing the bump on his head, reflecting on how it was indeed the elusive little folk who had evaded detection, and he regretted calling them phantoms. Jack decisively summoned Dean. We are in a precarious situation. We should retreat for the time being until the captain or the other crew members deal with the little folk, lest they blame us again. Jack whispered to Dean. All right. Dean agreed to Jack's suggestion. They informed Akin and sat about their plans and ventured back into the forest for further adventure. Esteemed members of the Yof clan, I seek your guidance. Who among you knows where to find herbs on this island? If someone could accompany me, I would be most grateful. As we are unfamiliar with this area and have only gathered a meager amount from the forest entrance, Elder Xuanhu, seasoned and astute, took the initiative to inquire. The little folks Faridi raised his hand. I know where to find them. I can take you. I frequently assist some clan members in gathering with Hill's companions. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Yof clan remained skeptical of Kaichi's name, finding greater familiarity and acceptance in the tales of Hill recounted by their elders. Sad and Ged noticed the propulsion device strapped to Faridi's back and decided to follow him and Elder Xuanhu to gather herbs. The remaining trio of chefs busied themselves with the ingredients, while Akin and Shank transported some provisions onto the ship, leaving the remaining meat to roast. Esteemed members of the Yof clan, may I inquire how long it will take for the recording pointer to complete its task on this island? Miss Carmen asked. Oh, that will take a year. Salamander responded effortlessly, for their clan had inhabited this island for countless millennia, aware of how long the magnetic field would take to record. A year. Akin and his companions found the roasted meat suddenly less appetizing. This poses a dilemma. How could we possibly remain here for so long? Akin's group fretted over the recording pointer's predicament. From deep within the forest came a tremendous noise. What is that sound? Akin and his companions stood, concerned for the safety of their friends who had ventured into the woods. No need to panic. The sound ahead is from a volcanic eruption, while the commotion behind is merely the two giants fighting. They have been at it for years without respite. It truly perplexes me how those men manage to sleep soundly. I must consult Carl and Faridi about soundproofing products and room modifications, Wendy of the Yof clan remarked. Two giants. So the accounts of the little garden from the books were indeed true. I had assumed it was mere fabrication. Carmen and her companions marveled. Indeed, it is no fabrication. The two titans, one a blue ogre named Dong Li and the other a red ogre named Brokey, each carrying a bounty of 100 million berries, an amount exceeding that of the captain's own bounty. Akin stated, familiar with these legendary figures from pirate lore. A duel. Just hearing about it makes my blood boil. Akin, I challenge you to a contest. Salamanda declared to the ogre Akin. As they prepared to greet and introduce themselves upon their encounter, Kage concluded his meeting with Saran Dui, the king of the Iofo clan, and upon returning, he encountered a fierce contest between Akin and Salamanda. Although Salamanda's weapon had not yet reached the fiery prowess of Elder Rude, it was equally swift and fierce. The violent clash between the spear and the hammer caused the ground to crack and pit, despite the significant difference in weapon size. The outcome remained a stalemate after dozens of rounds of combat, with both sides exchanging blows. Salamanda effectively utilized the innate abilities of his diminutive race, displaying remarkable speed that allowed him to dodge and counterattack, managing to push Akin back several steps in certain exchanges. Akin, focused and determined, leveraged the advantages of his larger weapon with a broad range of attack, complicating Salamanda's evasive maneuvers and gradually tilting the balance back in his favor. However, Salamanda, with a fiery temperament and unwavering fighting spirit, continued to retaliate vigorously, showing no signs of exhaustion. Truly, he was a worthy opponent, evenly matched with me. Through this intense rivalry spanning over 100 exchanges, both combatants recognized each other's formidable strength. The fierce duel concluded in a draw. To Salamanda, let us toast. Akin acknowledged the prowess of the small warrior and willingly joined him in merriment. Cursed be this humiliation that taints our giant lineage. We should fall in battle, not lie defeated upon the ground. The giant, red demon Bloki, glared with malice at the grinning Mr. 3. He had been ensnared by wax, his limbs and torso bound, and his hands nailed down, rendering the giant's strength utterly ineffective. Entangled in the wax cake were Zaro, Nami, and Vivi, while the pumpkin atop the cake spun incessantly. The wax mist cascading down, gradually transforming them into genuine wax figures. Luffy, Usopp, hurry. Otherwise, we shall truly become wax figures. Zaro, seeing Luffy and Usopp ensnared by Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week, urgently alerted his companions to the dire situation, contemplating whether to sever his own foot. Meanwhile, Jack navigated the forest atop Dean, unaware that a venomous insect had latched onto his back, biting down. It hurts. Jack writhed in agony, disrupting Dean's flight. What's wrong, Jack? What are you doing? The red dragon Dean inquired, turning his head. However, he failed to notice a vine hanging from a branch ahead, crashing into it and becoming ensnared, obstructing his vision. This is bad. My sight is blocked. As Dean soared forward at high speed, he could not slow down in time and careened through the forest, colliding with Usopp, who was riding the swift duck of Princess Vivi. Usopp's torch accidentally fell onto the oil-soaked fuse. The sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, catching Mr. 3 and his crew off guard. The fuse ignited, flames erupting fiercely like a serpent of fire, instantly engulfing the cake-shaped wax. Ho ho, Dragon Knight. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he beheld the dazed Dean and Jack on the ground. Well done, Usopp. Zaro emerged from the flames, casting his gaze upon Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. The sound of an explosion echoed deep within the forest. An explosion? Mr. 5? Mr. 3? Has the battle commenced? Kage, having consumed a few pieces of meat, also ventured into the thicket. Chapter 37. A favor owed due to the chaotic entrance of Dean and Jack, Zaro, Nami, and Princess Vivi were prematurely freed. With no reservations, Luffy and Zaro faced a formidable challenge. Only a true boss-level adversary might withstand their combined might, while Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 were not up to the task. Behold my champion Escop. Mr. 3 activated his wax armor in anticipation. Although Luffy was concerned for the Dragon Dean, he prioritized confronting the enemy. Zaro drew his sword to engage Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. At that moment, Dean and Jack regained consciousness, witnessing Luffy's crew battling the Baroque Works officers. Rubber, wax devil fruit user, this swordsman exudes an overwhelming presence, akin to our captain. Who are you? Why are you here? Nami approached Dean and Jack, sensing they were not affiliated with Baroque Works, yet uncertain of their intentions, especially after they had inadvertently attacked Usopp. Nami, shouldn't we focus on Mr. Valentine and Miss Golden Week? Vivi expressed her concern. Worry not, Vivi. Luffy and Zaro will handle them, Nami reassured her. Apologies. We are crew members of the Dragon Pirates, and we recently arrived on this island. We were inadvertently bitten by insects while flying through the woods and became entangled in vines, which caused our erratic flight that led to the collision with your companion. We truly apologize. Jack bowed with Dean, acknowledging their unintentional offense. Choosing to confront directly, Mr. 3 was swiftly overwhelmed. Although his wax armor was formidable, Luffy had ample time to unleash his rubber machine gun, delivering punches akin to a hail of bullets. Though 10 strikes might not break through, 100 surely would. Shattering the wax armor and sending Mr. 3 on an unexpected aerial journey, Luffy's immense strength was not to be trifled with. Previously, Luffy had struggled partly due to the inherent weaknesses of his rubber fruit, which was particularly vulnerable to sharp blades and piercing attacks. and also due to the difficulty of shattering hard objects. While rubber has the advantage of elasticity, extending and amplifying attacking power, it also diminishes force against hard armor. For instance, the earlier battle against the golden-armored pirate admiral proved arduous. Luffy had to overcome this drawback, ultimately developing Gear Second. Meanwhile, the capture of his companions and the colorful attacks from Miss Golden Week disrupted his rhythm. Zoro's battle against Mr. Five and Miss Valentine was considerably simpler. The seasoned swordsman barely felt their strikes, dispatching them easily with the back of his blade. Seeing the tide turn against her, Miss Golden Week attempted to escape stealthily. However, Kage, in his dragon form, appeared behind her, knocking her unconscious with a swift chop and carrying her towards Nami and Luffy. My apologies, Luffy. My crew has caused you trouble. He gestured towards Dean and Jack. Luffy, do you know him? Nami turned to Luffy. Initially, Luffy did not recognize Kage in his dragon form, his expression filled with confusion until he noticed the bracelet. Kage, it's you. You've also consumed a devil fruit. Indeed, the Zoan-type frost dragon fruit. A dragon-esque devil fruit. How enviable. It's a pity that if you had formed a pirate crew, I would have extended another invitation to you. Luffy patted Kage on the back. Our paths diverge. Luffy, I cannot join your ship. Kage declined Luffy's kind offer, pointing towards Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Luffy, I owe you a favor. How about I take these three with me? Jack and Dean obediently stayed behind Kage, recognizing their intellect could not match the captain's, and thus deferred to him for resolution. Sounds good. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy readily agreed. Kata took away 3 officers and 2 companions from the Baroque Works, bidding farewell to Luffy. Luffy, how could you agree to let him take away the officers from Baroque Works? What if they do something bad in the future? Nami and Usopp tugged at Luffy's face. Don't worry, Kaido won't do such things. He still owes me a favor, which is quite advantageous. Ha ha ha. Luffy, you mentioned inviting him aboard. What is going on? Zoro inquired, as the matters concerning the pirate crew and their companions warranted clarification. Oh, that is from my childhood. Kaido stayed in Windmill Village for over 3 years, and I got to know him back then. We often competed against each other. Although I emerged victorious more often, Kaido was quite formidable. So, in my youth, I invited him to join my crew, but he ruthlessly declined. What a pity. After all, Kaido is exceptionally clever. Luffy explained his history with Kaido. Kaido's ship has a dragon. I wonder if I could find a dragon to be my companion too. Luffy exclaimed, clenching his fist and slapping his palm, his eyes shining with dreams of riding on the back of a dragon. With the enemies defeated, Luffy and Zoro rescued the 2 giants, the Red Demon and the Blue Demon, who were entangled in wax. Sanji, under the guise of Mr. Prince, held a phone meeting with Mr. Zero and the Sand Crocodile, while also acquiring a permanent log pose from the wax house left by Mr. 3, simultaneously dealing with the enforcers of Baroque Works. Cage returned to the campsite by a ship, where the 3 officials from the Baroque studio were still in a state of unconsciousness. He secured them to one side. The archer from the Yov clan, Zil, expressed a desire to compete in archery with Jack. How intriguing. I shall serve as the judge, Xuanhu proclaimed. Allow me to provide the ice blocks. With a breath of draconic fire, Cage conjured a pile of ice nearby. In the first round of the archery contest between Zil and Jack, they aimed at moving targets. The victor would be the one who struck the most. Both competitors readied their quivers. Xuanhu tossed the ice blocks high into the air, signaling the start. Though Zil's arrows were diminutive, they bore the power of the wind, granting them superior penetration and speed. She deftly seized Jack's target and struck it before he could react. The score for the first round was Zil 109, Jack 67. In the second round, they faced each other in a standoff, standing back-to-back at a distance of 50 meters. Begin, Xuanhu commanded. Both competitors turned simultaneously, drawing 2 arrows each, aiming to shoot in quick succession. Zil's smaller arrows pierced through Jack's larger ones, racing towards him. However, the second arrow caught up to the first, and their wind energies canceled each other out, halting just before Jack. Zil emerged victorious in the second round as well. In this archery contest, Zil triumphed effortlessly over Jack, showcasing the formidable prowess of the Yov clan. The archery skills of the younger generation were indeed remarkable. While Jack's archery may not reach the world-class level of his sailing abilities, his proficiency in rapid shooting placed him among the elite. Nevertheless, Zil's victory was clear. Her skills at least a tier above, perhaps even more. Cage and Xuanhu consoled Jack, who was feeling a bit dejected after his defeat. Through this competition, they gained insights into Jack's shortcomings, enabling them to help him improve in the future. Chapter 38. Inviting Faraday aboard just as Jack concluded his archery contest with Sylph. Faraday emerged from the laboratory alongside Satyr and Gade. Faraday, your expertise in electrical physics is truly remarkable. Our recent conversation has been immensely enlightening. Would you consider joining us to explore the vast realms of scientific knowledge and invent even more? Satyr and Gade jointly extended an invitation for Faraday to join their pirate crew. Faraday felt a strong temptation. He too yearned to acquire more scientific knowledge. The literature on science within Velino was scarce, primarily consisting of texts brought back by his mentor, Carl, or those penned by him. Having thoroughly studied all of his mentor's works, he found himself indebted to his clan. No, I still owe my clan several years' worth of resource supplies. I must repay my debts before I can embark on such a journey. Seeing Faraday's resolute expression, Satter and Gade felt a pang of regret. Resources, you say? What if we could utilize candles? There is a candle fruit user on the island who has left behind a plethora of candles after battles. The forest is now abundant with them, and the Yof tribe is quite adept at wielding fire. Candles could serve as a viable solution, Cage proposed. Eager not to miss out on the opportunity to work with an exceptional scientist. Really? Faraday asked Cage for confirmation. If that were indeed the case, he would settle his debts and set sail. Kaichi nodded and then said, Akin, you shall lead the team. Dean will guide you. While Faraday joins the members of the Yof clan to gather the candles, he then turned to Faraday, saying, Have you made up your mind? We are always ready for your boarding. Akin accepted the captain's orders, mounted Dean, and set off with Faraday to collect the candles. After half an hour, Akin and Dean returned, having repaid the resources of his clan and bid farewell to the king of the Yof clan. Faraday prepared a backpack of belongings to join Kaichi's group. Has the Straw Hat crew already departed from there? Kaichi inquired of Dean. They have already left. By the time we went to gather the candles, they were no longer present, Dean replied. Kage estimated that the time was nearly upon them and initiated the transformation into a dragon. Come to me, and I shall show you the disparities of the world. His loyal crew members, Akin, Shank, and Xuanhu, ascended onto Kage's form, while the majority of the others were classed within his mighty dragon talents. Cage ascended into the sky, buoyed by the presence of the crew upon him, soaring with remarkable steadiness. Ketch and his crew lingered in the heights. While the Straw Hat crew's Mary had just set sail from the island, the Blue Demon, Dory, and the Red Demon, Bragi, stood at the edge of the island to bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. Captain, do you know the Straw Hat crew? Akin inquired about Luffy's group, as they had once defeated his pirate crew, prompting him to clarify their relationship. Yes, we were acquainted in my youth. I would consider us friends, Ketch replied. The Mary advanced across the sea, growing ever more distant, when suddenly a tremendous commotion erupted in the waters ahead. A massive red goldfish, the legendary sea-eating monster, emerged. With its gaping maw, the red goldfish swallowed the Mary whole. On the island, the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Bragi concentrated their haki into their weapons. The combined might of the two titans unleashed an unstoppable strike, piercing through the belly of the sea-eating monster, a blow so powerful it was praised by the great Yupuso, cleaving the ocean as it escorted the Mary safely back to the surface. That is the legendary sea-eating monster, someone exclaimed. Indeed. It is said that its excrement is as large as an island, known as the Isle of Barren Lands. Ketch responded to the inquiries of the crew. After witnessing the demonstration of haki, they swiftly returned to their ship's side. What a terrifying strike. It was as if the very sea was cleaved apart. These two giants are truly the legendary warriors of Elbaf, Akin marveled. What do you think? That is the rumored haki, showcasing the strength of those formidable individuals along the Grand Line. The disparity in power in this world is vast. Ketch encouraged his crew to strive for self-improvement. Back on the Zhuanggong, Faraday was the first to arrive at the laboratory, where he promptly affixed a wooden crate to the wall, creating his own space. Xuanhu utilized what he had gathered, stripping away the bark and drying the wood over the fire until it became pliable, ultimately crafting a bow. He then tied a bowstring to complete an ancient general's archery tool and tossed it to Jack. Jack, you should enhance your strength training. Your power requires bolstering, he advised. Meanwhile, the trio of chefs, Carmen and the others, transported the prepared ingredients onto the Zhuanggong. Crew member Xuanhu also brought back the disassembled tiger bones and tiger tails to his quarters. In his chamber, Cage opened the ancient chest containing the everlasting ice. How should he utilize these items? He first picked up a piece and felt its texture, but it seemed ineffective. Deciding to consume it directly, Cage took a bite of the eternal ice. Instantly, he sensed the frosty power surging within him, becoming more pronounced and flowing effortlessly throughout his body. At last, he had made a breakthrough in harnessing the ice element, which filled him with joy. Previously, his attempts to wield the power of ice were limited to exhaling it, relying solely on his breath. However, the everlasting ice now afforded him a myriad of possibilities to manipulate the ice element, paving the way for him to master it throughout his entire being and become a true frost sovereign. Contemplating further, he pondered whether Hill had truly entrusted only a single chest of long strips of everlasting ice to the ancestral guardian, Emir, of the Iof clan. It seemed implausible that there would be no hidden contingencies left behind. As he meticulously examined the chest of everlasting ice, he discovered, nestled among the elongated strips, a square block of ice. Kaichi picked up the square ice block, examining it closely, and discovered a bead hidden within it. Was it a precious gem, or perhaps a dragon pearl from the legends of the dragon tribe? Regardless, he decided to taste it, tossing it directly into his mouth. Unlike the other ice blocks that melted instantly upon reaching his stomach, this particular square ice, with the bead enclosed, remained intact, settling smoothly in his abdomen. The dragonkin felt its presence distinctly, yet there were no abnormalities, which was reassuring. Everyone enjoyed their meal, seizing the opportunity to become more familiar with the essence of life returned, as such abundant provisions were rare. After this feast, we would set sail for the next island. Kaichi approached the campfire, partaking in the roasted meat while announcing the decision to prepare for departure. All right. The group devoured their food ravenously. Once everyone was ready, the ship, the Zhuiging, departed from the Garden of Little Flowers on the ancient island. Faraday, be sure to learn as much as you can about that scientific knowledge of yours. We look forward to your return with even more fascinating inventions. Salamanda shouted from the edge of the island. Alongside them were the members of the IF tribe, including several elders and even King Sarandui, all gathered to bid farewell to Faraday. Some cast magical displays to capture Faraday's attention. Thank you, everyone. I will surely return. Having learned and earned your true recognition, Faraday waved to them from the ship's railing, tears of reluctance welling in his eyes. In truth, during the century that the two giants had remained on the ancient island, Faraday had assisted many tribespeople in crafting numerous useful items, and he had already gained their respect. Who would have thought that Emil and Hill are still in contact? St. George remarked. Fate is curious. He noticed Faraday as soon as he arrived. Perhaps it is destiny. As Faraday is a direct descendant of our ancestors, and their meeting was preordained, the causality from 1,000,000 years ago remains for Emil and Hill to unravel. Sarandui responded. Chapter 39. The messenger and archaeologist of the organization gate. Here is the permanent pointer for the next island. You and Jack will navigate from here. Kaichi handed Gay the permanent pointer to Magnetic Drum Island that he had requested from the shopkeeper Leeson while at Whiskey Peak. He understood that the Garden of Little Flowers recording pointer would require a year to document, so preparation was essential, especially since he still owed the ship's Dr. Schwanhu an answer. Captain, you were truly impressive to possess a permanent pointer. I thought we would have to stay in the water garden for an entire year. Jack and Gate exclaimed as they took the pointer and headed to the ship spot to chart their course. Next, they needed to deal with Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Who are you? The two, just awakening, inquired upon seeing Kaichi and his crew. They were unaware of their identities, likely due to the fact that after Luffy's one-night escapade, aside from the blockade of the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi's officers, the elite of Baroque Works had all departed for Alabasta, leaving behind mere pawns and marginal figures. Thus, their information had not been reported to the upper echelons of Baroque Works. Mr. 9 is doing quite well, Kaichi noted with a mischievous grin. As he and the demon mannequin realized they were confronting the flying dragon pirates. What do you intend to do with us? Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine struggled for a moment before recognizing Kaichi and Akin, aware that they were notorious bounty hunters and assassins affiliated with Baroque Works. I am offering you an invitation to join my organization, as you currently find yourselves without employment. What do you think? Kaichi said while seated, tasting the juice in his hand. Not much. Not just anyone can recruit us as Baroque Works officers. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, both users of devil fruits, broke free from their bindings and charged at Kaichi's group, eager to showcase the might of their abilities. However, Akin swiftly dealt with Mr. 5, overpowering him with ease. A mere ordinary attack was sufficient to subdue Mr. 5, whose explosive assaults merely grazed Akin. The latter could withstand the blast without issue. As for Mr. Valentine's confrontation with Shank, it was straightforward. As soon as the water emerged, her body could not withstand it, causing her to float and crash onto the deck. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine knelt on the deck, gazing up at Akin and Shank, bewildered by the significant disparity in strength. Moreover, the formidable captain had yet to make a move, and they had already suffered defeat. They were stunned by the sudden appearance of such formidable beings, as they were usually the ones in control. How about now? Do you feel qualified? Kaichi continued, noting their silence. Your mission to pursue the Straw Hat crew alongside Mr. 3 has failed, and Mr. 0 is already aware of your failure here in the Garden of Little Flowers. You now have two choices: return to Baroque Works to report, only to become a desiccated husk at the hands of Mr. 0, or flee and hide. I present to you a third option: join the organization I am establishing, which includes some familiar faces. Upon hearing of the familiar figures, they raised their heads to look at Kaichi. Who? Mr. 9 and Mr. Monday, who assisted Princess Vivi. Their condition for joining my organization was that I help the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, drive Mr. 0, also known as Crocodile, out of Alabasta, Kaichi explained. Our terms are the same. Once Crocodile is defeated and retreats from Alabasta, we will join your organization. Very well. I envisioned your roles as messengers and monitors within the organization, granting you the right to meet with me aboard the ship. You will personally convey messages for significant activities. However, we are not yet headed to Alabasta, so fulfilling your conditions will take some time. For now, I need you to return to Whiskey Peak and help guard a small arms factory to prevent any unforeseen incidents while you await news. Kaichi applauded their decision. Agreed. We accept, they replied as they stood up. Miss Valentine opened her mechanical umbrella, grasping Mr. 5's hand, and together they soared into the sky, heading toward Whiskey Peak. By the way, Mr. 9 has training methods for the 6 forms, which would suit you well. It is essential to train, or your abilities will lag behind and your status in the organization will diminish. Kaichi called out to the departing duo, impressed by Miss Valentine's development of her fruit powers, which could even alter other objects, though her physical attributes needed improvement. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine displayed commendable intellect and considerable potential for growth. However, they still lagged behind Mr. 3, whose combat prowess and strategic acumen were exceptionally formidable, boasting impressive achievements. In the context of the story, Mr. 3's victory over the two giants capable of using armament hockey seemed somewhat contrived. Nevertheless, for Kaichi, who had traversed into this world, it represented a genuine reality. The giants' emotional instability in the face of enemies, which prevented them from utilizing their hockey, reflected their shortcomings, while Mr. 3's ability to devise and execute such a plan highlighted his own capabilities. It was unwise for the old crocodile to abandon Mr. 3 after a single failure. Thus, one can discern that Crocodile, much like Moonlight Moria, shares a commonality in their failures against the four emperors, stemming from a loss of resolve. Had Crocodile not succumbed to this issue, leading him to pursue the likes of the Dark King and squander precious time for his development, he might have utilized that time to enhance his own abilities and fortify the skills of his subordinates, ensuring that his organization would achieve accomplishments that rival those of the later Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, the fact that the third brother was cast aside signifies that he is destined to be a pawn of the Great Buggy, fated to become a mere footnote in the annals of history. Miss Valentine's Day inquired, "Mr. 5, why did you agree to him? Are you not afraid he might betray us?" To which Mr. 5 replied, "If they intended to harm us, we would have perished long ago. Moreover, do you believe we have better options? Is hiding away as commoners truly an appealing choice? Or joining another organization that might offer superior treatment? If not, then agreeing to his terms presents no loss for us. We could bide our time and perhaps even thrive further." Mr. 5 recalled how Kage had witnessed their battle against Zoro and noted their capabilities. Even without sea-stone handcuffs, it would have been prudent to bind them with iron chains. The use of mere rope indicated a deliberate act. "Then I trust your judgment," he concluded. Miss Valentine's Day activated her mechanical umbrella, accelerating toward Whiskey Peak. After a while, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day had been traveling for some time, and Kage remarked to Miss Golden Week, "You need not pretend to be asleep any longer." The childlike figure with twin ponytails and distinct rosy cheeks ceased her charade. No ropes bound her. She simply wrapped herself in a blanket and expressionlessly munched on cookies. Noting her silence, Kage continued, "Let us discuss our hidden archaeologist." Chapter 40. The Archaeological Organization of the North Sea. Divine Grace, how composed you are. You seem to lack the insatiable curiosity typical of archaeologists, don't you, Dean? Kage observed as Miss Golden Week sat serenely, enjoying her cookies as if on a leisurely picnic. He approached Red Dragon Dean, who looked perplexed, scratching his neck. "Captain, I do not comprehend this talk of archaeologists. You need not inquire of me." The existence of a dragon capable of human speech suggested that the civilization established by the Dragonkin, as recounted by his grandfather, was indeed real. Mr. Golden Week was no longer as composed. "The archaeologists of the East Blue once reported to my grandfather about the Red Dragon clan and the new generation of the dragon worshippers. You were the pirate crew that assisted them back then." Indeed, Kage chuckled, realizing the truth had been drawn out. She was indeed an archaeologist. He pressed on. "The archaeological sanctuary of O'Hara has been obliterated by the Navy and the Celestial Dragons. You must belong to another archaeological organization, correct? Why have you emerged now?" "We are members of the North Sea Archaeological Organization, Divine Grace. Following the Navy and the Celestial Dragon's explicit prohibition against researching the blank century spanning 800 years, the archaeological community split into two factions. One faction, the O'Hara, sought to secretly investigate that history, the history of the nation destroyed by the Celestial Dragons. The other faction, represented by us, Divine Grace of the North Sea, chose to abide by the ban, focusing instead on earlier eras, exploring the legendary empires of dragons and elves from centuries past, and the origins of human civilization that may extend even further back. Eventually, as O'Hara was destroyed and Divine Grace faced increasing restrictions, I took the opportunity to escape." Mariana leisurely prepared herself a cup of coffee, savoring it. O'Hara, a name that left everyone in shock. The news from that time had significant global repercussions, with bounties of 79 million berries placed upon the heads of the surviving little girls. This explained Mariana's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. "Our pirate crew is in need of an archaeologist. We extend an invitation for you to join us. As pirates, we stand in opposition to the Navy and the Celestial Dragons, allowing you the freedom to conduct your research as you wish. What do you say?" Kage proposed. "You need not feign ignorance. The oil conceal is indeed aboard our ship. You have glanced at it numerous times, and Elder Shien once mentioned he had been treated kindly by someone in the North Sea. Yes, after departing from the Rainbow Sea, I traveled for a time and indeed encountered a warm-hearted group. In hindsight, they must have been members of your Divine Grace." Shin, who did not hide his identity, for his attire was markedly different from that of the world, which is why Mariana had always noticed him. "Are you Trulio? Do you know the offer millions of years ago?" Mariana sprang to her feet, excitedly addressing Shinhu. Shinhu replied with a smile, "During my time in the North Sea, an elder once inquired of me, stating that according to ancestral records, there was once a no millions of years ago, associated with the fall of the Dragon Empire and the decline of the Dragonkin. You are his granddaughter, correct?" He noted the striking similarity in their inquiries. "While I find the Oyas speak of quite intriguing, I must clarify that the connection between OS is not one of direct lineage, hence I am not well versed in his story. Indeed, he is my grandfather." Mariana regained her composure, realizing that the history of millions of years is not easily uncovered. At that moment, a member of the Aya family, Phalady, emerged from the laboratory onto the deck. "I have organized my belongings. What are you all up to?" "An elf. You have an elf aboard your ship?" Miss Golden Week exclaimed, her previous calm shattered. The term elf is indeed how our clan, the Ayaf, is referred to by those outside, As Master Carl has mentioned, Filady replied. Where did you discover this elf? Mariano implored Kage and his crew for the location. We have made a promise to the Eye of Clan not to disclose that information. We will return there when the opportunity arises, and you shall know then, Kage responded. Very well. I shall join you as your ship's archaeologist. Together, we shall unveil the historical truths of the dragon and elf empires from millions of years ago. Welcome aboard the Flying Dragon pirate crew. The crew greeted Miss Golden Week Mariana warmly. As midnight fell, Red Dragon Dean slumbered within the treasure chamber, guarding a trove of gold and jewels. Suddenly, the captain's quarters door swung open, revealing a dragon-shaped Kage, surprisingly of ordinary size. Upon closer inspection, it became evident he was sleepwalking. The watchful Sate and Gade quickly noticed Kage's peculiar behavior and summoned the ship's doctor, Xianhu. What should we do about the captain sleepwalking? They asked. Has he experienced this before? Before you boarded, we faced a food shortage in the East Sea, and one night, Kage sleepwalked to the kitchen for food. He later informed the captain that after satisfying his hunger, he no longer sleepwalked. They explained. Waking a sleepwalker can be detrimental to their well-being. Let us observe his actions and determine where he intends to go before making any judgments, the ship's doctor Xianhu advised. The three followed the sleepwalking Kage, who arrived at the treasure chamber, instinctively entering the code to unlock the door and stepping inside. Upon entry, Kage's eyes opened, yet they bore no consciousness. Ah, who stepped on my tail? Having fallen into a deep slumber, Dean was abruptly awakened by the pain of bubbles escaping from his nostrils. He instinctively covered his curled tail, preparing to blow it away. Just as he was about to cast blame upon the individual who had stepped on his tail, he raised his gaze to behold the cold, vacant expression of the dragon-transformed Kaichi. The palpable aura of slaughter, which had extinguished countless lives, was undeniably foreign to the true essence of Captain Kaichi. Hush. The three companions hurriedly gestured for Dean to remain silent, lest he disturb Kaichi's repose. Yet, upon opening his eyes, Kaichi paid no heed to them and instead strode directly toward the crystalline throne at the center of the treasure hoard. The moment the dragon-shaped Kaichi ascended the throne, his diminutive draconic form morphed into that of a draconic humanoid, settling upon the crystal seat with his eyes gently closing. The crystal throne, which emanated a subtle shimmer in the dimly lit treasure chamber, grew even more radiant with Kaichi's presence, enveloping him and the throne in a cascade of glimmering blue light. Crystalline frost began to swirl around Kaichi and the throne, resembling snowflakes dancing around their sovereign. The temperature in the treasure chamber plummeted, growing increasingly frigid. In the realm of dreams, a figure clad in azure dragon armor sat imperiously upon the crystal throne, heedless of the blood trickling from his lips as he resolutely withdrew a golden spear embedded in his body. Was this the dragon-slaying artifact forged by humans and dwarves to vanquish the dragon, merely a trinket? He firmly planted the golden spear into the ground from his throne, channeling all his strength into shattering the weapon, the dragon-slaying relic. Haha, hypocritical humans. I am finished. In the depths of hell, I await your reckoning. Bearing the weight of your sins without exception, I too shall wield the sword of guilt in hell, and none shall escape. I am the dragon worshipper, Arthas. Chapter 41. The schemes of the allied crocodile in the East Sea. Within the confines of a gang's manufacturing domain, laborers busily assembled electric guns and shock ammunition. Outside the factory, a group of thugs patrolled vigilantly. To maintain order among the workers, remnants of the once feared Click pirate crew now stood guard. The voice of the telephone snail echoed, and the call was answered by Baru, the former second-in-command of the Click pirate crew. His attire had transformed. The shield-shaped armor had been replaced by a more conventional form, its hue shifted from white to green. Baru, how are things on your end? Is progress smooth? Everything is proceeding well, Akin. We have excavated the 2 chests of treasure you left behind on that island, which we are using as startup capital. Our weapons, including electric guns and smoke bombs, differ from mainstream firearms, and we have established connections with the local gangs. They are willing to share profits and collaborate with us. We are now self-sufficient and have firmly established our foothold, so you and Kaichi need not worry. Excellent, Baru. Congratulations on the success of your covert operations in the East Sea. Akin affirmed Baru's achievements before continuing. While you engage in clandestine activities, ensure you also hone your skills. Captain Kaichi has gathered a crew at Whiskey Peak along the Grand Line, so strive to make us proud. I am diligently training my subordinates in the 6 forms, and I have mastered both Life Return and Iron Block. I assure you, Akin, I will not bring you shame. After stating this, Baru grew serious. Akin, I have significant news to report. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates has taken the initiative to propose an alliance with us, and I have tentatively agreed. He expressed a desire to introduce me to his superior, but I fear he may harbor ulterior motives, so I wanted to inform you immediately. Baru remained apprehensive regarding Kuro, recognizing him as a schemer with a dubious reputation in both the underworld and the legal realm. Do not fret, Baru. Kuro is but a minor concern. He may have posed a challenge in the past, but should he dare to disrupt Captain Kaichi's plans now, I shall personally handle him. Having spent time with the Flying Dragon Pirates, Baru's perspective had evolved beyond the narrow-mindedness of the former first captain of the Click Pirates, now aligning himself with the aspirations of a world-class pirate crew's vice captain. Through rigorous sparring with the captain, he had made significant strides in his abilities. Nevertheless, I must inform the captain about Kuro's proposal. Please hold on a moment. Akin then picked up the telephone snail to contact the captain, reporting Baru's alliance with the Black Cap pirates. Cage took up the Din Din Mushi, and the device on Baru's end transformed from Akin into Cage's likeness. I am already aware of Baru and Clo's situation. Their Black Cap pirates have shown no unusual movements. Just maintain the current alliance as it is. By the way, regarding the 6 styles, you can replicate a copy of Sorrow for him, presenting it as a gift from your captain. As for his desire to meet or contact me, the timing is not yet ripe. I will inform you when the moment arrives. Cage then made a decisive move regarding Clo's safety. Understood, Baru replied. And upon noticing that his captain had ended the call with Akin, he too placed the Din Din Mushi down. The personnel of the Grand Line truly cannot afford to relax for even a moment. On Magnetic Drum Island, in the kingdom of Magnetic Drum, Valbo, who had been frightened away by Blackbeard's attack, unexpectedly returned. His ship, the Bully King, docked at the shore. The Bully King is technologically advanced, capable of sailing on the surface, yet its primary function remains that of a submarine, given its design. In the icy landscape of Magnetic Drum Island, which is Cage's domain, he ventured out without changing into warmer attire to attend to matters, instructing Akin to engage with the island's inhabitants. The crew of the Flying Dragon pirates, now donned in winter clothing, witnessed a group clad in green military uniforms invading the local residents, accompanied by an advanced submarine. Ultimately, aside from the captain, the crew split into 2 groups, one led by Sate, consisting of Gade and Flady, aimed to seize the Bully King, the other, led by Akin, focused on addressing the intruders and fostering goodwill with the Magnetic Drum residents. Memory Seahorse was left to guard the ship, unable to withstand the harsh conditions for long. An advanced submarine must be secured for their own use. A smoke bomb was hurled into the Bully King, causing a cloud of smoke to envelop the area. Sate and his companions charged into the ship to neutralize the adversaries. The resolution of this skirmish was primarily due to Flady, who, equipped with a jetpack and exoskeleton armor, swiftly dispatched the 10 defenders inside with a few punches. "They're so weak," Flady exclaimed in disbelief, astonished at how easily he overcame them. Within the Yov clan, he was considered the weakest, yet he had suddenly become a formidable force, caught off guard by the disparity. Indeed, the Yov clan is exceedingly powerful, with its members averaging the rank of Navy lieutenants. Flady required the assistance of exoskeleton armor and a jetpack merely to attain that average. Ordinary elders boast the rank of Rear Admiral, let alone the more senior First Elder and the King. Truly impressive. Flady, you are a worthy addition to our ranks, Sate and Gate affirmed. Meanwhile, Akin, leading the charge against Valbo's soldiers, encountered familiar faces, Zaro, Nami, and Usopp from the Straw Hat crew. These soldiers were merely regular fighters, easily dealt with by Akin and Zaro, who remained vigilant against this former adversary. In the snow-laden Magnetic Drum Island, the imposing structures, reminiscent of mountains or celestial pillars, stood out prominently. The Beastman Dalyatin obstructed the advance of the former King Valbo and his 2 subordinates, determined to prevent Valbo from returning to the palace to seize the colossal cannons within, should the former king manage to acquire those cannons and consume them. Utilizing the powers of the Gura Gura Nomi, he would integrate them into his physique. With such overwhelming firepower at his disposal, Valbo would be invincible on Magnetic Drum Island and would continue his reign over the kingdom. Thus, Dalyatin resolved to exert all his strength to thwart the trio. Even if they were his former leaders and colleagues, he was committed to safeguarding the newly stabilized life of the people of Magnetic Drum Kingdom. However, as a user of the Ushi Ushi Nomi, he found himself overmatched in a 3-on-1 confrontation, sustaining injuries and bleeding profusely. Valbo, having transformed his hand into a cannon's muzzle, declared, "Dalyatin, who betrayed me, be consumed by gunfire." Haha. Suddenly, Cage, in his dragon form, intervened, shielding Dalyatin from the oncoming barrage. "You, a king who abandoned his people and fled, have no right to accuse others of betrayal." The dragon form Cage stood defiantly before Dalyatin, instilling fear in Valbo and his companions. What is going on? A devil fruit user, a dragon devil fruit at that. Who is this Cage? Just recently, Blackbeard from the Whitebeard pirates appeared, and now another figure from the Beast pirates has come forth. What could possibly draw the emperors to Magnetic Drum Island? Chapter 42. The Plane needs King Valbo. Observing Valbo and his companions, who were at a loss and exhibiting signs of a crumbling mindset and a desire to flee, Cage candidly stated, "Do not worry. I have no affiliations with the Emperor Kaido. I am merely a small-time pirate hailing from the East Blue." Valbo felt a sense of relief upon realizing that Cage was not one of the emperors, but rather someone from the weakest seas. He regained his confidence to confront Cage. Having just dealt with Dalyatin, who possessed the Ushi Ushi Nomi, he now only needed to handle another Zoan-type fruit user. After all, no creature could surpass the might of artillery. Valbo raised his cannon, ready to fire. Cage face soars through the skies, requiring no grooming, effortlessly evading threats while airborne. The artillery fire from Valpo is merely at the level of an ordinary gunner, lacking any technical finesse, relying solely on instinctive bombardment. Cage soared through the air, gracefully maneuvering around Valpo, alternating between their left and right flanks, and even darting behind them momentarily. The cannon fist unleashed a spherical blast that struck Valpo, propelling him several meters away and sending him crashing into the snow. The surrounding snowflakes were stirred up, creating a misty haze. "Are you all right, King Valpo?" His two subordinates inquired as they helped him to his feet. Despite the impact, Valpo's physical resilience proved commendable. He did not succumb to unconsciousness. At this moment, he returned to reclaim his throne, exhibiting a flicker of ambition and a hint of a formidable leader's demeanor. Kaichi's cannon fist attack may not be particularly powerful. He still has a chance. Keck observed that Valpo had begun to exhibit traits of a villain, which seemed appropriate. There was still more to explore. The technique known as fist cannon was actually developed by Keck through the practice of the 6 styles of finger poking, and it remains incomplete, still a work in progress. Kaichi felt that it was entirely appropriate to use the Valpo as a target for his prowess. Fists and cannonballs, ha ha ha. Kaichi maneuvered around while delivering blows. Valpo's cannon strikes barely grazed Kaichi, who was left with a battered visage, his body emanating the heat of his own assault. All of Valpo's ambitions were swiftly extinguished by Kaichi's relentless onslaught, prompting him to hastily retreat with 2 of his subordinates. They needed to hasten their return to the castle to procure a super cannon, thereby augmenting King Valpo's firepower and plotting their revenge upon their return. The development of the fruit from the swallowing fruit was quite impressive. With its formidable bite force, it could consume weapons to enhance and transform the body. Within its belly, there seemed to be a spatial property akin to that of a castle fruit, capable of containing multiple objects and facilitating the fusion of both organic and inorganic materials. It was indeed a remarkably powerful fruit. The intentions of Blackbeard regarding this fruit remain an enigma. Keck did not pursue, for the castle awaited Varbo, who would be better off being defeated by Luffy. Ultimately, he wandered in a foreign land, and the metal he discovered would prove vital for Keck's crew. Do not abandon him. It would be perilous to equip Varbo with weapons from the castle. Dalyadin, despite his injured state, still harbored intentions to capture Varbo. Rest assured, everything is under control. Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, is there to anticipate any unforeseen events, and I shall personally manage the situation. Keck reassured him not to worry excessively about Varbo, continuing, focus on your own well-being. I shall take you back to heel. You must not falter. For I need you to recount an experience for my crew. Do you know the Straw Hat Kid? Dalyadin inquired, as he relinquished his devil fruit powers. Luffy and I are, shall we say, friends, Keck replied, seizing Dalyadin with his dragon claws and soaring back to the village. Meanwhile, Zoro confronted Akin. The 2 vice-captains clashed. Their weapons collided as they exchanged blows, each testing the other's skills, both sensing an unprecedented strength within one another. After 10 exchanges, neither had uncovered a weakness in the other. They paused, and their respective crews hurriedly intervened to separate Zoro and Akin, urging them to refrain from further combat. Zoro, look at the dragon and the archer. They are not foes, but rather allies of Luffy's friend. Keck, Usopp, and Nami interjected, pulling Zoro away. Akin, they are members of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, friends of Captain Keck, not adversaries. Dean and Jack similarly restrained Akin. Members of Captain Keck's crew, friends of Luffy? Zoro sheathed his sword. Akin's departure from the Clock pirate crew to join Keck's Flying Dragon pirate crew was indeed a remarkable turn of events. Akin also lowered his hammer, astonished that Luffy was a friend of Captain Keck. Kaga brought Doroton back to the town, where they reunited with the citizens of Drum Kingdom. Doroton was critically injured, and Dr. 20 was attending to his wounds. Thanks to Kaga's intervention, he was not left on the brink of death as in the original tale. But he was still in a grave condition, having lost a significant amount of blood. After treating Doroton, Dr. 20 moved on to assist other villagers, as Valpo had led an attack on the town that resulted in numerous injuries. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, also arrived to aid in treating the wounded. As Valpo, the boss of Drum Kingdom, approached his former castle, he believed he had escaped peril and that a time of peace and prosperity awaited him. Unbeknownst to him, he was soon to encounter the Straw Hat Captain, Luffy, who was prepared to deliver another thrashing. Valpo, get out of this country. Drum Kingdom has already perished, Dr. Garewa said, mocking the former king with a smile. What? I refuse to acknowledge the traitor's pirate flag. I will reclaim my rule. I am the king. Valpo retorted. Rubber pistol, Luffy exclaimed, finally able to confront the troublemaker who had previously attacked him while he was unable to retaliate. With a powerful punch, he sent Valpo flying out of the castle. 2 of Valpo's subordinates caught him on the edge of a cliff, pulling him back to safety. I am truly angered. Each of you shall witness my ultimate move. Valpo fumed, recalling Kaga's earlier assault and now Luffy's recent blow. In a moment of desperation, Valpo consumed his 2 subordinates, transforming his body into a grotesque house that swayed ominously. The front door opened, and the 2 subordinates merged into one formidable entity. Be cautious. Should they prove to be weak, the villagers had already thwarted him when he tried to drive out the doctors from Drum Island, warned Dr. Garewa to Luffy and Sanji. You are an animal type like Doroton, a reindeer human, correct? We are well aware of your 3 transformations, the merged subordinate remarked. The combined form then swung a massive hammer down towards Chopper, who skillfully evaded the blow by enhancing his legs. What's happening? Isn't the animal type limited to 3 transformations? The merged subordinate questioned. Blue Wave Ball? This is a drug that alters animal-type devil fruits. Under its influence, I discovered 4 additional transformation points. 3 transformations plus 4 forms. That is my 7 transformations. Chopper proudly revealed. brandishing a yellow pill as evidence of his research. Chapter 43. The answer once promised to the ship's doctor with the injured villagers now settled. Kage saw the opportune moment to approach Xuanhu, the ship's doctor. Old Xian, do you remember the promise I made when I asked you to join us? Now I have returned with the answer, a tale of a quack doctor, whose story is embodied by Dorotan. Let us listen to this tale. Xuanhu, intrigued, followed Kage to the room where Dorotan was being treated. They found him bandaged and struggling to sit up rather than resting properly. 2 guards rushed to support him, advising him against any movement that might worsen his injuries. But I am worried. If we do not prevent Valpo's return, this country will continue to decline. Dorotan insisted, determined to reach Valpo's castle, fearing that the former king would access the arsenal and become a monstrous force of destruction. Thanks to Kage's timely intervention, Dorotan did not suffer the same fate in his battle against Valpo as depicted in the original story. Though he was gravely injured, he remained able to stand. Mr. Dorotan, you are truly a brave warrior. I have decided to accompany you, Usopp said, deeply moved and admiring Dorotan. Hey, Usopp, come on, let's go. Luffy, Nami, and Sanji are already at the castle, Zoro chimed in. Vivi expressed her concern for Nami and decided to check on her treatment. Observing the situation, Xuanhu remarked to Kage, I will listen on the way. Dorotan, anxious about the impending journey, felt it was unreasonable to keep them from departing. Mr. Dorotan, we want to accompany you as well. Kage insisted, following suit. Thank you. Dorotan expressed his gratitude towards Kage for saving his life, feeling reassured by Kage's presence in their mission to stop Valpo. No need for thanks, I have a request. Along the way, I would like you to share the story of Dr. Kureha with my ship's doctor, Xuanhu, Kage suggested. Dorotan glanced at the kind old man beside Kage, recognizing him as a dedicated doctor who had been helping the villagers. He agreed to share the tale of the eccentric doctor of Drum Island. Take me to the patients, I am here to save Dr. 20. And I cannot afford to waste a moment, said Dr. Kureha, who was at death's door, despite his frail condition. He arrived at the castle upon hearing of the need for treatment. However, Dr. 20 stood healthy and ready, waiting for him. What? Doctor? Kureha gasped in disbelief. You fool, this is a trap. As you can see, Dr. 20 is perfectly healthy. Did you come here seeking death? Ha ha ha. It's the King Valpo who delights in his successful scheme. Once you perish, no one in Drum Kingdom will dare to defy my orders. Valpo laughed, instructing his guards to prepare their weapons. You cannot kill me, Dr. Kureha boldly declared, raising his hand as the soldiers hesitated, momentarily pausing their assault. Wonderful. So there are no patients? I thought something grave had occurred in the kingdom. It seems I have been deceived. Dr. Kureha regained his composure, sitting down and opening the suitcase he had brought. When do you believe a person truly dies? Is it when a bullet pierces the heart? No. Is it when one contracts an incurable disease? Still no. Or is it after consuming a deadly mushroom soup? No. A person truly dies when they are forgotten by the world, Dr. Kureha proclaimed, pouring himself a drink from the suitcase. Even if I am no longer here, my dreams will be realized, and the hearts of the 6 citizens will be saved. Dr. Kureha raised his glass. Why are you crying, Dorotan? At that moment, Dorotan gritted his teeth, enduring the foolishness of King Valpo while being moved to tears by Dr. Kureha's actions. Is there any hope for this country? As long as someone inherits my dream, Dr. Kureha responded. Hey, Dorotan, why are you crying? Valpo, the selfish king, continued to mock his guard captain, oblivious to the profound words of a dying man, refusing to reflect on his own failures. Wait, a monster will come here. He is my son. I hope you do not harm him. Dr. Kureha thought of Chopper. Thank you, Chopper. Farewell, Quack. I have truly lived a fulfilling life. He raised his glass in a toast to his magnificent life. The wine was, in fact, a concoction of Dr. Silka's own research, a substance he frequently consumed despite its unproven safety, often experimenting on himself. The liquid exploded within his disordered body, overflowing with chemicals. He actually blew himself up. Walpo mockingly derided Dr. Silka's folly, callously disregarding the loss of a human life. You let him escape, Dulutin. Silence. You wouldn't understand. The only one who wished to save this nation just perished in the midst of despair. What does it matter if such a person has died? Sneered the despicable Walpo. I have seen the future of this country. No matter how advanced its medical technology or how many medicines are developed, none can remedy your ignorance. Dulutin could no longer endure the treachery of such a selfish king, furiously retorting at Walpo. You scoundrel, you are deliberately trying to provoke me. Walpo coldly regarded his chief guard. Ultimately, Dulutin was beaten nearly to death and imprisoned. Thus concluded the tale of Dr. Silka, a rudimentary yet kind-hearted physician from magnetic Drum Island, who fervently pursued an all-cure elixir. Xuanhu, who had always played the role of the aloof elder, was, in truth, a person of deep emotion. Upon hearing of Dr. Silka's deeds, he was moved to tears. What an admirable physician. Kaichi, your response has exceeded all expectations. For the first time, the elder Xuanhu lost his composure, weeping like a child, unable to stem the flow of tears. This was a testament to a healer's respect for another healer. Those who possess extraordinary medical skills that others covet yet become prideful and forget their original intent, retreating into isolation, ought not to be so. The concept of a universal remedy was so familiar, so reminiscent. It had been long since he encountered such naive thoughts. Xuanhu recalled his mentors, realizing that we all began with such beautiful aspirations. Those were truly cherished memories of studying medicine. Chapter 44. The cherry blossoms of Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The peaks stood like pillars of heaven upon Magnetic Drum Island, connected to the earth by massive cables. In an environment of -40 degrees, everyone was clad in winter attire, save for Kaichi, who wore only a thin long-sleeve summer outfit. You must be Luffy's friend, Kaichi. Don't you feel cold? Incredulously inquired Usopp, a member of the diplomatic corps. Not at all, Usopp, due to my fruit's ability. I am quite accustomed to operating in the cold. A few degrees colder would pose no issue, Kaichi replied. The group boarded a cable car that required manual pedaling to ascend. The further they climbed, the more they could appreciate the grandeur of the towering peaks, affording a breathtaking view of the snow-laden magnetic island. The combined minions transformed their 4 hands into sharp axes, unleashing wind blades to suppress Chopper. Chopper eagerly evaded the wind blade attacks. The wind blades were formidable enough to slice through the castle walls. As he dodged the strikes from the 4 axes, Chopper analyzed the weaknesses of the combined minions, identifying the chin as their vulnerability. With a powerful leap, Chopper emerged from below, utilizing his enhanced strength to deliver a decisive blow to the chin, marking his victory over the minions. Have you all had enough of your chatter? Behold the arsenal behind me. It contains weapons of all kinds. If I were to consume them and integrate them into my being, you would witness the world's most terrifying human weapon, Walpo boasted, gloating before Luffy and Nami. However, upon patting his waist, he found the key to the arsenal missing. What a resilient fellow, Luffy remarked to Nami. With a rubber rocket cannon, Walpo was defeated and sent flying from Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The kingdom fell to the skeleton, and Dr. Guriva rejoiced that Walpo's reign had finally come to an end. Dalutin also witnessed Walpo being hurled away and inquired about the 2 subordinates. They were knocked away by a reindeer, Jump and Sanji honestly answered. The mention of a reindeer reminded Dalutin of Dr. Soka's adopted son. You are indeed the disciple of the physician who researched the universal remedy, truly remarkable. Xuanhu approached Chopper. If given the opportunity, I would love to discuss medicine with you. I dislike flattery. Even if you praise me, I won't be pleased, Chopper replied, feeling somewhat buoyed by the compliments. Inside the room, Dr. Guriva worked swiftly to treat Sanji, a scene that appeared gruesome to onlookers. Only Xuanhu discerned the precision of her actions, though somewhat brutal. The force applied to realign the bones was remarkably accurate. Outside, Luffy persistently invited Chopper, come join my crew. Zoro was left speechless. How could one invite others while complaining about them being verbose? I detest long-winded farewells. Doctor. Guriva handed a packet of powder to Dalutin, instructing him to have his subordinates loaded into the cannon. If we are to set sail, we must make quite the spectacle. Outside the castle, cannons stood erect, their barrels pointed skyward. Are you all ready? Fire. The booming cannon fire resonated throughout Magnetic Drum Island, capturing everyone's attention. After the launch, the villagers reported to Dr. Guriva. Turn on the lights. Doctor instructed the villagers to illuminate the castle. The miraculous cherry blossoms of Magnetic Drum Kingdom blossomed in all their splendor. The all-cure elixir, crafted by the inept Silka over 30 years, manifested as the cherry blossoms blooming in the icy land. The era of Walpo and Magnetic Drum Kingdom had faded, and a new cherry blossom kingdom arose upon the island. How magnificent! So beautiful! What a dreamlike sight! It would be a great misfortune to miss witnessing the cherry blossoms of Magnetic Drum Island in the world of One Piece. Kaichi found himself burning the midnight oil to adhere to the itinerary, not only to resolve the ship's doctor's emotional turmoil but also to witness the miraculous cherry blossoms. Accompanied by his companions from the castle, the townsfolk, the Straw Hat crew, and Sate and Jack from the Dragon Pirates who returned to the Zhuigang ship. They bore witness to this enchanting spectacle. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, embarked on their journey to Alabasta with their new ally, the ship's doctor Tony Chopper. Their departure was marked by urgency as they aimed to assist Vivi in rescuing Alabasta from the clutches of the 7 warlords. The Kingdom of Magu was renamed the Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms. Tonight, the citizens rejoiced, hosting a banquet in the town to celebrate the nation's rebirth. Dr. Guriva and Kaiji's party attended, with Kaichi commissioning Shank to catch a large fish as a gift, while the chef trio assisted in preparing the feast. The following day, Kaichi's ship's doctor, Xuanhu, sought out Dr. 20, inquiring whether this once-renowned medical sanctuary possessed advanced medical equipment such as electrocardiograms, ultrasounds, and X-ray machines. They wished to borrow these tools to examine Shank and ascertain the specifics of his injury. Dr. 20 affirmed the availability of equipment, although only the electrocardiogram was currently operational, as many devices remained uninstalled due to the previous King Valbo expelling numerous doctors and researchers who specialized in assembling and utilizing such equipment. Valbo, in good health, saw no need for these advancements, resulting in the current predicament. Do you have blueprints and manuals? Xuanhu inquired. Indeed, while personnel may have left, the equipment remains in the country's research facilities, Dr. 20 responded. Xuanhu enlisted the help of the scientific trio, Sate, Ged, and Faladi to assemble and calibrate the devices. They ventured to a medical facility in the town, distinct from civilian residences, having undergone a complete redesign resembling modern hospitals. Under Dr. 20's guidance, they first examined the design and development room, studying the research process and blueprints, followed by the medical principles governing the equipment's operation. The quartet oscillated between the design and assembly rooms for a full day and night, diligently assembling and calibrating the devices. In the Alabasta Kingdom, the largest nation in the first half of the Grand Line, a formidable warship appeared in the port. Cloaked in deep green and bearing the emblem of the world government alongside the Navy's Seagull insignia. Without a doubt, this was a headquarters-class battleship, one that only a rear admiral could command. The citizens of Alabasta were keenly aware of the warship's presence. "We shall await them here in Alabasta. They are bound to pass through," they said. As the vessel docked, the commanding officer descending was none other than Atme, recently promoted from commander to rear admiral, followed closely by Lieutenant Cabini and a cadre of robust naval soldiers. Chapter 45, Confrontation with Rabin. After a day of tireless effort from the trio, the medical equipment was finally installed and calibrated. Ship's Dr. Schwan, who summoned the Fishman Shank for a comprehensive examination, with particular emphasis on X-rays to identify the precise nature of his head injury, preparing for subsequent treatment. Meanwhile, Filady had no further role, opting to accompany Jack and the Red Dragon Dean on an adventure outside the town. It was his first excursion into the wild, filled with excitement to witness the extraordinary alongside his companions. The newly joined Miss Golden Week, Marianu, tagged along, eager to deepen her understanding and gather valuable intelligence. Over time, historian Mariana had learned of Dean's origins from the Eastern Sea's Red Dragon community and Jack's status as a member of the New Era's dragon cult. Thus, she sought to connect with the two. In contrast, whenever Filady was questioned about the Iofo clan, he fell silent. Hence, she diligently shifted her focus. The four adventurers prepared their gear and ventured beyond the town to explore this icy kingdom. As they walked, they encountered a 7-meter-tall giant bear, leaning on a T-shaped cane. When the bear passed by, it paused to graciously tip its hat and bow, continuing its own journey. Is that the traveling bear the villagers spoke of? So tall and gentlemanly, it's no wonder it has sparked numerous legends about Drum Island, Miss Golden Week remarked, are all palpable. Indeed, it's exhilarating. I wonder what else we might encounter, Jack replied, their anticipation heightened by the sight of the traveling bear. However, time was of the essence, and the trio climbed onto Dean's back, allowing the 3.5-meter-tall dragon to fly swiftly. "Dean, your dragon scales are wonderfully warm. Are you all right in this frigid environment?" Jack inquired, still concerned about Dean's adaptability. Upon hearing his friend's concern, Dean beamed with happiness and replied, "The captain mentioned we would only be here for a few days. A short stay poses no problem. The heat within my body can keep me warm for a brief time, but prolonged exposure would be perilous." "That's reassuring." Jack and Filady responded, their worries dispelled. Suddenly, a group of Raven appeared, skiing on tree branches and surrounding Dean. "Here they come, the Raven we were warned about." They braced for battle. The Raven, the white bullies of Drum Island, were combative creatures with rabbit-like ears and bear-like bodies, possessing great strength and speed. Due to Kaichi's prior intervention in the battle between Doroton and Valbo, the latter had not encountered the Straw Hat crew, and thus, the Raven had not suffered the consequences of human confrontation. With their swift agility, the Raven engaged in close combat. Jack unsheathed his sword, reminiscent of the valiant blades from Western fantasy tales, long and robust, well-suited for confronting massive foes. Two Raven charged forward, their massive paws swiping at him. Jack leapt from Dean's back, deftly parrying one with his sword. Filady took to the air, using his spear to deflect the other, even managing to knock one of the Raven to the ground. After a brief moment, the creature known as the Raven rose, its expression filled with confusion, pondering what had struck it. The other Ravens were equally bewildered at the sudden fall of their comrade. Jack, Dean, and Frady found themselves compelled to halt their advance. Frady, unhidden, soared boldly through the air. The Ravens took notice, discerning the diminutive figure of Frady, a mere 20-centimeter being. Jack, Dean, and Frady stood firm against the encroaching Raven horde, while Miss Golden Week provided support and distraction from behind. However, the overwhelming number of Ravens proved daunting, as they cleverly maneuvered to isolate and encircle the quartet, with 4 or 5 converging upon a single individual. Faced with the onslaught of 5 Ravens, Jack found himself in a precarious situation, simultaneously attacking while defending against the other 4. Memories of past defeats flooded his mind, recalling the relentless torment endured in the small garden and the overwhelming prowess of the archery skills wielded by Sylph, along with the arduous bow crafted by Schwanhu. Was he destined to perpetually taste defeat? After all, he aspired to be the helmsman who traverses the seas. Surrender was not an option. With a mastery of life return, albeit not yet proficient in the 6 styles, he had undergone significant enhancement through multiple iterations of life return. No longer the naive child of Dragon Island, his physique had transformed into that of a warrior. Now, with a newfound resolve tinged with frustration and anger after several setbacks, his sword strikes became increasingly sharp and decisive. As he engaged in a fierce exchange with the Ravens, his swordsmanship advanced to new heights, allowing him to vanquish the 5 assailants. The battle between the Red Dragon Dean and 4 Ravens resembled a brutal clash between 2 ferocious beasts. With dragon claws meeting bear paws in the collision of dragon and bear bodies, it was evident that the dragon reigned supreme among living beings. Dean, relying solely on his physical prowess without invoking dragon flames, exhibited remarkable agility despite a slight disadvantage in speed compared to the Ravens. His defense was far superior. The Ravens found themselves incapable of breaching Dean's formidable defenses. In addition to claw attacks, Dean utilized his head for strikes and his tail for sweeping blows, his offensive capabilities outmatching those of the Ravens. After a grueling confrontation, he triumphed over the 4 assailants. Freddy's confrontation with 5 Ravens was akin to a dimensional onslaught. The Ravens were on an entirely different tier compared to the Yov clan, clad in exoskeletal armor and equipped with a jetpack. Freddy represented the combat prowess typical of the Yov clan. He moved with the swiftness akin to the technique known as Shay from the Six Styles. Even the Raven's immense strength paled in comparison to Freddy's capabilities. Navigating through the Raven's attacks with grace, he countered effortlessly, delivering precise thrusts that ultimately led to the defeat of the adult Ravens. As for Miss Golden Week, she appeared as a harmless young girl. Yet she was a notorious figure with a bounty of 29 million berries set by the Navy. Her hypnotic paint abilities were formidable. With a brush in hand, she deftly applied red paint onto the Ravens, causing them to strike at their own kin in a chaotic frenzy, resulting in self-inflicted wounds. Jack and his companions observed the unfolding chaos in astonishment. Such a potent paint, they realized they should not provoke her in the future. Golden Week was equally surprised by the performance of Jack and his crew. She had initially believed that only Kaichi, Akin, and the Fishman Shank were formidable members of this pirate crew, but now she recognized that the others were equally strong. At Whiskey Peak, the elite of the Baroque works had already departed, converging upon Alabasta. Those remaining were mere low-level lackeys, easily subdued by Mr. 9, who halted their ridiculous assassination attempts, transforming the location back into a haven for pirates, bustling with normal commercial activities, albeit now featuring a casino and an arena. The interior of the cactus-shaped mountain now housed a covert arms factory. Within a room of the casino, 2 sofas faced each other, with 4 individuals seated in pairs. There were actually 5 present, but Mr. 14, being new, lacked the privilege of sitting and stood behind Mr. 9 and Miss Monday. Opposite Mr. 9 and Miss Monday sat Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, who had just arrived at Whiskey Peak. Who would have thought that you two were defeated by the Straw Hat crew and subsequently recruited by Kaichi's group? Mr. 9 mocked, his surprise evident. After all, during their escape with Vivi, he had been bullied by the duo, and now he relished the opportunity for revenge. Mr. 9, you were defeated even earlier than we were. Moreover, our promised positions in Kaichi's crew are far superior and more intimate. Mr. 5 retorted, asserting his superiority in the Baroque works hierarchy. Really? You think you can just waltz in here and boss me around? Mr. 9 exclaimed, anger flaring as he grabbed Mr. 5's collar. Are we about to brawl here? Mr. 5 shot back, preparing to unleash the explosive power of his devil fruit. Both of you calm down. Miss Monday and Miss Valentine intervened, separating the two. Unbeknownst to Mr. 9, his experiences had altered his mindset. He now dared to stand against Mr. 5, a feat unimaginable in the past. He was beginning to shed the fears that once shackled him, embarking upon the path of strength. With the situation in Alabasta still uncertain and Kaichi's new organization not fully established, their quarrels held no significance. Even if Crocodile were to fail, the conditions would be met, and the new organization would ultimately form. Membership would not be exclusive to them. Reports indicated that there were others in the East Blue. Thus, it was imperative for them to fulfill their own tasks or risk being abandoned, Miss Monday advised. She found promise in the new organization, wishing to remain, as the Elder and Kaichi had provided her with invaluable training that would enhance her growth alongside her companions. East Blue, you say? Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine pondered. They had only just come to realize that the mastermind behind Baroque Works was the warlord Crocodile. Understanding Kaichi's true intentions as being above the warlords brought clarity to their situation. Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, I hold the exclusive boarding rights within the organization. I shall strive to secure additional resources for you. Miss Valentine and I are temporarily here to assist in protecting the arms factory, ensuring its security amidst the island's significant changes. Now, allow me to share the current plans and deployments for the island. Mr. 5 expressed friendliness, advocating for unity within their ranks. The ambitious goals of the new organization necessitated collaboration for greater influence. Mr. 9 and Miss Monday accepted the goodwill, and Mr. 5 proceeded to outline Kaichi's arrangements on the island. At Whiskey Peak, dueling was prohibited, restoring normal trade activities, while open spaces outside the town remained free for personal engagements. The casino offered not only gambling, but also hosted competitive events, including martial arts tournaments, marksmanship contests, and fishing competitions along the shore. The rankings of private duels and events could be wagered at the casino, establishing a self-sustaining financial cycle for the new organization. The arms factory was steadily constructed within the mountain, and the 4 of them conducted a nighttime inspection. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom on Drum Island, Jack and his companions had successfully subdued the Raven tribe, leaving them all incapacitated. Such formidable rabbits, Drum Island was indeed home to an array of peculiar creatures. The 4 adventurers continued their journey and stumbled upon an icy cavern. Should we venture inside? Freddy inquired. What if there are traps? Miss Golden Week cautioned. The mysterious entrance beckons. We must explore, Jack exclaimed excitedly. They all entered the ice cave, where the tunnel seemed endless. As they proceeded, the darkness deepened, and the beams of Freddy's flashlight and Jack's torch illuminated less and less of their surroundings. After some time, they found themselves in a labyrinth, devoid of treasures or amusements. And worse still, they had lost their way. Shadows moved ominously in the darkness, heightening the atmosphere with a sense of dread. In a panic, they fled down a tunnel, only to tumble into a slide. Clinging together, they swiftly descended, landing atop a smooth ice surface. After several disorienting spins, they finally managed to stand, though Freddy's flashlight had been damaged and no longer worked. Fortunately, Jack's torch had extinguished but could be reignited, and he produced a new one as well. With 2 torches, the ice surface was illuminated considerably. Is there something beneath the ice? Miss Golden Week wondered, cautiously probing the icy surface with her torch, straining to see more clearly. They ignited another torch and discovered a frozen purple figure beneath the ice, a giant, far larger than any human. They were astonished to find that a being of such magnitude had once existed on Magnetic Drum Island. The group scrutinized the grand figure trapped in the ice. But then a shadowy figure emerged, drawing near. They realized they were in a vast open space surrounded by towering ice walls, leaving them with little option for concealment. Let us not hide. I want to see if it's a real monster or something else, Freddy declared. Jack, you're quick. Take this torch while I attempt to encircle it. Jack and Dean pursued the shadow, which swiftly darted into the darkness. However, Freddy, being the second fastest on the ship, managed to close in. The torchlight unveiled the shadow's true form, a floating travel bear dressed in black. This bear was not the 7-meter adult version but rather a 2-meter juvenile. Caught you, and you're still playing hide and seek? Dean, the red dragon, translated its words. The bear's black attire transformed into a vibrant red cloak as it landed gracefully on the ground. You can understand me, it exclaimed, looking at Dean. Indeed. I am a user of the language fruit, capable of comprehending your speech. The travel bear was elated to find a human and a dragon that could converse with it. Your cloak consumes a devil fruit? Jack and the others were astonished, realizing that even non-living beings could possess such abilities. Miss Golden Week, however, found it quite ordinary. Recalling Mr. Four's gun, which was also a product of a devil fruit that allowed it to fire explosive projectiles. Yes, my cloak consumed the human fruit, allowing it to attach to me and grant flight. The travel bear introduced its cloak companion. Now it makes sense why you can fly. Jack, having previously faced the spirits of the Yof tribe, had grown accustomed to the unexpected and was less surprised this time. Chapter 47. A medical duel with Dr. 20. The brain scan of Jean Bei had been completed, and the ship's doctor, Xuangu, was studying the images to pinpoint the location of the blood clot in his brain. The clot was significant, but the risks associated with brain surgery were considerable. Moreover, he had never performed surgery on a fishman before, ultimately ruling out the option of a craniotomy. Xuangu explained the treatment plan to Shank, seeking his consent before administering anesthesia. Kage, as a no, you must understand that serves both as a defense and a restraint. To access your true power, you must transcend that thin membrane and wield it in this world. Xuangu advised Kage, who was observing nearby. After verifying the specific location of the injury again, Xuangu set the images aside, calmed himself, and focused his energy. A warm aura enveloping him as a mysterious power manifested in his hands. He placed his energy-infused hand on Shank's head, allowing the power to flow into his brain, gradually dissolving the blood clot and the necrotic cells, expelling them from Shank's body. By late night, with Jack and the others still absent, Kage ventured out to locate them, wary of any unforeseen events. Travel Bear, do you have any idea about the frozen giant beneath the ice? Miss Golden Week inquired. I'm not sure. That giant has been here since I visited years ago, the Travel Bear replied. Such a pity, Miss Golden Week lamented, having hope for some revelation regarding that mysterious kingdom and the D family. Inside the ice cavern, the four discussed the giant's body with the Travel Bear. You've uncovered something remarkable. I never anticipated the presence of a giant's remains here. Kage, transformed into his dragon form, announced as he appeared in the cavern. Captain Kage, what brings you here? Jack exclaimed, startled by the captain's sudden appearance. It's the middle of the night. You all should be mindful of the time and return. I came to check on you, and thankfully, I encountered an injured raven on my way. My dragon senses are quite keen, Kage explained. There's nothing of value here, no relics or historical artifacts, not even any wildlife. There's no useful information, Miss Golden Week sighed, feeling disheartened. It seemed that after a prolonged absence from archaeological work, she had begun to lose her touch, overly fixated on the end results. They must remember that fossils and remains are also of great significance in archaeology. Not necessarily, the presence of a giant here provides substantial information. It suggests that the mysterious kingdom might have had significant undertakings within the magnetic drum kingdom, Kage posited. After all, One Piece is renowned for its multitude of foreshadowing, with many in the past scrutinizing every detail with a magnifying glass. Later, the Shadow of Oz, bestowed upon by Moria, was linked to the mysterious kingdom, and many believed it bore connections to the celestial dragons. This giant also bore similar adornments, leading Kage to such a hypothesis. How do you know the giant is connected to the mysterious kingdom? Miss Golden Week asked, intrigued by Kage's insight. Cage did not respond but replied with a mischievous smile. It seems that Shinin is not as honest as one might think. He is not entirely ignorant of that realm. How about visiting my home? Invited the traveling bear. Sure. Let us pay a visit to a friend. The traveling bear led 5 individuals to his den, which surprisingly housed an array of musical instruments. Most of the instruments were worn and appeared to have been salvaged from human discards, meticulously repaired for personal use. To their astonishment, the newly acquainted traveling bear was also a musician. You must be pirates. Allow me to perform Johnny Boy for you, he declared as he approached the piano. The melody evoked images of youthful adventurers setting sail, filled with fervor and excitement. From the spirited notes, it was evident that this bear yearned for freedom. Little traveling bear, do you wish to venture out to sea? Of course. However, due to environmental constraints, our bear clan can only thrive in icy realms. We cannot survive on distant islands. So we remain on Magnetic Drum Island. Knowing you're the captain, I invited you home to hear your tales of the outside world. I possess the powers of the frost dragon fruit of the Zoan type, enabling me to create localized icy environments. As I currently lack a musician aboard my ship, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join me, so that you may personally explore the wonders of the outside world. Caged Body became a vessel for the gathering of ice elements, showcasing his mastery over the manipulation of snow and ice to the little traveling bear. After being fortified by the crystal throne and the eternal ice, Caged's command of the ice elements progressed significantly, allowing him to generate snow and ice from his entire being, rather than merely exhaling it as he had in the past. Indeed, join us. Our ship's scientific team will create refrigerators, ice machines, and other marvelous contraptions. Rest assured, we shall regale you with tales of our past adventures aboard the vessel. Jack also extended an invitation, for sometimes the monotony of maritime travel necessitates a lively spirit. I shall speak with my uncle. The little traveling bear packed a few musical instruments and, accompanied by Cage and others, approached the 7-meter-tall great traveling bear to convey his desire to join the dragon-flying pirates and embark on a sea voyage. The great traveling bear offered no objections, instead gifting him a brand-new, exquisite hat as a rite of passage into adulthood. Within the town's medical facility, 2 individuals with identical injuries were brought in. Xuanhu and Dr. 20 regarded this as an opportunity, a chance for a duel between doctors. Each would treat one of the patients, and the one who achieved the better outcome would be declared the victor. They even enlisted the sorceress Dr. Giriva as the judge. After properly anesthetizing the 2 patients, they began their respective surgical procedures, separated only by a curtain. After 2 hours of intense effort, both surgeries were successfully completed. As the curtain was drawn back, Dr. Giriva meticulously examined each patient's condition but refrained from making a judgment. We have lost, Dr. 20 conceded, having observed Xuanhu's patient and willingly admitting defeat. Cage discerned that the ship's doctor, Xian Lao, was employing a degree of cunning. In terms of medical skill, both practitioners were equally proficient. However, the distinction lay in Xian Lao's ability to deliver a dimensional blow in terms of thought and understanding. His techniques in aesthetic suturing and scar pre-treatment had already transcended the realm of conventional medicine. This world had yet to reach a stage where medical aesthetics could flourish, as evidenced by the coarse scars adorning the faces of prominent figures in the world of One Piece. Furthermore, in a realm rife with conflict and a scarcity of physicians, the mere act of healing, ensuring survival, was a remarkable achievement, leaving no room for considerations of enhancement or beautification. Kaichi had not anticipated that Xuanhu possessed knowledge of the realm of medical aesthetics. He had envisioned Xuanhu's previous world as one reminiscent of the late Qing dynasty, intermingled with elements of the fantastical and martial arts. To his astonishment, he discovered that their Western technology, particularly in the field of medicine, was remarkably advanced. Ultimately, Kaiji's group forged a collaboration with the Sakura Kingdom to establish a pharmaceutical factory on Magnetic Drum Island, with 20 doctors designated as research personnel. Officially, the factory belonged to the Sakura Kingdom of Dalutin, yet the actual profits were divided such that 50% would go to Kaiji's organization, 40% to the Sakura Kingdom, and 10% allocated for medical education for the people of Magnetic Drum Island. The bully kingship of Albo, previously seized by Kaiji's group, now served as a means of transportation. Chapter 48. The ordinary snow country is also beautiful. In the prison of the Sakura Kingdom, 2 subordinates of Valbo huddled together in fear, gazing at the elderly man who had just interrogated them, beads of cold sweat dotting their brows. We promise you, we will never betray you, not even in death. Valbo, having been knocked away by Luffy, was likely unconscious, and the 2 subordinates defeated by Chopper had severed their collaboration. I trust you. Compensate your people well. Should you dare betray your nation and your people again, I assure you, you will experience suffering worse than death. Xuanhu remarked with a sinister smile. Understood. The 2 men felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of the elder's grin and quickly offered their assurances. The methods of punishment and interrogation in the human realm are perpetually regarded as one of the darkest facets of civilization, if not the darkest. Whipping and branding are merely the superficial manifestations of such brutality. Xuanhu, who had endured the most ferocious forms of punishment in his own world for years, possessed vast experience. Coupled with his mastery of martial arts and medicine, he understood all too well the agonies inflicted upon the body's organs, acupoints, and bones. Thus, Xuanhu was undoubtedly the most terrifying interrogator in this world. Satisfied with the assurances of the 2 men, Xuanhu departed the prison. As they watched him leave, Jess and Chromalaman finally felt their spirits lift, relieved to see that harbinger of doom go. How did it go, Elder Xian? Kaichi inquired. Xuanhu responded with a casual thumbs up. A mere trifle. Those two lacked resolve. I employed only 2 or 3 moves, and they capitulated. I had initially intended to achieve a grand slam, but they swiftly agreed to serve as guardians for the pharmaceutical factory. That's splendid. As expected of Elder Xian, your efforts are always fruitful. The military might of the Sakura Kingdom was insufficient, with Chopper having joined the Straw Hat crew. Only the witch Dr. Gulewa and Delutin remained. They could only enlist Valbo's 2 subordinates as assistants, otherwise, having invested heavily in the establishment of a pharmaceutical factory, they risked losing everything if it could not be adequately protected. A portion of Cage's treasure remains in the East China Sea. Another is nestled within the peaks of Whiskey Mountain, and now, with an additional investment, the majority has already been expended, leaving only a small fraction remaining. Having concluded their affairs on Drum Island, the crew of the ship Zhuaging set sail for their next destination, Alabasta. The little traveler bear gazed back at Drum Island, witnessing his uncle, hat in hand, waving a heartfelt farewell from the shore. Overcome with emotion, he leapt up to bid his uncle adieu. As they looked upon the snow-laden cherry blossom kingdom, it was evident that the enchanting dreams of a night filled with blooming cherry blossoms were absent. Even without the mischief of malevolent beings, this snowy realm possesses its own beauty, does it not? Remarked Cage. Indeed, rejoiced the little traveler bear. Laughter erupted among the crew, celebrating the wondrous journey through the snowy land. Dr. 20 expressed surprise that they had not dismissed the prospect of collaborating with pirates. Doroton, brandishing the bounty posters of Luffy at 30 million and Cage at 20 million, addressed Dr. 20, revealing that they had been aware of Cage's true identity since the night Luffy departed. There is no choice. The citizens' welfare and the nation's progress are paramount, the doctor hinted. After careful consideration, we believe it is feasible. Furthermore, with the need to rebuild the nation and prepare for the heavenly gold, while we may harbor doubts about pirates, we trust that compassionate healer. Suit yourselves. This is your affair. I have my own concerns, as my reindeer has departed, and I must find a suitable draft animal, Doctor Gule Gue declared, taking her leave with a flourish. In the latter stages of their adventures, the Pirate King's carriage was drawn by the rabbit bear, turned into a sorceress's steed. Upon boarding the ship, the crew of Cage discovered that the little traveler bear lacked a name, for they had been too few on Drum Island to necessitate one. Ultimately, Captain Cage bestowed upon him the name Baibao. The crew also contributed by recalling the name of the memory sea creature, Chenlong, a fitting moniker coinciding with the Year of the Dragon. Although the Zhuaging was thrice the size of the Mary, space was still insufficient. Cage's quarters, situated near the kitchen and cooler, were transformed into a snowy environment for practicality, thus allowing it to be allocated to the traveler bear, Baibao. Kage resided within the treasure chamber, conveniently ascending to the crystalline throne. Upon the crystalline throne, Kage, transformed into a dragon, shed a layer of armor, growing stronger and more resilient scales, which took on an even deeper shade of blue. Cage inquired with Dean of the Red Dragon regarding the handling of these dragon scales, recognizing that the entirety of a dragon is a treasure, and any waste would be regrettable. Dean suggested to entrust them to the memory seahorse, Chenlong, indicating that once Chenlong absorbs the dragon's might from the scales, they could subsequently be given to the ship's physician for medicinal purposes. Chenlong's dragon lineage is rather feeble, and these scales could facilitate an elevation in his bloodline, allowing him to ascend to a higher rank. Keck placed the dragon scales into the aquarium of the dragon. The memory seahorse gazed at the scales with twinkling eyes, cradling them as if they were treasures, and continuously nodded in gratitude towards Keck. A sea cat obstructed the path of the Zhuaging ship, and Ajinang drew his weapon, preparing to deal with the beast. The Zhuaging ship was at risk of an attack at any moment, yet Keck intervened. This sea cat is the guardian spirit of Alabasta. It has not shown any aggression towards us. We must not harm it, lest we complicate matters. Guardian spirit, indeed. It warrants our utmost caution, Xuanhu acknowledged. Although the two had previously inhabited different worlds, their cultural origins were akin, sharing beliefs in the mystical realms of deities, fate, and karma. They chose to believe in the existence of such entities as long as they posed no threat to themselves. The guardian sea cat of Alabasta observed them for a while, exhibiting no intent to attack, before gracefully swimming away, as if having passed some form of test and been acknowledged. Ah, the sea cat has departed. Keck relaxed, relieved that they need not harm the so-called guardian spirit. If karma were indeed a reality, it would have been troublesome. He continued addressing his crew. Encountering the guardian spirit of Alabasta signifies that we are nearing our destination. Let us press on, my friends. Off the coast of Alabasta, the pirate ships under Crocodile's command had already gathered in the nearby waters, amidst the city renowned for its perfume production. A battalion of Marines was pursuing the Straw Hat crew and Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The millionaires and billion followers of the Baroque Works clandestinely observed the movements of the Straw Hat crew amidst the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to capture Luffy and Ace. How audacious they were, for Luffy and Ace had already shown restraint, yet the pursuit continued. However, provoking the wrong individuals always incurs a price. Fire Fist Ace executed a perfect aerial rotation, his hand igniting with flames. With a powerful punch, a colossal wave of fire surged forth like a gigantic fire python, barreling toward the Baroque Works pirate ship, effortlessly cutting through the ranks of the pursuing vessels. Chapter 49. The Martial Arts Manatee. Untrained in the arts at last, they had arrived in Alabasta, true to its title as the Desert Kingdom. The endless stretches of sand greeted them with a scorching heat. On the beach, a group of martial arts manatees observed the arrival of the zwigging ship. Unlike ordinary manatees, these martial arts manatees boasted green bodies adorned with a layer of hard shell. Here we are, the unique martial arts manatees of Alabasta, Keck remarked. Noticing that the manatees were not practicing Luffy's signature punch, it seemed that Luffy and his companions must have arrived before them. Evidently, Luffy had chosen a different beach to stop at, as the clusters of martial arts manatees varied. It certainly feels hot. We must venture into the city to procure new garments, the crew remarked, contemplating the sweltering desert. Let us exchange some gold coins for currency and then purchase sand robes, clothing, and provisions. Kajia has spoken. Akin took a bag of gold coins, intending to exchange them for cash upon entering the city. I will remain here to guard the ship. The fishman Shanka has been unconscious for several days and has yet to awaken, receiving glucose for sustenance. So it is more convenient for me to take care of him. You all may go, Schwangu said. I shall not go on the island either, chimed in the traveling bear, who had just boarded the ship. The desert environment is not suitable for his survival, even aboard the vessel. He often retreats to his icy little room for comfort. Why bow, fret not. We shall procure materials in the city to construct a machine that generates ice and snow for you, thus expanding your range of activities, Sate, guide. And Filady consoled the traveling bear. The group disembarked and made their way to the city. However, the Kung Fu manatee blocked their path, eager to challenge them. This group of manatees is rather intriguing, Schwangu remarked. Just as Akin was about to confront the Kung Fu manatee, Schwangu stopped him. Akin, these fellows have another purpose for me. Let me handle them. Schwangu was well aware of Akin's capabilities. These dozens of small creatures would not pose a challenge to him. Dean, your appearance is not suitable for entering the city. Stay back and assist me in communicating with them. Schwangu summoned Dean to his side, also leaving behind Carmen's two bodyguards, Hank and Debut, to prevent them from accompanying Miss Carmen into the city. Your talents are rather limited. Staying behind to spar will help you gain experience and grow. Through the communication fruit, Dean engaged with the Kung Fu manatees, who eventually agreed to Schwangu's terms, allowing Akin and the others to pass. Schwangu then instructed Hank, Debut, and Memory Seahorse Chenlong to accompany the manatees in their sparring. Now there are many naval soldiers about. We must be more cautious after parting ways, Akin remarked. They had not anticipated the presence of naval patrols in the city of Canola Flower and, after exchanging the gold coins for cash, promptly went to a clothing store for new attire. They soon spotted the Straw Hat crew, who were frequently being searched for by the Navy. Akin divided the coins, allowing each member to procure their necessities individually, thus dispersing their presence and making it less likely for the Navy to detect them. After all, staying together made them far too conspicuous. Akin, Jack followed Chef Carmen, as the ship's provisions were nearly depleted and much meat was required, necessitating assistance. The scientific trio, Sate, Guide, and Filady formed their own group, with Filady hiding in Sate's pocket to avoid detection. Captain Kajia moved about independently. In the streets of Canola Flower, Jack wandered, having already spent half of his money on an array of exotic barbecues and dishes, almost purchasing a golden apple before being stopped by Akin and Carmen. As Navy Sergeant Dasky patrolled the streets, initially searching for the Straw Hat crew, she unexpectedly discovered the ominous Akin. Although Akin's long robe offered some concealment, his fleeting, fearsome visage was unmistakable. Upon hearing reports from Brigadier General Aitme regarding the headquarters, she was taken aback, realizing that the former vice captain of the Creek Grand Fleet had become a member of the sinister Kajia pirate crew. Dasky drew her signature blade, Shiyu, blocking Akin and the others. Ominous Akin, member of the sinister Kajia crew. I never expected to encounter you here. Akin, laden with a hefty bag of provisions, had no opportunity to retaliate. Jack drew his sword to engage. Dasky was skilled, worthy of being called a swordsman, yet her status as a woman limited her strength, hindering her progression. Had it been earlier, Jack would not have matched her swordsmanship. However, after several defeats and battles with the multi-headed rabbit bear on Magnet Drum Island, Jack's swordsmanship had transformed, elevating him to the rank of a true swordsman. The swords clashed, one a Japanese blade and the other a Western broadsword. In a series of attacks and parries, the two exchanged blows, neither landing a hit on the other, yet the walls bore numerous sword marks from their fierce duel. Indeed, Dasky's swordsmanship was superior, managing to suppress Jack momentarily, but her overall strength proved insufficient to overpower him, especially without decisive techniques to end the bout. Nonetheless, their confrontation attracted the attention of other patrolling naval soldiers, who began to surround them. Akin and Carmen shouted, "More naval soldiers are coming. Jack, do not linger. Let us flee." Carmen knocked out several incoming naval soldiers with her frying pan. "All right," Jack said, keeping an eye on Dasky as he swiftly joined Akin and Carmen in the fray, disappearing into the crowd. Dasky pursued for several streets but soon lost them. She returned to report to her superior, Smoker, about encountering the ominous Akin among Kajia's crew. "Oh, how intriguing. I never expected that not only would the Straw Hat Luffy arrive, but also the sinister Kajia." 2 rising pirates from the East Blue have come to Alabasta. Since they are here, I shall capture them both, Colonel Smoker remarked, puffing on his signature cigar. However, I must first call Brigadier General Amy, who has sailed a naval ship here. I hear he is pursuing individuals aboard Kaichi's ship. He will be quite pleased to hear this news. Smoker instructed his subordinate to fetch the transponder snail. The great swordsman Brigadier General Amy, now referred to as Major Amy, would surely be interested in the developments surrounding Kaichi's crew. As a fervent swordswoman, she held great admiration for Amy, whose formidable skills had earned him recognition within the naval hierarchy, wielding a mysterious sword not recorded in any sword catalog. Half an hour earlier, on the beach, the Kung Fu manatees, although relatively small, comparable to the size of human children, possess significant combat prowess, surpassing that of ordinary naval soldiers. Hank and debut. After battling 3 Kung Fu manatees, were unable to continue against a 4th and withdrew. We can't go on, ship's doctor. We are utterly exhausted. Hank and debut collapsed on the beach, unable to lift their weapons, iron pots, or unsharpened machetes. Xuangu had assessed the Kung Fu manatee strength. Each manatee possessed the prowess of an elite naval soldier, with the leader being even stronger. This unexpected encounter revealed that even Memory Seahorse Chenlong, typically lacking in close combat skills, had defeated 2 manatees, indicating notable progress. Kaichi's dragon armor had indeed bestowed many benefits upon Chenlong. Now, it was time for me to fulfill my promise and show your kind what true Kung Fu entails. Xuangu tied back his long hair, boldly facing the remaining Kung Fu manatees. He engaged in combat with over 20 of these combative creatures, alternating his fighting style with each victory. Hungar, Tai Chi, Xingyi, Yangchun, Bagua, Drunken Fist, Snake Fist, Praying Mantis, Monkey Fist. Xuangu was a veritable treasure trove of martial arts. Having concluded the bout, it was a pity that the manatees had dwindled in number, leaving him with techniques yet to be utilized. Xuangu brushed the sand from his attire, removed his hair tie, and addressed the manatees. How can you call yourselves Kung Fu manatees if you do not know Kung Fu? Would you like to learn? I shall teach you. Chapter 50, Confrontation with Smoker. The power of nature's essence. This group of martial sea cows experienced the remarkable strength of martial arts for the first time at Xuanhu. Previously, they relied solely on their innate strength and speed, possessing little mastery of technique. This group of martial sea cows was utterly in awe of the elder Xuanhu, kneeling before him to pay their respects and beseech him to impart his wisdom. The elder Xuanhu, delighted by their earnestness and passion for martial arts, gladly accepted these pure-hearted disciples, viewing them as an exceptional gift from the heavens. However, he did not teach them every technique. Instead, he selected a few to impart. He began with the fundamental stance, demonstrating each movement meticulously, followed by detailed explanations and crucial points to note. Red Dragon Dean was present to facilitate translation. In the city of Rapeseed Flowers, Akin, Jack, and Carmen were evading the searching naval soldiers amidst the crowd. We must first locate Sato and regroup. Inform them that our pirate crew has been discovered, and then find the captain to hastily return to the ship and leave this place, Akin urged. Let us go find Sato. Are you going to seek out other comrades? But you have no chance. You cannot escape my grasp. A sudden puff of white smoke enveloped the 3. Smoker, with his lower body transformed into smoke, hovered in the air, observing Akin and his companions. Are you going to flee? The naval captain, the white hunter Smoker, posed a significant threat. Akin realized the gravity of their predicament. Escape would not be so simple. He dropped a large bag of provisions, preparing for a serious confrontation. Akin brandished his twin hammers, Jack drew his great sword, and Carmen revealed his frying pan. The trio stood resolutely against Captain Smoker. Unfazed, Smoker unleashed his white snake technique, demonstrating his customary ruthlessness towards pirates. His smoky arms extended ominously, striking toward Akin and his companions like a pair of serpents. Akin advanced with his hammer, intercepting the force of the white snake's punch. Yet, the true terror lay not in the punch itself, but in the formidable capabilities of the smoke smock fruit. Although Akin managed to block the punch, the surrounding smoke continued to encroach upon him, morphing from 2 large serpents into 2 colossal snakes, threatening to ensnare him. Carmen hurled his frying pan at Smoker's head, while Jack lunged forward, attempting a horizontal cut at Smoker's upper body. However, their attacks merely passed through the smoke, proving utterly ineffective. The nature-based devil fruit was indeed a resilient adversary, rendering ordinary assaults futile. Perceiving Smoker's attention wavering, Akin seized the moment. Whirlwind smash. He spun his hammer, generating a whirlwind that shattered the giant smoke serpents, propelling him toward Smoker. Futile. I am the embodiment of the smoke smock fruit. You cannot harm me. Smoker, seemingly undeterred, reformed from the dissipated smoke on the ground, appearing unscathed. Despair settled upon the trio as they realized their escape seemed increasingly unlikely. They gained a vivid understanding of the horror represented by the nature-based devil fruit. And you have made a grave error. You are far too close to me. Smoker remarked ominously. We must retreat. Akin shouted, but it was too late. White vine. Smoker's entire form erupted into smoke, resembling a rapidly growing vine that ensnared the 3, spiraling upward and capturing them firmly in midair. Capture successful. Smoker acknowledged their coordinated efforts, noting that had it not been for his elemental transformation, he might have sustained injuries. and Akin proved to be stronger than he had anticipated. Smoker was about to take the trio back for confinement when he noticed something amiss. The naval soldiers had yet to arrive. Suddenly, a figure stood before him. "Captain Smoker, you cannot take my crew. I have searched tirelessly for them." The individual lowered their hood, revealing themselves to be Kaichi, the captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates. "You shall not take them. Captain, you have arrived," the trio exclaimed, filled with relief at the prospect of salvation, having felt their pirate careers hanging by a thread. "Finally made your appearance, have you?" Kaichi grinned wickedly. "I was somewhat disappointed by your absence, but it seems you have delivered yourselves right into my hands," Smoker declared. Kek transformed directly into a dragon. "If you wish to capture me, let us see if you possess the capability." The frost storm, with its mighty wings unfurled, unleashed a powerful gale that dispersed the smoke enveloping Ajin and his companions, rescuing them while simultaneously repelling Smoker and the smoke surrounding him. "You two are a user of a devil fruit, and still of the mythical Zoan type," Smoker inquired. "Indeed. What will you do? Will you retreat in the face of difficulty?" Kek replied with a smile. "Not a chance. None of you shall escape. Whitesnake, you three proceed ahead." "I shall confront him," Kek commanded. "Understood, Captain, but do exercise caution. His smoke devil fruit is rather formidable," the trio responded. Cage made an okay gesture, indicating his understanding. The three individuals, upon noticing this, decided to depart promptly, lest they become a burden by lingering. Fist and cannon. The powerful airwave cannon of the Cage fist pierced through the pursuing smoke Whitesnake. The smoke emitter Smoker transformed his lower body into vapor, propelling himself into the sky like a rocket, intent on intercepting the fleeing Akin and his companions. The plump prey was within reach. But now it seemed to be soaring away. Kylie's dragon wing fan conjured a formidable wall of wind. Smoker and his smoke could not breach this barrier. Instead, they were swept into the air, drifting farther and farther away. The malevolent grin of Kylie. Smoker felt a twinge of irritation. Kage ascended into the sky, leaving no room for delusions of capturing my crew. "Now, we can focus on our fierce duel." Smoker did not respond. Yet his serious demeanor signaled that the ensuing clash would be intense. The White Fist, Dragon Fist, direct Dragon Strike. The smoke-emitting punch collided with a wave of energy shaped like a dragon, capturing the attention of the onlookers. High above, the two combatants engaged in an aerial contest. The White Serpent, Cannon Fist, a blue flying dragon entwined with a soaring white rocket. They exchanged blows in midair, their attacks reminiscent of daylight fireworks, both explosive and radiant. One, a user of the natural type, capable of elemental transformation. The other, a top-tier Zoan type, boasting superior physical attributes, speed, and strength. Each had its advantages. Yet neither could best the other. Their confrontation descended from the sky to the ground. After half an hour of battle, Kage discerned Smoker's level of skill. With a bit more effort, he could overpower him. Smoker's physical condition was slightly lacking. His control and interference techniques were adequate, but his offensive skills fell short. As a natural type, he was indeed elusive, unable to be struck directly. Kage mused that he had a slight upper hand. "It's nearly time. I shall conclude this battle with my new technique," Kage declared. Dragon Fist, Chaotic Strike, an upgraded version of the Gentle Cannon Fist. Ice Dragon Fist, Mechanized Hail Cannon. The frosty force of the punch hurled icy hail toward Smoker, piercing through his smoke form and exploding, releasing a chilling blast. Scattered by the explosion, Smoker reformed on the ground. However, Kage had already taken flight, leaving behind a final remark. "Colonel Smoker, there is no need to pursue. The air around you is suffused with cold, rendering your smoke sluggish. You will not catch up." Chapter 51. Weaknesses and Guidance. Smoker stood on the street, gazing at the empty space where Kage had been, feeling the pervasive cold. He understood that he had missed his chance and chose not to chase. At that moment, Tashiji approached him. "Colonel Smoker, are you all right? There are several unconscious Navy soldiers outside. They have been taken for treatment." "It's fine, Tashiji. Those sailors were subdued by the sinister Kage. As long as they receive care, it will suffice," Smoker replied. "Yet, there are greater troubles ahead. Tashiji." Kage is also a devil fruit user, specifically of the Ice Dragon variety, a mythical Zoan type. If he continues to grow stronger, he will become a significant adversary for the Navy. However, we have already informed Admiral Akiji that Kage and his crew have arrived in Alabasta. Moving forward, we shall leave Kage's crew to Akiji and refocus on the Straw Hat crew, Smoker continued. "Understood, Colonel Smoker," Tashiji affirmed. Smoker gathered his team, preparing to pursue the Straw Hat crew in the next city. On their way back to the ship, Akin and his companions encountered Satori, Gade, and others, who were hiding from the Navy. "Satori, Gade, the Navy has cornered our pirate crew. We must return to the ship and leave the city before we are surrounded." "All right." "We've gathered most of our supplies," Satori replied, then inquired, "But what about the captain? Have you seen him?" "We were inadvertently discovered by Colonel Smoker. He possesses the smoke fruit of the natural type, rendering us unable to harm him. He easily captured us, but we were fortunate that the captain intervened. He will catch up with us," Akin recounted. Jack felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he was even more astonished by Akin's ability to confront their defeat so candidly. "A user of the natural type is beyond your current capabilities. Lacking the ability to utilize haki, you are unaware of the countering relationships, and you cannot strike at their essence. In the future, avoid encounters with natural type users, understood? Kage caught up with them. Kage, Captain, Satori and the others exclaimed, relieved to see their captain unharmed. Come, lend me a hand. Kaichi, utilizing the power of frost in a hostile environment, suffered a significant loss of moisture, rendering his body somewhat feeble. Sartre and Jack, devoid of any luggage, assisted Kaichi to his feet. Is the captain unscathed? I am well, he replied. The desert's oppressive heat has depleted my bodily fluids. Please hand me some water, Kaichi implored. Carmen retrieved a portion of water from the pack carried by Akin and offered it to Kaichi. After consuming the substance, Kaichi felt significantly better. Indeed. Nature is the most formidable force. A slight misstep in an unfamiliar environment can lead to grave consequences. My initial pursuit was this very matter. There are individuals in this country clandestinely using a substance known as dance powder. It appears that we need to investigate the influence of the Baroque works. Sartre, Gade, Frady, should you find the time, I suggest you delve into this. Kaichi handed a packet of dance powder to the three individuals. Gade accepted the packet. The invention of dance powder was intended to rectify precipitation imbalances in certain regions. However, this group has been misusing it in desert areas, resulting in disruption of the local and surrounding hydrological cycles, leading to a significant lack of rainfall. Local residents have informed me that Alabasta has not seen rain for 3 years. Kaichi revealed this shocking news. 3 years without rain. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Those scoundrels have deprived the desert region of rain for 3 years. How the residents of Alabasta must be suffering. Gade, uncharacteristically, let slip a curse. After a moment of anger, Gade regained his composure. Wait a minute. The oases that typically receive rain have also gone 3 years without precipitation. This is impossible. Dance powder alone cannot achieve such an effect. Nature's water cycle is far more robust than one might assume. It seems there is only one explanation. A significant portion of the moisture has been siphoned away. Gade, let me confirm your assertion. It is implausible for such a large nation to experience 3 years of drought solely due to dance powder. There must be a powerful entity that has stolen and concealed the majority of the water, correct? Kaichi sought verification. Indeed, Gade affirmed with his expertise. Thank you, Gade, for clarifying my doubts. After a brief respite, Kaichi stood unaided, no longer requiring Jack and Sartre's support. I nearly overlooked the matter of Crocodile's waterlocking scheme. Ironically, this is his greatest weakness. In his attempt to retain such vast quantities of water, even in his desert stronghold, he is rendered incapable of utilizing his extensive range abilities, sacrificing the greater for the lesser. This flaw has now been exposed. Ha ha ha, Crocodile. I am no longer concerned that my existence might lead to Luffy's failure against you. As one of the 7 warlords, your chances of success have now plummeted to a mere 200. Kaichi was filled with joy at this revelation. In a once desolate street, Baroque Works assassins suddenly appeared. With a wicked grin, Kaichi addressed the ghoul, Akin, stating that they had accepted a bounty of 32 million berries. These assassins are quite audacious, presumably. Luffy and Ace were too lenient in their prior encounters, leading to this outcome. No worries, bad habits will be rectified by others. Akin, hand me that package. Kaichi took the parcel and continued, instructing Akin to deal with them. Akin had already begun to swing his hammer, perfectly aligned with the intent. Akin is a true brute. Despite his deeper ties to Sanji, his temperament is more akin to Zoro's, an obsession with martial prowess bordering on madness. Though Akin and Jack had previously experienced defeat, they now had an opportunity to vent their frustrations. With a whirlwind strike, the hammer spun and descended upon the assassins' bodies, each impact resonating with the sound of shattered bones. Kajia discerned that Akin's approach had become somewhat formulaic. While it was effective against inanimate objects like ice and stone, it faltered against agile humans, especially those skilled in combat. The fixed trajectory of his spinning technique rendered it easily predictable, leading to wasted energy and diminishing returns with each strike. Akin, you are now contending with a human. Your method of rotation is too singular. The tempo must vary, and the path of your strike should change. You must blend motion with stillness, creating an element of unpredictability, Kajia advised. Upon hearing Captain Kajia's words, Akin calmed himself, allowing his technique to truly integrate with his essence. The hammer became an extension of his own body, wielded with fluidity and finesse, capable of ferocity or grace at will. No longer did he solely pursue rotation, like water encountering wind, he coalesced into a flowing river. In the heat of battle, Akin discovered a new technique, akin to waves crashing against rocks. His adversaries, like stones submerged in a river, found themselves overwhelmed and submerged. The assassin was none other than Akin, and Jack was swiftly dealt with. Captain, what of my great sword? Please offer me guidance as well. I wish to improve, Jack said as he approached Kajia after his bout. Witnessing Akin grasp a new ultimate technique from Kajia's counsel, Jack felt a desire to discover his own. Realizing he lacked a signature move, Akin has trained sufficiently, his progress is inevitable. As for you, you have much ground to cover. Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to your archery. To advance, you must practice drawing and wielding your sword alongside archery. A skilled swordsman excels equally in both, Kajia remarked. Drawing and wielding a sword, is it truly that simple? Jack questioned, skeptical that the captain might be deceiving him or finding him a bother. Kaichi discerned Jack's confusion. If you don't believe me, you may seek verification from Elder Xian. Chapter 52, the headquarters of the rebel army. Upon hearing the sounds of pursuing naval forces, Kaichi urged, "Let us retreat to the ship and discuss further." The group hastened toward the pirate vessel. Elder Xian had completed his task of teaching the martial arts to the sea cow. Miss Golden Week emerged from her room, having been absorbed in reading. They had returned, though she was unaware of their purchases. Until Crocodile was defeated, she would not dare set foot in Alabasta, as being discovered by the Baroque Works agents would spell trouble. Elder Xian, Deputy, Hank, raised the anchors immediately. The Navy has discovered us in the city. We must depart at once, lest we be surrounded by their soldiers, Jack. The helmsman called out to the crew. The trio swiftly complied, hoisting the 2 anchors. Jack boarded the ship and promptly took the helm, steering the Zhuanggong away from the shore. Just as the crew returned aboard, they heard the sounds of naval gunfire and cannon fire. However, Kaichi and his companions were swift. The Zhuanggong had already sailed beyond the shoreline, and the enemy's attacks fell short, their bullets and cannonballs sinking harmlessly into the sea. Farewell. No need to see us off. Kaichi and Sate bid a friendly farewell to the naval soldiers on the beach. Carmen led Deputy and Hank back to the kitchen to store the freshly acquired provisions. Sate and Gade escorted Frady to the laboratory to put away their recently obtained materials and items, distributing their belongings accordingly. Miss Golden Week. The city of Ukawa is renowned for its production of perfume. I purchased several bottles there. Allow me to gift you some, Carmen offered, handing Miss Golden Week a few bottles of perfume while testing the fragrance on herself. Thank you, Miss Golden Week replied, though she had little need for perfume. She appreciated the gesture as a girl. Carmen, noticing there were only 2 girls aboard, sought to extend goodwill, hoping to forge a friendship for pleasant conversations. She sensed that Miss Golden Week appeared troubled. As long as no harm came to the crew's interests, the captain would not impose unreasonable demands. This ship was quite agreeable. Or are you concerned that we may not triumph over Crocodile and the Baroque Works? Carmen reassured her, rest assured, aside from the illustrious warlord Crocodile, I do not guarantee our Captain Kaichi will certainly defeat him. However, if Kaichi has made a promise to you, he must have his own methods to fulfill it. Otherwise, he would not guarantee it. Why do you have such faith in him? Miss Golden Week inquired. Because he has fulfilled every promise he has made, Carmen confidently replied. Observing that Miss Golden Week still harbored unspoken worries, she continued, if your concerns conflict with our team's interests, I advise you to speak with the captain when you have the opportunity. He is far easier to converse with than you might imagine. Otherwise, should you provoke his ire, you may find yourself unable to bear the consequences. Captain Kaichi is not only a formidable martial artist, but also a wise individual. Do not attempt to showcase your cleverness in his presence. Carmen's final words were a heartfelt piece of advice. It was rare to have a girl aboard. Her instincts told her that Miss Golden Week also relied on intellect, and she hoped to prevent her from making foolish choices before the captain. Having changed into fresh attire after their city shopping, they also brought back some items for the remaining crew, Xian, Deputy, and Hank. Oh, the attire of the Western region. How nostalgic, Elder Xian remarked as he fiddled with a white robe and headscarf. What Western region? Xian, what are you talking about? This is Alabasta's clothing, Jack interjected. Nothing at all, Xian laughed it off. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. Knowing you are a martial arts master, I wish to improve. Captain Kaichi suggested I practice sword drawing and swinging more. Is this normal? Is it sound advice? An eager Jack inquired as he saw Elder Xian had changed into his outfit. Kaichi's words hold merit to advance in swordsmanship. You must establish a solid foundation in these 2 areas, Elder Xian affirmed. Let me take your pulse. The ship's doctor, Elder Xian, grasped Jack's wrist to assess his health. After a few moments of diagnosis, he remarked, you are far too excitable. Your body is struggling to cope with the strain. Maintain a calmer mindset in your daily life, as tranquility will benefit your sword practice. The greatest hindrance to training is a restless heart. When you practice swordsmanship, I shall be by your side to guide you. After some time at sea, the Zhuanggong arrived at a more concealed inlet. Not long after, they encountered a city, Catalea. Upon entering the city, Sate remarked to Kaichi, this city feels peculiar. There is a strong scent of gunpowder and numerous vehicles transporting firearms. Although they are covered with cloth, a glimpse reveals their true nature. I can tell they are not carrying anything else. Are they preparing for war? This country does not seem to be in a state of conflict. A city abundant with firearms is preparing for war. Does Alabasta have an arms factory? I never paid attention to such details while watching One Piece in the past, let alone remember the names of small towns. As Kaichi pondered, he recalled the city to which Chopper had been transported, ultimately rescued by the lascivious eyelashes of a camel. Liberating Chopper from that city, the stronghold of the rebel army. Kaichi expressed to Sartre that, as previously mentioned, Alabastan had suffered 3 years of drought, leading to a dire existence for the populace. Furthermore, the nefarious activities of the Baroque studio run by Clockter had exacerbated the situation, plunging the citizens into despair. Naturally, this would incite a rebellion aimed at overthrowing the government. He concluded that this city must serve as the stronghold for the insurgents. Upon hearing Kaichi's words, Sartre grasped the situation. Cage and Sartre strolled leisurely through the streets, engaging in conversation. However, their relaxed demeanor was incongruous in the rebel army's headquarters, where they purposefully maintained their volume. After a short while, they were confronted by a group of armed individuals. "Who are you, and what brings you here? If you wish to avoid dire consequences, follow me," one of them commanded. The rebels displayed a certain level of vigilance, a commendable trait indeed. Naturally, Cage deliberately refrained from lowering his voice, and Sartre, attuned to Cage's intentions, seamlessly followed suit. "Do not fire. We will accompany you," Cage declared. The rebels secured chains around both men's wrists and escorted them back to their encampment. Upon reaching the entrance of a tent, a soldier entered to deliver a report. "Chief, we have apprehended 2 suspicious individuals in the city." "Kola, I shall step outside to assess the situation," a commander responded. Cage had not anticipated that the rebel soldiers would bring their leader Kola directly before him. He expected to be taken to his cell first, then reported to an officer, who would subsequently relay the information to Kola, thus enduring a series of complications before meeting the rebel leader, who was also a childhood companion of Princess Vivi. "Kola, there's no need for such formality. Just come out. I am here to see you," Cage declared directly into the tent, and with a swift motion, he shattered the iron chains binding him. Now, without even transforming into his dragon form, Cage's physical prowess alone was sufficient to break free. Having liberated himself, he assisted Sate in breaking his chains as well. A group of rebel soldiers instantly raised their weapons, aiming them at Cage and Sate. "Stand down. You cannot harm me. I bear no ill will towards you. I merely wish to speak with Kola," Cage asserted after transforming into his dragon form. Kola emerged from the tent. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Cage in his dragon form, the ease with which he could eliminate them was evident. He clearly had pressing matters to discuss. Recognizing that Cage meant no harm, Kola instructed his soldiers to lower their weapons and addressed Cage. "What brings you here, my friend?" Chapter 53. The allies called by Princess Vivi's former associates observing that the rebel soldiers had lowered their weapons, Cage reverted to his human form, realizing that true strength was the most persuasive form of communication. Returning to his human appearance, he said, "We would like to have a private discussion with you, Kola." Noticing Kola's contemplative silence, Cage continued, "I'm a childhood friend of Vivi." Kola, having organized the rebels and calmed the officers, led Cage and Sate back to his tent. "Now we can speak. How do you know of my connection with Vivi, and who are you?" Kola inquired. "I am an associate of Princess Vivi. Send to aid her in overthrowing Crocodile," Cage replied. "Crocodile? We have been keeping an eye on him, but there have been no abnormalities," Kola exclaimed. "Crocodile is the architect of this calamity in your nation, Alabasta. His Baroque works has been wreaking havoc and abusing the dance powder." Cage expressed his exasperation. "Your rebels and the king's army of Kabura have both been infiltrated by Baroque works. You are as transparent to Crocodile as glass, yet you believe you are monitoring him." Such ignorance explained why Princess Vivi was so burdened. The valuable intelligence was solely derived from her and her ministers infiltrating enemy organizations. "Dance powder? Isn't that what the king of Kabura mentioned?" Kola responded angrily. The dance powder had turned the oasis city of Yuba into a desert, with his father still digging for sand and water there. "Oh, that man is not the true king of Kabura. The villain you encountered is Mr. 2. An agent of Crocodile who can assume the appearance of anyone he touches," Cage clarified, addressing Kola's confusion. "How can this be? The truth is so convoluted. Have we mistakenly rebelled against the wrong person?" Kola lamented. "You need not concern yourself with the rebels. Simply proceed according to your original plan. Besides, your current position as leader cannot quell the fury of the enraged rebel soldiers," Cage stated sternly, continuing. "Princess Vivi has enlisted the Straw Hat Pirates to defeat Crocodile and his Baroque works. Your task is to ensure that when the Straw Hats arrive in the capital, you do not obstruct them and assist them as much as possible. That is of utmost importance." "Understood," Kola agreed, but then pondered aloud. "Even if what you say is true, what benefit does this serve you? What are your ulterior motives?" Cage grinned mischievously. "Recognizing me is a start. Rest assured. I assure you that I harbor no interest in your nation of Alabasta. I am here to negotiate with you. Consider this information as a token of my sincerity. Once Crocodile is overthrown and your nation returns to normalcy, it will be the right time to discuss business with you." "You will understand then," Cage replied with a smile. After concluding his discussion with Kola, Cage and Sate departed the rebel camp without incident. "Cage, why are you assisting them?" "Logically, their chaos would make it easier for us to sell weapons," Sate queried. "We must consider the nature of our products. My offerings, stun guns, smoke bombs, and irritant sprays are not competitive with conventional firearms and ammunition during warfare. Our products are better suited for maintaining order in peaceful nations, which is why I desire a stable Alabasta. After all, our weapons are currently only sold to the Kingdom of Sakura on Drum Island, and we need to expand our clientele," Cage explained to Sate. On the streets of Kartlea, Carmen and the others were once again procuring supplies, as the Flying Dragon pirates consumed at least 4 meals a day, necessitating a substantial food reserve. Their previous stock was minimal after being interrupted by Smoker and his crew in the city of Yuba, the demon Akin, having been recognized last time. had taken precautions by adorning himself with a beard disguised to obscure his identity. As they finished their purchases, they were swiftly encircled by naval soldiers. Bystanders discreetly stepped aside, granting the soldiers space while watching the unfolding drama. Damn, we've been recognized again. The group lamented, puzzled over how they had been exposed despite their effective disguises. Akin and the others had indeed concealed themselves well, but they encountered a familiar face, Lieutenant Kobernik, who had pursued them in the East Blue. Gade, a longtime acquaintance of Kobernik, was recognized by his distinctive stature, even in Alabasta attire, leading to the eventual identification of Akin S group. Gade, you appear to be in much better health. It seems your condition has improved. However, since you've chosen the pirate's path, I will not be lenient. Lieutenant Kobernik stepped forward from the ranks of soldiers to confront Akin and his companions. Lieutenant Kobernik, I did not expect to see you here. Thank you for your concern. Our ship has a skilled doctor who has treated my ailment. However, we will not be captured easily, Gade courteously replied to his old friend. Akin signaled for the others to make their escape while he covered their retreat. Carmen and Gade understood the cue and swiftly broke through in the opposite direction of the lieutenant. Akin intercepted several soldiers, but the remaining soldiers bypassed him and quickly pursued Gade and the others. These soldiers are remarkably swift. They are not your average naval troops, Gade exclaimed as he drew his sword to fend off the advancing soldiers. As he engaged, another soldier attacked from the side, their movements swift, coordinated, and effective. 3 or 4 soldiers worked together to restrain him, while previously, he could have easily dispatched them. The overwhelming number of soldiers compelled Carmen and Gade to join the fray. For Akin, however, the caliber of the soldiers was of little consequence. He dispatched them with ease. Yet, Lieutenant Kobernik intervened, blocking Akin and preventing him from returning to assist his companions. Akin, you have grown stronger since our encounter in Rogue Town. Captain Kobernik sensed Akin's current strength after just a couple of assaults, realizing it was time to unleash his ultimate technique. He executed the piercing flow rock shatter. Observing this, Akin also resorted to his own signature move. The two formidable techniques clashed, generating a tremendous shockwave that halted the actions of those present. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Gade, use the smoke bombs. The captain has arrived. Upon hearing Kaichi's voice, Gade deployed all the smoke bombs he had on him. With a series of bursts, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the arena. Get in the vehicle. Kaichi had specifically rented a smoking tortoise vehicle, the kind that exudes a cloud of smoke. It was quite extravagant, consuming fuel at a rate akin to 1 cigarette per 100 kilometers, just a jest. The rental was indeed costly, but Kaichi had ample resources, so money was no object. Taking advantage of the smoke, Akin and his companions swiftly boarded the rear compartment of the tortoise vehicle. The smoking land tortoise sped away, whisking Kaichi and his party out of the city of Cardalea and into the desert. The Navy had not prepared any means of transportation, and as they watched the tortoise vehicle's exhaust billow away, Captain Kobernik and the sailors could only stand by helplessly as Kaichi's group made their escape. Chapter 54. The beautiful starry sky. As Kaichi's group rode in the smoking land tortoise into the desert, they believed they had evaded capture and could finally breathe easy. However, Major General Atemi, cloaked in the garb of justice, pursued them to the edge of the desert. Upon witnessing that they had exited the residential area, he decisively drew his renowned blade. The Mashik tornado, a mystical sword strike, generated a tornado, its wind blades entwined with a blue slash that spiraled upwards, lifting sand and maintaining its ferocity and velocity. The whirlwind accelerated, relentlessly chasing after Kaichi's tortoise vehicle. This Atemi from the Navy was remarkably tenacious, demonstrating a determination not seen even in the likes of Su, NLO. After transforming, Kaichi soared into the sky to thwart the pursuit of the tornado. The turtle vehicle is quite expensive, and any damage incurred would require an additional payment for repairs. It is best to prevent the tornado from catching up, as any harm to the turtle would be regrettable. Keck yearned to ascertain the extent of his defense after shedding his armor, so he boldly ventured into the tempest, eager to experience the might of this formidable swordsman's strikes. The razor winds of the whirlwind and the lethal slashes incessantly clashed against Keck's dragon armor, reminiscent of chainsaws grinding against the hull of a tank, sparking brilliantly, yet failing to penetrate his formidable defenses. Kaichi has already discerned the level of defense provided by his dragon armor. Previously, he felt considerable strain when enduring the bombardment of heavy artillery. Now, he experiences no pressure whatsoever and can withstand the onslaught unscathed. Kaichi offered no resistance, allowing the dragon's body to execute its slashing maneuvers. After enduring these strikes, he gleaned some insights. His draconic armor had fortified his defenses, yet the membranous armor on his wings lacked sufficient resilience. Consequently, during this tornado-like assault, he sustained several wounds. It appears he must remain vigilant regarding this vulnerability in his wings. With the validation complete and the amusement at an end, it was time to conclude the endeavor. Kage unfurled his wings, generating a powerful gust that forcefully dispersed the swirling tornado of slashes. He hovered in mid-air, glancing back at the Navy's admiral, Atemi, who stood at the edge of the city, now merely a distant dot, yet Kage could still perceive him, contemplating Atemi's intentions to seize his crew. He pondered why the rebellion stronghold, Catalea, was the chosen location. What could be Itemi's true calculations? Noticing Itemi's lack of pursuit, Kage returned to his turtle vehicle. The scorching desert proved too harsh for Kage. Upon settling back in the vehicle, he slumped down, overwhelmed by the heat, feeling fatigued and uncomfortable with even the slightest movement. In the city of Rain, the dreamlike metropolis of Alabasta, stood the largest casino in the nation, the Rain Banquet, which served as the base for the warlord Crocodile. Today, the casino welcomed 4 unexpected guests: Navy Colonel Smoker, who was in pursuit of the pirate Luffy, along with Zoro and Usopp. To evade Smoker, Luffy and his companions recklessly dashed through the establishment, causing chaos and disorder. Crocodile had set a trap in advance, instructing his staff to usher them into the VIP room. As the group sprinted, the corridor ahead split into 2 paths, the left leading to the VIP area and the right designated for pirates. Luffy and Usopp decisively chose the right path, with Zoro following suit. Smoker, in pursuit of Luffy, inadvertently fell into Crocodile's trap. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed in awe at the cleverness of the trap, which was equipped with a cage embedded with sea stone. This sea stone, infused with the ocean's power, emitted an aura that suppressed devil fruit abilities, rendering them unusable. It marked the first significant appearance of sea stone. Luffy grew weak and powerless, while Smoker found himself unable to utilize his smoke fruit powers. Here, Smoker discerned that the true puppeteer behind the turmoil in Alabasta was none other than the warlord Crocodile. Sanctioned by the world government, Crocodile, acting with treachery, presented a false key as if it were genuine, tossing it to his pet, a massive banana crocodile, before arrogantly departing. The banana crocodile, adorned with a banana-shaped crown and preying on sea creatures, left the group imprisoned, as water continuously surged in, threatening to drown them in a suffocating demise. Suddenly, Mr. Prince Sanji descended from above, delivering a precise kick that shattered the banana crocodile, inadvertently rescuing Mr. 3, who had been trapped within. Emerging from the candle-like form, Mr. 3 appeared as a mere husk, having failed his mission and been punished by Crocodile, resulting in his desiccated state. Grateful for Sanji's timely intervention, he utilized his candle fruit powers to mold a key, unlocking the cage and liberating his companions. As night fell, Kage and his crew had returned to the vessel, the galleon. They unloaded the cargo from the turtle vehicle and provided water to quench the turtle's thirst. The temperature in the desert had dropped significantly, plummeting below zero, allowing Kage to regain his vitality as he acclimated to the environment. To combat the chill, Kage gathered numerous dry branches to kindle a fire, offering warmth to his crew while they prepared their 4th meal of the night, indulging in roasted meat. The ensemble assisted in processing seafood and freshly acquired meat, while Carmen and her fellow chefs took charge of the grilling. The traveling bear, Baibao, gazed up at the starry sky, exclaiming in wonder at its beauty. The skies of Magnetic Drum Island were often shrouded in clouds, and it was only upon arriving in Alabasta that he realized how breathtaking the unblemished night sky could be. Indeed, experiencing such stunning vistas encapsulated the essence of their adventurous journey, as Kage and Jack remarked to Baibao. The crew wholeheartedly agreed with Baibao's admiration. The resplendent stars and the dazzling Milky Way hung above the pristine night sky, instilling a sense of tranquility and overwhelming beauty. The crew savored this splendid evening amidst the warmth of the fire and the delectable aromas of their barbecue feast. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the capital, Alyabarna, Kage announced. Carmen expressed a keen interest in the capital, intrigued by its reputedly distinctive cuisine. Under the blazing sun, Luffy and his companions, alongside Princess Vivi, rode on the lustful giant crab resembling a camel, en route to the capital of Alyabarna to save the day. However, Crocodile pursued them, compelling Luffy to confront him alone. Crocodile exhibited his formidable prowess as a warlord, easily gaining the upper hand in their skirmish. Ultimately, he seized Luffy's body, draining the moisture from half of him while his golden hook pierced Luffy's abdomen, lifting him aloft as if to declare the fate that awaited those who dared oppose Crocodile. Luffy, gravely injured, succumbed to a deluge of blood. Crocodile cast the severely weakened Luffy into the quicksand, refraining from delivering a finishing blow. Convinced that Luffy was as good as dead, in Crocodile's eyes, Luffy had transformed into the same arrogant pirate he once was, proud yet feeble, incapable of threatening his dominance. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy's partner, Nico Robin, had stealthily intervened with her flower fruit, rescuing Luffy from the quicksand and ensuring his survival. Having dealt with the obstacle of Luffy, Crocodile was set to proceed to the capital, Alyabarna, to initiate his insidious plans of usurpation in search of the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, capable of obliterating an island with ease. Transforming into a whirlwind of sand, he made his way to the capital, only to spot Kage and his crew aboard the turtle vehicle, noticing the pirate bracelets adorning their arms. How intriguing, he mused, another band of pirates. He fixed his gaze intently upon Kage and his companions. Kage also took note of Crocodile, as the floating dunes were too conspicuous. He hadn't anticipated encountering the infamous warlord of the sea, Crocodile, so soon, a confrontation was inevitable. Bring me some water. Very well, let us meet this legendary warlord, he mused. Chapter 55, The duel with Warlord Crocodile amidst the yellow sands. The two pirates locked eyes, a moment of intense confrontation imminent. Who would seize the initiative? And who would emerge as the ultimate victor in this battle? With a sinister smile, Kage remarked, I did not expect you possess the powers of the Zoan-type dragon devil fruit. My subordinates have reported your actions. You dealt with a group of my men in the city of Canola. Crocodile retorted, oh, those individuals were mostly handled by my crew member, Jean. They were far too weak to warrant my involvement. Kage chuckled in response. These young brats truly are increasingly arrogant. It's infuriating. Crocodile. Incensed by Kage's apparent lack of fear towards him, a warlord, and his derision of his subordinate strength, launched the first attack. Conjuring a small whirlwind with his hand and directing it towards Kage. Desert Tornado. The miniature whirlwind erupted from his palm, swiftly transforming into a raging sandstorm that surged toward Kage. Yet, Kage, in his dragon form, stood unfazed, allowing the sand vortex to envelop him. At the eye of the storm, he perceived the attack lacked potency, far inferior to the fierce tornado unleashed by height. Kage lost interest. And with a powerful sweep of his wings in the opposite direction of the cyclone, he shattered the swirling sandstorm. In an instant, the air became significantly clearer, and the sand ceased its chaotic dance. It was time to actively engage and test the true prowess of the seven warlords. Kage swiftly soared before Crocodile, unleashing two formidable dragon claws that dug into the sandy form of his adversary. Unyielding, Kage pivoted and struck once more with a powerful dragon tail, slicing through the desert-like body of Crocodile. The elemental transformation of the Logia type proved to be quite troublesome. Crocodile concentrated and conjured blades of sand in midair, launching them to slash at Kage. Although Kage's dragon armor was impervious, the force of the sand blades managed to push the dragon man back. Engaged in aerial combat, Crocodile found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed. However, his intellect shone through as he condensed his form and returned to the desert floor, where he could wield greater control over the surrounding sands. Cage plunged downward, his dragon claws aimed directly at Crocodile's face. The sand blades coalesced once more, transforming into larger and swifter daggers to strike at Cage. Under the protection of the dragon's armor, Kaichi felt the enhancement of the assault, skillfully using his dragon arm to deflect the sand blade aimed at his dragon wings, yet he was still pushed further back. It seems that the greater the quantity of sand, the stronger Crocodile becomes. Upon witnessing the situation, Cage relinquished his aerial advantage, retracting his dragon wings to descend upon the desert floor. What followed was a genuine face-off. Sensing the opportunity, Crocodile unleashed his formidable attack, the Desert Blade. A peculiar wall of sand surged toward Cage, leaving in its wake an unfathomable chasm. What a remarkable maneuver, the Desert Blade. Cage marveled at the seemingly bottomless fissure carved by the attack, relieved that he had narrowly evaded the strike by sidestepping just in time. There was no doubt that this technique could shatter his defenses. Kaichi was startled, drenched in cold sweat. Truly, a veteran warrior is formidable indeed. Fortunately, Crocodile's attack required a certain wind-up time and was not instantaneous. Had it been instantaneous, he would have had to use Shave to evade. Sandstorm. Crocodile summoned a tempest of sand, enveloping Kaichi in a whirlwind of dust and obscuring his vision. The elemental sand coalesced within the storm, poised to strike at Kaichi at any moment. Froststorm. As Kaichi's dragon wings unfurled, a tempest of frost surged forth, dispelling the encircling sandstorm. Yet, from behind Cage, Crocodile materialized, his hand coalescing with intent to seize Cage's form. I've caught you, Crocodile sneered, and with this, your defeat is imminent. Alarm surged within Cage. He understood the peril of capture. Crocodile's palm possessed the power to absorb the very moisture from all things, and once ensnared, Cage would be reduced to a desiccated husk. In that fleeting moment, Cage found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Would he truly be unable to surmount this formidable challenge posed by the seven warlords? Kage clenched his fist, generating a wave of energy within his hand. However, instead of unleashing an attack, he chose to self-detonate. In an instant, the explosive force enveloped him entirely, shattering Crocodile's solidified hand into grains of sand. Cage swiftly leaped away from Crocodile, drawing forth 2 flasks of water from his back and quenching his thirst. The Ice Dragon Fist, mechanized hail cannon, unleashed waves of icy fists toward Crocodile, causing his sand form to shatter upon impact, releasing a chilling frost that diminished his speed. Perhaps, in the future, there will be another opportunity for battle. Cage left a brief message, concluding the battle before swiftly taking flight. Observing the 4 empty water cups, he lamented the waste of 4 portions of water, almost leading to his downfall. Indeed, he had concealed his true capabilities, reluctant to reveal his entire hand. However, Crocodile had developed his sand fruit to an impressive and comprehensive degree, far surpassing Smoker, who wielded the smoke fruit, also of the natural type. Although Cage fought away from home, he found himself at a disadvantage, albeit a minor one. During the clash, Cage discerned that Crocodile was more wary of him than of Luffy, likely due to the nature of the dragon fruit. Thus, the enemy would not underestimate him. It appeared that Crocodile would ultimately need to be dealt with by Luffy for the most effective resolution. Consequently, Cage refrained from exploiting Crocodile's vulnerability to water. lest it heighten Crocodile's caution towards it and complicate Luffy's confrontation with the formidable foe. Instead, he chose to linger in the background, relishing the fruits of victory. Crocodile, shaking off the sand that had frozen upon him, reconstituted his form. He made no attempt to pursue Cage, although capable of flight. His speed and agility paled in comparison to Cage's. To him, Cage was of no consequence. Cage's escape was a testament to his strength, epitomizing the despair that the 7 warlords instilled in others. Crocodile regarded the encounter as a mere warm-up, continuing his journey towards the capital, Alyabarna, to execute his plans. An hour later, chaos erupted in the capital, with the rebel forces confronting the royal army. Subsequently, the Straw Hat crew faced off against the officers of Baroque Works. Chopper and Usopp clashed with Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas. Mr. Four possessed immense strength, wielding a metal baseball bat of a ton's weight and a revolver shaped like a sausage dog, capable of launching explosive baseballs. Miss Merry Christmas, a lady empowered by the mole fruit, posed her own unique threat. Sanji engaged in battle with the flamboyant Mr. Two, a master of imitation. Zoro faced Mr. One, a user of the chop fruit, whose body could transform into blades of steel at will. Nami confronted Miss Doublefinger, a wielder of the thorn fruit. Vivi hastily rode a duck towards the capital square, aiming to prevent the impending clash between the royal army and the rebels. Meanwhile, Crocodile and Nico Robin escorted King Cobra to the underground ruins to study historical texts and uncover the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. A considerable contingent of the Navy also arrived in Alyabarna, the capital of Arabasta. Colonel Smoker, along with Tashigi and Rear Admiral Tina, joined forces with Rear Admiral Atami and Lieutenant Kobeni, each pursuing their own quarry, ultimately converging here. The climax of the Arabasta saga was upon them. Kaichi and his companions have ventured into the depths of Alabasta, where the situation is precarious, prompting them to conceal their identities. Arriving in this city besieged by conflict, one must ponder their true intentions. In Chapter 56, titled The Defeat of the 7 Warlords, Usopp cleverly utilizes smoke to obscure Mr. Four's vision, allowing Chopper to bolster Miss Merry Christmas with his antlers. Through deft maneuvering and vocal mimicry, they deceive the unsuspecting yet powerful Mr. Four. Oblivious to the switch, Mr. Four delivers a crushing blow to Miss Merry Christmas with his massive metal bat. Upon realizing his blunder, his mental state collapses, and the sheer weight of the bat causes him to inadvertently topple a nearby stone pillar, which then falls upon him. The sausage dog, moments before succumbing to dizziness, assists Usopp by delivering an explosive baseball, further incapacitating both Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas. Thus, Usopp and Chopper emerge victorious. Many perceive Usopp as merely cunning yet physically frail. However, such judgments overlook his resilience. Despite frequently sustaining severe injuries, he endures the pain with remarkable fortitude. His ability to discern the enemy's weaknesses and adapt in battle signifies a level of physicality and innate combat talent that is indeed world-class, far from being weak. His early loss of his father and the passing of his mother in childhood fostered a timid and pessimistic disposition, leading to his role as the comic relief. A closer analysis reveals that his perceived weakness is more a reflection of the failings of the leadership aboard their ship. Sanji, in his clash with Mr. Two, identifies the vulnerability of the clone fruit, as Mr. Two finds himself unable to utilize his own kicking techniques while mimicking Sanji. Ultimately, Black-Leg Sanji triumphs. Nami engages in battle against Miss Doublefinger, employing the weather stick crafted by Usopp. The confrontation unfolds as a spectacle, culminating in a seemingly whimsical maneuver that conceals lethal intent. Seizing the opportunity, Nami ensnares her opponent and, with tremendous recoil, propels her through multiple walls. Nami emerges victorious, solidifying her weapon, the weather stick, as a fixture in her arsenal, while simultaneously embarking on a path to exploit Usopp for materials. Zoro faces Mr. One, who wields the power of the dice fruit, and finds himself under constant duress. Initially unable to break through Mr. One's defenses, Zoro recalls his master's teachings, honing his focus to perceive the essence of things and their weaknesses. This culminates in the unveiling of his ultimate technique, the 36 Calamities, which cleaves iron and secures his victory over Mr. One. Princess Vivi searches the streets for Mr. Six and his partner, who are currently concealed in the capital, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash a colossal bomb that would annihilate both the royal army and the rebels locked in combat. This scheme aims to eradicate the two most formidable military factions, plunging Alabasta into chaos and providing a steady stream of mercenaries for their organization, with Mr. Six poised to seize dominion over the region. As they hide in the bell tower, Mr. Six and his accomplice share a laugh, confident in their concealment. However, as the moment draws near, they prepare to extend the cannon's barrel when, upon opening the clock face, they are greeted by Kaichi, transformed into a dragon. "Hello. Who are you? How do you know we are here?" Mr. Six and his partner inquire, aiming their guns at Kaichi. "I am the pirate Kaichi. I possess the ability to foresee the future, which is how I know of your presence," he replies with unwavering patience. "Foreseeing the future? Nonsense," they scoff, preparing to attack Kaichi. In a swift motion, Kaichi unleashes a frosty breath, freezing the two conspirators and averting the bomb threat. Just then, Vivi approaches, and Kaichi presents her with the two ice sculptures. Who are you? Why are you aiding me? Vivi, recognizing Mr. Six and his partner from the organization's whispers, questions. I, like Luffy, am a pirate known as Kaichi, he explains while escorting her to inspect the cannon for any potential misfires. Is your assistance due to Luffy? She presses further. No, it is because of your former partner and Miss Monday who requested my help. As the task neared completion, I felt compelled to contribute, otherwise it would be unfair to them, as they would claim I was merely freeloading. He chuckles. Satisfied that all is well, Kaichi departs, reverting from his dragon form to blend into the crowd, evading detection by the Navy. In the capital square, despite the infiltration by Baroque works, the reconciliation between Princess Vivi and the rebel leader, Korra, fails to halt the conflict between the royal army and the insurgents. In the underground ruins, next to the historical text, Nico Robin is solely focused on deciphering the ancient writings, unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton to the seven warlords. Especially not to Crocodile. She attempts to douse Crocodile with water from her flower fruit, but is thwarted by his elemental sand form, which renders him impervious to her attack. Crocodile, seizing Robin by the throat, prepares to eliminate her and King Cobra. Yet, a timely intervention occurs as Luffy arrives, interrupting Crocodile's murderous intentions and saving both individuals. Having observed the earlier battle, Luffy deduces that Crocodile is rendered powerless when exposed to water. Moreover, the underground ruins lack the sand of the desert above, which diminishes Crocodile's advantage. Consequently, as Luffy relentlessly assaults Crocodile with a barrage of punches, the warlord is ultimately defeated, emerging from the earth to confront the rebel army, the royal forces, Baroque works operatives, and the Navy. Crocodile, now incapacitated and captured by the Navy, relinquishes control of the water he had imprisoned, and the long drought of Alabasta comes to an end. At this moment, rain pours down across the nation, ceasing hostilities between the royal army and the rebels as they collectively embrace the arrival of the long-awaited rain. The nightmare for Alabasta concludes, heralding the dawn of brighter days. Exhausted from their victory over Baroque works operatives, Luffy and his crew collapse in the streets. The Navy, led by Tashigi, refrains from apprehending them, and Smoker commends Tashigi for her strength. He reports the situation in Alabasta to his superiors, confirming that the Seven Warlord Crocodile has been defeated by the Straw Hat crew. However, the superiors sought to downplay the event's impact on the global populace, allowing Smoker to emerge as the one who vanquished the Warlord Crocodile. In his anger, he confronted his superior directly, vehemently denouncing their distortion of the truth. Nearby, the concurrent Major Tina urged him to accept the accolade, for regardless of his acceptance, the Navy would present the narrative to the public in the same manner. Struggling against this reality would yield no fruit. It would be more prudent to ascend to a higher position, thereby granting himself greater influence. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was rescued by Princess Vivi and returned to the palace to recuperate. Chapter 57. The self-directed entrepreneur. The grand battle had concluded, and Alabasta returned to a state of peace, with the citizens of the capital, Alyabarna, resuming their regular productive activities. The issue of the rebel forces still required negotiation between King Cobra, Princess Vivi, and the rebel leader, Korra. The rebels had established their encampment in an open area outside the capital of Alyabarna, where thousands of tents were meticulously arranged together. Cage and his companions arrived at the encampment of the rebellious forces situated outside the city, accompanied by the ship's doctor, Shinhu, to assist in tending to the wounded. On board, Shank remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet his condition was stable, with the support of the traveling bear and the cloak, who had consumed the human fruit, ensuring his safety. Within the camp, individuals were diligently bandaging the injured, transporting the wounded, and moving weapons and supplies, all while navigating through the tents in an orderly fashion as they carried out their daily activities. Shinhu joined the military medics at the designated area for the wounded, offering his expertise in the treatment of those in need. Kaichi and Sartre once again sought out the leader, Korra. With Crocodile's downfall, the national crisis had been alleviated, and Korra had become considerably more cheerful, shedding the somber demeanor he once possessed. Captain Kaichi, I extend my gratitude for your assistance concerning the injured. The arrival of Xuangu, the military physician, had significantly enhanced the efficiency of treating the wounded, a fact not lost on Korra, who expressed his appreciation to Kaichi. Among friends, mutual support is a trivial matter. What lies ahead is of greater consequence. Keck inquired directly, what do you intend to do with your forces next? Will you disband them immediately? The army of 100,000 men from the kingdom of Alabastan will stand against the rebellious forces, which, while not equal in number, will still muster at least several tens of thousands. Given such a formidable contingent, Keck was eager to hear Cola's thoughts on the matter. With the nation now stabilized, should it not be time for disbandment? Cola replied, I am contemplating a gradual disbandment. I plan to take a portion of the personnel with me to help reconstruct the city of Oasis, Yuba. Sad also found this reasoning quite sensible. Kage wore an expression of exasperation, lamenting the fortune of their birth in this world. Had they been born in the nation he once inhabited, with their current political acumen, engaging in political activities would have likely led to their demise, leaving no trace behind. It is essential to understand that in ancient times, particularly in the capital, the administration of justice involved numerous entities such as the local government, the Jinui, the Dali Temple, and the covert operations of the eastern and western factories. The situation in Alabasta seemed utterly perplexing to him. To be forthright, the notion of immediate disbandment is a profoundly flawed strategy. The circumstances in Alabasta would remain largely unchanged. Kaguya, perceiving the disparity in their thought processes, cut straight to the heart of the matter. How could that be possible? Isn't Crocodile already apprehended? Korra inquired, puzzled. Alabasta is one of the largest nations along the first half of the Grand Line and serves as a crucial maritime supply point. Would Crocodile's departure deter other pirates from coming? What about the Sand Pirates? And the other assassins and mercenaries? Relying solely on the existing navy and the royal army? If those forces were already in place, why was Crocodile able to achieve such a remarkable reputation? Garnering the trust of the populace far exceeding that of the navy and the royal army? Had they considered these issues? Did they recognize the underlying problems? While it is true that Crocodile committed numerous atrocities in Alabasta, it is equally undeniable that he contributed significantly to the nation's defense against piracy, earning a degree of credibility that the populace acknowledged. Although some of his exploits may have been exaggerated by members of Baroque works, the majority were genuine and reliable. Without Crocodile's interventions, many citizens would have fallen victim to the blades of pirates, and by the time that captain, who consumed the hound fruit, arrived from the capital, the bodies of the citizens would already be cold. Thus, the systemic flaws within Alabasta's governance were glaringly apparent. What should be done then? Korra found himself bewildered by the multitude of questions, struggling to process them all. He had pondered some of these issues himself, but was at a loss for solutions. Observing Korra's internal conflict, Kage spoke directly. Engage in negotiations with King Cobra and Princess Vivi to establish a police force. You should assume the role of minister, gaining access to the central government and possess the authority to oversee royal members when issues arise. But King Cobra and Vivi are good people. I trust them. Korra replied resolutely. Having grown up alongside King Cobra and Vivi, he felt he understood their character well. However, the upper echelons of a nation require not only virtuous leaders, but also institutional constraints. Just because King Cobra and Vivi embody integrity does not guarantee that their successors will do the same. The uncertainty necessitates a system and a position of oversight to prevent the royal family from acting with impunity, thereby averting scenarios akin to Mr. 2 impersonating the king without accountability. If you wield this power of oversight, you can restrain him, preventing his escape, and verifying matters with other high-ranking officials. Upon reaching this position, as a leader of the rebellion, you must contemplate such issues to establish a better system for the nation, ensuring that past mistakes do not recur. Rather than hastily disbanding once conditions improve without further thought, one must consider the future. Could the grim circumstances resurface? Transform your elite rebel forces into members of this police unit, ensuring that every city is fortified with law enforcement, creating the first line of defense for the populace. When pirates and sand thieves threaten to seize the citizens' belongings, the presence of police will provide immediate protection, buying time for the Navy and Royal Army to arrive. Brilliant. This approach is excellent. Korra suddenly grasped the concept. Realizing that establishing a police force could transition the rebel army into a regular military unit while bolstering Alabasta's defensive capabilities. The addition of police officers would enhance the efficiency of both the Navy and the Royal Army, forming a robust three-tier defense. How remarkable. Korra had not anticipated that this younger boy before him possessed such profound wisdom. As Kaichi observed Cola's earnest demeanor, it was evident that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Cola's ascent to the leadership of the rebel forces indicated a commendable level of political acumen. He continued. In addition to this police guard, while you lead the reconstruction of the city of Yuba, you could simultaneously establish an environmental department within the rebel forces, allowing those less adept in combat to engage in afforestation and desertification control efforts. My friend, I am grateful. Kola gazed at Kaichi in astonishment. At that moment, he genuinely acknowledged Kaichi as his friend. Such a masterful strategy not only addressed the challenges faced by the rebels but also enhanced the nation's institutional framework and defense capabilities, far surpassing any mindless dissolution he might have considered. However, despite the depth of their discussion, he could not fathom what benefits Kaichi might derive from aiding him in Alabastan. Kaichi, what is it that you seek? Or rather, what do you stand to gain? Well, Kaichi replied, I require your police department to procure my weaponry. The police force must distinguish itself from the Navy and conventional military through its armament. You need to instill confidence in the populace that your existence is to safeguard them. And our weapons are perfectly suited for that purpose. He gestured for Sate to take the stage. It is your turn to present. This is my first mate, Sate. An expert in weaponry. Sate opened a box placed on the table and began his introduction. This is an electric shotgun, capable of firing a bullet that attaches to a person, subsequently delivering an electric charge that instantly incapacitates them. This is an electric baton. Grip the lower half. Press this button, and the upper half generates a current that, upon contact, similarly incapacitates an individual. Here we have two variants of smoke grenades. One produces an irritant mist while the other induces a state of unconsciousness. both rendering individuals incapable of combat. I have set aside 3 samples of each for you to experiment with at your convenience. Lastly, this is a pepper spray, useful for dealing with thugs and ruffians. These 6 types of weapons constitute our offerings, and I conclude my presentation by providing you this box for complimentary use. To Kaiga's astonishment, he discovered that he was an arms dealer. Kola found no reason to decline. Gazing at the exquisite weaponry within the crate, he continued. Tonight marks the time for negotiations with King Cabra and Princess Vivi. My dear friend Kaiga, accompany me to the palace. Cage acquiesced, for ultimately, success lay in the hands of King Cabra. The sale of weapons required personal initiative and development. Who could be more dedicated than oneself? Chef Carmen, accompanied by Hank and Deb, strolled through the market, seeking unique and exquisite establishments. As they wandered, they were entranced by a distinctive aroma of spices, leading them to a quaint shop. The enticing scent beckoned them closer. Upon seeing the trio, the shop's proprietors, a couple, warmly invited them inside. This charming establishment was run by a husband and wife. The man was tall and slender, clad in dark blue attire adorned with a colorful apron, while the woman, ample and gracious, wore a pink dress complemented by a matching apron. Although the shop was modestly populated, the patrons were evidently affluent, as indicated by their finely tailored garments. Glancing at the menu, the trio noted that the prices were considerably higher than in other establishments, revealing why the clientele was limited. Only those of substantial means could indulge here. Sensing the rich fragrance of spices, Carmen recognized that they had discovered true artisans. The couple possessed remarkable culinary skills. Observing the charcoal grill at the center of the table, it became clear that the shop specialized in barbecue, with its signature dish being stone grill barbecue. Chapter 58, Stone Grill Barbecue and Sweet Wine. Carmen, eager to explore the local delicacies, ordered the renowned stone grill platter, alongside an array of meticulously prepared meats and vegetables, as well as specialty fruitwood barbecue. The tall proprietor presented a vibrant red stone slab, placing it on the preheated charcoal grill. He soon returned with an assortment of meats and vegetables, along with the fruitwood barbecue. This fruitwood barbecue is crafted from premium fruitwood charcoal. As esteemed guests, we offer you a bottle of wine, he announced, handing the trio a bottle devoid of a label, likely a product of the owner's own vineyard. The wine was delectably sweet without overshadowing its alcoholic essence, retaining a delightful texture. Carmen poured a small taste into her wine glass, savoring the rich fruitiness and the robust aroma of the wood. This fruitwood barbecue is exquisite, remarked Deb. Your discernment is commendable. The vast temperature fluctuations in Alabasta allow the grapes to accumulate significant sugars, resulting in a sweeter wine than elsewhere, though it leans towards the sweeter side. Its alcohol content is not diminished, and the resilient fruitwood from the desert imparts a profound and enduring flavor to the barbecue. I encourage our esteemed guests to relish it. The proprietress chimed in as she served them. As the fiery red stone grill sizzled with meat, the trio savored the unique flavors, noting that it provided a distinct experience compared to charcoal grilling. If our guests are pleased, that is all that matters, the proprietor sighed. Were it not for the turbulence of these past 3 years, I would have invited you to camp in the desert. The sun-baked stone would offer an unparalleled experience. Alas, with bandits and assassins lurking, it is far too perilous. I heard that the leader of the recent turmoil has been defeated and apprehended by the Navy. Peaceful days will surely return, and perhaps many nobles will once again invite you to the desert for stone grill barbecue. The proprietress consoled her husband, sensing his despondency. Over the past 3 years, some have claimed that Crocodile's arrival has made Alabasta safer. Yet, the shadow of malevolence still lingers. Crocodile's indulgence of his subordinates at Baroque works has led to countless tragedies. Hank and Deb focused on the barbecue on the stone grill while the proprietors enthusiastically catered to the newcomers, providing them with exquisite sauces to enhance their dining experience. After relishing a delightful barbecue feast, Carmen inquired, "Your wine is indeed homemade, correct? Would you be willing to sell us some?" "Indeed, it is from our own cellar. And we have plenty. How many would you like?" "I shall fetch them for you. 2 dozen, 24 bottles, please." "Very well, I shall retrieve them." The proprietor willingly went to gather the requested bottles. Thus, the trio enjoyed their barbecue, purchasing 24 bottles of wine as they departed. The meal was both sumptuous and costly, amounting to 30,000 belly for the barbecue and an additional 50,000 for the wine, a total of 80,000 belly, a considerable sum for ordinary folk. Who would have thought that the old miser would willingly sell so much wine to Miss Carmen? "Your stock diminishes," the proprietress remarked, watching the trio as they departed. Alas, business has been slow. Selling to the younger generation is preferable to offering it to the nobility. I hope that batch of wine proves beneficial to Carmen. It is a pity that a rising star in the culinary world has turned to piracy. The realm of virtuous chefs has lost a capable hand. The barbecue shop owner lamented. "I find it quite fortunate. Virtuous chefs often encounter the distasteful proclivities of certain nobles," the proprietress reflected, recalling less favorable memories. It is worth noting that she was once a stunning beauty with golden hair and azure eyes. "Indeed," he concurred, contemplating the inexplicable whims of certain individuals. As night fell over the capital of Alyabarna, the royal palace stood distinguished against the twilight sky. Kage accompanied the leader of the rebel army, Korra, to the royal palace to meet with King Cobra, engaging in negotiations concerning the issues surrounding the insurgents. King Cobra demonstrated great sincerity by choosing to receive Korra in the conference room rather than on the throne within the palace. A long rectangular table was set, with King Cobra seated at one end, allowing Korra to occupy the opposite end, thus establishing an equal footing between them. Behind King Cobra, in addition to the usual minister transformed into a dog due to consuming the Inu no Mi, another minister who had eaten the Achizuki fruit was also present. Thanks to Kage's timely intervention, Mr. Six and his partner were swiftly dealt with, sparing this minister from the perilous task of removing a cannonball and suffering severe injuries. A fate that befell him only later in the original narrative. Mr. 8 was also in attendance, having returned to the palace as well. Princess Vivi sat beside King Cobra, listening intently. Due to the necessities of statecraft, she was to be formally declared a princess and the heir to King Cobra in just a few days, capturing the attention of the entire populace as the future successor of the nation of Alabasta. Kaichi naturally settled between the two individuals. Korra shared with King Cobra the thoughts she had during the day regarding Kaichi, as well as the proposal she had crafted for herself. King Cobra pondered over Korra's proposal for a considerable time. It was indeed a commendable idea, however. Establishing such a significant department as the police would undoubtedly burden the citizens with increased taxes. The nation's finances could scarcely support such an endeavor. King Cobra furrowed his brow at the thought of raising taxes on the populace. Yet, without an increase, how could they effectively manage the rebellious forces? Was the country destined to descend into civil strife? Seeing the troubled expression on Kyber's face, Kaichi felt compelled to extend his assistance. A wise monarch indeed. He recognized the potential of their nation. In the dream city of Rainy District, the stronghold of Crocodile, remnants of his subordinates still lingered. He suggested that they allow Cola to lead the newly formed police force in their inaugural display, thereby striking fear into the hearts of their adversaries in the Rainy District. This would naturally facilitate Cola's police force taking control of the Rainy District, as well as the Grand Casino, Rain Feast. It is noteworthy that this Grand Casino has been the lifeblood of the Baroque studio, and in the end, even Crocodile had lent funds to Lord Baki. Thus, managing the casino could undoubtedly sustain the new department. Should there be concerns about the local populace falling prey to gambling addiction, restrictions could be imposed on entry. Additionally, certain gambling activities could be transformed into competitive lotteries and welfare lotteries. Kaichi requested Cola to present the lottery proposal to King Cabra. After reviewing the proposal, King Cabra refrained from providing an immediate response. Instead, he posed a question unrelated to the lottery. He inquired whether Cola's entry into the Central Authority was a notion born of Mr. Cage's intent or Cola's own volition. Having watched Cola grow up since childhood, Cabra possessed a profound understanding of the type of individual Cola was, an unassuming person, indifferent to fame and fortune, who would never proactively seek such accolades. The proposals were commendable, and in Cabra's mind, they could easily be approved, establishing two departments and appointing ministers to oversee them. However, the notion of Cola entering the Central Authority instilled in him an inexplicable sense of unease and a divergence of thoughts. Kajia was momentarily taken aback, only to break into laughter soon after. Truly, he was deserving of the title Old Fox, possessing an astute political acumen that allowed him to discern the true implications of Kajia's maneuvering. One must never underestimate the populace. Politicians are adept at tailoring their discourse to suit their audience, whether human or otherwise. It is my proposal, but I wish to discuss this matter privately with you. King Bubra, Kajia stated. Just as a minister, having consumed the hound fruit, was about to voice his dissent, King Bubra intervened, signaling for him to remain silent. Suggesting that he was well aware of the situation, King Bubra led Kajia to a secluded chamber, one that was both secure and discreet. You may speak freely here, he said. Allow me to inquire, when unrest arose in Alabastan and you sought assistance from the world government, did they respond? They claimed that Crocodile showed no signs of harming our nation, and being recognized as a pirate by the world, they had no grounds for intervention. Nations that pay tribute are often granted assistance. You requested the world government's aid, and they even dispatched Navy and CP personnel to rescue hostages. Surely, they would have complied with a request to expel mere pirates. Furthermore, due to the celestial dragons, the world government tends to favor royalists and does not support the reformists, as they generally suspect the latter of harboring rogue factions. For instance, the reason the populace of Drum Island has been unable to resist Walpole lies not only in their lack of strength but also in the absence of support from the world government. This is also the reason why the witch Dr. Grieva has refrained from intervening. Although she is stronger than Walpole, she finds herself constrained by political circumstances. This was conveyed to Kajia and his companions by Dr. 20 during their time in Drum Island. King Bubra, with his naturally regal lineage, faithfully pays tribute and supports the world government, leaving no justification for such treatment. Even as a warlord of the sea, if the world government requested a change of location, he would have no choice but to comply. The warlords may appear formidable against the Navy, but they are well aware that once the meetings commence, the Navy has needs that compel their cooperation. A single warlord is insignificantly small in the grand scheme of the world government. The policy regarding the warlords is designed to instigate division within the pirate ranks, exacerbating their internal conflicts. Noticing King Bubra's lingering doubts and defenses, Kaichi hesitated to disclose further secrets. In my youth, I came across ancient texts, and like your ancestors, I departed from that place for reasons akin to theirs. King Bubra gazed at Kaichi in astonishment. You, too, are a celestial dragon. Cage nodded thoughtfully and continued. It is not that the Navy is unwilling to assist. Rather, the celestial dragons above the Navy have forbidden any aid. Your identities, along with the letters from your ancestors, make you targets they would prefer to see eliminated. This secret was eventually unveiled, revealing that King Cobra was murdered by him and the celestial dragons, with Princess Vivi going missing and Sabo being unjustly blamed. You and Princess Vivi have always been under the watchful eyes of the celestial dragons. In the future, there lies the possibility that they may seek to eliminate you. This is precisely why I have urged Kola to infiltrate the heart of your nation. Kaichi's words made King Cabra break into a cold sweat. Korra carries your legacy. He currently wields influence in the underworld. Allowing him to enter the central government serves a dual purpose. It provides him with an opportunity to learn while simultaneously granting him prominence and reputation in legitimate society. This way, should any misfortune befall you or Vivi, there will be a capable individual to assume control of the nation, preventing it from spiraling into chaos. Kaichi articulated the harsh reality of power transitions, which are invariably drenched in blood, even in the world of pirates, albeit often described in veiled metaphors. Chapter 59. You are also are you not? I concur with all these proposals, Captain Kaichi. I appreciate your assistance. In a world teeming with nations, who doesn't sell weapons? Yet King Cabra recognizes that this pirate captain, destined to become a formidable underworld leader, is aiding his cause. No need for thanks. This is merely the reward for your benevolence towards your subjects, replied Kaichi. This scenario represents the best possible outcome for Alabasta. After all, if a warlord cannot resolve the situation, what can be expected from the legendary figure known as him, whose true power remains shrouded in mystery? A mere flutter of a butterfly could obliterate a nation's existence. The uncertainty surrounding M's might stems from the ambiguity of whether it is his own strength or that of a legendary weapon that possesses the capability to annihilate a country. Ultimately, King Cabra acquiesced to the request of the rebel leader Korra, concluding their negotiations. 2 days later, during Princess Vivi's coronation ceremony, she made a daring escape. Disguised as Mr. 8. The spectacle was astonishing, and Kaichi could not help but exclaim in admiration, recognizing the prowess of a true master of disguise. However, this act drew the ire of the gathered crowd. To spare Vivi from further distress, Nami chose to set sail during the coronation. As a princess and the future heir to her nation, she could not simply abandon her responsibilities to join them as a companion. Both parties understood each other's predicament and shared a mutual respect. Princess Vivi, adorned in regal attire, stealthily emerged to bid farewell to Luffy and his crew. This moment birthed an iconic scene in the annals of pirate history. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper stood in a row, their backs turned to the tearful Vivi. Concealing their sorrow, they raised their hands, displaying the X symbol known only to their true companions, signifying that Vivi would forever remain one of them. The Straw Hat Crew's bounties were updated. Luffy's bounty soared from 30 million to 100 million berries, while Roronoa Zoro's reached 60 million. Once again, they stirred the world. Rear Admiral Tina aimed to capture the Straw Hats but fell victim to Mr. 2's disguise, thus averting a crisis for her friend Luffy. Mr. 2 was subsequently apprehended by Tina and sent to the capital city of Katreya. The pirate Akane and ship Dr. Schwangu drove a land turtle vehicle back to the city of Katreya to return the rented turtle. The rebel forces returned to their base for a period of rest before restructuring to integrate into the newly established police and environmental departments of the nation. Akane and Schwangu returned the turtle and reclaimed their deposit. Upon exiting the establishment, they encountered their old acquaintance, Captain Kobelnik, leading the Navy in an ambush. Dr. Schwangu felt a sense of relief when he noticed that enemy had not arrived. He must have gone to find Kaichi, realizing the latter's uniqueness. Akane thought to himself, why is it always you? There are countless pirates in the world for you to pursue. Why are you so fixated on our crew? Captain Kobelnik struck with his sword, attempting to subdue the pirate Akane. Akane countered with his mace, and their clash generated a shockwave that reverberated through the onlookers. The initial exchange was evenly matched. Captain Kobelnik, although your Navy soldiers are well trained, capturing us will prove difficult and only lead to unnecessary casualties. If your men end up severely injured, it will not bode well for you. Instead, let us settle this with a single decisive blow. If I win, you shall let me go. And I promise not to harm your subordinates. Akane, wishing to avoid a mortal feud with the Navy, proposed this compromise. Accompanying him was the elderly Schwangu, a healer who also concealed formidable martial prowess. Having spent considerable time aboard the same vessel, Akane felt no concern for Schwangu, confident that he could contend with Captain Kobelnik while Schwangu handled the Navy soldiers. Agreed. We shall decide the victor with one strike. Captain Kobelnik, reflecting on their earlier clash, was astonished by Akane's growth. In just a few days, he had become stronger. Akane was already formidable, and with this remarkable potential for growth, he was truly terrifying. Captain Kobelnik acquiesced to Akane's terms. They repositioned themselves on the street, the Navy on one side and Pirate Akane on the other. Should Akane emerge victorious, He would simply exit from the opposite side of the street without fear of pursuit. In the center of the street, the pirate Kane and Captain Kobolnik faced each other, each preparing for their singular opportunity. With bated breath, they concentrated, summoning their most powerful strikes. Captain Kobolnik unleashed his newly devised technique, while Kane employed a recently mastered powerful move. The clash of sword and mace resulted in a sonic boom, causing the crowd to experience a ringing in their ears. As the two warriors struggled, a vortex of energy expanded around them, overwhelming the spectators, with even some wigs being dislodged. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Captain Kobolnik was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, while Kane merely staggered back a few steps. In this confrontation, the pirate Kane emerged victorious. With his triumph secured, he departed the city of Katreya alongside ship Dr. Schwangu. The capital of Alyabarno waited. Kage departed from the palace, having concluded all matters at hand, and was now preparing to return to the ship, as it was time to leave Alabasta. Feeling famished, Kage resolved to have a hearty meal to satiate his hunger. He entered an establishment, ordered an abundant assortment of meats along with a plate of rice, and began to eat voraciously. As he indulged in his meal, someone unexpectedly took a seat at the same table, positioning themselves directly across from him. Kaichi found the situation rather peculiar. There were vacant seats in the establishment, yet someone had chosen to occupy the space at his table. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized the newcomer as Rear Admiral Atemi. The Admiral ordered a serving of beef noodles with fried sauce and began to eat in front of Kaichi while posing a question. You must be an O, just like Xuan Yu, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't be accompanied by him. However, I initially presumed that you had ventured to the rebel army's stronghold of Cardelea to join forces and overthrow the king's rule, establishing a new regime. Yet, that does not seem to be the case. I am curious to hear your reasoning. It appeared that Rear Admiral Atemi had ventured to the rebel army's headquarters in Cardelea to apprehend Kaichi, driven by his apprehensions of altering the course of history, aligning closely with his original expectations. Kage chuckled, sidestepping O's inquiry, and instead casting a significant glance towards Admiral Atemi. Admiral Atemi, your relentless pursuit of the elder Xuan Hu Gong and myself reveals your own alignment with O. However, judging by your assessment of my intentions regarding Cardelea, it appears we differ in our classifications. As for my refusal to join the rebel forces in toppling the regime of Alabastan, it is simply that this nation has yet to reach such a dire state, and I harbor no interest in such endeavors. There is no deeper motive. Kage swiftly finished his meal, the copious amount of meat merely a trifle for a dragon's appetite. After wiping his hands and mouth clean, he continued, settling the bill before departing the establishment. Admiral Atemi, having completed his own dish of beef noodles, noted Kage's cooperative response to his questions. Instead of resorting to force, he too paid for his meal and closely followed Kage, unwilling to let him slip away without further inquiry. What if we act in such a crowded place and harm innocents? We should find a more secluded location to engage. Noticing Atemi's unwavering pursuit, Kage proposed. Very well. We shall seek another venue. I have no intention of allowing you to escape easily. Atemi agreed, observing the throngs of people around them. Setting aside their identities, Kage as a pirate and Atemi as a naval officer, Kage recognized that his departure would not be effortless. The two ventured to an old district on the outskirts of the capital, where dilapidated houses stood abandoned, their walls riddled with cracks, occasionally shedding fragments onto the ground. On the eve of battle, Admiral Atemi removed his justice cloak, aware that donning such a cumbersome garment would hinder his ability to subdue Kage in their confrontation. Cage removed the wristband that his master had previously given him, to prevent it from being damaged during combat. Next, the pirate Cage faced off against Navy Captain Atemi for the second time, who would emerge victorious. Chapter 60. Hill? Obliteration. Captain Atemi surged forward, immediately executing a swift sword slash. Transformed into a Dragonan, Cage possessed a formidable core, rendering his flight abilities unnecessary, while his hovering skills were equally impressive. He leaped into the air to evade, executing a 360-degree aerial spin and delivering a downward dragon kick, converting defense into offense. Captain Atemi swiftly adjusted his stance, wielding his sword with precision as he launched a fierce attack against the Dragonan Cage. In the sky, facing a torrent of incoming assaults, Kaichi responded with his dragon claws. The blade struck against the dragon armor, producing not only a sharp clanging sound but also sparks flying in all directions. This dragon armor was terrifyingly resilient. It is worth noting that Itomi wielded a true legendary sword, capable of severing steel. Itomi marveled at the formidable defense of Kaichi's dragon armor and his growth. It had not been this hard the last time they clashed. Observing the lack of effect from his strikes, Itomi shifted to a powerful thrust, aiming the legendary sword directly at the chest of the dragon man Kaichi. However, the indomitable dragon armor thwarted the thrust, pushing Kaichi back a few steps instead. I have scrutinized your group's trajectory and observed that you have been trailing the Straw Hat crew closely. What is your purpose? Are you seeking something from them? Itomi, a naval officer, refrained from launching another attack immediately and posed the question. To be frank, there is nothing to it. I am merely familiar with their course, following behind to pick up a few trivialities, nothing more. I have no interest in altering history, Kaichi replied, truthful, as there was no need to deceive the one before him. Itomi, being a member of the Navy, would typically be deceived, but as an O, his primary responsibility was to ensure the orderly progression of the world, safeguarding it from external influences. According to Elder Xian, when he first arrived in this world, it was quite normal. It was only after several years of disseminating knowledge and culture from his original world along the Grand Line in the North Sea that he encountered the relentless pursuit of Itomi. It was not until Elder Xian isolated himself in the East Sea that Itomi, who remained in the East Sea, ceased his relentless pursuit. Itomi's purpose in joining the Navy was to facilitate the apprehension and management of Elder Xian, or more accurately, the invasive O, those who had crossed over from another world. Causing chaos in this realm's historical progression, such as myself and Elder Xian, I threw soul transference and Elder Xian directly from the Rainbow Sea. Thus, Itomi, as a guardian of order and protector of historical normalcy, would not concern himself with what Kaichi knew or his capabilities. As long as they did not disrupt the world's natural evolution, I sincerely hope that is the case. I will remain vigilant in monitoring and evaluating you. Upon hearing Kaichi's lack of ambition to alter the course of history, Itomi's tone softened. What followed was a fierce battle between the Navy and the pirates. Shamash Crescent. Several crescent-shaped slashes landed upon the ironclad dragon armor, leaving no mark. Your techniques are utterly ineffective against my dragon armor, Kaichi declared. Do you dare to receive another strike? Itomi responded, his fighting spirit unyielding. He had not anticipated that Kaichi would master the Navy's 6 styles. This made the encounter all the more intriguing. Itomi sheathed his sword, centering his focus. With a speed of 0.01 milliseconds, he unleashed his signature move, Daigami Tensho, a colossal slash several meters high surge towards Kaichi. Fiercer than during their previous encounter in Rogue Town. Unlike before, Kaichi did not brace himself against the onslaught. Instead, he employed his own ultimate technique. Ice Dragon Fist. Furious Dragon Charge, an icy tempest coalesced into an enraged dragon, hurtling straight toward the formidable slash. Itomi's Daigami Tensho was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, slicing through the dragon's form and leaving only its bones behind. Kage, however, remained unperturbed, standing his ground as if unafraid of the impending slashes. This ultimate technique was far from straightforward. The dragon bone was forged from layers of punch energy, each blow surpassing the strength of 100 strikes. Embodying the might of a colossal dragon, the sinuous dragon bone withstood the force of the slashes, gradually gaining the upper hand. Until the formidable power of the Ice Dragon Fist shattered the oncoming attacks, sending the combination of dragon bone and slashes hurtling back towards Major General Atomy. The Major, wielding his renowned blade, managed to block the assault but was forced back against the wall, where he finally came to a halt. The slashes and the Ice Dragon Fist were deflected to the side midway. Nearby, a towering structure had been cleaved in half, another left with a gaping hole. Oblivious to the destruction around him, Major General Atomy inquired about Kage. The power of frost, you are sheer. Kage responded, I am uncertain. But a flying little humanoid indeed referred to me as such. Observing Atomy's recognition of sheer, Kage surmised that O was more complex than he had initially thought, harboring deeper secrets. He replied cautiously, keen to discern any information that Major General Atomy might possess that he himself did not. The Yof clan? Indeed, Atomy contemplated before continuing. Wait a moment. You are O. How could you be sheer? You should also be E. E? What on earth is that? I do not understand at all. Kitch was rendered speechless, and Hill was still perplexed, when yet another individual emerged. Never mind, in due time, the truth would reveal itself. Noticing that Atemi had ceased his attempts at conversation, Kitch ascended into the air, vanishing without a trace. Atemi refrained from pursuing him further, after several exchanges. He understood well that capturing Kitch was beyond his capabilities. As he watched Kitch depart, he found it peculiar that Kitch's reaction towards Hill and the newcomer was strangely indifferent. As if he were encountering strangers. Did he possess no recollection at all? However, on a brighter note, Hill and the Yof clan had finally made their appearance, indicating that the significant event of his destiny was imminent. Major Tina continued to scour the vicinity of Alabasta with her 2 versatile companions, adept in singing, dancing, and other talents, to eliminate the remnants of the Bawak studio and the pirates. During their mission, the duo stumbled upon a prize catch, Kitch's pirate ship, the Zhuanggang. Each of these companions was remarkable in their own right. One was the second in command from Usopp's hometown, the Black Cap Pirates, while the other, a former naval prodigy, had once attempted to impress Sanji at the floating restaurant but was subsequently demoted after being bested by him. Under Major Tina's guidance, the two had undergone significant trainings, yet had unfortunately devolved into mere sycophants. The hypnotist among them attempted to use his flying ring knives as a pendulum, aiming to hypnotize the trio of Carmen, Hank, and Chef de Beauty who were stationed to guard. However, the trio, being of sound mind, resisted his attempts. Rather, he nearly fell victim to his own hypnosis. Realizing this, he abandoned the hypnosis and resorted to launching his ring knives. The sharp projectiles hurtled toward the trio. De Beauty defended himself with a training pot. The knives failed to breach his defense but did manage to sever several railings aboard the ship. Observing the damage to the Zhuanggang, Hank and De Beauty lamented that they would surely face the ire of their captain and Sart. Seeing the hypnotist struggle, the martial artist among them charged towards the Zhuanggang, only to be met with a barrage of blows from Carmen wielding a frying pan. Focus on the immediate threat, Carmen admonished. Though Tina's subordinates were formidable, enhanced by her training, the trio had improved under Xuanhu's patient guidance and could now hold their own against the naval duo. However, they remained unaware of the looming danger nearby. Major Tina, along with a large contingent of the Navy, was advancing upon them. By the time they realized it, Tina, cloaked in her Justice Cape, had already arrived. She leaped into the air, activating her Kankank fruit ability, and launched 2 iron chain walls that closed in on Shank, binding him and rendering him immobile on the deck. The traveling bear within the cabin took notice of the commotion and emerged to assist, only to be effortlessly ensnared by Tina as well. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving them with no hope of escape. Miss Carmen, who would have thought you'd join Kitch's crew? Such a pity. But here, your journey ends. You are under arrest. On the Zhuanggong, the trio and the bear found themselves in a dire predicament, captured without their captain or primary combatants present to mount a rescue, just as despair threatened to engulf them. A deep voice shattered the bleak atmosphere. Today, no journey of the Flying Dragon pirates shall conclude. After nearly 10 days of unconsciousness, the fishman Shank finally revived, marking the return of the 3 primary forces of the Flying Dragon pirates. Shank, Carmen exclaimed, astonished. The emergence of the formidable Shank at such a critical moment was fortuitous. Major Tina had not anticipated the presence of a fishman aboard the ship. Shank, with his striking red skin and imposing stature, exuded a formidable aura. After nearly 10 days of recuperation, his mind and body had achieved perfect harmony, transforming him into a true master of fishman karate. Tina, seasoned in battle and untroubled by the sight of a fishman, unleashed her Kankank fruit ability, sending forth iron chains to ensnare Shank. However, as a master of martial arts and a well-traveled individual from Fishman Island, Shank was well acquainted with various devil fruit abilities. Exercising caution, he refrained from engaging with Tina's creations. With his arms crossed before him, he gathered energy, then swung outwards, creating shockwaves that repelled the constricting chains. Seizing the opportunity while Tina was momentarily distracted, Shank lunged forward with a powerful sprint, unleashing his 5,000 brick fist towards Tina. Tina swiftly activated her ability again, retracting the iron chains to form a defensive wall against Shank's assault. While her fruit power was well developed, Shank's might proved overwhelming, propelling the naval major away from the Zhuanggong. The powerful Major Tina was unexpectedly sent flying. The onlooking companions were left in stunned disbelief at the outcome. As the battle unfolded, Shank wasted no time, delivering a couple of swift punches that sent the 2 naval subordinates sprawling from the Zhuanggong. Naval soldiers on the shore began firing at Shank, but he deftly evaded the gunfire, with bullets ricocheting off the ship's hull and railings. We must set sail before we are surrounded by the warships, Shank urged, noting several approaching naval vessels. He used his divine strength to sever the chains binding Carmen and the others, realizing that naval reinforcements had arrived. The trio quickly retrieved the anchor as Shank took command of the Zhuanggong. Meanwhile, the airborne Tina managed to grasp an iron chain to halt her momentum, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What terrifying strength! I underestimated the presence of such a powerful fishman aboard, she mused. Though she had been propelled only 30 meters, she was determined to reclaim her honor. As she raced towards the Zhuanggong, several smoke bombs exploded between her and the naval soldiers, obscuring their vision with a thick fog that contained both irritating and hallucinogenic properties, causing the sailors to collapse in disarray, while Tina struggled to hold her ground. It was Akin, Sart, Xuanhu, Gade, Jack, and Miss Golden Week who had returned, swiftly boarding the Zhuanggong. Above the naval vessels, a dragon shadow spiraled ominously, distorting the ship's hulls and billowing smoke as naval soldiers scrambled to salvage their vessels, striving to prevent them from sinking into the depths of the sea. Kek's flying prowess remains formidable. However, in Alabasta, it consumes an exorbitant amount of water. Within just a few days, he expended 10,000 berries on his own water supply. Kek, Ajin, greetings. It appears I have managed to ensnare your entire group. Major Tina burst forth from the haze, spotting Kek returning to the galleon and Ajin alongside him. She had initially intended for the warship to join forces and launch an assault, but upon turning, she observed several vessels engulfed in smoke. Thus, she was compelled to pursue the galleon alone. Accursed Kek, Kage, the dragon wing, unleashed an icy gale towards Tina, causing frost to envelop her and hindering her movements. Ultimately, Rear Admiral Tina could only watch helplessly as the Flying Dragon pirates departed. Thus, the ship Schwigging sailed away from the desert kingdom of Alabasta under the watchful gaze of the naval forces. Within the naval camp, Colonel Smoker was engaged in rigorous training. Feeling disheartened by the setbacks encountered during the mission in Alabasta, he resolved to strengthen himself. At that moment, Tashiji entered to report the situation. Colonel Smoker, we have received an update on Vice Admiral Akiji's status. The demon known as Akin has defeated Lieutenant Cobain, and Vice Admiral Akiji has been unable to capture Kage. Furthermore, she has encountered Kage's crew, who managed to escape. Have both Akiji and Tina failed? Coupled with Kage's devil fruit powers, he poses a considerable threat. Smoker concluded as he finished his workout, lighting a cigar. It is truly surprising that Lieutenant Cobain was defeated by Akin, a man who declined promotions to Lieutenant Colonel and Colonel. It seems Kage's crew has become an even greater problem to handle. As anticipated, the following day, the Navy headquarters updated Kage's bounty based on the reports, disseminating the information worldwide. Kage, now ominously referred to as Ice Dragon Kage, saw his bounty rise from 20 million berries to 100 million berries. Akin's bounty increased from 12 million to 30 million berries, while Blood Shark Shanks was set at 30 million berries. Amidst the vast, desolate desert stood a coffee shop, the Spider CAF. Inside, the staff consisted of Miss Doublefinger, Miss Christmas, and Mr. Four, all of whom had been defeated by Luffy's crew and subsequently captured by the Navy. The trio bore significant injuries, wrapped in bandages. Miss Doublefinger, why not join Kage's organization, considering he is here to rescue us? Miss Christmas inquired as she sipped the coffee brewed by Miss Doublefinger. I wish to test that, Captain. It turns out he is remarkably composed and a schemer with ambitions surpassing even crocodiles. Joining is a choice we must make ourselves. I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while to regain my composure. Thus, I have not chosen to join immediately. What about you and Mr. 3? Why are you hesitant? Miss Doublefinger responded while savoring her coffee. Miss Doublefinger, I trust your judgment, though I feel a bit guilty towards little Miss Golden Week. Jumping into a new organization so swiftly seems too hasty. I too wish to take a moment to rest and reflect, Miss Christmas remarked. I'll stick with Miss Christmas, Mr. For chimed in innocently. Very well, let us all take some time to rest. Moreover, my statement about not joining immediately does not imply that we cannot join in the future. Miss Christmas responded, her face a canvas of confusion. Little Miss Golden Week is aboard a ship. According to what they mentioned, Miss Valentine's Day, Miss Monday, Mr. 5, and Mr. 9. Many of our former colleagues are now part of their organization. As it expands, Mr. 5 and the others will surely seek to recruit familiar faces. And the organization will require talent. I doubt he would oppose it. Thus, if we decide to join later, it remains a possibility. Miss Doublefinger revealed. Producing Kage's new bounty notice of 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Another individual with a bounty of 100 million, just like the Straw Hat Kid, exclaimed Miss Christmas and Mr. 4 in astonishment. Crocodile, prior to becoming a warlord of the sea, had a bounty of only 80 million berries. While the bounty does not always equate to combat prowess, many perceive it as a recognition of strength. 100 million berries. Indeed, he is a formidable presence. Meanwhile, King Cobra, Vivi, and Kula also received Kage's new bounty notice. Despite having learned from Luffy's example, the sight of 100 million berries was still shocking. At Whiskey Peak, laughter echoed. Indeed. I had faith in that individual, said the tavern owner, Senator at Twin Cape. Two fishmen stoked a fire, reminiscing about their former leader, 30 million berries. Shank has truly been rewarded. In the East Blue, Akin, has your bounty risen again? Truly, the former commander has not lost his touch. It seems I cannot afford to be complacent in the East Blue. Shieldman Barrow remarked upon seeing Akin's new bounty notice before heading back to the training room. Chapter 62, The Failures. The Conspirators. Blood of Lewis in the East Blue, dressed in a suit, the schemer Croc held Kage's new bounty notice of 100 million berries. He had not anticipated that the influential figure behind Barrow would be so young. He had expected an aged conspirator. Today, Barrow, with Kage's consent, revealed Kage's true identity as the mastermind behind the scenes, as the time for Kage to arrange a phone meeting approached. To think the schemer behind Barrow would be someone as youthful as you. Haha. Croc, you, the schemer, were defeated by a handful of youngsters. Is there anything wrong with being young? It is when one is young that one should venture forth. Otherwise, what remains when old age arrives? Cage's words reminded him of the young Straw Hat crew that had once defeated him. Haha, underestimated by a mere child. Yet, I am merely a failed schemer. Just like you, all of you here are failures. You, a greater conspirator, must understand the reason behind my alliance with Baru, right? Baiji asked. It is for a tranquil and prosperous life in retirement. This Cage was quite familiar to him. Baiji's Kalu had always been in the East Sea, where the adventurous locales were insufficiently vast, leading to a clever mind but a narrow perspective and a lack of foresight. Moreover, he had slain many Navy officers, prompting a relentless pursuit whenever they laid eyes on him. He had grown increasingly weary of the life of being hunted. You actually know. How could you possibly know? Baiji Kalu was astonished that this schemer Cage understood so well. Aside from being a devil fruit user, I also possess mysterious sorcery. Cage fabricated a reason. Unable to openly declare himself a time traveler. Noticing that Kalu did not press further with questions, he continued, Baru's crew will fail due to their lofty aspirations, daring to confront the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, head on. As for you, Baiji Kalu, your downfall will stem from your narrow vision. How could the legacy of a middling noble from a town suffice for a grand pirate's retirement indulgence, especially when you have yet to reach that age? With the abundance of information available now, Baru felt a surge of shame and embarrassment at the mention of the foolish actions of the Creek pirates. As the recollection of past misdeeds was a true torment, two individuals of high intellect conversed effortlessly. This meant that if Luffy, Zoro, and Nami did not arrive, he could successfully eliminate Usopp and Miss Kaya, securing the wealth of the Kaya family, yet he would not find peace for long. He had misjudged his needs. The Kaya family was quite respected in town, known for not oppressing the common folk, a type of noble family that typically upheld aristocratic etiquette. but whose wealth was not overly abundant, falling short of opulence. This could be inferred from the Mary, gifted by Kaya to her savior, Luffy. Such a middle-class noble's wealth would only sustain Baiji Kalu's extravagance for about a year. From the moment he smashed his glasses, Cage understood the consequences. Those glasses were a token of understated luxury, not inexpensive by any means. Yet Kalu was infuriated, clearly not one to live frugally. Once he exhausted his funds, he would undoubtedly ravage the town again, drawing intensified pursuit from the Navy, leading to a situation far worse than the present. If he sought nobility, why not aim for the highest? How about being granted a title that truly belongs to you? Since you desire it, Cage decided to present the ultimate bait. Indeed, this is your aim. A truly audacious schemer, Baiji Kalu thought of the possibility of Cage targeting the four emperors or usurping the Navy, even contemplating the grand overthrow of the celestial dragons. However, hearing the answer directly was astonishing. Are you willing to join? Cage inquired. What is there to fear? I am weary of my current life, devoid of everything. Joining your organization poses no harm. Isn't it the greatest form of nobility? You, the grand schemer at the forefront. And I, this lesser schemer, following behind, still possess enough courage. Ha ha ha, Baiji Kalu affirmed. Every sage is a top-tier gambler, as long as the rewards are substantial. There is nothing to fear. Did Baiji Kalu intend to wait for the waters to muddy, lying in wait to catch fish? Cage is not concerned about your thoughts, but rather about your absence. After concluding discussions with Cage, he briefed Baloo on the situation. Baloo, how fares the situation in the East Sea? Has the Navy taken notice? The armament is currently in good condition, and our collaboration with the underworld is progressing well. However, the East Sea remains relatively tranquil, and with the assistance of the gang, there are few places left for purchasing our weapons. I see. You should now gradually transfer the sovereignty of the East Sea Armory to the gang, no longer restricting them from selling to the other three seas. Increase our share and convert as much as possible into cash. Prepare a portion of your own vessels. Once the Navy manages that armory, you will join the other fleets in the Grand Line, as there is little left to achieve in the East Sea. Understood. We will execute this immediately. Next, a multi-party conference commenced. On board the Wongong, the phones from the East Sea, Whiskey Peak, and 3 other locations were simultaneously connected. Today, we officially establish an organization named Blood of Lewis. From this moment forth, whether you contact me or I reach out to you, you shall refer to me by my code name within the organization, Lewis. Do you understand? Received. Lewis. Thus, Cage established his own organization, Blood of Lewis. The Kaichi faction has reached its second assembly. The Flying Dragon pirate crew consists of 11 members, 3 beasts, and 1 cloaked figure. Captain, Ice Dragon Kaichi, male, an animal-type mythical beast fruit user with the powers of the Frost Giant Dragon. He is proficient in Ice Dragon Fist, the 7 forms, and possesses a limited area frost freezing ability with a bounty of 100 million berries. First mate, Demon Mannequin, male, wielding a weaponized mace. Skilled in the techniques of Whirlwind Smash and Flowing Rock Strike, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Second mate, Sate, male, equipped with mechanical armor and a mechanical arm. An expert in firearms and an inventor, with mastery over life restoration, currently without a bounty. Deep Sea Lifeguard and second helmsman, Shank, male, a shark-type fishman. A master of fishman karate, proficient in fishman jujitsu and beginner-level tai chi, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Navigator, Gade, male, armed with an electric baton and electronic bullets, a meteorology and electronic physics scientist, proficient in the 5 animal play and health-focused tai chi, currently without a bounty. Ship's doctor, Xuanhu, male, a master of various martial arts from different worlds, skilled in all types of weaponry, a master of both Eastern and Western medicine. With a hint of the O seal opened, his otherworldly mystical abilities can be utilized to heal patients in a tranquil state, currently without a bounty. Chief helmsman and archer, John Jack, male, a novice swordsman, proficient in great blade techniques and life restoration, currently without a bounty. Chef, Carmen, female, a top-tier Western cuisine chef. Skilled in life restoration, a scholar of medicinal cuisine, with mastery in knife skills and initial proficiency in Chinese culinary arts, currently without a bounty. Assistant cook, Hank, male, Carmen's bodyguard, with minor proficiency in knife skills, adept in pan and cleaver attacks, and beginner level in culinary arts, currently without a bounty. Assistant cook, Debut, male, Carmen's bodyguard. Skilled in large iron pot and spoon attacks, proficient with a spatula, and a beginner in culinary arts, currently without a bounty. Archaeologist, Miss Golden Week, Marianu, female, skilled in color symbol hypnosis, a coffee enthusiast, with a bounty of 29 million berries. Sky Guardian and Scout, Dean, male, an unusual subadult red dragon. A user of the superhuman language fruit, currently without a bounty. Land Guardian and Scout in snowy environments. Baibao, male, a juvenile travel bear. Having consumed the animal-type mythical beast fruit, capable of transforming into a shadowy figure when activating his ability, currently without a bounty. Water Guardian and Scout, Jinlong, male. A subadult memory seahorse, with the initial awakening of the Shinchong bloodline, proficient in absorbing others' memories and creating illusions. Organization, Blood of Lewis. Leader, Lewis. First Division Leader, Baru. A shield-wielding man, proficient in life restoration and beginner-level iron blocks of the six forms. Commanding 108 members from the remnants of the Krieg pirates who have joined in the East Sea, with a bounty of 8 million berries. Second Division Leader, Bijik Luo, male, skilled in life restoration and the sorrow of the six forms, leading the Black Cat Pirates, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Core members of the Black Cat Pirates, Sam, bounty of 7 million berries, Buji, bounty of 7 million berries. Third Division Leader, Mr. 9, male, proficient in life restoration. Beginner-level Sorrow and Jeppo of the six forms, skilled in baseball bat attacks. Vice Captain, Miss Monday, skilled in life restoration and beginner-level Hong Fist. Together, they command 136 members, remnants of the Baroque works who have joined the Grand Line. Connectors, Messengers, and Punishers, 2 individuals. Mr. 5, Jeem, male. A user of the superhuman exploding fruit, proficient in life restoration, and beginner-level iron blocks and sorrow of the six forms, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Miss Valentine. Michita, female, a user of the superhuman kilo fruit, with mastery in life restoration, and minor proficiency in the six forms, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Chapter 63. Akin's weapon damage. Akin gazed at his damaged mace, realizing it was time for a replacement. One was completely shattered, while the other was intact yet riddled with cracks, making it unusable. Was it damaged during the duel with Lieutenant Kobernik? Winning the battle but losing the weapon, such a pity, exclaimed Kaichi. Haha, while it's true you lost your weapon, the victory isn't quite accurate. In a moment of desperation, you executed an incomplete technique, which weakened its momentum and compromised your attack power, leading to your loss. Now, under the martial arts influence of Kaichi and Xuanhu, Akin has gained a deeper understanding. Akin, since your weapon is rendered useless for now, let's practice the fist cannon technique I developed, inspired by the six forms. Familiarizing yourself with your hands during this time without a weapon will prove beneficial, Kaichi suggested. Elder Xuanhu examined Akin's broken weapon, noting unusual internal damage. Akin, practice a bit to familiarize yourself with your body. The way your weapon shattered like this, besides the sword strike from Lieutenant Kobernik, has something to do with you as well. The internal damage indicates a surge of power causing structural collapse. Your body must be awakening some peculiar ability. Don't you feel anything? No, I don't sense any abilities. Akin replied, unaware of any anomalies within himself. It seems it's not voluntary. No matter, practice your fists and get to know your hands better. You might discover something. Xuanhu reassured him. Having another skill is always a good thing. Akin's mastery in life restoration has shown progress, and he quickly grasped the details of the fist cannon technique under Kaichi's guidance. His prior experience with the mace has already honed his hand strength, making the fist cannon technique natural for him. Jack also presented his large sword to Xuanhu for inspection. Xuanhu, take a look at my sword. It too has a chip from that female Navy officer's strike. Can you see if I've awakened any abilities? Xuanhu took the sword from Jack and examined it. Your sword was damaged from a direct clash with an opponent's famed blade. Its craftsmanship is considered excellent among ordinary swords, and being struck by a renowned blade is commendable. I see no abnormalities, nor have I detected any abilities. Female Navy officer, famed blade. Cage pondered for a moment, realizing that Jack and Xuanhu were referring to the naval sword, Dasky, with its famed blade, Xiu, which indeed qualifies as a renowned sword, albeit one of the most basic among them. Oh, Jack thought to himself, lamenting the unfairness of fate. This great sword of yours won't last long. After a few more battles, it will be rendered useless, Xuanhu continued. What am I to do then? Jack's spirits sank. Do not fret, currently. There are no superior metal materials or proper forging facilities. Once we acquire quality materials and an appropriate location, I shall assist you and Akin in crafting 2 superior weapons. Really? Jack exclaimed, his optimism rekindled. In our future adventures, I shall seek out precious ores and metals for you, and you will undoubtedly forge a magnificent sword for me. Jack envisioned himself wielding a legendary blade, storming into the demon city, vanquishing the demon king, rescuing the princess, and achieving renown across the world. He couldn't help but indulge in these delightful daydreams. Jack, do not get carried away with fanciful dreams just yet. You need to practice drawing and wielding your sword. Go fetch a wooden plank from the cabin. I will teach you, Xuanhu instructed. Jack quickly retrieved a plank from the cabin. Xuanhu shaped the plank into a wooden sword. Use this wooden sword for your training, as it resembles your great sword. The space aboard the ship is limited, and a wooden sword prevents injury. Furthermore, your great sword is lengthy and not suited for practicing the draw. You should also practice archery. Wasting time on drawing the sword is unwise. Focus on wielding it directly. Jack swung his sword tirelessly, drenched in sweat. His movements were too rigid. After years of practice, he still had not mastered the art. You are no longer a novice. Effort is not merely about physical exertion. You must engage your intellect as well, Xuanhu advised, wielding a bamboo switch to provide guidance. Efficient attacks from one point to another rely on cycles and rotations. Each individual has a unique optimal posture for exertion. First, find the rhythm that suits your body. Then gradually expand your attack range and quicken your pace. Amidst Xuanhu's teachings and Jack's swordplay, Sart and Gade repaired the railings and damaged hull of the Zhuanggang ship. The winged Filady assisted by flying overhead, extracting naval bullets from the ship's hull, and repairing extensive damage with wooden planks and iron nails. Miss Huang Quanzhou approached Captain Cage, puzzled. Why did you believe from the outset that the Straw Hat Kid could defeat Crocodile? I can tell you, but first, I want to test your paint, Cage replied. Miss Huangzhou was intrigued by how her pigments might trouble the captain before her. Explosive yellow, leisurely green, bullfighter red, rebellious black. However, to her dismay, after exhausting all 4 of her hypnotic paints, Cage exhibited not the slightest reaction. She fell into deep doubt regarding her abilities. How could this be? It's not that they are entirely ineffective. I can sense some emotional fluctuations, which is still of use. However, my soul is unique. So do not take it to heart, Cage reassured Miss Huangzhou. It validated Xuanhu's assertion that O serves as both a blockade and a safeguard. Certain special abilities may be ineffective against oneself. Miss Huangzhou's curiosity is understandable. The best record of the Baroque Works studio against the Straw Hat crew was the creation of Mr. 3, a feat that has only gained value over time. She believed that the Straw Hat crew had numerous issues and reasonably considered Luffy to be insufficiently strong. Alright, allow me to pose a question. You cannot perceive where Luffy's strength lies, correct? Indeed, I do not feel the pressure you exude. Your comparison is flawed. The styles in which we exhibit our strength differ. Presently, I have consumed a devil fruit, and after transforming into a dragon, I possess numerous advantages over his rubber fruit. Therefore, in my normal state, I am indeed slightly stronger. However, in a death match, the outcome remains uncertain. Yet, we are unlikely to encounter that scenario, rendering this special case insignificant. Since you are interested, allow me to elucidate the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. I spent 3 intermittent years living on Luffy's island with my master. As we were nearly the same age, he frequently sought me out for duels. By the time we set sail, we had fought a total of 86 matches. In my youth, I was frail, and I lost all of the first 50 matches. As I trained my body under my master's guidance, I managed to win 10 out of the subsequent 36 matches, losing 26. Few victories, many defeats. What makes Luffy strong? I am acutely aware. First, he consumed the rubber fruit at a young age, inherently possessing a heightened version of life recovery. He heals rapidly, withstands punishment, and possesses great strength. Second, his natural naivety gives an impression of weakness to those unfamiliar with him, which correlates with your doubts and is also a reason for Crocodile's defeat. Third, Luffy's innate talent for combat manifests in prolonged battles. The longer he fights, the more familiar he becomes with his opponent. Drawing them into his rhythm, he grows stronger while they weaken. This is yet another reason for Crocodile's loss. Fourth, an often overlooked hidden advantage of the rubber fruit is its explosive attack potential. Thus, most of Luffy's moves unleash a flurry of punches, such as his rubber machine gun. You may think he is flailing wildly, but he is actually applying the unique properties of his rubber fruit. Hence, I speak of the normal state. Because, in that state, using a base force of 10, Luffy's punches as a child displayed values of 5, 9, 12, 15, 20, 8, 30, 23, 6, only a few being 2 or 3 times the base force. Yet, when Luffy is serious or angry, he will decisively harness this characteristic. And those numerous punches transform into values of 15, 50, 23, 100, 85, 500, 287, 800, extraordinarily high numbers that can reach 10-fold, 50-fold, or 80-fold increases. These were the values Luffy produced during his childhood when charging his attacks. I have often been incapacitated by these explosive hits. Now, without a doubt, the present Luffy can achieve 100-fold critical hits when he is earnest. Do you understand? Luffy's strength should not be judged by mere appearances. Captain Kaichi provided a thorough analysis of Luffy's formidable strengths to Miss Golden Week. Thus, it is indeed justifiable that numerous One Piece games portray Luffy as a critical strike character. In Chapter 64, The Ferry of the Ship, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy managed to defeat Crocodile. Captain Kaichi, do you believe you could vanquish the warlord, Crocodile? Miss Golden Week inquired with curiosity. In Alabasta, I encountered Crocodile in combat. Due to the desert environment, I found myself at a slight disadvantage without employing the 6 forms. However, should victory be imperative, I could indeed triumph by exerting my full strength, as both Luffy and I are aware of the weakness inherent to his Sansan fruit, his aversion to water. Once his body is drenched, he can no longer elementalize to evade harm. Admittedly, it would be a taxing victory, particularly given the influence of the Emperor Kaido. After my dragon transformation, adversaries would no longer underestimate me. My bounty has risen by 100 million, a lesson learned from Kaido's prior experiences. Captain Kaichi continued with a profound lesson. It is prudent for the wise to retain a hidden card when unnecessary. Lacking such a card can pose significant danger to the sagacious. Kaichi hopes that Miss Golden Week can mature more swiftly. In the original narrative, Miss Golden Week embodies the archetype of cunning strategy. According to the initial plot, she rescues the majority of the cadre, excluding Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and the Old Sand, becoming the leader of the remaining members of Baroque Works. Together with several of her associates, she establishes a new Spider CAF. With Kaichi's arrival in the present world, a hidden storyline is triggered, leading to a shift in the world dynamics. Kage sought assistance and thus welcomed them aboard. One night, Xuanhu requested the kitchen from Miss Carmen, using a large pot to simmer a rich broth with chicken and duck meat among other ingredients. Xianlao, what has inspired you to cook soup tonight? Miss Carmen inquired curiously. She now addressed Xuanhu with the same respectful title as Kage. Having learned from Xuanhu's hands-on guidance in medicinal cuisine that he was not only a physician but also a masterful chef. However, he typically refrained from cooking, piquing her curiosity about the reason for his enthusiasm that evening. With a premonition of encountering an old friend, he prepared the broth in advance, intending to treat his guests that day. Unbeknownst to Carmen, the three had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, presenting over 20 dishes, each generously plated. After placing the last meat dish on the table, she sat down and noticed Kage sharpening his knife and fork. Kage, Xianlao seems particularly eager to make broth tonight. Mentioning a feeling of meeting an old friend. Do you have any idea who it might be? She asked. Xianlao's old friend? We've only been together for a month, so I am not certain, Kage pondered aloud. He almost considered asking the navigator, Gade, but recalled that the Great Sea route lacked precise maps, and thus refrained. Xianlao's old friend? Kage suddenly recalled Xuanhu had once mentioned traversing from the Rainbow Sea. A moment of clarity struck him. They were nearing the area where the rainbow-hued mist descended upon the sea. Since the original tale did not include Xuanhu, he was unaware of who his friend might be. Spotting Xuanhu emerging from the kitchen, Kage swallowed a mouthful of meat and directly asked, Xianlao, have we arrived at the sea shrouded in that rainbow mist? Yes. I have a premonition. We should be close, Xuanhu replied, taking a seat to savor the meal. Is it truly the enchanting realm of rainbow colors? Carmen wished to witness it, as girls are often enchanted by beauty. Legends spoke of abundant treasures hidden within the rainbow mist, perpetually sought after by pirates. Akin mentioned that this place was coveted by pirates for its treasures. The texts indicated that the rainbow mist frequently manifested near Lulu Island, suggesting they were nearing it. However, it was said that the rainbow mist did not often appear, and they hoped for the fortune of witnessing it, as the merman Shank noted. The merman island lay 10,000 meters underwater, isolated, leading many mermen to yearn for the human world. Some mermen returned to their island after aging at sea, bringing back tales and books from the human realm. In their youth, they were too timid to experience the human world firsthand, relying solely on literature to understand its wonders. After dinner, Xuanhu returned to the kitchen to continue preparing the broth and mincemeat. As night deepened, Dean stood watch at the ship's lookout, while the others slept, and Xuanhu remained attentive to the simmering pot. A bright light appeared beside Sate, addressing the three sleeping in the laboratory. Thank you for your hard work. What was that sound? Who was speaking? Sate mumbled in a daze. The childlike figure, adorned in a blue raincoat and a smiling face, vanished in an instant. The following day, Sate inquired about Xuanhu and Dith, who had not slept the previous night. Did you call me last night? I thought I heard someone speaking to me. The two denied having done so. How strange. Was it merely my imagination? Sate lamented. The room shared by Sate and the laboratory had been converted from a single large space and had only one door, which had not been tampered with. Following an assassination incident involving the Whiskey Peak CP organization, Sate had become increasingly vigilant, to simultaneously elude Xuanhu's keen ears and Dith's dragon-like hearing. It seemed improbable that anyone could achieve such a feat, suggesting only one possibility, the emergence of an otherworldly entity, the ship's ferry. Cage traversed into this realm, fully aware of the circumstances, yet choosing not to articulate them, allowing the crew to uncover the truth on their own. He merely grasped the mast of the pirate ship. The Zhuanggong, reflecting inwardly. Zhuanggong, you have endured much. Captain, there is no need for formality. Cage felt a sudden shock as he unexpectedly received a response from Zhuo Gingxin. However, he soon relaxed and smiled. The ship was indeed a valued companion. It had stood by him through thick and thin, deserving of such treatment. On the lookout platform atop the mast, Dith raised the alarm as naval vessels appeared in pursuit from behind. Keck sensed an impending crisis, the source of which remained elusive, as he braced himself for the cannon fire from the naval ship. On board the vessel, Navy Lieutenant Pask was poised to unleash a coin projectile, ready to utilize his extraordinary skills to obliterate Keck and his band of pirates. Lieutenant Pask, do not fire. I have spotted the elder Xian aboard the pirate ship, implored a female naval officer beside him, as she swiftly removed her binoculars to halt Pask's action. The lieutenant reluctantly retracted the coin, realizing that the infamous Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, had once again crossed paths with the elder, a testament to their fated encounters. Let us wait, he concluded. The rank of lieutenant commander in the Navy is particularly unique, serving as a significant position within the local naval division, elevated above the rank of lieutenant. It is noteworthy that such a rank does not exist within the main naval headquarters, where the hierarchy ascends from lieutenant to commander, then to admiral, and finally to fleet admiral. However, coexistence is possible, as exemplified by Rear Admiral Tina, who, originally a rear admiral of the headquarters, was assigned to the division, embodying both the ranks of rear admiral and lieutenant commander simultaneously. As the naval ships pursued, initially 3 in number, Keck hastened the speed of the ship, zhugging. We must avoid direct confrontation with the Navy unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, before the Zhuiging, a rainbow mist appeared, enveloping the vessel in a vibrant haze. How beautiful! We are indeed fortunate. We have encountered the legendary rainbow mist, exclaimed the crew. It is said that within this mist lies boundless treasure and eternal life. One could only wonder if such tales held any truth. The crew awaited with bated breath. Cage released the memory hippocampus, Qianlong, to search for treasures amidst the damaged hull of the ship. After sailing for a while, no one was in sight, and Cage had scarcely encountered any children. It seemed that the unruly youngsters were not destined to cross paths with him. The crew dispersed, scouring the remnants of the wrecked vessels in search of treasure chests and valuable items. Qian skillfully navigated through the air above the ships, but soon was enveloped by a mist of rainbow hues, vanishing within its depths. Chapter 65, competing with the naval lieutenant, the memory hippocampus, Qianlong, plunged into the water in search of treasure, yet after only a few minutes of swimming, he lost consciousness. As Cage happened to pass by, he observed the memory seahorse, Qianlong, dizzy and spinning in a trance. It ascended from the sea, suspended in midair, enveloped in a mist of iridescent hues that permeated its very essence. The memory seahorse, having acquired the dragon armor removed by Captain Cage, absorbed the potent dragon blood within, enhancing its lineage. Consequently, horns sprouted from its head, albeit still short and immature. Its forelimbs transformed from diminutive fins into elongated, robust dragon claws, while two retractable bony spines emerged from its back. As the vibrant mist flowed into its being, the two spines extended into membranous wings of a rainbow hue, reminiscent of a dragon's majestic wings. Cage refrained from intervening, fearing that he might disrupt Qianlong's fortuitous opportunity. As Cage observed that none of the others had managed to approach, it became evident that the burden of fate upon the Dragon Clan was indeed profound. The decline and eventual demise of the Dragon Clan millions of years ago was evidently far more complex than it appeared. What transpired back then? And why was the connection between the Dragon Clan and O so significant? After half an hour, the resplendent mist had fully enveloped the area. As if a ritual had reached its completion, the Dragon of Dawn, having lost the strength to remain suspended, was on the verge of plummeting into the sea. Noticing that the Dragon of Dawn remained in a dazed state, still unresponsive, Cage leapt into the air, catching the descending memory seahorse and lifting it back to the ship. The Zhuanging. Upon arrival at the Zhuanging, the others had already returned with their treasure chests. The deck was heaped with 10 chests full of jewels and gold, brought back by Jean and the others. Truly, the resplendent mist lived up to its legendary reputation, yielding a bountiful harvest of treasures. Jean exclaimed in excitement, having discovered yet another trove. The group joyfully examined the wealth contained within the chests. Upon seeing Cage return with the memory seahorse, the others inquired with concern. What has happened to the Dragon of Dawn? Is it injured? No, Cage reassured them. It has merely benefited from the resplendent mist and is in a state of stupor. It has suffered no harm, so rest easy. Cage pulled Dean aside and inquired, have you heard anything from the elders of the Dragon Clan regarding a connection between the dragon race and the seven-colored mist? Dean pondered for a moment before responding. I have not heard of any association. It seems the key does not lie between the Rainbow Sea and the Dragon Clan. Are there any rumors about why the dragon race faced their decline? Cage continued to probe. There are indeed some whispers. The Elder Dragon mentioned that the Dragon Monarch once dominated the realm, triumphing over humanity in battle. However, for reasons unknown, that monarch mysteriously vanished, leading to internal strife within the dragon race. It has been so long that the Elder Dragons do not even recall the name of that monarch. Only after encountering the Iof clan did I learn that the Dragon Monarch was named Zur. Upon hearing Dean's account, it became evident that the critical link was between the Dragon Clan and O, suggesting that the mysterious disappearance of Zur might be related to O. What then of the Qianlong? I have heard that the Rainbow Sea is also the final resting place of the gods in the original tale. Does this imply that it is a form of compensation from the deities to the dragon race? And what of the water barbarian? As Cage contemplated these matters, he noticed that the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, had not yet returned and asked, have any of you seen Elder Xian? The collective response was negative. They had neither seen nor heard from him. Accepting their answers, Cage chose not to search, believing that Elder Xian would return in due time. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the Rainbow Sea, catching the Zhuiging ship unawares. Without warning, 10 heavy chests brimming with gems and gold were effortlessly whisked away by the tempest. Cage unleashed the swift displacement skill of the sixth form, striving to secure the treasure chests. However, the malevolent wind was extraordinarily swift, lifting the 10 heavy chests as effortlessly as one might lift a strand of hair, leaving Cage's attempts to execute the shave futile. Alas, the vibrant Rainbow Sea remained obstinate. Since it refused to yield, it might as well not let anyone find it. Witnessing even the fastest captain unable to keep pace, those clinging to the railing were engulfed in despair, their spirits dulled by the prospect of losing treasures worth millions. The wicked wind whisked the fortune away, continuing its relentless assault, propelling the Zhuanggang out of the Rainbow Sea. This time, the exit of the Rainbow Mist lay above Lelugia Island, and upon emerging from the Rainbow Sea, the Zhuanggang plummeted from a height of several dozen meters. The wind lent a push, curving the ship gracefully back to the ocean's surface, preventing a direct crash onto the island. With a thunderous crash, the Zhuanggang struck the water, the freshly repaired vessel sustaining new injuries. Fortunately, the crew merely experienced a momentary dizziness. After a brief calm, all was well, with no injuries reported aboard. Since Xianlao has not returned, let us proceed to Lelugia Island and await him, Cage commanded. Shortly after Lieutenant Pasquale and Hanso had seen off the Straw Hat crew, they prepared to escort the villainous Wydun, disguised as the mayor, along with his son Philip and grandson Rek, who had long wreaked havoc on Lelugia Island, back to the naval headquarters. Upon witnessing Cage's group descend from the sky, Lieutenant Pasquale swiftly directed the naval soldiers to encircle the freshly landed Cage and his companions. The crew led by Kaiga exudes a far more formidable aura compared to that of Luffy. The captain's demeanor shapes the character of his subordinates. Even without transforming into a dragon, Kaiga emanates an intimidating presence. It is often wiser to remain taciturn. Sometimes, it is better to feign ignorance, for once words are spoken, the illusion cannot be maintained. Kaiga, upon encountering the elderly Rabani, feels compelled to clarify the identity of their crew. Kajia interrupted them, clarifying the identity of his group. He pointed out that feigning ignorance would be disingenuous and ultimately detrimental to the Navy. Engaging in combat would only result in unnecessary injuries for the Navy, who stood no chance of victory. On the Navy's side, the only formidable force comprised the elderly Major Rabani and his aide, Isoka. The local division's strength could be likened to that of brigadiers and rear admirals at the headquarters, amounting to merely 2 officers of the naval headquarters brigadier rank at full capacity. At present, Kajia's crew lacked any vice admirals from the main fleet, making the prospect of subduing the Flying Dragon pirate crew a mere fantasy. Cage continued, stating that they were awaiting their ship's doctor, Xuangu, on the island and would be staying for a while. He assured that they harbored no ill intentions towards Lelugia Island. How about this, he proposed, let us engage in a contest of tossing a coin into the sea. If I win, you shall not trouble us. This suggestion of a challenge, rather than a direct confrontation, was met with approval. That is a splendid proposal, replied Lieutenant Paka. Isoka, the female deputy beside Rabani, chimed in, affirming the wisdom of the approach. Very well, Rabani agreed, consenting to the contest to determine their future actions. Lieutenant Paka and Captain Cage stood side by side, gazing out at the sea. They simultaneously retrieved coins from their pockets, holding them in their hands, poised to flick them with a calm demeanor, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The lieutenant was brimming with confidence. Coin tossing was his forte, a skill that had led to the sinking of numerous pirate ships and earned him the rank of lieutenant. Keck wished to test his dexterity, having already mastered the 6 styles of finger guns, though he found them rather trivial and preferred not to employ them. However, he was quite intrigued by the variant known as the finger snap. 3, 2, 1. Begin, commanded the naval officer, Isoka. With a silent bang, the finger snap gun was unleashed. Upon hearing the signal, both Labani and Keck simultaneously flicked their coins into the air. The 2 coins soared swiftly from the shore towards the ocean, creating ripples on the water's surface, although they did not actually skim across it. As the coins traversed distances of 50, 100, 150, and finally 200 meters, their speed began to diminish after surpassing the 200-meter mark, marking the moment of decision. Both Labani and Keck maintained their composure regarding the outcome, aware that the results would be closely matched, as their skills in the finger snap were nearly equal. However, their subordinates were filled with excitement. The naval soldiers and the pirate adjutant fervently hoped for victory on their respective sides. Ultimately, the results of the finger snap contest were revealed. Naval Major Pasquari achieved a distance of 220 meters, while Pirate Captain Keck surpassed him with a distance of 222 meters. Kajia emerged victorious in the competition, and as per their agreement, the Navy would refrain from causing any trouble for him and his crew for a predetermined period. In Chapter 66, Xuanhu Cooks and the Nightlight Cup, it is indeed embarrassing to have lost even in one's area of expertise. One can only hope that they are as sincere as they claim, truly harboring no ill intentions towards this place. It is unlikely that they have any designs on it. Kajia and his crew would not require such elaborate schemes to eliminate us, especially considering that we might struggle against Xianlao. We will inevitably encounter him again later. So it is best not to escalate tensions too severely. On the warship, Rabani and Isoka were engaged in conversation. They were originally tasked with escorting the pirate Vayton back to the Navy's headquarters. However, they deviated from their original plan and chose to remain vigilant, closely monitoring Kajia and his crew. Throughout the day, Sate, Ged, and Faladi had become quite acquainted with the scientist Hansuwa on Lelugia Island, enjoying a friendly exchange in his laboratory. Upon meeting the diminutive Faladi, Hansuwa was initially taken aback. However, having encountered numerous strange occurrences recently, including traversing the Rainbow Sea, he quickly accepted the existence of the little folk. As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden hue upon the ocean, while a vibrant mystery emerged, releasing Xuanhu. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, carried a large bundle yet managed to nimbly leap onto an abandoned small boat. The crew of Cage discovered that the ship's doctor had emerged and took the initiative to approach the vessel, the Gong. The doctor, Xianhu, said nothing, returning to his quarters to stow away his belongings before renting a kitchen and a private room on Lelugia Island. Carmen, I shall be the chef tonight. And would you be so kind as to assist me? Xianhu inquired as he carried the prepared broth towards the kitchen. Absolutely. I would be delighted. Carmen responded with great enthusiasm, eager to witness Xian's culinary prowess. Behind her, Hank and Debut carried an array of other marinated ingredients and seasonings. Together with Carmen, Xian who entered the kitchen, where they diligently began preparing dinner. Cubes of tofu, strands of shredded tofu, and strips of fish fillet were meticulously crafted. It was at that moment that Carmen truly grasped the astonishing skill of Xian's culinary mastery. His knife techniques and timing were of an entirely different caliber, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Instead, she was invited to observe the process, to absorb as much as she could. Previously, she had believed that the world-class chefs from whom she had learned represented the pinnacle of culinary art, but now she was witnessing a level that transcended even that peak. Cage was aware that Sartre and the others had already become acquainted with Hanso. He instructed them to invite Hanso, who would then summon the naval officer's lab Ani, Isoka, Achibi, and Longo to the private room, stating that the esteemed Xian Lao was treating them to a meal. Kage did not anticipate that the old man Xian's acquaintance was indeed those mischievous children trapped in the Rainbow Sea. However, it was understandable. Having been ensnared in the Rainbow Sea for such a long time, it was only natural for him to know them. Hansu and Rabani, along with 3 others, entered the private room. The dishes were perfectly prepared: mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, poached chicken, wincy tofu, coral fish, twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, and boiled cabbage. All served by Hank and Debuty. It has been a long time, Hansu, Rabani, Isoka, Longo, Achibi. I can hardly believe that upon our reunion, you have transformed from children into adults. Xian emerged from the kitchen, inviting the 5 to take their seats, stating that it was a rare occasion to meet old friends and urging them to savor the delicacies. We 4 were expelled from the Rainbow Sea 40 years ago, so we have long since entered our middle age, ha ha ha. Rabani chuckled. Indeed, I cannot believe you have remained unchanged, Xian. The 4 echoed in agreement with Rabani. Oh, I am quite hospitable. I emerged from the Rainbow Sea 2 years ago, so not much has altered within me. Having spent so long in that realm, I would have perished from boredom had it not been for your youthful company. Now, let us raise a glass together. Xian, along with Rabani and the others, toasted with their drinks. Although Rabani and his companions were sailors, Kage's group honored Xian's hospitality, sharing joy and merriment, culminating in a delightful reunion dinner among old friends. Such encounters, after years of separation, might not recur for many more. Thus, how could one not prepare a feast to welcome friends anew? Time always flies when one is enjoying themselves, and the dinner concluded swiftly. Rabani and the 5 bid farewell to Xian at the shore, feeling relieved that the pirate Kage had indeed honored his promise, having caused no harm to Lelugia Island. They had just dealt with the pirate Wide On, and were on the verge of requesting reinforcements for an even more troublesome issue. Thankfully, Kage's crew had not resorted to violence, enabling amicable dialogue. Xian, I hope we can meet again in the future, Rabani and the others said as they boarded their warship, bidding farewell to Hansu, who remained on Lelugia Island. They had already delayed for some time and needed to set sail promptly. Xian, could you teach me your culinary skills? May I learn to prepare those exquisite dishes of yours? Not just yet. You have achieved 2/3 of the culinary heart. You are still lacking a bit. Once you have fully developed it, I will teach you. That elusive culinary heart you speak of, how am I to cultivate it? When will I be able to master it? Carmen, there is no need to rush. You possess considerable talent. Take the time to contemplate it yourself, and the moment of realization shall not be far off. The night aboard the Zhuiging was serene as it glided across the sea. Carmen, excited by Xian's culinary prowess, eagerly sought to apprentice under him, only to be temporarily declined. For tonight, let us set that aside. Carmen, did you not come to deliver a few bottles of wine? My room is quite cramped, for now. Let us store them in yours. Bring me a few bottles, and I shall share some intriguing things with you. Very well, Xian. I shall retrieve them from my room. Xian also returned to his quarters, retrieving a small box from his large bag, placing it on the kitchen table, which surprisingly contained 6 cups. Cage picked up a cup, admiring its cool, smooth texture and its crystalline clarity, though he could not ascertain whether it was crafted from crystal or some precious gem. It did not inspire awe, yet possessed a charm that was undeniably captivating. Upon seeing Carmen produce a bottle of wine, Cage began to speculate about the origins of the cup. Could it be a luminous chalice? He inquired. Indeed, in my realm, when I was still an emperor, an envoy from a western barbarian kingdom bestowed it upon me as a gift. I found it quite pleasing and decided to keep it as part of my collection. That package was left in the Rainbow Sea, and I did not expect to retrieve it this time. Let us savor the wine together from this cup, though I will have to serve it in batches, as we do not have enough cups. Kek could hardly have anticipated the sight of such a precious item. In his previous life, he had been a pauper, unable to fathom such a level of elegance. Carmen twisted the cap off the bottle and filled all 6 glasses to the brim. At the command of the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, Sart extinguished the lights, plunging the kitchen into a shroud of darkness. In this obscured ambience, the true essence of the 6 glasses emerged, each radiating a luminous glow, enhanced by the ruby hue of the wine within, creating a stunning interplay of light and shadow that transformed the seemingly ordinary vessels into exquisite works of art. Truly beautiful. The onlookers exclaimed in awe. The phrase grape wine in luminous cups resonated with Kek, who immediately felt that the accolades were well-deserved. Sipping wine from the luminous glasses imbued the moment with a sense of savoring a rare and extraordinary vintage. Cade and his companions divided into two groups to savor wine in luminous cups, indulging in the exquisite lifestyle of the elite. Upon concluding this wine-tasting event, Xuanhu lent the luminous cup to Carmen for further study. Jack, intrigued by the peculiar behavior of the compass needle, expressed his concerns, questioning whether it had malfunctioned as it pointed skyward. Cade approached Jack, sharing his curiosity and engaging in discussions about navigation. Upon hearing the inquiry, Jack hurried over and was astonished to see the needle indeed directed upward, recalling the rumors of an aerial island. Could it be the fabled Sky Island? The thought of embarking on an adventure to such a place filled him with exhilaration. Legend spoke of a vast sky sea, inhabited by bizarre creatures like sky sharks. However, the question remained, how could they ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters? The merman, Shank, noted that at over 40 years of age, considered youthful among mermen who often live for 2 to 3 centuries, his life experiences provided him with a wealth of knowledge, particularly regarding the Merman Island, which dwells at the ocean's depths of 10,000 meters. Thus, he could not dismiss the existence of the Sky Island. To their astonishment, they were nearing it sooner than expected. Cade was well aware of how to reach the Sky Island. They merely needed to locate the island where the pirate would vacation. Yet, they currently lacked the eternal compass pointing to that destination. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, shifting from clear to overcast, instilling a sense of dread. As the darkness lifted, 5 terrifying silhouettes, each towering at 100,000 meters, loomed over the ocean, with the central figure preparing to fire upon the ship, Zhuiging. Chapter 67. Pirate Vacation at Moku Town on AIA Island. The sheer enormity of the shadow was staggering. Even the giants, standing at mere meters, appeared insignificant in comparison. The crew broke into a cold sweat. Run. With this command, the crew brandished their oars, united in their efforts to steer the Zhuiging out of this perilous marine territory. The ship glided through the water with the grace of a small skiff, the Zhuiging darting away like a rocket escaping the ominous figures. At last, they found themselves in safer waters, the sky clear and everything returning to normal. A collective sigh of relief echoed among them. They were finally safe. What a close call. We nearly faced destruction. Truly, the Grand Line is home to creatures of unimaginable size. Exhausted from their exertions, the crew was drenched in sweat. Cage wiped the sweat from his forehead, even though he was aware it was an illusion. The oppressive presence of the shadow looming at a height of 100,000 meters was too overwhelming for him to dismiss as mere trickery. Everyone, pay attention. Something is hurtling towards us, Dean exclaimed. A dark figure approached them. Are we under attack? Gade inquired. It seems unlikely. We haven't spotted any other vessels. Sart replied through the telescope. It appears to be a person. A person? If they land like this, they will either destroy the Zhuiging or be severely injured themselves. Step aside and leave some space for me, the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, commanded. The others moved to the side, clearing a substantial area on the deck. Tai Chi technique allows one to utilize and dissipate force. As Xuanhu activated his Tai Chi energy, he reached out with one hand to grasp the person's head while stabilizing them with the other. With a circular motion of his Tai Chi footwork, the individual spun like dough in a master's hands. After 5 or 6 rotations, Xuanhu skillfully dissipated the person's kinetic energy before gently placing them on the deck. The figure was notably tall, yet their eyes were swirling in dizziness. It was a member of the Yeren, one of the brothers from the Wangyuan Mountain. Resembling a gorilla more than anything else, Kage recognized that he had been sent flying by Luffy, landing fortuitously near him, right in the town where he had intended to take his crew for a pirate vacation. Although his eternal pointer had fallen into Luffy's possession and was no longer in his possession, the locals should eventually return to that island. Upon awakening, the ape-man found Kage and his crew staring at him. Who are you? How did you come to be flying in the sky? You nearly crashed into us. Fortunately, our ship's doctor, Xuanhu, saved you. Otherwise, you would have sustained severe injuries, Akin inquired. I am known as the ape-man, the king of undersea salvage. I thank you for rescuing me, he replied. There's no need for gratitude. I am Captain Kage of this vessel. We have matters for you to assist us with. Are you familiar with the information regarding Sky Island? Well, I must admit I am not, but my captain is knowledgeable. I will take you back to Gaia Island, and you can inquire directly with him, the straightforward ape-man responded, only to realize with alarm that his possessions were missing. My eternal pointer is gone. Now I must navigate by instinct. Do not worry, life's voyages are often fraught with uncertain courses. You shall guide us, and I have faith in you, brother ape-man. The helmsman, Jack, assured him. Deeply moved by Jack's words, the ape-man felt fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals. Thus, with the aid of the ape-man, Jack steered the ship towards Gaia Island. Along the way, they encountered another of the ape-man's brethren, a long-haired gorilla capable of producing a powerful high-pitched sound that could cause harm and even damage vessels from a distance. Kaichi perceives that the gorilla bears a closer resemblance to a baboon, while the anthropoid aligns more with the characteristics of a gorilla. The names of these two brothers seem to reflect Oda's wicked sense of humor. Although they exhibit a somewhat foolish and comical demeanor, they possess formidable strength, each commanding a bounty in the tens of millions. The anthropoid wields a martial art capable of vanquishing sea kings, with a bounty of 23 million berries. The gorilla, endowed with tremendous destructive power in his high-pitched voice, has a bounty of 36 million berries and harbors ambitions to supplant Crocodile from the 7 warlords. Kaichi cannot recall whether this high-pitched voice stems from a devil fruit ability or is an innate talent. Yet such details pale in significance compared to the urgency of locating their captain on Gaia Island. The guerrilla's pirate ship, the Yuduin detector, has also spotted Kaichi's vessel. The Zhuiging, the anthropoid, possessing extraordinary strength, effortlessly leaps aboard the Yuduin detector to relay his encounters in the circumstances of meeting Kaichi's crew. While also attempting to reconnect with his lost ship, the Victory Hunter, the guerrilla instructs the Yuduin detector to lead the way, guiding their group back to the Simian Coalition base on Gaia Island. However, to their surprise, their captain is absent, presumably engaged in deep-sea diving. Cage exhibited no hesitation as he instructed the Huanggang to drop anchor and remain nearby. Their first course of action would be to procure supplies in the town of Moku on Gaia Island. Jack, Dees, and the Travel Bear, by Bao, chose not to venture into the town, instead opting to delve into the untamed forest. The harbor of Moku was teeming with pirate ships, while the streets and taverns were rife with rogues. Those familiar with bounty notices would quickly discern that this locale was home to numerous pirates with bounties in the millions and tens of millions. On the street, an ailing old man lay sprawled, gasping for breath. His horse, too, exhibited a similar frailty, its legs unsteady, occasionally collapsing onto the ground. To their astonishment, they encountered Poison Q and his steed, named Strong. Despite Poison Q's frail appearance, he was merely in his 20s, his aged visage belied his true age. Likely a consequence of consuming the superhuman disease fruit, leaving him beset by ailments and an aura of decay, in stark contrast to the vibrant vitality of Elder Xian, who, at over 100 years old, remained robust and exuded an ethereal presence when practicing martial arts. Other pirates paid no heed to his plight. Cage proactively stepped forward, assisting him onto the back of his steed. Strong. Thank you, he said, picking up a basket of apples and placing it before Cage. Would you care for some apples? Ah, to test my fortune. How intriguing. It appears that your aged appearance, Poison Q, is not solely due to the fruit but also the backlash from your calculations of fate. Very well. I was just thinking of having a bite. Kajia took a fruit, eager to test his fortune, as he would soon embark on the perilous currents of the Sea of Monsters, where survival rates were notoriously low. It seemed prudent to gauge his luck beforehand. He took a bite, and the crisp, sweet flavor delighted his palate. This apple is quite splendid, Kajia remarked. The anticipated scenes of explosions or poisoning did not materialize. Yet another fortunate soul emerged. Poison Q, feeling rather sluggish today, bid farewell to Kajia and slowly departed on his ailing steed. Upon hearing Poison Q's response, Kajia realized that Luffy and his crew had already arrived in town. Having encountered Poison Q first, it appeared that the fateful meeting between Luffy and Blackbeard was drawing near. Among the various inhabitants of this town, Kajia was solely intrigued by Blackbeard. The others were merely elite adversaries, suitable for his crew's training. The island boasted numerous bounties in the tens of millions, 20 million, 40 million, even 50 million berries, but these merely represented individuals with limited skills and ambitions, merely small bosses in the grand scheme. As of now, Luffy's new bounties had yet to reach this place, let alone those trailing behind, like Kajia and his crew. Kage's decision to allow his crew the autonomy to venture into Moku Town stems from the understanding that Blackbeard's ambitions are solely directed towards the Straw Hat crew. Capturing Kage's group would not further his aim of becoming a warlord of the sea, even if the new bounty were to be prematurely revealed. Kage and Luffy's bounties would be equal. However, their influence on the world diverges significantly. Defeating Warlord Crocodile, Luffy's impact on both the Navy and the populace is vastly superior to that of Kage, who merely benefits from the patronage of the Yonko Kaido. Consequently, Blackbeard's path to becoming a warlord necessitates his pursuit of Luffy, along with the more formidable Ace, who conveniently presents himself. Only select high-ranking officials within the Navy are privy to the equal threat posed by both individuals. Like Kage, Blackbeard represents the cunning strategist archetype among pirates. They will not provoke one another unless their objectives intersect, as that would only invite unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Akin, along with Shank and Carmen, stroll through the streets, acquiring various items and provisions. ISN see that Akin, the Spectre of the East Blue? How remarkable that he has made his way to Moku Town, taunted a blue-haired pirate upon spotting Akin and his companions. It's no small feat, with a bounty of 12 million berries. It's commendable that he has made it this far, chimed in the female pirate cradled in the blue-haired pirate's arms, producing Akin's previous bounty poster. How about joining us? Even if you're at the bottom of the ranks, it would still be an accomplishment. Ha ha ha. What do you think, Akin? The Spectre of the East Blue? Continued the blue-haired pirate's mockery. Onlookers, including other pirates and civilians, gathered, eager for the spectacle, willingly creating space to avoid collateral damage. Such encounters among countless pirates, though commonplace in town, always draw spectators hoping for an abundance of excitement. The audacity of the blue-haired pirate is backed by a bounty exceeding 40 million berries. Chapter 68. A person's dreams never end. Sachis is once again bullying other pirates. One wonders who the unfortunate victim will be this time. It's Akin from the East Blue, with just over 10 million berries. He stands no chance against the 40 million bounty of Sachis. Nearby pirates are exchanging whispers, anticipating Akin's impending defeat. The towering blue-haired Sachis. Releasing the two beauties he was embracing, strides forward, launching a powerful right hook towards Akin, laughing as he taunts, "Ha ha ha, feeble specter Akin. Watch as I knock you down with a single punch." This confrontation was indeed anticipated to be a one-sided affair, yet the outcome defied the expectations of the gathered pirates. Akin deftly evades Sachis' charged punch, stepping in closer to deliver a direct blow to Sachis' abdomen. The suddenness of the attack leaves Sachis momentarily stunned. Akin harnesses his strength from the ground up, delivering a third punch that sends Sachis reeling several steps back. Sachis, gasping for breath, his eyes rolling back, succumbs to defeat, collapsing onto the street before the astonished crowd of pirates. The onlookers erupt in disbelief, discussing the astonishing turn of events. "Get up, Sachis. How could you be so easily bested by a few punches?" exclaimed the two beauties, rushing to check on him. "There is no need for concern. He has merely fainted for a moment. He'll be fine after some rest," reassured the ship's doctor, Ginghu, to the worried ladies, while the gathered pirates may be shocked. Akin's comrades are unfazed, even the cook Carmen finds it quite normal. Had this been over a month ago, before Akin's training aboard the ship, the outcome might have been uncertain, as the battle would have been far more intense. However, after more than a month at sea, Akin no longer bears the burden of managing hundreds of subordinates. He frequently trains with the captain, that monstrous entity, and also practices with Shank, honing his strength while occasionally benefiting from Gunghu's medicinal baths to enhance his physical condition and eliminate any lingering issues. Even with a bounty of 30 million berries, Akin's true combat prowess remains inadequately represented. Though currently devoid of weapons, he has dedicated recent days to developing and mastering his physical abilities and punches. In Ginghu's words, "It is quite simple to deal with someone weakened by indulgence, especially one who underestimates Akin and takes him lightly. Let us finish our shopping and return to the Zhuanggang. We will wait for the captain and the others to return." Captain Kage mentioned that they have leads regarding the Sky Island, Akin remarked, unfazed by his encounter with Sachis, naturally opting to head back to their ship. Unbeknownst to them, Captain Kage was amidst the crowd watching. The blue-haired Sachis, who serves as Bellamy's first mate, is armed with a peculiar curved sword, yet he has come unarmed, just as Akin's hammer is broken and left behind. The blue-haired pirate's approach to Akin was indeed bold, leveraging his height to impose dominance. However, his lack of exploratory attacks and reliance on the simplest of direct punches, executed with excessive wind-up, made him easily readable. The consequences of having bullied weaker foes too often left him unprepared for a genuine confrontation against a true master. Ultimately, the blue-haired pirate would also fall victim to Blackbeard's decisive strike. Later, upon encountering their superior, the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, he would find himself ensnared by Doflamingo's string fruit, inadvertently wounding his captain, Bellamy, with his own curved blade. Kage did not rendezvous with Akin and the others. Instead, he continued to meander through the streets, indulging in delightful treats while awaiting the arrival of a significant spectacle. "Ah, indeed, the cherry pie here is truly exquisite. You are the one from earlier. That altercation was won by both of them, and your voice when cursing is quite imposing, truly a courageous woman." Nami, escorting the seemingly feeble Luffy and Zoro out of the hotel, encountered Blackbeard seated on the ground, savoring a cherry pie. Luffy and Zoro, no longer feigning weakness, stood upright. Luffy donned his straw hat and gazed at Blackbeard, with Luffy and his companions positioned on either side of the formidable foe, marking their initial encounter. "Aha. Those fellows proclaiming a new era are utterly ridiculous. They say the age of dreaming pirates has ended. Ha ha ha, the dreams of men shall never cease. Let them laugh. Those who aspire to reach the pinnacle will inevitably face moments when they cannot find a reason to strike. Indeed, it seems I have interrupted your journey. Are you in a hurry? If you can make it, that would be splendid, Sky Island." Blackbeard proclaimed grandly, drinking as he swaggered away, oblivious that he would soon be seeking the very person standing before him. Luffy's bounty of 100 million was soon to be reported here. And when Blackbeard saw Luffy's report alongside the new bounty, he would aim to capture Luffy to negotiate a position among the 7 warlords with the Marines. Meanwhile, Robin had a brilliant moment, single-handedly controlling Bellamy's crew at the hotel and extracting the whereabouts of the gorilla and the ape leader, Mont Blanc Karikai. Thus, the Straw Hat crew discovered crucial leads to reach Sky Island. Sailing aboard the Mary, they arrived at the seaside remnants of a half-castle, the residence of Mont Blanc Karikai, descendant of the famed Norland. "Kage, we meet again. Luffy, I never expected to find you here." Upon encountering the exuberant Luffy, Kage feigned a chance meeting. The Mary anchored beside the Dragonfly, and the two pirate crews met for the first time in full. "Akin, who would have thought to see you here? Sanji, long time no see. I have since left the Krieg pirates and am now part of the Dragonfly crew." Akin and Sanji shook hands and embraced. Their past grievances dissolved in laughter. Neither harbored old animosities, only a desire for a fair rematch, considering their previous encounter had been fraught with complications, including Akin's poisoning and lingering guilt towards Sanji. Yet both now understood that the priority was to uncover the clues and methods to reach Sky Island. The appearance of Chef Carmen captivated Sanji's attention. "Miss Carmen, what a stroke of luck to encounter you here." Sanji's eyes sparkled with affection as he rushed to Carmen's side. You lecherous fool, keep your distance from Our Lady. Hank and Debut promptly fulfilled their duty as bodyguards, placing themselves between Carmen and Sanji to thwart his advances. At that moment, Montblanc Karikai resurfaced from the depths, bare-chested, and upon witnessing the gathering of so many dreamers, he was pleasantly surprised. Having not seen such spirited youth in a long while, he willingly recounted the legendary tale of his ancestor, Norland, and the fabled city of gold, Shandora. Even producing his ancestor's maritime journal for all to peruse, an invaluable relic from 3 centuries ago. Especially Nami and Jack treated the venerable work with utmost care. Indeed, Norland's logbook contained records of Sky Island, detailing unique modes of transportation involving wondrous creatures like sky sharks and sky crocodiles. Montblanc also revealed several golden artifacts he had spent years uncovering, including a golden guidebird, affirming the existence of the City of Gold. The City of Gold. Oh, treasure. How intriguing. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit ignited as he could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on an adventure to find the City of Gold. Understanding that their primary aim was to reach Sky Island, Montblanc proactively informed Luffy and Kage's crews about the upcoming knock-up stream, also known as the Monster Current. Though perilous, it was the only known route to Sky Island. To withstand the impact of the current, the ships would need fortification. In the East Blue, a naval branch prison was besieged by a band of pirates, resulting in the rescue of Captain Krieg. Surprisingly, remnants of Krieg's crew remained loyal, successfully liberating him. Captain Krieg shed his striped prison garb, donning his golden armor, and inquired of his men, "What news?" The crew reported that Kage's group, with Akin, had clashed with the Navy in Alabasta, managing to escape their pursuit, with Akin's bounty soaring from 12 million to 30 million. Their captain Kage had also risen from 20 million to 100 million. Observing his crew's hesitation, Krieg remained silent, allowing them to relay the information. As he listened, he received a newspaper from his subordinate. "That brat Kage and Akin, our paths shall cross again." Glaring at their bounties, Krieg crumpled the paper in anger, continuing, "We shall regroup in the East Blue, recruit new crew members, and once again venture into the Grand Line. I, Captain Krieg." The crew rejoiced. Heartened by their captain's unwavering spirit, the Krieg pirates were not yet doomed. Chapter 69, Confrontation with Luffy within the Tavern of Moku Town. The previously lively upper floor had fallen silent. The usual boisterous crew members had prudently hushed, fearing their voices might disturb the irritated Bellamy and his core crew. First mate Sachis, defeated by Akin and carried back to the bar, had intended to bully Luffy and Zoro with Captain Bellamy, only to be thwarted by Robin, who single-handedly subdued an entire ship's crew to extract the location of Montblanc Karikai. Thus, it was Robin who uncovered Karikai's whereabouts. Otherwise, Luffy's crew would have arrived much later. That woman, along with those foolish dreamers, speaking of Sky Island and the Charlotte and Norland's descendants, how ludicrous. Bellamy, now seething with rage, lamented the humiliation this region had endured. Pressing on, is Luffy's crew truly headed for Karikai? He hastily inquired about Luffy's whereabouts, eager to reclaim his honor. Indeed, Luffy's crew was en route to Karikai, as numerous pirates and passers-by had witnessed. Very well. I shall return promptly with good news. With a spring-like leap, Bellamy shattered the tavern window and soared into the sky. His speed nearly unmatched as he approached his destination. However, this time, Bellamy was intercepted mid-air by Kage, transformed into a dragon-human hybrid. "Bellamy, retreat. Kurikai is under my protection. You cannot pass," Kage declared, blocking Bellamy's path. With a sinister grin, Kage added, "Just right. My first mate Sachis was bested by Akin from your ship, and I was just looking for a chance to settle the score with you. You dare to appear before me with a bounty of 20 million? Cage remained silent. With no words to express his inflation, could it be that Bellamy's vision and perception were indeed flawed? Once more, Bellamy gathered his strength, transforming his legs into a spring-like form, encircling Cage while rapidly spinning around him in search of the opportune moment to strike. However, to Cage, this display was nothing more than a futile expenditure of time. At the very instant Bellamy launched his punch, Cage's colossal dragon-like fist descended upon his head, the impact resonating through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The force of the blow shattered the ground, causing Bellamy to sink into the earth, with a particularly deep depression evident at the side of his head. Kage effortlessly vanquished Bellamy. How could a mere hyena dare to confront a dragon? Even Robin, with her abilities, could not counter him. Bellamy stood no chance against Kage, especially in his dragonized form, leaving him utterly devoid of opportunity. Kage cast the severely injured and unconscious Bellamy to the outskirts of Moku Town, anticipating that his subordinates would come to his rescue. Bellamy still had a role to play, ensuring that the timeline did not deviate too drastically. Originally, Luffy was supposed to return at night to discover Bellamy's harm to Uncle Coolie Kai, leading to his furious retaliation. However, Kage preempted this encounter. With only 2 days remaining and the need to reinforce the Zhuiging ship, Kage would not allow Bellamy to injure Coolie Kai, fearing they might miss the perilous monster current. The original narrative clearly delineates 2 types of skies. Aside from the treacherous monster currents, the other is the Weather Science Island, Visalia, one of the small sky islands that the tyrant Kuma had sent Nami flying towards. The safest known method to reach the Sky Islands entails bringing Visalia down to sea level, allowing ships to enter, and subsequently ascending to the Cloud Sea. Of course, There exists an ambiguous alternative, circumnavigating the planet via the Red Line summit, which rises to 10,000 meters, while the Cloud Sea hovers between 7,000 to 10,000 meters. It is speculated that there may be an entry point to the Cloud Sea from some high point on the Red Line leading to the Sky Islands. Although this remains conjecture, as Oda has not provided explicit guidance. With other locations being so elusive, Kage would not gamble on any risks. He would not relinquish the treasure of the Sky Islands. Meanwhile, Jack and Dean, accompanied by the travel bear Baibao, traverse the jungles of Gaia Island. While the guide bird, also known as the Nanan Island, perched on branches, fixated on Jack's group and occasionally emitting eerie calls, sending shivers down Jack's spine. What a haunting sight. Such a strange bird. Jack shivered as he spoke. Is there a problem? The red dragon, Dean remarked, glancing at the guide bird. It simply hasn't encountered strangers before. It's just curious about us. There's nothing to fear. Being an animal, Dean, the red dragon, along with the travel bear Baibao, found the sounds and behaviors entirely normal, devoid of any sinister undertones. Jack's instincts, however, sensed something amiss. If Captain Kage were to hear of his heightened sensitivity, he might find it amusing, knowing that guide birds are quite comical in nature. Oh, the purple dragon! Kage's dragon! Luffy exclaimed as he extended his hands to grasp onto Dean's back, leaping onto him. Straw Hat Luffy. Dean maneuvered in the air, attempting to dislodge Luffy from his back. Yet, Luffy held on firmly, inching his way up Dean's body, yearning to experience the thrill of being a true dragon rider. Jack and Baibao were uncertain whether to intervene in Luffy's antics. Just then, a voice cut through the tension among the three. Luffy, do not cling to my crew. Only those aboard my ship may ride the Red Dragon. Kage, transformed into his dragon form, approached. Red Dragon? Indeed, Dean belongs to the Red Dragon clan, albeit of a different hue. Upon hearing Kage's response, Luffy's eyes sparkled even brighter, and he clutched Dean tighter. Get down, Luffy. Do not trouble my crew. Kage's tone turned frosty, determined not to allow Luffy to overstep. Kage, you are such a miser, Luffy retorted, reluctantly letting go and returning to solid ground. Kage gestured for Jack and the other two to depart first. Jack, understanding the hint, took Baibao and left. Luffy felt a twinge of regret for not having ridden the dragon, but being the optimistic soul he is, he adjusted his straw hat and turned to face Kage. Kage, it has been quite some time since we last sparred. How about we engage in a match now? Certainly. Luffy, I am eager to witness the extent of your growth. Kaichi readily acquiesced, for his elementary Dragon Fist technique had been derived from previous encounters with Luffy's fighting style. Now, he was perfectly poised to gauge Luffy's strength. With a swift motion, Luffy unleashed his rubber machine gun, executing the Dragon Fist, chaotic strikes. The two fighters, intimately familiar with one another, exchanged a flurry of punches, delivering over 100 blows in rapid succession. Next came the rubber rocket cannon, followed by the Dragon Fist, direct dragon strike. They engaged in a fierce exchange of heavy punches, each blow evenly matched. The resulting shockwaves from their collision pushed both combatants back. However, Luffy's rubbery form was somewhat affected by the force, while Kaiji's dragon-like physique remained largely unscathed. Kage seizes the opportunity, launching a close-range assault on Luffy with his dragon claws. Luffy's rubbery physique twists and bends, continuously evading the reach of the dragon's grasp. He then leaps into the air, elongating one leg. The rubber battle axe descends from above, striking with tremendous force. Kage leapt into the air, executing two graceful rotations to evade the incoming strike. The rubber battle axe crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater from which shattered rocks scattered around. Seizing the moment while Luffy's axe attack was still unsteady and his center of gravity unbalanced, a punch-shaped shockwave surged toward Luffy. Instead of dodging, Luffy inhaled deeply, expanding his belly to absorb the force of the punch-shaped wave. The explosive shockwave merely rippled across his abdomen, inflicting no real harm. For half an hour, the two engaged in a fierce duel on Gaia Island, leaving behind numerous broken tree trunks, remnants of their fierce clash. Simultaneously, their stomachs growled, signaling their hunger, prompting them to pause. We're both famished. Let us resume our contest another time. This round shall be considered a draw. In truth, neither had unleashed their ultimate techniques, both aware that the other had held back. During these 2 days, Kalikai led the monkeys and gorillas in the renovation and fortification of the Mary, while also assisting Sat and others with the modifications of the Jingong. Time swiftly passed, and both ships were now reinforced. Sat and Gid thoughtfully adorned the Jingong with dragon wings, enhancing its striking appearance. As dusk enveloped the sky, a sense of foreboding settled in. The ominous signs of extreme weather signaled the impending arrival of the monstrous sea current, and it was time for them to set sail. Kage, let us race to see who reaches Sky Island first. With that, the Mary and Jingong departed Gaia Island simultaneously, plunging into a colossal whirlpool. After navigating the perilous vortex, a profound calmness enveloped the center, a serene stillness preceding an impending eruption. In this tranquil moment, familiar laughter echoed from a distance. Haha, Luffy. I finally found you. It was Blackbeard. Kage noticed Blackbeard's crew aboard a massive raft, bombarding the Mary with cannon fire. Chapter 70, soaring to 7,000 meters. Angel Island. Blackbeard was in pursuit of Luffy, but there was little to fear. His wooden vessel lacked agility and had small caliber cannons, posing only a minor threat to Luffy's crew. Recently acquiring the powers of the darkness fruit, Blackbeard was still adapting to naval combat, and his threat would significantly increase on land. Suddenly, a dawning surge of energy erupted from the depths of the sea, coalescing into a colossal waterspout that shot skyward, carrying both the Mary and Zhengong into the heavens. The monstrous sea current whisked Luffy's crew away from Blackbeard's sight, leaving him scowling as they escaped. Raise the sails. Jack steadied the helm, gripping the ropes of the sails while commanding the other crew members to assist in hoisting them. Jack, are you certain? If we sail away from the ocean, what if we fall? Gid questioned apprehensively about the perilous maneuver. Trust me. The updrafts around the monstrous sea current are rapid enough to lift the vessel. If we don't gain speed now, we might not reach Sky Island before the current dissipates. All right, we believe in you, Jack. Captain Kage, along with Akin and Shank, braced against the swing as they raised the sails of the Zhengong. In an instant, as the sails filled with wind, the Zhengong broke free from the water's grip, transforming into a wild stallion unleashed. Soaring like a rocket at 10 times its previous speed. The velocity was so intense that Kage and his crew could only cling desperately to whatever they could grasp on the ship to avoid being thrown overboard. The rushing air pressed down upon them, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented, relying solely on instinct to hold onto their possessions. Time passed unnoticed until Kage's crew gradually regained their senses, beholding a vast expanse of pristine cloud sea, with the Zhengong gliding smoothly upon its surface. The fisherman Shank eagerly leaped into the cloud sea, discovering that it indeed contained water, allowing him to swim freely amidst the clouds. I can't believe there's actual sea at such heights, he exclaimed in delight. Captain, we succeeded. If we proceed through this cloud sea, we shall find the legendary Sky Island. Jack proclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Yes, my friends, let us advance in search of the Sky Island and the fabled golden city of Norland. Keck was aware that they had successfully reached the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, and they should soon locate Angel Island, which would lead them to the mythical island of Apayado, submerged 1,000 meters deep in the monstrous current centuries ago. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the White Sea as a pair of dorsal fins breached the surface, launching an attack from behind Shank. However, as one of the dominators of the sea, the merman was not intimidated by the giant sea creature. Even the monstrous beings of several hundred meters dared not confront Shank. How could a mere 10-meter-long empty shark pose any threat to him? With both hands raised amidst the clouds, Shank summoned the essence of the fishman martial arts, channeling the currents of water between his palms to unleash a powerful jet stream. This torrent surged forth like a divine spear, piercing through the mouth of the empty shark and emerging from its back, leaving it utterly lifeless, floating motionless upon the surface of the White Sea. However, the blood of the empty shark was scant compared to that of the sharks from the Green Sea, merely staining a small patch of the water red. Noticing this turn of events, and feeling the pangs of hunger after their recent escape from the treacherous currents, the crew suggested they feast upon the empty shark to satiate their appetites before embarking on their quest for the floating island. The idea was met with approval. A brief respite to eat and recover was deemed beneficial, as several among them were still feeling fatigued. Carmen led Hank and Deputy to the carcass of the empty shark to begin filleting its flesh, while Shank supported them from the water, helping to stabilize the fish. The meat of the empty shark, unlike that of the sharks in the Green Sea, was devoid of a fishy odor and was of superior quality. The materials obtained from it were exceptional, and the fins could potentially be crafted into exquisite shark fin soup. As Carmen deftly dismantled the fish, the delightful aroma wafting from the flesh indicated its quality, lifting her spirits considerably. Once the fish was filleted, Carmen, along with her assistant Deputy and Hank, returned to the kitchen to prepare the shark meat dishes. Xuanhu, curious about the flavor of the empty shark, reflected on his days as a monarch in his original world when the scarcity of sharks in his realm limited him to just a few meals of shark fin soup over the years. Eventually, in a bid to protect the species, he had set an example by abstaining from consuming them altogether. He mused about how long it had been since he had savored shark fin soup, though he surmised that this time, he would likely not indulge, as Carmen would probably dehydrate and preserve the fins for later use. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, knowing that in this world, sharks were abundant, and he would eventually have the opportunity to enjoy them again. After relishing a sumptuous meal of shark meat, Keck and his companions swiftly located the floating island. The towering structures appeared to be built upon the clouds, resembling a celestial abode. As the vessel, the Zhuanggong, docked at Angel Island, many residents noticed Keck and his crew disembarking. Are they newcomers from the Green Sea? They whispered amongst themselves, noting the distinctiveness of their attire. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of guards from the island approached, with the captain stepping forward to greet Keck. Greetings, individuals from the Green Sea. Welcome to Angel Island. I am Captain Ollie of the garrison. Are you the captain of the ship? Indeed, I am Keck of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, he replied. Have you arrived from Visalia? The captain inquired. No, we were swept here by the monstrous currents, Keck explained. Ah, so you were stowaways, and thus subject to taxation. Captain Ollie stated matter-of-factly, disregarding the pirate status of Keck and his crew. However, Keck posed an unusual question. Taxation? Surely, this is not an arbitrary collection by you. Is it? A means for personal gain? Certainly not. I am adhering to the laws of Angel Island, Captain Ollie retorted, producing the legal codex of the island for Keck to peruse. Recognizing that Captain Ollie remained composed and unfazed, Kek surmised that this commanding officer was no ordinary individual. Do these taxes genuinely benefit the citizens of the island, or are they merely funneled to the elite? Kek pressed further. How dare you insinuate such a thing? Of course. They serve the people of Angel Island. The funds are allocated for the salaries of the guards and for the maintenance and upkeep of the island's infrastructure and public facilities. Captain Ollie replied, leaning closer to Kek, his tone rising in intensity. Do not even think about evading taxes. A group attempting to do just that has already been apprehended, having assaulted the law enforcement officers and violating numerous laws of Angel Island. Their vessel has been taken to the sacrificial altar on the divine island of Appiato, and they are currently being pursued by the authorities. Seeing Kek fall silent, Captain Ollie continued to admonish him. Kaichi disowned that the governor, Oli, was not genuinely enraged. Rather, he was merely putting on a performance. Listening to the governor's words, Kaichi gathered an understanding of the unfolding narrative. Upon encountering this principled and intriguing governor, he refrained from further disputing the taxes and promptly paid a sum of several thousand bailey for the sake of the people. In recognition of Kaichi's compliance, Governor Oli offered to guide him. Through their conversation, Kaichi learned that the Sky Island Guard comprised two distinct factions. One, akin to Oli, served as a police force focused on maintaining stability and enforcing the law, while the other was a combat unit led by the Sky Island deity and the four divine officers. The clouds above the Sky Island varied greatly, including rain clouds, sea clouds, and the cumulonimbus clouds of Angel Island. Only the latter permitted one to traverse and construct edifices upon them. From Governor Oli, Xuanhu discovered that Angel Island housed a forge, obtained its location, and, taking his belongings, set off in search of the smithy. Within the temple of Angel Island, 5 individuals convened, prominently featuring the deity of the Sky Island, Inalu, alongside the 4 divine officers. What of the Blue Sea Group? Inalu inquired. Seated upon the throne of the temple, directing his question at the divine officer Shura. As reported by the governor, they were the flying dragon pirates of the Blue Sea, led by Kaichi, who had, remarkably, adhered to the rules and paid their taxes. Shura responded truthfully. Ah, how intriguing. Nonetheless, I shall not let them off so easily. This game is far from entertaining enough. How could I possibly spare such fascinating pieces? Inalu exclaimed, taking a bite of an apple as he spoke, his laughter echoing through the temple. Unbeknownst to Cage and his companions, from the moment they arrived at Angel Island, they had been the subject of scrutiny. Chapter 71. Forging Arms. We are now soaring high above, where the air is thin. You may experience altitude sickness, including fatigue and dizziness. Please refrain from engaging in strenuous activities for the time being and allow yourselves to acclimatize. As the ship's doctor, Xianhu, departed for the ironworks, he took a moment to advise the other crew members before leaving the group. Had it not been for Elder Xian's words, Cage would have nearly forgotten about the altitude sickness associated with the Sky Island. It is quite understandable that Cage has forgotten this matter. He is the possessor of the animal-type frost dragon devil fruit, and dragons are inherently creatures of the sky, thus he himself exhibits no peculiarities. Similarly, Dean, being another dragon, also shows no abnormalities. It is only the others who are beginning to comprehend the reason behind their prolonged fatigue. Seeing how diligently you adhere to the law and pay your taxes, allow me to offer my services as your guide, and I shall show you around Angel Island. The warden, Ollie, proactively suggested. That sounds wonderful, Cage replied, intrigued by Warden Ollie before him, believing that further interaction would be beneficial. Cade speculates that the Commander Ori is proficient in observation hockey, which is regarded by the Sky Island inhabitants as the heart net or heartstring. What leads to such speculation? It is due to his remarkably precise identification of Captain Kadu. He did not pose a single question, and at that moment, Kadu's crew was not engaged in any form of communication. He immediately deduced that the non-dragon man Kadu was the leader. Such an accomplishment cannot be achieved solely through knowledge and experience. Kage and his companions, without the transformation of the dragon man, did not stand out among the crowd. The elderly Xuangu, the fierce ghost Akin, and the tall and robust merman Shank all proved to be formidable distractions. Therefore, Kage concluded that the supervisor Ollie, who could instantly recognize him as the captain, was a master of the mind web, possessing formidable strength. Kaichi and his companions had just departed from the dock of Angel Island with Supervisor Ollie, before they had ventured too far. A pair of shrimp claws emerged beneath the vessel's rigging. Suddenly, an empty shrimp lifted rigging and swiftly soared away from the dock, heading towards the lofty expanse of the sky and sea, journeying towards the distant, ethereal realm of the White Sea, 10,000 meters above. Before Cage and his companions could react, the colossal sky shrimp had already whisked away the Zhuanggong, vanishing into the horizon. Well, it seems there will be no time left to visit Angel Island. Superintendent, what is the meaning of this? Cage inquired. I am uncertain, typically. The empty shrimp do not voluntarily venture into the Angel Island dock. I shall return and seek further information for you. The supervisor, Ollie, replied innocently, genuinely unaware of the situation. However, he concealed certain truths. The empty shrimp and empty crabs would not normally approach the docks frequented by humans on Angel Island, unless commanded. Only the deity of the Sky Island and the priest possess the authority to issue such commands. Do you have any knowledge of where the empty shrimp might be headed? Cage pressed on with his inquiry. Kage was aware that Governor Oli was concealing something, Yet he did not delve into the reasons behind this secrecy. It appeared that Governor Oli's strength did not surpass that of Enel and the four god priests. Naturally, Kage understood the reason for the concealment. The inhabitants of Angel Island also lived under a repressive regime, where a mere misstep in words could result in divine retribution. The heart network of the thunder god Enel ensnared the entire island. Truly, the thunder god Enel is a malevolent deity. Kage silently lamented, realizing that they had long been under surveillance. Indeed, even if Luffy and his crew had not initially engaged in tax evasion or wrongdoing, they would inevitably be lured to the divine island of Appiato. Commander Ali addressed Kage, elucidating the perils that awaited on the island, including the treacherous Sandia people and the trials guarded by the four divine priests. He also introduced Kage and his companions to the mode of transportation unique to the Sky Island, the Weiba, which resembled a blend of a motorcycle and a yacht. Powered not by an engine, but by the extraordinary propulsion of the sprinting shell, a rarity of the Sky Island. Cage expressed his gratitude to Supervisor Oli for his assistance and requested him, when convenient, to inform Xuanhu at the ironworks. He intended to lead his crew to the divine island of Apaya to seek information regarding the ship, as Cage arranged for the group to rent the formidable vehicle. He also guided them to a restaurant, where he procured meals for each individual. Should an unavoidable battle transpire on the island of the gods, and should you find yourselves in a state of exhaustion, you must be prepared to sacrifice your vitality. This can mitigate the effects of altitude sickness. Therefore, ensure you properly possess your sustenance, for a foundation of nourishment is essential to the act of vitality restoration. Otherwise, it may yield counterproductive results. Very well, Captain, came the response as the group, relieved to have found a solution to their fatigue, collected their provisions. Cage rented a medium-sized Weiba, as his party consisted of merely 10 individuals, rendering a larger vessel unnecessary. At the ironworks of Angel Island, the blacksmiths were adorned with winged decorations on their garments, their shirts soaked with sweat from relentless labor. Within the forge, an elderly man from Qinghai, noted for his peculiar attire, caught the attention of the onlookers. The presence of Qinghai individuals on Angel Island was already common knowledge. Greetings, Qinghai gentlemen. Do you require the forging of weapons? Do you have any specific request for the weapons to be crafted? Inquired the owner of the forge. Typically, one would purchase ordinary weapons from a weapon shop. A visit to the forge implied a desire for something more specialized. Upon noticing the furnace within the forge, Xuanhu observed the unique wind bellows providing a robust airflow, ensuring the furnace reached an adequately high temperature. I am Xuanhu, he introduced himself. I wish to rent a furnace to forge 2 weapons. Is that permissible? Indeed. It is possible, but at your advanced age, are you certain? The owner sought to confirm that the elderly man truly intended to forge weapons himself. Although Xuanhu appeared robust, he had surpassed the prime age for a blacksmith, even crossing into the realm unsuitable for strenuous activity. Upon receiving Xuanhu's affirmative response, the owner acquiesced. The forge had more than one furnace, and thus Xuanhu secured a furnace and a blacksmithing platform. However, instead of commencing immediately, he opted to replenish his energy at the dining hall, as his forging method necessitated continuous effort without interruption, a task that would last an entire day. After regaining his strength, Xuanhu approached the rented blacksmithing station and furnace, removing his upper garment, a customary practice of his craft. The onlookers from the empty island were taken aback. Despite his lean appearance, the elderly man possessed a physique with well-defined abdominal muscles. Xuanhu retrieved materials such as meteorite iron, fine steel, silver ingots, and diamond alloy from his bag, placing them on the blacksmithing platform as reserves. Marvelous. Such treasures. The weapons crafted will be extraordinary. The blacksmiths of the empty island, though unfamiliar with some of the materials, recognized their gleaming metallic luster as anything but ordinary. At that moment, Supervisor Oli arrived at the forge to inform Xuanhu of Cage's party's situation regarding the search for the Zhuanggong ship on the island of the gods. I see, Xuanhu replied, continuing his work without pause as he placed the meteorite iron into the furnace for smelting. Are you not concerned about them, not heading to the island of the gods? Supervisor Oli inquired, noticing Xuanhu's unwavering focus. Rest assured, Cage will manage the ship's affairs. I shall attend to my own tasks and refrain from causing any disturbances. Xuanhu responded with a reassuring smile, alleviating Oli's worries. Soon, under the vigorous gust of the wind bellows, the meteorite iron was successfully smelted into a fiery red mass. Using tongs, Xuanhu extracted the blazing meteorite iron from the furnace and placed it upon the blacksmithing platform. Grasping the hammer, a surge of determination coursed through him. With the technique of 1,000 forges, the hammer struck the glowing meteorite iron in rapid succession, each strike resonating like a symphony. At that moment, Xuanhu resembled a beast. Yet his movements were as precise as a well-programmed automaton. On the island of the gods, at the Apaya Island trial grounds, Luffy ensnared the empty island's trial deity, Sadilai, using his extended limbs, binding him to a wondrous sphere of his own creation, rendering him immobile. With the use of a mind net, Sadilai was unable to evade the ensuing assault. Taking advantage of the situation, Sanji delivered a powerful kick, incapacitating one of the 4 divine officials, Sadilai. The subsequent explosion of impact pearls was collected by Sniper Usopp. Having triumphed over Sadilai, Luffy and his companions continued their journey across the cloud paths of the island of the gods, seeking the Mary and their other comrades. Yet Luffy could not remain idle. He sat behind Usopp, mimicking Zoro's sleeping posture. Do not let your guard down, Sanji cautioned. This is a trial of love. Luffy, in a reckless imitation of Sanji's lighter, uttered this phrase, inducing laughter from Usopp. The two, now chuckling heartily, received a swift kick from Sanji, who admonished them. My apologies, Sanji, they chorused, raising their hands in a gesture of contrition as they nursed their bruises. Chapter 72. Holy War on Apaya Island of the Island of the Gods. The agile Philaide navigated the forest with ease, swiftly searching for the Wongong ship. The forest was the domain of the Ayuf clan. He successfully located the Wongong at an altar and was about to signal the sky with a flare when he was ambushed by a warrior from the empty island riding a large bird. Such winged creatures. I never imagined Qinghai harbored such peculiar individuals. It is not a mind net. Otherwise, I would not have detected you, Philaide remarked, narrowly evading the attack. You are a divine official of the empty island. Why have you taken our ship and assaulted us? Indeed, I am Shura, the divine official of the Trial of Ropes. You are the prey chosen by the gods, destined to participate in this battle. Shura was astonished by Philaide's remarkable speed, which surpassed his own. With the heart net in play, Shura maintained the initiative, launching an assault with a spear embedded with fiery shells aimed directly at Philaide. The agile Philaide dodged swiftly. But Shura's spear continued its relentless pursuit, piercing the mast of the Zhuanggong and igniting flames upon impact. How dare you damage our ship with your weapon? It can ignite as well. This was Philaide's first encounter with a formidable adversary, who possessed an unusual ability to predict his evasive maneuvers. The most troubling aspect was the malicious intent to damage the ship, which surely would infuriate Sate and the captain. The adversary also wielded fire elemental powers. Upon closer inspection, Philaide noted the shells adorning the spear, realizing it must be the peculiar capabilities of the shells found on the empty island. However, he could not afford to evade recklessly any longer, lest the Zhuanggong suffer further damage. Above the Zhuanggong, the clash of spears ensued, despite the disparity in size. Both produced accompanying flames in their attacks. What a twist of fate. Your spear also bears flames. I must treat you with the utmost respect. The fierce warrior, Shura, found himself increasingly invigorated by the presence of the diminutive adversary, Ferdi, thus intensifying his assaults with greater malice and cunning. Meanwhile, Ferdi's flames exhibited a more unadulterated ferocity. Their potency concentrated. Within the span of mere moments, a flurry of attacks ensued, marked by a rapid exchange of blows that transitioned into yet another round of confrontation. After a brief interlude, both combatants bore the marks of their fiery skirmish, light injuries adorned their forms, soot streaked their faces, and their garments showed signs of scorching. Ferdi displayed a slightly greater degree of charred remnants upon his person. The four divine priests under the command of Enel had emerged from actual blood-soaked trials. And Shura's combat experience far surpassed that of Ferdi, who was not a member of the IF battle cadre. Although astonished by Ferdi's strength, Shura had gleaned the nuances of Ferdi's attack patterns from their prior encounters. Aware of his opponent's formidable nature, Ferdi seized a moment of respite to signal his comrades aboard the ship. In the throes of emotion, Shura, embodying wrath, showed no mercy as he relentlessly pressed his offensive against Ferdi. In a sudden maneuver, he harnessed the rotational force of his avian steed to deliver a surprise counterattack. This decisive strike, combining the might of both Shura and his mount, struck Ferdi with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the mast of the ship, the Zhuanggong. The earlier assault had pierced the burning mast, yet it had failed to deter Ferdi, who now shattered it upon impact. Ultimately, the vanquished Ferdi collapsed onto the deck, leaving a dent in its surface as smoke spiraled upwards from the wreckage. As the haze dissipated, Ferdi, grievously injured, struggled to rise and grasp his firearm. Yet his exoskeletal armor and jetpack lay irreparably damaged. Just as Shura prepared to continue his assault, he sensed an approaching aura and, despite his inclination for aggression, chose to withdraw momentarily. This holy war had only just commenced, and the pivotal figures must endure until the climactic conclusion before savoring the fruits of victory. Shura then made his way towards the merry-go. Moments later, Kaichi, transformed into a dragon man, arrived at the Zhuanggong, discovering the damaged mast and the severely wounded Ferdi. Exhaling a plume of dragon's breath, he extinguished the remaining flames at the mast's fractured juncture and approached Ferdi. Ferdi, are you all right? Who has inflicted such wounds upon you? Upon seeing his captain arrive, Ferdi finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am fine, Captain. It was close, had you not come. I would have been unable to prevent that individual from destroying the ship. I apologize, Captain, for failing to protect the vessel. That person must be one of the four priests we spoke of. He rode a bird and wielded a spear that ignited with flames. Additionally, he possesses a peculiar ability to anticipate my attack patterns and evade my strikes. Upon hearing Ferdi's account, Kaichi recognized the identity of the assailant. Shura, the priest. How audacious of him to wreak havoc upon ships. I recall that it was also he who laid waste to Luffy's merry-go. Had it not been for Chopper's desperate defense and the summoning of the sky god, Fugo Gandhi, the merry-go may not have survived to reach the shipbuilding island of Water City. However, Kaichi's ire was further stoked by Ferdi's grievous condition. Had he not arrived in time, Ferdi's plight would have been dire. Ferdi, it is a relief that you have emerged unscathed. As for the Zhuanggong, we shall await Sart's arrival to effect repairs, Kaichi consoled him. You encountered Shura, one of the four divine priests. The shell upon his firearm is known as the heat shell, which, as you witnessed, can conjure flames. That peculiar ability you mentioned, known as the heart network in the sky, is referred to as observation hockey in our blue sea. Many powerful individuals possess this capability, and it is within everyone's reach to cultivate it through diligent practice. We too may master this extraordinary skill. Cage continued to elucidate to Faraday the individuals he had encountered and the inquiries that plagued him. The heart network, the observation hockey. Upon hearing of such a capacity that he too could cultivate, Faraday, despite his grievous injuries, found joy blossoming within him, realizing that with diligent training, he too could attain such prowess. The altar was situated in the depths of the Divine Island's forest, amidst the ethereal waters of a lake, where numerous empty crocodiles lurked. Gliding ominously over the surface, their predatory gazes fixed upon Cage at the altar. Suddenly, one of the empty crocodiles surged from the lake, propelled by its formidable muscular strength. Its cavernous maw agape as it lunged at Cage aboard the Zhuanggang. Catch was at a loss for how to vent his frustration when a creature presented itself uninvited. Transforming into a dragon-human hybrid, Catch unleashed a frosty breath, feeling a surge of relief as the icy mist dissipated. The airborne crocodile, unable to reach Catch, was instantly encased in ice, crashing back into the lake and creating a splash that sent ripples across the water. The other airborne crocodiles, witnessing their frozen leader floating atop the lake, became considerably more subdued and distanced themselves from the altar of the Zhuanggang. Elsewhere on God's Island, the descendants of the warrior Karlgrar, known as the War Demon Wappa, led a guerrilla force of the Sandia people against the god Enel of the Sky Island and his cadre of priests and warriors, igniting a new wave of holy war to rekindle the flames of the sacred city of Shandora. Meanwhile, under the scheming of Enel and the 4 divine priests, Luffy and Catch's crews, arriving from the Blue Sea, were drawn into the ongoing holy conflict between the Sky Island denizens and the Sandia. In the skies above God's Island, the guide bird, magnificent in size, soared. The red dragon Dean, accompanied by the archer Jack, marveled at the sight of the guide bird, noting its impressive stature compared to the basketball-sized guide birds of Gaia Island. Suddenly, the island trembled, and both Dean and Jack sensed the unusual vibrations. Could there be an earthquake on God's Island? A colossal serpent, measuring 200 meters in length, slithered across the terrain, uprooting trees and carving a path through the forest. The serpent's head lunged skyward, its gaping maw aiming for the guide bird, showcasing a practiced precision. The guide bird, equally adept, deftly evaded the serpent's jaws. Frustrated at its failure to capture the guide bird, the serpent redirected its attention towards Dean and Jack, eager for new prey. It opened wide to strike, but Dean, mirroring the guide bird's evasive maneuvers, narrowly avoided the serpent's initial attack. However, the relentless serpent continued its pursuit, and in a moment of carelessness as Dean dodged, the serpent executed a swift, spiraling motion, ultimately swallowing both the red dragon and Jack whole. Content. The serpent continued its advance across God's Island. Unbeknownst to them, 2 members of the Sandia guerrilla team lay incapacitated beneath a tree, electrocuted and twitching with residual electricity. The fishman Shank emerged from the forest, pursuing the path the serpent had carved, having witnessed the signal flare from afar just in time to see Dean and Jack being consumed. Above them, the barefoot figure of Enel, the current god of the Sky Island, observed from a treetop, adorned with a thunderous emblem upon his back, radiating dominance. Chapter 73, God. Miss Golden Week ventured alone in search of the Sandia people, speculating that they were the guardians of the fabled City of Gold. By chance, she encountered a young Sandia girl named Aisha, who possessed the innate ability of observation hockey, enabling her to perceive intentions. Aisha became a crucial asset for the Sandia in evading and resisting Enel and the 4 divine priests. More significantly, her ability extended across the entire island. It is worth noting that the initial phase of the Sky Island's holy war was a survival game between Enel's elite guards and the Sandia guerrillas, with only 3 individuals capable of accurately assessing the situation across the island: Enel, the formidable Iron Trial priest Ohm, and Aisha. Through Miss Golden Week, Aisha sought to forge an alliance with Catch and Wappa to confront the terrifying deity. Miss Golden Week inquired about the location of the City of Gold, but Aisha, being from the hidden village of Cloudy, had only vague knowledge about Shandora's whereabouts. She decided to bring Miss Golden Week to meet the village chief, who was expected to possess more information. However, the chief was less than pleased with Aisha's decision to bring an outsider to their sanctuary, fearing the potential wrath of the priests and guards of the Sky Island. Despite Aisha's assurances that Miss Golden Week bore no ill intent, the chief remained wary. In a moment of inspiration, Miss Golden Week deftly painted a white circle on the chief, a symbol she had conceived after observing Catch and Xuanhu, which seemed to instill a sense of calm and trust. Surprisingly, the chief's demeanor softened, and he began to engage amicably with her. "I am an archaeologist seeking the City of Gold. Can you reveal its location?" she asked. The chief, now friendly, divulged that Shandora had become a wasteland, with its treasures long gone since Enel's rise to power 6 years prior. In the pitch-black void, 4 eyes searched for one another. "Dith, where are you? Are you all right?" Jack called out. "I'm fine. Over here," Dith replied, emerging from the darkness. Breathing forth a dragon flame, he illuminated their surroundings, leading Jack to Dean. "What a magnificent serpent. Its belly is like a vast cavern filled with stones. How could it consume so much?" Within the colossal serpent's domain lay countless remnants of buildings. The merman Shank hastened his pursuit. This giant serpent, a descendant of the serpent god Kaichi of the Sandia people, is named Nolan and is now referred to as the Lord of the Sky Island. Lord Nolan, aware of Shank's approach, noted that all beings on the island of the gods would flee upon his sight, yet here was one who dared to show him disrespect. The Lord of the Sky Island turned his massive body and lunged, jaws agape, towards the merman Shank. Shank responded with a swift elbow strike that repelled the serpent's formidable upper half, allowing him to land on solid ground before launching an attack against the giant serpent. With 1,000 waves of the fist, his crimson hand struck Nolan's head, unleashing tremendous force that rippled through the serpent's body, causing its upright form to collapse heavily onto the ground. Though Lord Nolan measured 200 meters in length, a considerable size for an ordinary human, this was quite average for Shank, who hailed from the depths of the ocean, where creatures far larger than this serpent roamed. The martial art of fishman karate, grounded in sheer strength, inherently counters such gargantuan beings. It was, after all, designed with the capability to subdue massive sea monsters in mind. Inside the serpent's belly, Dean and Jack were also violently tossed about. However, as Shank was occupied with them, the Sky Island god Enel had already appeared before him. Remarkable! A merman from the blue sea, capable of besting the Lord of the Sky. It is worth my journey here, Enel declared. Are you the infamous god of the Sky Island? Shank sensed an overwhelming threat from the figure before him, recognizing him as the deity the captain had warned them about. Infamous? Ha ha ha. Enel laughed heartily, continuing, I am a god. I possess the authority to govern all. What can be deemed infamous in that? Shank recalled the captain's words with unease, his thoughts drifting to the self-important celestial dragons. God Enel, what is it that you seek from me, Shank? Ah, Shank the merman. A fine name indeed. Your survival game has now officially commenced. Enel raised his right hand, summoning a bolt of lightning. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, and Shank barely managed to evade the first strike, which scorched his foot. Aware that he could not endure an extended confrontation, he unleashed a full-force attack. With 1,000 waves of energy, he managed to dodge the initial blow, demonstrating strength beyond most. However, Enel's lightning transformed into a linear strike, arriving faster and stronger than before. The linear lightning shattered Shank's energy waves and pierced through his body. Before the mightiest of beings, all were equal. Even the robust merman could not withstand the divine lightning. Shank fell, his battle spirit extinguished. Upon awakening, Jack and Dean, emerging from the serpent's mouth, beheld the scene of Enel's victory over Shank. They simultaneously launched signal flares before attacking the enemy, Jack with arrows from a distance, and Dean soaring through the air, unleashing flames. Yet, the arrows and fire passed harmlessly through Enel's form. Cursed, another user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The elemental nature is insufferable. Jack scoffed. Ah, a dragon. Enel's eyes sparkled at the sight of the red dragon Dean, sensing the potential for a magnificent steed. Dragon, I offer you an opportunity. Become my mount, and I shall spare you. Enel, transformed into lightning, swiftly approached them, addressing Dean. You dragons are truly precious. Everyone treasures you dearly. Only Jack, with his characteristic bravado, continued to jest in the midst of peril. Impossible. I shall remain a member of the Flying Dragon Pirates, never to be your steed. Dean, the red dragon, resolutely declared Enel. Alas, Enel proclaimed, divine judgment. A column of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through both Jack and Dean, vanquishing them in a single strike. The survival game orchestrated by Enel had claimed its 3 failures, Shank, Jack, and Dean of the Flying Dragon Pirates. The terrifying god of the Sky Island, Enel. Ah. The Sandia people are quite unexpected. With a fading presence, Enel shifted his focus back to his guardian warriors engaged in battle with the Sandia guerrillas, transforming into lightning as he departed towards the fray. Chapter 74. Embracing the ship of destiny, departing from the primitive foliage and tent-filled village of Cloud Hidden. Miss Golden Week arrived at the ruins of Shandora, once a city of gold. Now, devoid of its precious metal, it lay in ruins, a mere shadow of its former glory. The remnants of the architecture revealed a Maya-inspired style, with tiered altars and quadrilateral residential structures. Oh, little Miss Golden Week. What a surprise to find you here. As Miss Golden Week examined the ruins, she heard a familiar voice. Looking up, she saw Nico Robin perched atop a towering edifice, gazing down at her. Miss Golden Week, have you made any discoveries? Call me Robin, please. I am no longer affiliated with Baroque Works. It would be impolite to refer to me by that moniker, Robin replied, indicating her desire to distance herself from her past associations. Robin had joined Crocodile for the sake of historical texts, not with the intention of aiding him in his pursuit of the ancient weapon. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. She was only interested in unraveling historical mysteries, devoid of any genuine affection for Baroque Works. Having lost all her family and friends to the Buster Call in her childhood, she harbored a deep aversion to Crocodile's ambitions, which mirrored the destruction wrought by the Buster Call. Robin, if you detest my Baroque Works title, you may simply call me Mary Ann, Miss Golden Week offered, introducing herself by name. Little Miss Golden Week, your title is of no concern, Robin replied with a smile. From the extent of the damage to the surface of the architecture, it is evident that a substantial amount of gold has been destroyed continuously over the past several years. The residual symbols suggest that Shandora is linked to a long-hidden nation from centuries past, yet we have made no tangible progress. The central content of that nation's mystery remains obscured. Do you, our little historian, Miss Golden Week, have any unique discoveries to share? Miss Golden Week was taken aback, wondering how Robin had learned of her identity. I was quite surprised when I saw you joining Kaichi's crew on Gaia Island. I overheard your conversations. It is a pity. Having worked together for so long, if I had known earlier that you were also a historian, we could have exchanged much knowledge. Noting Miss Golden Week's silence, Robin candidly explained how she had discovered her identity as an archaeologist, believing that sincerity fosters literary exchange. Recognizing her lapse in conversation, Miss Golden Week replied, Robin, your findings align closely with my own speculations. I have no further discoveries to offer. She then regarded Robin intently, continuing, Robin, do you harbor resentment towards the president of the God Enforcers? Do you blame my grandfather for not being able to assist Dr. Clover and the others? In the ordinary mirror-like demeanor of Mariano, a significant emotional ripple has emerged. In truth, Dr. Clover once mentioned the possibility of taking me to the North Sea to meet his friend. As Robin reminisced about the beauty of the past, a glimmer appeared in her eyes. She even provided me with a letter of recommendation to the sanctuary. In my childhood, I had wandered to the North Sea and met your grandfather. However, due to the Navy's control, I was unable to meet him in person. As Robin took Mariana's hand, she felt no right to blame the elderly who were similarly oppressed, for if her existence were to ignite in the North Sea, it would lead to the disappearance of yet another archaeological sanctuary, prompting her to continue her wandering. My father once spoke of my grandfather's familial mission, which is why Dr. Clover and my grandfather did not merge the sanctuary and O'Hara, allowing for mutual retreat. Those 2 years were spent by my grandfather in fury and guilt. I hope, Robin, that you do not hold it against him. Had it not been for my uncle's return from the Arctic, the sanctuary would have become a prison for the Navy, which I could no longer endure, leading me to run away. When I encountered you at the Baroque studio, I was quite surprised, having followed your journey closely. I never anticipated that this small act would be discovered by Princess Vivi and Mr. Nine, subsequently reaching Captain Kage. It was all rather extraordinary. Robin remained silent, feeling the warmth emanating from her palm. Miss Golden Week understood that Robin bore no resentment and was not entangled in her thoughts. The two ladies, both rational archaeologists, held each other's hands, with a metaphorical sword of Damocles suspended above them. They were capable of mutual empathy and understanding. The past was to be left behind. What mattered was the present. Miss Golden Week inquired, Robin, why did you decide to join the Straw Hat Pirates? Robin halted her steps, taken aback by the question, and pondered before responding. Although they each have their flaws, they are the most likely crew to accept me as a partner. I wish to believe in them, as they have believed in me. And you, Miss Golden Week? I thought you would stay in Alabasta to continue running your beloved Spider CAF. Upon hearing Robin's answer, Miss Golden Week beamed, realizing how similar their mindsets were. I feel much the same. Although Captain Kage's crew has their own agendas, I believe that with them, I have the chance to unravel the mysteries left by my family, which is why I accepted Captain Kage's invitation. The two engaged in an open exchange of thoughts, reflecting on a ship that embraces its destiny, breaking through the sword of a malevolent deity, and witnessing the true essence of history. Not long ago, aboard the Mary, Chopper was valiantly resisting the destructive trials of the rope-wielding priest, Shura, ultimately sounding the whistle gifted by the ancient god of the Sky Island. Indeed, the former god of the Sky Island, Gonfall, arrived just in time to drive away the priest Shura. The two powerful beings clashed above the divine island, corresponding to one another. Ultimately, Shura, the second strongest of the four priests, youthful and vigorous, defeated the former god Gonfall. The once mighty Gonfall plummeted into the sky, marking the end of his first defeat. Enel's survival game had begun. Shura did not return to pursue Chopper but instead engaged in battle with the guerrillas of the Shandians. However, misfortune befell him as he encountered the warrior Wappa among the Shandian guerrillas. True to the reputation given by Isa, Wappa possessed a fearsome physique, which afforded him an advantage in close combat against the priest Shura. Seizing Shura, he unleashed the devastating impact of the Sky Island's ultimate weapon, the Reject Dial, delivering a blow that vanquished the second strongest of the four priests. The Reject Dial was said to possess 10 times the force of the priest's own dial, and even the warrior could only utilize it thrice before facing imminent demise. It is important to note that using the Reject Dial would severely injure an ordinary person's arm, let alone the tenfold intensity it exerted. Meanwhile, Enel effortlessly dispatched 2 Shandian captains, one male and one female, with a single strike of lightning, showcasing the terrifying power of a deity. Sat, Gade, and the traveling bear Bartolomeo, upon encountering smoke bombs, found Shank and his companions already gravely injured and unconscious on the ground. They took the severely injured Shank and his companions back to the altar of the divine island aboard the ship, the Zaro. What a colossal serpent! They exclaimed in awe upon witnessing the Sky Lord Nolan. After some time, in the marshlands of the divine island, Chopper utilized his Blue Wave Ball's 6th form to engage in battle with the marsh trial priest, Gadaz, exploiting Gadaz's habitual mistake of rolling his eyes. Chopper delivered a decisive blow, sending him crashing into the marshy clouds. Gadaz was not entirely unconscious. He was unaware of his own fall, continuously striving to break through the cloud sea, ultimately penetrating multiple layers of clouds and descending into the blue sea. Chapter 75, Annihilation. The Marsh Trial Priest, Gadaz, broke through layers of marshy clouds and the sea, falling into the blue sea, thus commencing his new life there. Gadaz, also referred to as Nirvana, landed on a small island and befriended a fellow named Garo, who was perpetually digging holes. Consequently, Gadaz and Garo became friends, accompanying each other in their excavation endeavors until they encountered the Land Guardian. The Land Guardian was a giant mole wearing a construction helmet and wielding a large hoe. Gadaz easily defeated the Land Guardian, who then surrendered and became his subordinate. Gadaz and Garo often sat inside the Land Guardian's helmet, commanding it to dig holes on the island, eventually discovering a hot spring. However, the commotion attracted the attention of the Forest Guardian, a baboon leader residing in the forest. Reminiscent of the baboons on Myhawk's Island, albeit with larger and rounder heads, possibly indicating greater intelligence. They wielded tools as weapons, donned clothing, and were adept at processing wood and constructing homes. Gadaz also effortlessly defeated the Forest Guardian, recruiting a group of highly intelligent baboons. Together with Garo, they directed the Land Guardian to dig holes while the Forest Guardian and its tribe built houses around the hot spring. In one of their enthusiastic excavations, they dug so deeply that they reached the oasis city of Alabasta, encountering Cora and her father. Garo recognized Cora's father, revealing that he was Goro's brother, making Garo Cora's uncle. Garo excitedly recounted his dream of finding a hot spring on the island. Cora and her father followed Gadaz and Garo back to the island to inspect the hot spring, considering it as a potential tourist destination. Unexpectedly, the Forest Guardian surprised everyone by constructing a castle-like hot spring estate for Gadaz and Garo. Henceforth, the island was named Hot Spring Island, establishing a direct hot spring travel line with the Kingdom of Alabasta. The transportation utilized was a large land crab from Alabasta, equipped with cabins and advertisements. Nobles from the kingdom frequently visited Hot Spring Island to enjoy the baths. Gadaz became the manager of the Hot Spring Inn and the guardian of the Blue Sea. Of course, these events concerning Gadaz unfolded over the subsequent 2 years. In Union Village, Sat and Akin met with the chieftain of the Shandians and Isa. Miss Golden Week departed from Union Village but summoned the 2 vice-captains with smoke bombs to discuss the alliance with the Shandians. As a newcomer, she felt she lacked the authority to make such decisions or persuade the captain to act. Isa shared the terrifying and indifferent actions of Enel towards life with Sat and Akin, hoping they would convince Captain Kage to assist Wappa in confronting Enel. Akin remained silent at first, glancing at Sat to gauge his thoughts. In matters of direct combat, he harbors no qualms, for he can decisively take the lead. Yet, the present situation is different. The most crucial aspect lies in persuading the captain. Akin is acutely aware that he has yet to attain such standing aboard the Zhuiging. If that Enel is indeed as you have described, truly a threat to those dear to Shank, rest assured, our captain, Kaiga, shall confront Enel without hesitation. Kaiga does not tolerate those who carelessly dispose of lives at the lower echelons. In Donghai Windmill Village, Cage and Sart donned masks to confront the noble who had tormented the commoners, delivering a blow that rendered the noble incapacitated for an extended period. Sart continued, stating that whether Cage would collaborate with Wappa was solely Cage's decision. He could merely offer a suggestion without any assurance. Sart was reluctant to actively participate in the conflict between the Sky Island and the Shandians, asserting that, on behalf of the Flying Sea Pirates, he would guarantee neutrality and refrain from harming any Shandian. After discussing with Aisha and the chief, Sart, along with Akin, Gade, and the traveling bear Baibao, returned to seek out Captain Cage. On their journey, an arc of electricity manifested before Akin and Sart. Sart wished to keep the Flying Dragon Pirates uninvolved in this war. Yet Cage's crew were mere pawns in the divine survival game, unable to remain detached. Suddenly, the god of Sky Island, Enel, appeared before the four. The oppressive aura emanating from him inspired fear among the Shandians, prompting the captain's stern warning to exercise caution. Recognizing the dire circumstances, Gade released a smoke bomb. Gade, what will we do if Carmen and the others come because of the smoke bomb? Akin exclaimed. There is no other choice. It's our only option. We cannot remain idle. Let us hope the captain sees the smoke. Sart interjected in support of Gade. People of the Blue Sea, your survival game commences. Seek your path amidst the lightning. Enel declared, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning towards Sart and his companions. Akin, Sart, and Gade retaliated with their own assaults but quickly sought refuge. Alas, the speed of the lightning was too swift, outpacing Gade's reflexes. He was struck down almost instantly. The trio's attacks merely met empty air as Enel deftly evaded them. As he landed, the towering figure of the traveling bear Baibao soared down, cloaked in elegance, and unleashed a powerful strike towards Enel. White Bear, I commend your bravery, yet you stand too close to the lightning, Enel remarked before releasing a chaotic storm of electricity. Without the need for precision, the bolts danced freely around him, making it the simplest occasion for Enel to summon his lightning. Baibao, caught in the tumult, fell to the ground before even landing a blow on Enel. One attack had already felled one opponent. Who would fall next? Baibao, Carmen, and the others arrived. Drawn by the smoke, a flurry of frying pans soared towards Enel. Thunder metallurgy. Enel conjured lightning upon his golden staff, melting the frying pans into molten iron upon contact and letting it spill onto the ground of the divine island. How is this possible? Sart gasped. fully aware of the terrifying temperatures required to melt metal. He called out to Carmen and the others, "Carmen, do not approach. Quickly find Captain Kaichi." But it was too late. They had no chance to escape. To offend a deity is to invite doom, Enel proclaimed. Divine retribution. A pillar of lightning descended from above, engulfing Carmen and the others. "Carmen, Hank, to beauty," cursed Enel. Sart unleashed all his firepower, firing both cannon and gun at Enel. The demonican joined in, launching a barrage of strikes. Electricity crackled as Enel's golden staff formed a protective barrier of lightning, neutralizing their physical assaults with ease. Indeed, Enel's mastery of the rumble fruit was comprehensive. In addition to elemental control, he had developed a technique to defend against all physical attacks, an astonishing feat. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Enel conjured a colossal wolf of lightning, infused with immense voltage, charging towards Sart and Akin. Akin, in a moment of desperation, consumed his entire lunch in one gulp. Life restored. Akin surged forward to shield Sart. However, instead of firing immediately, he concentrated his energy into an increasingly powerful punch, intending to counter the wolf's strike. Yet, the mighty wolf barreled through, and the overwhelming force of 30 million volts proved too much for both Sart and Akin, who succumbed. Their breaths extinguished. Thus, the flying dragon pirates faced near annihilation at Enel's hands. Chapter 76, Companions on the Journey to the Infinite Continent. In the central region of the divine island Apaya, colossal vines intertwined, spiraling skyward, resembling the legendary path to the heavens. These giant vines ascended to heights exceeding 10,000 meters, standing as a prominent landmark on the divine island of Apaya. Kage effortlessly navigated through the colossal vines, soaring to their pinnacle in search of the most significant treasure of the floating island, the radiant golden bell of Pandora. The dragon proved to be exceedingly convenient, gliding through the air with remarkable speed. The golden bell rested upon a platform at the apex of one of these vines, transformed into a dragon man. Kage discovered the radiant golden bell at the summit of the tallest vine. Towering majestically, the bell bore witness to 3 centuries of time, with its upper half enveloped in a lush carpet of vibrant moss. As he touched the ancient golden bell, he marveled at the extraordinary craftsmanship of its creators, capable of forging such a magnificent artifact. The lustrous sheen of the gold, undiminished by the passage of 300 years, sparkled brilliantly. Kage gazed at the enigmatic ancient script left by Gold. Roger upon the golden clock tower. It was said that Gold. Roger could hear the whispers of nature itself, capturing the essence of the sounds emanating from the island of the gods. Yet, even he remained oblivious to the true meaning of the words inscribed. Kage was unable to comprehend the written words. Yet he grasped the essence of the narrative. I have come to this place to carry this text to the ends of the world. However, what truly mattered to him was not this, but rather the ability to close his eyes and attune himself to the sounds of nature, endeavoring to discern the enigmatic resonance of the natural world. Alas, he found nothing but the persistent whisper of the wind. It seemed he was not destined for greatness. Such matters were contingent upon the individual. Yet, he pondered if Dean's ability to communicate with nature could yield different results. He resolved to summon him for a trial when time permitted. Upon encountering the 3 members of his crew aboard the ship, Shank, he noted they had regained consciousness but were too gravely injured to move extensively. Observing the signal smoke from his companions, Freddy, stationed on the Zhuanggang, who had an advantage in the forest, took the initiative to investigate the source of the signal. Freddy, be cautious of the thunder god Enel. Do not confront him directly. If you encounter him, flee immediately. Shank called out to Freddy as he ventured into the jungle. Understood. I want to act recklessly, Freddy replied. Under the assault of Enel's lightning wolves, Akin and Sart fell. However, even in victory, Enel remained, perplexed by an unfamiliar presence. What is this new essence? Where has it gone? For the first time, Enel questioned the accuracy of his heart network as he amplified its power. There was indeed a creature nearby. Although he initially failed to see it, the heart network confirmed its presence and location, allowing him to discern the approaching being. It was a most peculiar creature. The pirate crew from the Qinghai region possessed an astonishing array of rare beasts. Freddy was unaware that Enel had detected him, choosing not to reveal himself, as the pressure emanating from the individual before him was overwhelming, likely surpassing even that of the elders from the Ayuf clan. He surmised that this was indeed the Enel they spoke of. Why does Enel linger? I must return to the ship to tend to my injured comrades. As Freddy's thoughts spiraled, Enel raised his hand toward the sky, unleashing an electric net from his fingertips, which expanded in the heavens while maintaining its intricate density. The center of the net remained anchored at his fingertip, creating a semicircular barrier that confined the area. Little one, I have discovered you. Come forth from the white bear, Enel declared. How could he know I was concealed beneath the white treasure? He should not have seen me, Freddy thought, recalling the priest Shura he had encountered earlier and the Captain Kage's words about the formidable beings of the Sky Island possessing heart networks. Recognizing that the sky net had ensnared him, Freddy emerged from his hiding place beneath the white bear, presenting himself openly before Enel. O powerful deity of the sky, Enel, why do you harm my companions? Freddy inquired. This is a survival game. They have failed to pass, thus their existence has ended. It is as simple as that. Enel replied. Gripping his spear tightly, Freddy braced himself for battle. Am I also a participant in this survival game? Originally, yes, but given your rarity, I choose to offer you a new option, to become my ally. Enel lowered his hand, though his palm remained upward, controlling the core of the electric net. An ally? As the current god of the sky, do you not command an army of soldiers? Freddy queried, finding a moment of clarity amidst the oppressive atmosphere that had suffocated him. They will fail in this survival game, unable to meet the standards to join me. You, however, as a diminutive winged race, akin to the legendary elves and dragons, exist on the same plane as me, a deity. Your power may be somewhat diminished, but your rarity and the sanctity with which you are regarded are sufficient, Enel remarked. Reminiscing about the ancient legends of elves, too precious to be easily discarded. Tell me your name, little winged being, and I shall reveal to you the grand world that awaits us. Enel asked, taking the initiative. I am Freddy of the Ayuf clan, he responded. Recalling the captain's mention of the conflict between the Sky Island warriors and the Sandia people over the ownership of the Divine Island. Did Enel harbor ulterior motives? Freddy. A commendable name. What do you think of the Divine Island Aphelia? Enel inquired. The Divine Island Aphelia was indeed vast, soaring at low altitudes, with forests stretching endlessly. It is far larger than the diminutive garden of the ancient island, a colossal landmass, Freddy observed. Yet it remains insufficient for me. It is still too small, Enel remarked, gesturing toward the moon in the sky. Though it was daylight, the sky above was exceptionally azure, with the grand moon hanging majestically in the firmament. Its outline clear despite the absence of night. The deity yearns for the infinite continent. Is there truly such a place as the infinite continent? A realm of limitless land? Freddy pondered. The Ayuf clan had always inhabited forested islands, surrounded by oceans, never having lingered long on the continent. The desert kingdom of Alabasta lay upon the mainland. But his stay was brief, rendering the concept of an infinite continent profoundly awe-inspiring for him. Indeed, the infinite continent. I have constructed a flying battleship, the Noah's Ark, from gold, and soon we shall embark for that boundless land. Enel's voice rose in excitement as he spoke of this ambition. So, Freddy, do you wish to join me as my partner on this journey to the infinite continent? Freddy, who had been intently observing Enel, felt a certain allure toward the infinite continent. I am a member of the Flying Dragon pirate crew. I cannot join other ships, Enel. I will not ally with you. He had already pledged his loyalty to the Flying Dragon pirate crew and could not betray them, especially as Enel emanated a discomforting aura. This discomfort was not merely the result of his overwhelming presence, it felt more like an intrinsic repulsion, compelling him to distance himself. Upon hearing Freddy's rejection, Enel's expression turned cold. Incorrect response. To reject a deity, even an elf shall face retribution. Suddenly, a column of lightning descended from the sky, engulfing the spot where Freddy had just been in an instant. The attack was utterly unforeseen, its speed so rapid that few beings could evade it. However, at the moment the lightning struck, the demon Akin leaped forth, seizing Freddy and whisking him away from the imminent danger. Crashing heavily to the ground, Akin, despite enduring intense pain, released Freddy and utilized all his signal flares, igniting them in a desperate bid for survival. Freddy, do not concern yourself with me. You must endure until Kage arrives to rescue you. Several plumes of smoke pierced through the electric net's barrier, shooting skyward. Another who can withstand my strike. This band of king hands is quite impressive, Enel mused, his admiration devoid of mercy as he unleashed a linear lightning strike aimed at the vulnerable Akin. Exhausted from his efforts to save Freddy, Akin had expended all his strength and could not muster the energy to evade the attack. Akin, Freddy cried out, barely managing to dodge the strike himself. In the face of such rapid assault, he had no time to save Akin. Cursed Enel. Freddy could only rely on the swiftness of his kind, skillfully weaving through the foliage and stones, avoiding the proximity of his companions to prevent them from suffering secondary strikes from the lightning. However, the storm was relentless, leaving no escape for the diminutive beings. As one bold enough to directly refuse, I present a grand gift. Enraged by the rejection, Enel devised a new technique specifically for the small Freddy. A circle of electric rings gathered behind Enel, with the 4 triskelion drums crackling with a wild ferocity. The electricity coalesced into a colossal thunderbird. Yet the transformation did not cease. After a resounding cry, the immense thunderbird bifurcated, condensing into 4 diminutive hummingbirds, each a manifestation of thunderous might. 30 million volts, 4 thunder hummingbirds. Go. The electric hummingbirds surged towards Freddy, leaving a trail of lightning in their wake. These 4 small avian creatures, imbued with tempestuous power, flew at speeds exceeding Enel's standard lightning attacks by more than double. Freddy, despite cranking his air backpack to its maximum output, could only sustain himself for a mere half-minute. Surrounded by the onslaught of the 4 thunder hummingbirds, Freddy ultimately succumbed to their relentless pursuit. Simultaneously, the 4 thunder hummingbirds detonated upon impact with Freddy, unleashing a torrent of furious electricity that ravaged his armor and jetpack, reducing them to mere wreckage beneath the wrath of the storm. After being engulfed in the violent tempest, Freddy's body was left coated in the remnants of his mechanical shell, reduced to a state of near death as he collapsed. Enel, along. Wrathful cry echoed from the skies above. Chapter 77, Dragons and Gods. Kage departed from the Golden Bell, descending beneath the clouds to soar above the divine island of Appiato. This time, shrouded by no clouds, he finally beheld the signal flares launched by his crew. How could they have fired so many flares at once? The situation was dire. Alas, it was Enel. They had encountered Enel. Transforming into his dragon form, Kage accelerated towards the location where his comrades had sent out the distress signals, his urgency propelling him with such swiftness that he left a trail of sonic booms in his wake. Yet, it was too late. Faladi collapsed before Kage could reach him. The scene was rife with grievously injured members of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, with shattered trees and rocks strewn about. The most striking being the numerous craters left by lightning strikes, where even the wild grass had been incinerated, leaving only earth and stone. Enel, upon witnessing Faladi and several other severely wounded comrades unconscious, Kage was engulfed with fury. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Enel. In response, Enel retracted his more taxing lightning net and, wielding his golden staff, summoned bolts of lightning around him, transforming them into a protective sphere of light and thermal energy. Kage's punch cannon is swifter and more precise than Akin's, possessing a greater force, yet it fails to penetrate Enel's electric defenses. The formidable being from the blue sea. I had not anticipated your true nature as a dragon. Initially, I intended to reserve you for a later confrontation, but your decision to approach me directly is fortuitous. You shall serve as the commencement of the survival game as conclusion. Enel's senses discern that the presence of the Sandians from God's Island and his own Sky Island warriors is dwindling. Upon the first glance at Kage, Enel recognizes that surrender is not an option for him, and he refrains from unnecessary dialogue. This is a clash between Apex warriors, both equally proud. Enel, I am Kage from the Blue Sea, who has consumed the Rumble fruit. Your immense power is indeed remarkable, but I ponder, why? When seeking formidable adversaries on the infinite continent, or descending to the Blue Sea poses no challenge for you, must you inflict harm upon so many? Why is it necessary to create such devastation? Kaichi did not immediately resume his assault, but rather paused to await Enel's response. For I am a deity. The path of a god is inherently magnificent. The people of Skypiea, along with you from Qinghai, should consider yourselves fortunate to be mere stepping stones upon the glorious road of the Supreme Divine. Kaichi, does this answer satisfy you? As a formidable dragon, are you prepared to become a remarkable gem upon my divine pathway? Enel initiated the attack first, summoning 4 lightning serpents from the 4 drumsticks of the 3-pronged tomo, which extended towards Kaichi, seeking to ensnare him. There was no escape. The agile Kaichi effortlessly evaded the direct strikes of the serpents. However, the 4 lightning serpents encircled him, attempting to ensnare him in a tightening cage of swirling electrical tendrils, aiming to inflict a fatal blow. How could the dragon-formed Kaichi be so easily trapped by a mere ordinary skill? Utilizing the 6 forms technique, he executed a combination of shave and moonwalk, performing a suspended kick that granted him instantaneous acceleration, allowing him to escape the confines of the serpentine trap. He surged forward, arriving before Enel, unleashing 9 razor wind claws aimed at Enel's elemental form. Yet, the 10 wind blade strikes had no effect on Enel's ethereal body. As Kaichi closed in with his dragon claws, Enel unleashed a burst of chaotic lightning, generating a storm of electricity that targeted all living beings within a radius of several dozen meters. This technique, discovered while combating the white bear, proved exceptionally effective against close-range adversaries, requiring no effort to control the electric discharge while still dealing significant damage. Cage was taken aback by how his crew's efficient combat ignited Enel's fervor for battle, fully unveiling his innate talent for fighting in the heat of the moment. His comrades had unwittingly set a trap for him. Alas, they were too close. Fist Cannon. Kage ignited the colossal fist cannon in his grasp, amplifying the explosive power while simultaneously delaying the lightning assault. Moreover, he harnessed the force of the explosion to propel himself away from Enel with great swiftness. Kage swiftly ascended, yet was grazed by a lightning strike at the periphery. However, this bore no significant harm upon the dragon-like Kage. As Erasure distanced himself, he executed a spinning kick, unleashing a crescent-shaped blue wind attack towards the elusive Enel. Enel, embodying the essence of thunder and lightning, swiftly evaded the crescent wind strike by darting through the smoke generated by the explosion. With a flick of his hand, Enel conjured a linear bolt of lightning aimed directly at Kage. Kage descended to the ground, employing the 6th style, Saru, to accelerate his movement and evade the rapid linear strike of lightning. Enel transformed once more into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before Kage, with 30 million volts. The Thunderbird unleashed, propelled by the 4 triple-hook thunder drums on the circular ring behind him. Enel's entire form crackled with electricity, coalescing into a colossal Thunderbird that soared towards Kage's face. The speed at which Enel, as a manifestation of lightning, traversed was astonishingly swift, surpassing Kage's expectations. Saru, Moonwalk. Kage could only once again suspend himself in midair, accelerating backward to evade the onslaught of the colossal Thunderbird. With the Ice Dragon Fist, mechanized hail cannon, the Thunderbird's speed escalated rapidly in pursuit. As Kage retreated while counterattacking, he harnessed the power of frost, unleashing a barrage of numerous Ice Fist shockwaves with both fists. These icy projectiles, akin to hailstones, rained down upon the giant Thunderbird, distorting its form and threatening to dismantle it. However, Kage's backward flight was relatively slow and followed a rather linear trajectory. Enel discerned this pattern and predicted where he would retreat. Divine Judgment. Kage initially intended to unleash the Ice Dragon Fist once more, but upon sensing the flickering storm clouds above, he recalled Enel's formidable technique. He quickly halted his momentum, avoiding the descending pillars of lightning, yet braced himself against the already warped and contorted assault of the Thunderbird. The impact of the Thunderbird's strike sent Kage plummeting back to the ground. Kage was injured, yet fortunately, the dragon fruit possessed sufficient strength to prevent any life-threatening wounds. He felt as if his body had been struck by lightning. The electricity rendered him somewhat paralyzed, causing his reactions to become sluggish. Thankfully, during his time on the island of the gods, he had consumed an ample amount of sustenance. Life was restored. The dragon form of Kaichi dispelled the paralysis within its corporeal body, as if it had never been struck by lightning. Truly, as the legendary dragon, it exhibited remarkable resilience, withstanding my powerful attack as though it were inconsequential. The golden staff in Enel's grasp, infused with the essence of lightning, was heated and transformed into a majestic golden trident. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, Enel, wielding the electrified trident, swiftly approached Kaichi for a close-quarters battle. The clash between the lightning-infused golden trident and the frost-laden claws and feet of the dragon erupted into a fierce confrontation. This was a battle reminiscent of myth, where gods and dragons clashed in an intense struggle. Lightning assaults accumulated upon Kaichi's dragon form, while the icy strikes from its claws, though momentarily hindering Enel, inflicted little genuine harm. As the battle unfolds, Kaichi's counterattacks grow increasingly sluggish, while Inaru accelerates with each confrontation. The divine judgment spear in Inaru's grasp transforms the golden trident, its electric aura coalescing into a colossal spear of lightning, which he launches at the precise moment Kaichi's response falters. This formidable spear, akin to a rocket igniting, hurtles towards Kaichi with ferocious speed. Striking him squarely in the abdomen, the overwhelming force of electricity sends Kaichi crashing into a grove of trees, creating a deep fissure in the earth. Though gravely wounded, Kaichi does not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he resolutely rises to face the formidable god of the sky, Inaru. Having endured the previous skirmishes, Kaichi realizes that prolonged engagement with Inaru would lead to his demise. Hence, he seizes a singular opportunity, pouring all his strength into a decisive strike. Life's return. Full power. This technique marks Kaichi's profound understanding of life's return, extracting the latent strength within his physical form to unleash a combat prowess exceeding 200%. Ice Dragon Fist. Raging Dragon Charge. With unwavering determination, Kaichi channels frost into his Ice Dragon Fist, the dragon form not yet materialized, yet the sound of its roar reverberates in the air. Shall we determine the victor? Very well. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Inaru, too, converges his electrical might into a dragon of lightning. As the icy dragon and the thunderous beast clash, they unleash a ferocious growl, each seeking to overpower the other in a fierce confrontation. In this battle of dragons, the skies darken, and ultimately, the electric onslaught prevails, obliterating the icy dragon's very essence. Victorious, the lightning engulfs the dragon-formed Kaichi, inflicting further grievous wounds. Blood streams from his 7 orifices, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. The electric force proves overwhelmingly oppressive against living beings. On the brink of collapse, Kaichi slams his fist into the ground, fury surging within him, struggling to maintain his stance. Yet he rises once more. Kage made his first foray into dragon transformation before his foes. The frost dragon emerged on the Isle of Gods, with Kage's current form surpassing even that of the Red Dragon Lord. Life return. Overclock. A final desperate strike, sacrificing even his life force in this ultimate gamble. The Dragon Charge, reinforced by iron, transformed his head into a formidable weapon as he unleashed his draconic power to ram into the enemy. In this dire moment, Frost Dragon Kage, the deity Enel, pay my respects to you. You are an unparalleled adversary in my divine path, and I grant you the highest honor. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel's body surged with the power of lightning, expanding into a formidable figure, a deity of great majesty. With a single mighty palm, he struck the dragon's head, unleashing 200 million volts of electricity into the dragoness form. The deity extinguished the enemy's last flicker of hope, leaving despair in the wake of humanity. As Kage fainted, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, lamenting the unfairness of having elite warriors, such as himself, thwarted in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 78. Fate. In an ancient time, humanity lived a relatively primitive existence, yet to enter the agricultural age, subsisting on hunting. Their attire mostly consisted of animal hides and woolen garments, with some rudimentary clothing woven from dried grass and leaves. Despite such a primitive society, prosperous city-states emerged. These city-states boasted vendors selling beast meat and wild fruits, as well as gatherings for hunters, warriors, and nobles and commercial unions. Not to mention the royal castles inhabited by chieftains or royalty. On what seemed like an ordinary day, the sun shone brightly, and the people bustled about their daily lives in the city-state. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from afar, and a colossal dragon soared towards the human city, its magnificent wings parting the skies. Ahead of its wings, the weather was clear. Behind them, dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sun and plunging the entire sky into darkness. In the shadowy gloom, frost and snow began to fall. The dragon landed atop the mountainside beside the dragon castle, its massive form crashing down with such weight that it cracked the mountainside. The chilling winds brought by the dragon caused the temperature within the city-state to plummet. The inhabitants gazed in terror at the dragon perched upon the mountainside. The 100-meter-high behemoth exuded a frigid aura, and the glimmering sapphire upon its forehead signified its exalted status. This was Heel, the reigning dragon emperor, the mightiest of the dragon lineage, lord of the icy realm, harbinger of human calamity, and the pinnacle of all earthly beings. With a fierce countenance, Heel exhaled a cloud of frost and spoke in human tongue. Humans, you have 10 minutes. All who conspired against Arthas must step forward. For the rest of you, I shall spare your lives. If no one reveals themselves by the time allotted, today shall mark the end of your kind. His tone dripped with fury and indifference. As he concluded, the temperature in the city-state plunged even lower, and the populace trembled in fear, some already fleeing. He remained unmoved by their exodus, coldly awaiting the 10 minutes to pass. When the time elapsed and no one had stepped forward, he declared, "Do you dare to act yet not face the consequences? Disappointing humans, prepare to meet your doom." The frost dragon Heel ascended in fury, unleashing a tempest of icy breath that swept through the vicinity. He soared over the city-state, turning it into a frozen wasteland, where once there thrived a bustling community. All humanity, from the royal families to commoners, and even those who had fled, were transformed into frantic ice sculptures, frozen in the wake of Heel's chilling presence. The apocalyptic scenes unfolded. As the battle of the dragon god came to a close, the nearly lifeless Kage reverted from his dragon form back to human, while the deity Enel exited his thunder god mode, standing tall and proud. Haha, even the mightiest dragon must inevitably succumb to my divine power. Victorious over Kage. Enel's arrogance swelled, his tone growing ever more haughty. In Cloud-Hidden Village, the young girl Aisha from Sandia sensed the powerful aura of Kage dissipate, leaving her increasingly uneasy. Had that mighty existence also fallen? Was Enel truly invincible? With compassion, Aisha rescued the unconscious Kage and his companions, bringing them back to Cloud-Hidden Village for healing. At the edge of the now golden city of Zangdora, amidst the ruins, the Iron Trial priest Om sat quietly atop a dilapidated rooftop, awaiting the last survivors of the survival game. His pet, a massive fighting dog several times the size of a human, demonstrated its prowess by swiftly dispatching several guerrilla fighters from Sandia. Meanwhile, Zaro and his crew arrived, employing the 36 Troubles technique to eliminate the formidable canine. The priest Om ceased his waiting and leaped from the rooftop to the ground, drawing his blade and advancing towards Zaro. His sword could unleash a terrifying cloud of iron, known for its unparalleled hardness, surpassing even steel in its uncompromising state. More alarmingly, this iron could morph and extend into a long blade to cleave enemies, transform into iron whips to lash out, form iron thorns to pierce, or become an iron wall to defend against attacks. Indeed, Om was the most formidable of the 4 divine priests, the guardian of the Iron Trial, where survival odds were 0. His iron blade parried Zaro's powerful 36 Troubles, forcing Zaro to evade amidst the crumbling walls. In the end, Zaro transcended his previous self, ascending to new heights in his swordsmanship. The first 36 Troubles became the third, resulting in the 108 Troubles. Zaro's strike exceeded the Iron Cloud's resilience, breaking through its defenses to defeat Priest Om. Thus, all 4 divine priests under Enel's command exited the fray. At the center of the ancient city of Zangdora, archaeologist Robin and Miss Golden Week arrived at the heart of the city, where an altar lay. Upon this altar rested the base of a golden bell, which had lost its bell shape, leaving only the foundation. However, inscribed upon the base was a historical text, which the 2 archaeologists endeavored to decipher. To their astonishment, it spoke of a legendary weapon known as the Sea King, a weapon renowned for its destructive capabilities. The 2 scholars were left speechless, their investigation yielding more mysteries than clarity, making history even more elusive. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Enel, who effortlessly dispatched both women with a single lightning strike. Before acting, however, he revealed the fate of the gold, having used it to construct ships, leading to the unveiling of the flying golden battleship Noah's Arkansas. Among the Sandian guerrillas, only the battle demon Wappa remained. Adorned with windshell shoes, he swiftly glided across the Isle of Gods to confront Enel. Wappa withstood Enel's dual lightning strikes with steadfast resilience. In the heat of battle, he managed to seize Enel's form. Yet, Enel, initially dismissive, soon realized his elemental body could ignore any damage. As he struggled to revert from his lightning form and escape Wappa's grip, he recognized his earlier overconfidence. In the Qinghai region, there existed a stone known as Sea Stone, capable of suppressing the powers of those who wielded devil fruits. This is the Anilu I obtained through a special exchange from the people of Qinghai, meant to defeat you. Die. The battle demon Wappa unleashed a second strike against Anilu's abdomen. Anilu fell to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, gravely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness. As Anilu lay there, it seemed that Wappa of the Shandians had ultimately triumphed, signaling the end of the calamity on the Sky Island, with all dust settling. Yet, within Anilu's body, yellow lightning surged from his heart, coursing through his organs and throughout his body. However, Anilu's voice echoed, symbolizing that the saga of the Sky Island was far from over. To defeat a god, this was not enough. Anilu rose from the ground as if he had never been wounded. Revitalized, Anilu easily struck down the already struggling Wappa. The entire Shandian guerrilla force lost their fighting capability, and Wappa succumbed to Anilu, bringing immeasurable despair to the Shandians. In the village of Cloud Hidden, Aisha sensed the presence of the battle demon Wappa vanish, extinguishing the hope in her heart, and tears streamed down the little girl's face. Wappa had failed. Was it truly the divine that sent an invincible god to bring us disaster? At the naval headquarters, in the training facility, Rear Admiral Etme and Lieutenant Kobernik practiced swordsmanship. Both clad in weighted gear, they wielded heavy, unsharpened iron sword models. Lieutenant Kobernik attacked while Rear Admiral Etme defended. Come on, my friend. Your special move, the Kobernik piercing, is nearly complete. Etme, you are carrying 3 times my weight in gear and can still defend against my special move with such ease. It's truly remarkable. Lieutenant Kobernik, panting, ceased to attack and moved to a chair by the wall to rest. Seeing his friend taking a break, Etme also headed to the refreshment area for water. Etme, why are you no longer anxious about the Kaichi group? You were pursuing them so closely before. Noticing Etme's lack of continued practice, Kobernik voiced his curiosity. Because the next destination for Kaichi's group holds no potential for change. According to the timeline, only a deity can defeat a god. Our fate is set. We must focus on honing our skills. When we are stronger, we will pursue them in Water City. There is no need to rush. All right. It seems I must refine my special move even more, so I can avenge the blood debt of the Desert Kingdom in Water City. Upon hearing Etme's response, Lieutenant Kobernik felt a renewed motivation for his training. Chapter 79. The Earth is generous enough meanwhile, aboard the Zhuanggang. Shank and his companions arrived in Cloud Hidden Village to attend to the unconscious crew. I never expected the captain to be so strong yet still be defeated, Jack lamented. Gazing at the fallen comrades, it seems we are still too weak. That's normal. There are many stronger than I in this world. We must train harder in the future. Kaichi, who had sustained the most severe injuries, coughed and surprisingly regained consciousness first. Captain, Jack and Shank hurried over. I'm fine. Enough with the trivialities. Where are we? Kaichi interrupted their concerned inquiries, eager to ascertain the state of his crew and what had transpired with the Shandians. Jack and Shank recounted how the young Shandian girl Aisha sought their pirate crew's assistance, primarily hoping to join forces with the captain and the battle demon Wapple to defeat Anilu. Through their account, Kaichi grasped the circumstances that had led them to Cloud Hidden Village. The young Shandian girl Aisha approached. Aisha, my dear. You must be disappointed to see me so gravely injured and defeated. I can no longer fulfill your wishes. Kaichi self-deprecatingly remarked, observing that the little girl, Elsa, remained silent. Her face unusually pale and bearing an expression of profound despair. Kaichi knew that the formidable warrior Vappa of the Sandian guerrillas had been vanquished by Enel. A fact sensed by Aisha of the Heart Network, which explained her profound despair. Yet, it is not yet time to succumb to hopelessness, dear girl of the Heart Network. Do not forget there is still another Qinghai individual whose captain has yet to falter. There remains a glimmer of hope. Kaichi comforted Aisha, urging her not to hastily lose hope. However, he sensed that his own breath was comparable to hers, perhaps even slightly weaker. If he had failed, then would she not be similarly afflicted? Aisha, being a girl of delicate sensibilities, realized mid-sentence that she had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic, and her voice trailed off. Upon hearing her words, Kaichi discerned that while Aisha's observation abilities were extensive, her understanding remained somewhat superficial, likely perceiving only physical strength. Yet, the mind of a strong individual encompasses many facets, with physical prowess being merely one aspect among others. He was quite unique, being a user of the gum-gum fruit, which happened to be the natural nemesis of Enel's rumble-rumble fruit. Rather than dwell on this, Kaichi shared with Aisha the abilities of Luffy, igniting a spark of hope within the young girl. Is that truly so? Aisha's smile returned. Could you prepare meat and water for me? As much as possible, please. Of course, he replied. The forests of God Island were lush and teeming with life, making food plentiful and easy to procure. The village of Yunin had ample supplies of food and water. Aisha and the chief brought a cart filled with provisions. Captain, you aren't planning to head to the battlefield, are you? With your serious injuries, it would be unwise. Jack and the others urged him. I must go. If adverse circumstances arise, I want to be of assistance. Kaichi grabbed a thigh-sized piece of meat and began to savor it. As a representative of all things delectable, he disdained the manner of eating exemplified by Luffy, who devoured everything in one swift motion. Instead, Kaichi preferred to relish each morsel individually. With his left hand, he incessantly reached for food, regardless of its size. Each piece succumbed to his appetite within mere seconds. In just 2 minutes, he polished off an entire cart of provisions, concluding his feast with a bucket of water, leaving his belly only slightly protruding. Wow, are you a colossal beast? Exclaimed Aisha and the chief, as if witnessing the astonishing spectacle of a dinosaur feasting. Life restored. Kage regained some vitality, acquiring the ability to stand and walk. I merely saw a spark. Struck by lightning, Sanji, gravely injured, precariously stood on the railing of the golden ship, Noah, to fulfill his iconic moment before Enel, ultimately succumbing to gravity and plummeting from the airborne vessel. Inside the ship's cabin, Sanji had previously sabotaged some gears of the dilapidated Nolan Ark's power system. Alas, the Nolan Ark was damaged. The 30 million volt Thunder Beast, upon noticing the malfunction, ceased its play and decisively unleashed a massive attack, sending Nami, Usopp, and Zoro tumbling off the Arkansas. The trio suffered severe electrical injuries, losing consciousness as they fell alongside Sanji, descending at an alarming speed. Without a savior, they would likely meet a grim fate upon the ruins of Skypiea. A bird's call echoed as Gonfall, the former god of Sky Island, rode in on his hornless steed, rescuing Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami. Enel returned to the power chamber of Noah to assess the damage. Fortunately, it was not a grave issue, merely a large gear had been bent out of shape, which Enel promptly repositioned. The golden ship, Noah, resumed its normal flight. The power chamber ceased to emit smoke, and its flight path became steady once more. Enel ascended to the ship's deck, surveying the entirety of the divine island, Etheria. Noticing the unscathed Gon fall in the air and the warrior Wappa amidst the ruins of Skypiea, thunderclouds thickened ominously above Etheria, releasing relentless bolts of lightning that struck both Gon Fall and Wappa. Under the continuous onslaught of electric fury, the two ultimately succumbed to the devastation of Skypiea's remnants. You, the one who wields lightning, have harmed my comrades. Witness as I send you flying, Enel. Luffy declared, launching himself onto Noah via a colossal vine, confronting Enel directly. Utilizing his rubber rocket punch, Luffy struck Enel's face, nullifying the elemental powers of Enel's lightning fruit, rendering the electric attacks ineffective against him. Is it merely an illusion? He fears not the lightning. Enel summoned multiple bolts from the storm clouds, directing them at Luffy, who stood his ground, absorbing the strikes without flinching, entirely unscathed. Enel, taken aback, wore an expression that became widely meme-worthy. Luffy continued his assault with a rubber sniper shot, determined to send Enel away. However, Enel, having undergone a transformation through Kage's influence, broadened his combat strategy and refrained from fixating on Luffy. He heated the golden ship with his lightning, extracting a portion of gold, which he expertly affixed to Luffy's hand, before using a golden staff to knock Luffy off the ship, burdened by the large golden orb. Luffy fell from the sky to the ruins of Skypiea. All who dare to impede shall falter beneath the divine lightning. Haha. The storm above rumbled as dark clouds thickened, unleashing another barrage of lightning. Although the bolts did not harm Luffy directly, the shockwaves generated by their impact on the ground interfered with his movements. Luffy was forced to maneuver cautiously, dragging the cumbersome golden sphere to evade the debris propelled by the strikes. At this moment, the battle-worn Wappa rose once more, observing the relentless storm battering the island. Concerned that the lightning might obliterate Etheria entirely, he witnessed the ground absorbing the fury of countless bolts, leaving only craters in its wake, yet remaining steadfast and unyielding. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wappa shed tears, feeling the earth's immense capacity for tolerance and greatness. With arms outstretched, he embraced the wind and shouted towards the land, Enel, your lightning cannot penetrate the boundless and magnificent continent. Gonfall, the former god of Sky Island, also awakened, joining Wappa as they both marveled at the Earth's miracle of resilience. He removed his battle helmet, gazing at the storm-ravaged land. Realization dawned upon him. For 300 years, he had erred alongside the previous gods of the sky. Upon the emergence of the divine island, they had led their soldiers to fight for the hollow glory of conquest, neglecting the truth that the land itself was a miracle broad enough to accommodate the coexistence of both races. Chapter 80. Go. Ignite the flames of Skypiea Sky Island. Iron Forge. A pair of ebony hammers transformed from rounded forms into angular polyhedrons. A broadsword with a flowing pattern possessed a blade so sharp and gleaming that it instinctively evoked a chill. The Sky Island blacksmith marveled at the elder's masterful craftsmanship and remarkable physique, as two extraordinary weapons emerged flawlessly from the elder's hands, transitioning seamlessly from raw metal to finished product without a single misstep, exemplifying the pinnacle of forging mastery. For a day and night, the forging continued uninterrupted, a singular effort without pause. However, the blacksmiths discerned that while the hammer and sword bore the semblance of masterpieces, they lacked the essence of true artistry and were not yet complete. They awaited the elder's next move, curious how this master would imbue these creations with their final brilliance. Shin, who remained still, gazing skyward, quietly anticipating a significant arrival. Above, the thunderclouds above Angel Island thickened, casting a dark shroud over both the Divine Island and Angel Island, foreboding an impending storm. The clouds clashed, and lightning sporadically illuminated the sky, heightening the tension among the inhabitants of the sky. Finally, two swollen thunderclouds converged. Shin, who, fixated on the heavens, awaited this very moment. He bound two hammers and a great sword with iron chains and leapt from the forge, casting both weapons into the heavens. At that moment, a colossal thundercloud, swollen and ominous, unleashed a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the sky, striking the hammers and the great sword with precision. The weapons, now charged with electricity, plummeted back to the ground, striking the street and creating small craters, from which emitted crackling blue sparks. Xuan Hu, using tongs, retrieved the two weapons and returned them to the forge to await their cooling. After the lightning's touch, the weapons had transformed, becoming two extraordinary masterpieces in the world. The blacksmiths of the floating island gathered around the forge to admire these creations. Initially, they believed the great sword to be of superior quality, for before the lightning struck, its luster was far more radiant than that of the hammer, which appeared merely dark and ordinary. Yet now, following the lightning's embrace, the once dull hammer shimmered with an extraordinary sheen, its character greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, Enel had been continuously gathering the storm clouds generated by the myriad of lightning above the Island of Gods and the Angel Island, forming a colossal black sphere filled with tempestuous thunderclouds, rivaling the size of both islands combined. This immense, storm-laden sphere cast a shadow over the floating island, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. The Sandia people on the island of gods and the inhabitants of the floating island on the Angel Island gazed in terror at the looming black sphere. On the Angel Island, the commander who had welcomed Luffy and his crew found himself praying to the divine. A stark indication of the despair that pervaded their hearts, such was the dread of the impending cataclysm that they, once symbols of divinity, now sought the favor of the gods. On the streets outside the forge, Commander Ali, who had intended to warn Xuanhu to seek refuge, realized that the black sphere had grown so large that it overshadowed both the island of gods and the Angel Island, leaving them with no means of escape. As he witnessed the dark sphere draw near, he understood that it was too late, and he lamented, "Is this truly the sin of our people? Is there no future left for us of the floating island?" Xuanhu placed a reassuring hand on Ali's shoulder, who was now consumed by despair. Offering no comfort but uttering a cryptic phrase, "What is owed will eventually be repaid. Do not panic when the time has not yet come." After a day and night of forging, Xuanhu felt utterly exhausted, and even the thought of seeking refuge seemed beyond his strength. In the midst of this turmoil, only 2 souls on the floating island remained devoid of despair. Upon arriving at the Pandora ruins, Kaiga was astonished to find Luffy amidst the desolate remnants, rather than scaling the celestial vines. This revelation left him with insufficient time to ascend, especially burdened by the unwieldy golden orb in his possession. Luffy, hindered by Enel's relentless lightning, was unable to catch up with the Arc Maxim. In a moment of desperation, Luffy's gaze fell upon Kaiga ahead, igniting a spark of inspiration. He pointed towards the nearby celestial vines and implored, "Kaiga, do you recall the favor I asked of you last time? Assist me in reaching those vines, the sooner the better." Understood. With a profound mastery over life manipulation and enhanced physical capabilities, Kaiga had attained a remarkable understanding after experiencing a life restoration from the brink of death. He was now able to control the life force within his body at will, enabling him to perform multiple transformations and augment various parts of his physique. Akin to Chopper's use of the Rumble Ball. Unlike Chopper, who relied on medicinal means, Kaiga could harness the life force within him directly. Kaichi transformed only his right hand into that of a dragon, a colossal appendage capable of grasping Luffy effortlessly. The frosty force enveloped Luffy, coalescing into an ice dragon, which surged toward the celestial vine with unrelenting vigor. "Go, Luffy. Deliver a crushing blow to that malevolent deity." The ice dragon propelled forth, soaring skyward and creating a sonic boom, accelerating like a rocket. Ultimately, it deposited Luffy atop the vine before dissipating into thin air. Upon landing, Wapol discerned Luffy's intentions and aimed to leap from the vine toward the center of Raijin, pursuing Enel aboard the Arc Maxim. However, the vine lay too distant from the center, necessitating a push to redirect it. Wapol gazed at the impact shell in his hand, this being his final chance to strike. Reflecting upon the earlier encounter where the Straw Hat Boy had emerged unscathed from a lightning strike, he resolved to place his faith in Luffy. "Straw Hat Boy, trust me just this once and keep running." As Luffy dashed past Wapol, he remained steadfast in his belief. The battle demon Wapol directed his palm toward the gap in the vine. With a final impact, he unleashed a tremendous blast that cleaved a vast opening within the vine, tilting its upper segment toward the center of Raijin. Channeling the collective efforts of the gathered crowd, Luffy leaped from the inclined vine toward the heart of Raijin's dark sphere. With a rubbery golden flail, Luffy swung his elongated arm, striking wildly at the black sphere, ultimately shattering the rain cloud-formed orb, unveiling a clear sky above the Sky Island. Witnessing the black sphere's fragmentation, now replaced by the brightness of day, the overseer marveled, "Indeed, a deity exists. The denizens of Skypiea, the people of Sandia." And Luffy's companions rejoiced, casting aside their despair. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The outcome of Luffy's confrontation with Enel remained uncertain. Wapol shouted toward the airborne Luffy, "Light the flame of Shandora, Straw Hat Boy." For the promise between Rolando and the warriors of Sandia to prove the existence of the Golden City of Shandora, and to conclude the 3-century-long conflict between the people of Skypiea and Sandia. In the skies above, the two adversaries clashed fiercely. Enel, transformed into the towering form of the Thunder God, faced Luffy head-on. With a spiraling, charged strike of his rubbery, golden rifle, Luffy expelled Enel from his divine guise, landing a decisive blow that sent Enel crashing against the Golden Bell, vanquishing the tyrant who had dominated Skypiea for 6 years. The Golden Bell, propelled by Luffy's fist, soared from the vine-top platform, its resonant chime echoing through the skies. The ancient bell, aged over 3 centuries, produced a sound as clear and sacred as ever, resonating across the divine island of Aphelia, Angel Island, and Gaia Island in the Blue Sea. As Luffy's golden sphere shattered, his silhouette cast a colossal shadow, adorned with a straw hat, over Gaia Island, basking in the sunlight. On Gaia Island, the bell's sound bore unmistakable significance, as it could only originate from the golden city of Shandora, as mentioned by Rolando. The monkey and gorilla, alongside the injured Mont Blanc Correja, gazed skyward at the silhouette of the Straw Hat Boy. "Are you attempting to convey that the golden city resides above?" Correia wept, addressing his brethren, "This is true romance." Haha. Chapter 81. The Lost Golden Pillar. The battle in Skypiea concluded, yet Enel, defeated by Luffy, did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he ascended aboard the golden airship Arc Maxim, setting his sights on the fabled infinite land, the moon. "This diminutive Sky Island is yours. I shall seek a realm of boundless possibilities." The formidable Enel, having encountered the greatest flaw of the first half of his journey, was now en route to the moon. As the Arc Maxim drifted toward the lunar horizon, shrinking into a mere point against the sky, Kaichi finally felt a sense of relief. Enel had been the only boss in the first half of the Grand Line whom Kaichi could not contend with. He had initially intended to acquire Sea Prism Stone from Weber to confront Enel himself, but after a prior encounter, he realized that Enel's speed and attack capabilities eclipsed even the Six Powers, rendering further attempts futile. Defeating Enel was destined to be the work of Luffy, who had consumed the human fruit, transforming into the sun god Nika. Indeed, Kaichi believed in fate, a predetermined outcome. The most liberating anime, the most romantic narrative, yet encapsulated within the most confining core. Though the world of One Piece remained unfinished upon his arrival, Kaichi, possessing knowledge of most of the plot, reached a decisive conclusion. Neither sheer physical dominance nor fruit-based advantages could fully elucidate the situation. From a purely physical standpoint, water countered the dry nature of sand, as seen with Crocodile. But rubber's insulating properties did not parallel the effectiveness of stone and wood. The spears wielded by the Sandians, crafted from stone points and wooden shafts, were effortlessly evaded by Enel's elemental manipulation, yielding no results. Similarly, in terms of fruit abilities, rubber countered lightning. However, as evidenced by Mr. 3's candle fruit nullifying Magellan's poison fruit, when Magellan ascended to a higher level of toxic potency, he easily dissolved Mr. 3's wax. Yet Luffy was different. Enel's elevated form of the Thunder God, with its overwhelming voltage, inflicted no harm upon him. Enel's attacks primarily derived from physical strikes with his golden staff or indirect heat, while the direct lightning had no effect on Luffy. Thus, fruit-based counters were also not applicable. Therefore, Luffy's devil fruit, upon entering Impel Down, transcended the ordinary rubber fruit. This had been foreshadowed, for Kaichi's previous world had long speculated about the fruit's extraordinary nature, linking it to Shanks, who possessed what appeared to be a commonplace devil fruit, yet bore significant implications beneath the surface. Why did Oda choose to unlock the relationships between the devil fruits in later stages, only to leave certain mysteries unsolved? The answer remains elusive. In the realm of the righteous and passionate, one is destined to be eternally restrained by another after consuming a fruit. Regardless of the subsequent training or extraordinary encounters one may experience, the inability to transcend this limitation signifies a true downfall of fate within this world. However, Luffy, endowed with the sun god Nika fruit, is destined to emerge as the strongest, provided he attains this power through diligent training rather than inexplicable favoritism. In the context of this narrative, such a destiny does not signify a collapse of fate. The essence of this world lies in the belief that irrespective of one's origins, be it a child of destiny, a fortunate scion, a royal descendant, a noble heir, or even the offspring of commoners or slaves, true strength is achieved solely through relentless training, growth, and striving for the pinnacle of power. This journey of self-improvement may rely on personal efforts, innate talent, miraculous encounters, or even connections with predecessors, as long as one is capable. The world of righteous passion allows for limitless possibilities. The patch regarding the sun god Nika fruit, encountered in Wano, serves to address the plot inconsistencies surrounding Enel's encounters with Luffy. The two giants of Little Garden can account for Mr. 3's failure through their inherent personalities and the customs of Giant Island. Similarly, Crocodile's shortcomings can be rationalized by the terrain he chose and the 3-year confinement that limited his abilities. However, the question remains, why did Enel confront Luffy head-on? Forsaking his advantages of speed and agility? Initially, he could have utilized his lightning-fast movements and golden staff to inflict significant damage. He even had the option to evade while employing his electrical prowess, yet he ultimately chose to face Luffy directly, resulting in unnecessary punishment. This inconsistency in his behavior diverges sharply from his usual, disdainful combat demeanor. This perplexing behavior cannot be reconciled through the typical dynamics of rubber and devil fruit interactions. Thus, only the divine thunder fruit, when confronted by the superior sun god Nika fruit, reveals Enel's vulnerability. For the first time, Enel faces an opponent whose capabilities surpass his own, particularly in terms of the sacred standing of their respective fruits, a status that he had always deemed infallible. Upon encountering Luffy, it becomes inconsequential whether Enel recognizes Luffy as the sun god Nika. What truly devastates him is the realization that his fruit's divine rank is not at the pinnacle but rather inferior to Luffy's. This shatters his long-held beliefs, worldview, and path, leading to an existential crisis. Consequently, their final confrontation is not merely a contest of victory or skill, but a desperate attempt by Enel to validate the superiority of his fruit's divine status over Luffy's. Thus, the struggle for the supremacy of their fruits elucidates Enel's erratic behavior, serving to rectify the most significant plot inconsistency of the Skypiea arc. Meanwhile, the diminutive Faldi approaches Captain Kitch, noting the captain's keen interest in Enel, which suggests a deeper understanding of him. With the captain now relaxed, Faldi seizes the opportunity to inquire. Captain Kitch, when I encountered Enel, he left me with a profoundly uncomfortable impression. He invited me to join his crew on the journey to the Infinite Continent, but I declined, driven by an instinct to remain distant. This is the first time I have experienced such a feeling. Do you have any insight into its cause? Is our little Faldi still quite popular on the ship? Cage gently pinched Freddy's face and lightly tapped his forehead, lost in thought and refraining from immediate response. The inquiry that had made Freddy so distinctly uneasy could not be attributed to mere strength or intimidation. That erroneous conclusion could be dismissed. He then considered Freddy's initial journey away from home, his lack of experience, and his first encounters with a myriad of individuals, coupled with Inel's troubled past. Cage began to form a coherent answer. Kage organized his thoughts, aiming to elucidate his explanation to Faraday in a more comprehensible manner. As a formidable exponent of the destructive growth faction, he stood in stark contrast to Faraday, whose essence was at odds with that of the Yof clan. The root serves as a foundation, typically one as homeland, which holds significant importance for most powerful beings, as it marks the inception of their journey toward strength. Consequently, after achieving great power, many tend to give back to their roots. Your clan epitomizes this philosophy, interlinked with your ancestral tree. Your prosperity is mutual, as is your decline. However, a select few among the strong harbor an entirely contrary belief, perceiving their origins as trivial and restrictive to their growth. Thus, upon gaining strength, they obliterate their diminutive roots to seek existence in grander realms, only to repeat this cycle, often embodying the role of antagonists. Enel, prior to his defeat by Luffy, exemplified this archetype, having annihilated his modest homeland, the Sky Island Baika, and was on the verge of destroying Angel Island, his dominion, until Luffy intervened. Therefore, do you comprehend? Your refusal to comply with him was indeed judicious. Had Faraday acquiesced to Enel, his future would likely have been fraught with hardship, leading to an existence worse than death. As prolonged association would breed conflict. Faraday and Enel are fundamentally disparate beings, not of the same ilk. Even after Enel's confrontation with Luffy, wherein he resolved his past grievances and exhibited a modicum of tolerance on the moon, the two remain ill-suited for one another. This insight is indeed a testament to Faraday's sixth sense. The golden bell of Shandora fell from the vine of the heavens, crashing onto the ground of God Island and shattering one of its pillars. Archaeologist Robin and Miss Golden Week arrived at the site to observe, discovering ancient inscriptions left by Roger on the column. I have come to this place to bring this text to the ends of the world. The two archaeologists were astounded. The legendary pirate king Gold. Roger could comprehend the historical text and had intended to carry its imprint to the ultimate destination of the great treasure. Thus, this final location may harbor all historical texts, and reaching it would unveil the concealed secrets of history. A group of peaceful Shandians and Sky Islanders together raised the fallen golden pillar as a gift for the Straw Hat crew, though they covered it with a cloth out of surprise. When Luffy and his crew, having discovered a package of golden items from the belly of the Great Snake, beheld the Shandians and Sky Islanders, they mistakenly assumed they were being pursued for past misunderstandings. Consequently, Luffy and his crew joyfully fled with a hefty sack of gold. Robin, aware of the truth, chose not to expose it and ran along with Luffy's crew, smiling. "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, don't go," they called, prompting Luffy's crew to run even faster. As Luffy's group dashed ahead, the Shandians and Sky Islanders hoisted the colossal object in pursuit, creating a surreal tableau. Ultimately, Luffy's crew departed the Sky Island aboard the Going Merry, missing out on the golden pillar. Chapter 82. A Bounty. The secret record of the prophet's ancestor Dane. Does the belly of a dragon contain space? Kage inquired. Red Dragon Dean, well-versed in matters pertaining to dragons and having spent years alongside the elder dragon of his clan, was knowledgeable. Hovering in the air, Dean pondered Kage's question, bemused by the inquiry, yet he responded truthfully after contemplation. "Captain Kage, I have never heard of a dragon's belly containing space. At least, I've never come across such knowledge." Thus, Kage realized that the newly discovered space within the belly was not characteristic of dragons, suggesting there were still secrets concealed within himself, hinting at an enigmatic force yet to be revealed. This piqued his curiosity further. "Dean, do you recall when we found gold in the belly of the Great Snake? Last time, we were too preoccupied to investigate thoroughly. This time, I've brought Sat and Akin to assist. Let us seek out that great serpent again. And I'll need your help to communicate. Akin, Sat, and I will re-enter its belly for a thorough search." Jack rushed over to Dean, the crew's translator for human-beast communication. "Go ahead. I have no further matters to attend to. Just remember to search meticulously," Kage advised Dean. He understood that Luffy had already searched the Great Snake's belly, likely leaving little gold behind, yet he believed that with the serpent's immense size of 200 meters, there must still be reserves. He did not concern himself overly with this matter, as his current focus was on the substantial bounty that Luffy's crew had overlooked, the Golden Pillar. As Luffy's crew hurriedly departed, a group of Sky Islanders and Shandians stood at the shore of God Island, gazing despondently at the retreating figures. Kaichi hurried over and was astonished to find Gonfor and the chieftain of the Shandians, Aisha, accompanying the group. They had come to express their gratitude to Luffy and his crew for their salvation of Sky Island. "Are you intending to present this magnificent golden pillar to the Straw Hat Boy? I am a friend of Luffy's. I could assist you with this." "We shall return to the Blue Sea, where we are likely to encounter them," Kaichi remarked as he approached. The chieftain cast a glance at Gonfor. "Very well," agreed Gonfor, the former god of Sky Island. What choice did he have? The aura emanating from the other party, even in their severely injured state, revealed that they were formidable opponents. Even with Ollie's assistance, they would not stand a chance. The intent of the other side was evidently to seize the pillar, and none could hinder them. The chieftain of the Shandians and Gonfor instructed the crowd to place the golden pillar before Kaichi on the ground. As the crowd set down the golden column and unveiled the white cloth, the resplendent gleam of gold was breathtaking, retaining its regal splendor even after 3 centuries of time. Kaichi transformed into a frost dragon, appearing before the crowd on the Sky Island, its towering figure of over 20 meters imposing a unique sense of pressure. Gonfulu, unfamiliar with Kaichi, felt fortunate not to have provoked this man from the blue sea. Grasping a golden pillar in one hand, he directed it towards the dragon's maw, skillfully utilizing the awakening space within his stomach to store the pillar. To the spectators, it seemed as though the blue dragon was consuming a massive golden column, captivating everyone with an illusion akin to magic. The greatest achievement had already been secured by Kaichi, who planned to return to the Angel Island aboard the Zhuanging with his companions to retrieve Xuanhu. They were preparing to depart the Sky Island and return to the Blue Sea. Kaichi would not partake in the subsequent concluding tasks. The historical grievances and future developments between the Sky Island and the Shandians were matters for the two clans to discuss at their own pace. Mr. Golden Week, having observed Captain Kaichi's entire operation from within the crew, inquired during their return to the Zhuanging, "Captain Kaichi, how did you manage to swallow the gold? Can you easily digest gold?" Kaichi replied, "I was struck unconscious by the thunder god Ainalu. Upon awakening, I discovered an expansive space within my stomach. I merely placed the golden pillar into that space. I possess no ability to digest gold." He did not conceal his true abilities from his crew. Is this space a gift from that esteemed Hill? After all, the legacy texts left by Hill and my family proclaim him as the Dragon King, suggesting he possesses unique powers. That could be the case, but I consulted Dean, and he informed me that none of the dragons he knows possess such an ability, indicating it likely stems from another source rather than being an inherent trait of dragons. Kaichi responded. Hill is the Dragon King, and he has already been informed by the IF tribe. It is surprising that Mr. Golden Week from the Mariana family is also aware of this. Their lineage is formidable. The IF tribe has existed for millions of years, and the Mariana family may have similarly endured through the ages. Captain Kaichi, will you truly offer that golden pillar to the Straw Hat crew led by Luffy? That is an immense fortune. Miss Golden Week, no longer fixated on the peculiarities of Kaichi's stomach space, shifted to a matter of greater interest. Indeed, I shall. But I will exchange it for an equivalent sum of money for them. As an intermediary, is it unreasonable for me to profit from the price difference? Kaichi chuckled. Observing his smile, Miss Golden Week inwardly scoffed, perceiving the faade of a non-greedy individual masking a heart of avarice. The Wanging departed from the altar of the Island of Gods, propelled by a swift shrimp navigating the cloud sea back to Angel Island. The swift shrimp and crab of the Sky Island serve as unique modes of transportation, commanded solely by the elite of the island. This particular swift shrimp was summoned by Gonfulu at Kaichi's behest, allowing for a rapid journey that saved time compared to sailing slowly. Let me show you. Aha. We have struck it rich again. I never expected the giant serpent to cooperate so well this time, Jack exclaimed, sprawled across the deck, showcasing a trove of golden treasures he and Dean had uncovered from the giant serpent. Of course, Shank and Akin also contributed to this success. The serpent's cooperation was attributed to 2 instances of injury. First, it was wounded by Shank, and later, upon awakening, it encountered Ainalu's thunderous attack again at the ruins of Skypiea, leading it to refrain from further injury today. Additionally, Luffy ignited the flames of Skypiea, awakening the divinity embedded in the DNA of Nolan, the Sky Master, guiding the serpent back to its divine path, no longer a mere beast of brute force. The crew aboard the ship was jubilant, having amassed considerable rewards from their expedition to the Island of Gods. At the dock of Angel Island, Xuanhu and Supervisor Ali awaited their arrival on the shore. You have 1 hour. If anyone still wishes to purchase items, now is the time, Kaichi announced as the ship docked. Satar and Ged promptly responded, eager to venture into Angel Island to acquire shells, which held diverse functions and significant research value. Upon speaking, Ali dispatched a soldier to guide them. I appreciate your contributions to the Sky Island, Supervisor Ali said, removing his hat to reveal his nearly white hair, bowing towards Kaichi. There is no need for such formalities, Supervisor Ali. I have merely assisted the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Kaichi replied, helping Ali to his feet, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for having done so little. However, Ali's recognition of Kaichi's actions affirmed Kaichi's earlier conjectures. I knew you would have a heart for the island. I didn't expect you to be the 4th wielder of a heart that could encompass the entire island, and even bridge 2 islands, he remarked. Supervisor Ali, I sense a comforting power emanating from you. You possess artifacts from the IF tribe, do you not? Queried Faladi as he examined Ali closely. Indeed. You must be one of their kin. Here, take this. Ali produced a green-leafed book from his pocket, composed of stacked leaves, appearing quite ordinary yet exuding an ancient vitality. The Grand Leaf Secret Record. This is a tome inscribed with the ancestral leaves utilized solely by the prophets of the IF tribe. Have you encountered a prophet from the IF tribe? But that time frame does not align, Faladi expressed, his emotions shifting through surprise, joy, frustration, and confusion. In the past, I served as a priest of the Sky Island. However, over a decade ago, I was gravely injured in battle against the Shandian warriors and fell from a cliff. At the bottom, I was unexpectedly rescued by a green light that allowed me to return to Angel Island. instructing me to await the arrival of his kin to personally deliver this important item. After leaving the leaf book, he vanished. Since that day, I have stepped down from my priestly duties, waiting for his kin to arrive, and now my mission is finally complete, Supervisor Ollie recounted, handing the leaf book to Filady as he shared his extraordinary experience. It was clear that the prophet's lingering sentiments were indeed valid. Only a seer capable of foreseeing fate could orchestrate such intricate plans over the years and precisely identify the destined individual. I thank you for your protection, my friend. Filady clasped his hands together in gratitude towards Supervisor Ollie before accepting the Grand Leaf secret record. It dawned on Kaichi that Supervisor Ollie was the former priest. And everything seemed to fit into place. Chapter 83. Naming Weapons. Hypnosis and hysteria having returned to the Zhuanggang without shopping on Angel Island. Kaichi observed Filady closely guarding the Grand Leaf secret record, eager to seek information. Filady, what secrets does the Grand Leaf secret record hold? I cannot say. Only a prophet can decode the Grand Leaf secret record, but it undoubtedly contains vital information for our tribe. Once we return to the Blue Sea, I shall send it back for our tribe's prophet to decipher, Filady replied, flying before the captain. It appeared that good things would not come immediately. Wow, this is truly magnificent. I finally possess a divine weapon, Jack exclaimed, admiring the beautiful patterns on the sword gifted by Xuanhu. This sword rivals the finest blades in this world. Jack, the heights to which you can elevate this blade depend solely on your future endeavors, Xuanhu remarked. Understood. I shall strive diligently to honor this sword in your name, Xuanhu, Jack vowed, saluting Xuanhu like a soldier pledging allegiance to a general. The sword has reached the caliber of a masterpiece. You should bestow it with a name, Xuanhu advised. Churchill, I will retain its original name, Jack declared, raising the sword. Reflecting on the old blade that had accompanied him, now fused within the new weapon, deciding not to change the name, remaining steadfast. And what of you, Akin? Where is your hammer? Upon deciding upon a name for Jack's sword, Xuanhu turned to inquire of Akin regarding the name of his pair of hammers. After all, as their creator, the name of a weapon holds significant importance. Akin casually twirled the dark-hued hammers in his hands. The new mace, slightly longer than its predecessor, had transformed from a simple sphere into a polyhedral form, and its size had increased from that of an apple to that of an adult's head. Heftier than before. It perfectly matched Akin's current strength. The grip was enhanced with additional metals, treated to be slip-resistant and rust-proof. A stark contrast to the rough iron surface of the old version. The meticulous craftsmanship and attention to detail were evident, showcasing the artistry involved in its creation. Although Akin had previously discussed the design of the new weapon with Xuanhu, the tangible presence of the formidable twin hammers conveyed a weight and solemnity that mere illustrations could never capture. I haven't given it much thought. Perhaps you could bestow a name upon it, Xuanhu, Akin replied, having never contemplated a name for his weapon. In this world, weapons are typically named by the blacksmiths upon their creation, relieving the wielder from such considerations. Moreover, apart from swords and blades, other weapons seldom bear names. They are simply replaced once broken. Renowned craftsmen generally do not create masterpieces outside of swords and blades, as the market and reputation do not warrant it, resulting in a vicious cycle whereby weapons other than swords fail to achieve the same level of distinguished creations. Xuanhu began to calculate. Dark crimson energy swirling around him like a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. Let us keep it simple. We shall call it Red Demon. Red Demon is a splendid name, Akin remarked as he spun the mace in his hand. The dark metal surface reflecting the blinding sunlight and casting a chilling, evocative gleam. A black hammer adorned with a red name felt remarkably fitting to Akin. After an hour had passed, the group returned to the dock where the ship, Zhuanggang, was moored. The trio of Carmen, Hank, and Chef the Beauty, who had arrived earlier, were laden with several large bags of provisions. Cage proactively approached to assist in loading the packages onto the ship, delivering them to the kitchen. After all, most of the food ended up in his stomach. He immediately inquired about the shellfish, particularly whether they had acquired any impact shells. His concern was primarily for Satyr and Gator, specifically regarding the elusive external impact shells produced on the Sky Island. Unfortunately, there were none available. Even the sought-after shock shells were not on sale. Satyr and Gator managed to purchase various shells such as burning shells, wind shells, and sound shells, but their failure to procure the shock shells left them feeling quite regretful. The potential to study the shock shells, or even to use them directly, would undeniably bolster their combat capabilities. Impact shells were exceedingly rare. Over the centuries, only a handful had appeared on the Sky Island. The warriors of the Sky Island tended to claim any they encountered as their own weapons, while common folk would sell them at exorbitant prices to these warriors, preventing them from circulating in the marketplace. Indeed, acquiring external enhancements was no simple feat, and once again, they faced a ban. However, I happen to possess one. Though it holds little value to me, I shall simply give it to you, Commander Ollie declared as he retrieved a shock shell from his pocket and tossed it to Satyr. Farewell. Commander Ollie bid adieu to the Sky Island. With their preparations complete, Cage and his crew, along with the Qing high-flying dragon pirates, were set to hastily depart from this extraordinary Sky Island. The Zhuanggang ship reached the edge of the Cloud Sea. Emerging from the clouds felt akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss. The descent of the Zhuanggang intensified. accelerating under the force of gravity, filling everyone with terror. Satyr, hand me the shock shell, Cage shouted to Satyr. Though Satyr was perplexed by Cage's intent, he overcame the dizziness induced by gravity and threw the shock shell to Cage. Cage precisely caught the shell and extracted an octopus from his pouch. The shockwave unleashed by the shell surged into the octopus, causing it to swell dramatically, transforming into a colossal balloon. The octopus expanded in size, its 8 tentacles firmly gripping the surroundings of the Zhuiging vessel. The Zhuiging, now a balloon octopus, soared high into the sky, no longer descending but gliding gracefully, gradually descending into the azure waters of Qinghai. In the pitch-black night sky, the Zhuiging glided through the air. It was time for Xuanhu to keep watch. And on the deck, he began practicing the 5 animal frolics and various martial arts routines: tiger, deer, bear, ape, and crane. His movements flowed seamlessly. At times fierce like a tiger, at times swift like a red crane, and then soft and fluid like a serpent. Miss Golden Week, unable to sleep, stepped outside for fresh air and noticed the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, practicing martial arts. She quietly observed him. After completing a set, Xuanhu paused to catch his breath. Xuanhu, why do you mimic animals in your martial arts? She gently inquired during his respite. There are many reasons, but ultimately it's about aspiring to the robust physique of wild beasts and learning from their strengths, Xuanhu replied plainly, without pretension. After watching for a while, he asked, do you have any insights, Miss Golden Week? She shook her head. I'm contemplating how to become stronger. Recalling Inalu from Sky Island, she lamented that she hadn't even had a chance to act before being struck down by lightning. I certainly don't wish to be defeated so swiftly again. You indeed need to strengthen yourself. Your weaknesses are glaring. Your abilities are too limited, and your hypnosis only targets enemies. If it fails against them, you could be in grave danger. Xuanhu reflected based on his experience. Hypnosis falls into the realm of mystical arts, shamanism, witchcraft, and hysteria. It connects with your world's concept of psychological disorders. I recall capturing a serial thief who was a master of hypnosis. He induced a hysterical state to achieve extraordinary speed and agility, evading capture multiple times. However, the consequences were severe, and I ultimately had to deploy elite agents to apprehend him and confine him to a celestial prison. Therefore, hypnosis and hysteria are interconnected. This hysteria aligns with the mental ailments in your world. This insight may provide a pathway for you to enhance your own hypnosis, which could expedite your journey to strength. However, do not overdo it. Otherwise, you risk mental instability, leading to more harm than good. You can practice your martial arts regularly. Your foundation is solid, and you should focus on building your physical capabilities, Xuanhu advised. Understood, Xuanhu. So, self-hypnosis? Miss Golden Week was astonished by the notion of self-hypnosis as a means to enhance one's abilities. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Chapter 84, Electric Armor. Delivery today is a sunny day, with the blazing sun overhead, creating a stifling heat. The travel bear, Bai Bao, cools off in his chill quarters. Everyone is dressed in short sleeves, sipping on refreshing beverages. Where is Captain Cage today? Carmen, who dispensed icy drinks, inquired. Cage is in his cabin removing his armor and has instructed us not to disturb him, Git informed the group, recalling the captain's request from the previous night. I see. So who will take this extra cup of cold drink? Cage was absent, and a surplus of chilled beverages had accumulated on the cart. Carmen inquired of the others. It is sweltering. The crew aboard needs something to cool down. A crowd gathered, jostling for a chance to partake, each unwilling to yield. They decided to settle the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors. In the season, Xuanhu emerged victorious, claiming the coveted drink. The ship, Zhuangding, continued its graceful glide high in the sky, nearing Qinghai, where the surface of the sea became distinctly visible below. The sky was resplendent with clear blue, though clouds gradually began to thicken, transforming from wispy to dense. Without a hint of darkness, an unexpected sunshower commenced. Akin and Sartre, along with others aboard, were initially indifferent to the gentle, warm droplets. However, when the rain began to fall upon them, they exclaimed, "Ah, how scalding!" The crew instinctively sought refuge, as Akin called for everyone to retreat into the cabin. The rainwater splashed onto the deck, releasing steamy vapors, while the crew of Zhuangding could find shelter within the ship. The enormous balloon octopus outside had no sanctuary from the boiling rain. The searing droplets mercilessly pelted the octopus, which could no longer endure the torment. It relinquished its grip on Zhuangding, expelling the gas within its body to shrink in size, plummeting back into the embrace of Qinghai, returning to its life in the ocean. Zhuangding lost its buoyancy and rapidly descended, crashing into the sea with a resounding splash that sent a towering spray of water into the air. As the tumult subsided, the crew regained their composure, and Sartre led them in inspecting the cabin for any damage. Fortunately, the descent had not been from a great height. Although there were a few breaches in the hull, the vital keel remained intact. Sartre and Frady swiftly set about making repairs. What has transpired? What a tremendous commotion! Cage emerged from the cabin, having shed his armor. The crew recounted the incident of the boiling rain to their captain. Indeed, the weather along the Great Route was astonishingly fierce. A sunshower was one thing, but scalding rain was entirely another. Cage lamented the irrationality of the weather, regretting the octopus he had previously arranged to find in the sky. It was quite amusing and functioned well, yet it unfortunately fell into the ocean and disappeared. Although the octopus required a bit of energy to inflate the shell, Cage was able to recover from that minor setback swiftly. This brought to mind the vibrant Luffy, who once hid an octopus in his trousers and dramatically produced it in front of a crowd. Perhaps it was best not to compare in this regard, and to remain cautious and discreet. After the rainy days, Cage summoned his 3 pets, Dean, Bai Bao, and Qinlong, to enhance their combat capabilities by teaching them a beastly version of life restoration. With Cage having perfected his own life restoration technique, he was ready to train his 3 companions using insights gleaned from his transformation into a dragon, with Dean's language fruit aiding their understanding. Bai Bao and Qinlong quickly grasped Cage's instructions. Surprisingly, Bai Bao's cloak, which had consumed the human fruit to take on a shadowy humanoid form, adapted to the training most rapidly. Indeed, having ingested the human fruit, Bai Bao's red cloak transformed into an entirely new entity. After spending considerable time aboard the ship, it had taken on human-like behaviors, only temporarily unable to speak. Within the ship's cabin, Sartre and Gade unfolded blueprints. Faraday. This is the electric armor that Gade and I previously designed. Given Gade's earlier health issues, I was concerned that any complications might exacerbate his condition. Now that he is well, with you, a top physicist, joining us, your expertise in circuitry and electrical control could help us identify areas for improvement. Sartre's praise left Faraday blushing like an apple as he hovered over the designs of the electric armor crafted by Sartre and Gade. After a thorough examination lasting 10 minutes, Faraday took up a pencil, making adjustments to the circuitry, replacing outdated, bulky transformers with cutting-edge components, repositioning crucial electronic parts for enhanced safety and efficiency, and reinforcing the insulation of the isolation layers. Remarkably, this made the electric armor lighter, sleeker, and more convenient without diminishing its power. One could only wonder how formidable the finished product would be if it could harness even a fraction of the thunderous power akin to that of Enel from Skypiea. Reflecting on the terrifying memories of being swiftly defeated by Enel, Gade recognized the vast potential for electric weaponry. With the electric armor's designs now perfected, he found himself lost in dreams of the future, elated at the prospect of finally having a tool that would no longer hinder their combat capabilities. Yes, that wretched lightning fiend. Once I master more electrical knowledge, I shall continue to refine and upgrade the electric armor until I can rival the likes of Enel, declared Faraday. As they sailed across the endless blue expanse of the sea, they each found ways to alleviate their boredom during leisure time. On the deck, Miss Carmen and Miss Golden Week engaged in board games, while Akin and Shin, who played chess and international chess, Jack, Hank, and Debut were busy fishing. Meanwhile, Cage sat at the prow of the Dragonhead, recording something with a sound snail, occasionally shouting numbers and laughing to the bemusement of the crew. Suddenly, a seagull interrupted the tranquility, delivering newspapers and waiting at the railing for coins from the ship's occupants. If someone desired a newspaper, they would drop coins into the seagull's specially designed collection box. Should they choose not to pay, the seagull would eventually depart. Naturally, there were pirates who attempted to snatch the newspapers without payment, but such actions would land them on the blacklist of the News King, a formidable figure in the underworld. Offending such a powerful individual over a mere newspaper was a folly even the most unscrupulous pirates would avoid. Furthermore, life at sea could often be quite dull. A newspaper was inexpensive and could entertain the entire ship for a small fee. At last, the much-anticipated parcel-bearing seagull arrived. Faraday, spotting the seagull with a backpack, immediately flew to it, dropped a coin, and received the newspaper. He then placed his letter containing the ancestral leaf manuscript and 1,000 belly into the seagull's backpack. Faraday, can it reach your clan? Cage inquired, curious. ISNT the Yove clan reclusive? Indeed, Faraday replied. The parcel-bearing seagull first returns to the human news headquarters, sorts the deliveries, and then the next time it dispatches to the designated island, it will include the newspaper. While there may be delivery discrepancies, as long as it reaches the little garden, the elders will be informed, and it will eventually reach the hands of the king and the prophet. Rest assured, Captain Cage, the little garden is always under the watchful eye of our Yove clan. Should any foreign object arrive, my kin will be alerted. To illustrate his point, Faraday recounted the incident when 2 giants had brought decaying sea beast heads to the island, which stank up the whole place until his clan directed numerous insects to swiftly dispose of the rotting remains. Cage, still skeptical, asked, is this method of sending parcels truly secure? We discovered the seagulls while monitoring the 2 giants. Our clan has spent years communicating with them, and their reliability is quite high. Even if they were to open the package, the ancestral leaf manuscript would appear as mere leaves to humans, devoid of any significance. Faraday assured him. Indeed, such a long-lasting and powerful race was not to be underestimated. Wait, I also wish to send a parcel. After Faraday finished, Miss Golden Week approached, depositing a letter along with 1,000 belly into the seagull's backpack. Chapter 85, swiftly rescuing refugees with the letters safely stowed in the backpack and seeing that no further responsibilities remained aboard. The great seagull spread its wings and soared into the clouds, returning to the news headquarters, awaiting its next delivery route. Miss Golden Week, you must have heard that the Yove clan resides in the Little Garden. You didn't have time to include that in your letter. You likely only mentioned that Faraday is a divine blessing to your family. This is for the best. Keep the location of the Yov clan to yourself and refrain from informing the Divine Grace Organization, Cage warned, shaking his finger at her. Otherwise, you would incur the wrath of the Yov clan, which your family within the Divine Grace Organization could hardly withstand. Cage solemnly addressed the archaeologist, Miss Goldenweek. This is no jest. Every elder of the Yov clan possesses strength rivaling that of a vice-admiral, let alone the unfathomable king and the chief elder. Along with the elusive prophet, such an imposing assembly is not to be trifled with lightly. Kaichi could hardly believe that the archaeological organization, Divine Grace, from the North Sea possessed the strength of an imperial faction. Of course, if Miss Goldenweek insisted on pursuing her demise, there was little he could do. To foster unity within the fleet and preempt potential conflicts, he decided to offer a timely warning. How Goldenweek chooses to grow and evolve thereafter would be her own affair. As the sky darkened and torrential rain began to fall, the waves at sea resembled powerful hands, stretching and deepening, relentlessly battering the ship, zwigging. Fortunately, Kaichi and his crew were adept at navigating such ordinary inclement weather, skillfully maneuvering through the incessant waves during this brief period of tumult. Eventually, they pierced through the dark clouds to behold clear skies, and the ocean returned to a state of tranquility. In the distance, a piece of driftwood emerged, upon which a gaunt man lay, motionless, seemingly having succumbed to a maritime disaster. To the left, refugees were visible on the surface of the water, and Shaka, pointing towards the ship's port side, quickly identified the man. Fish him out. Hurry, we have an NPC. Shaka called out, eager to trigger the unfolding narrative. Upon hearing the captain's command, he leaped into the water to rescue the stranded soul, bringing him back aboard the Zwigging. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, checked the man's pulse and examined his eyes to assess his condition. He is fine. There is no immediate danger to his life. He has ingested much seawater and merely appears to be exhausted, he concluded, rather than employing any treatment. Xuanhu fetched a plate of drinking water and placed it beside the man, choosing to wait for him to regain consciousness. One might have expected Xuanhu to perform extraordinary first aid or surgery at such a moment, showcasing his exceptional medical skills and earning the admiration of those around him. However, his lack of action left much to be desired. Jack, with his straightforward nature, struggled to accept Xuanhu's passive approach to the patient, feeling as though he had suffered a crushing blow to his ideals. Having wielded the renowned sword crafted by Xuanhu, Jack had elevated the doctor in his mind from a mere companion to a figure of greatness. Thus, witnessing Xuanhu's current demeanor left him disheartened, shattering the idolization he had constructed. In a moment of exasperation, Xuanhu delivered a sharp blow to Jack's head. Stop dwelling on irrelevant matters, he scolded. Ouch. I get it. Xuanhu, no more. Jack retreated, clutching his swollen forehead. Indeed, the distressed man soon stirred, propping himself up. His parched lips moved painfully as he instinctively searched for water. As he opened his weary eyes, he found himself surrounded by a circle of onlookers. Startled, he recoiled, his back colliding with the railing, leaving him no room to retreat as he warily assessed those around him. You are unharmed. There is water beside you. Drink and regain your strength, Xuanhu instructed, pointing to the water. Thank you. I am Lucia DC. I am grateful for your rescue, the man replied, recalling the shipwreck that had led him here. As he sipped from the plate, he observed the skull flag of the Flying Dragon pirates, causing him to sputter in disbelief. Pirates? He gasped, realizing he had been saved by them. They were the notorious crew led by Kaichi, with a bounty of 100 million berries on his head. And the fearsome figures of the ghoul, Akin, and the fishman, Shanka, each with their own substantial bounties. Contemplating the state of his homeland, Adisi formulated a bold idea. Though it was a desperate measure, the populace could wait no longer. He resolved to act without hesitation. Setting down the plate, he stood tall and walked to the center of the ship, then resolutely knelt before Kaichi. Captain Kaichi, may I request your aid in reclaiming my homeland, Renmongmi? Cage was taken aback by Aides' astonishing words. He chuckled softly and helped Aides to his feet. What is it? Speak slowly while standing. I dislike when others kneel to converse with me. Upon hearing Cage's aversion to such supplication, Aides rose cautiously to stand beside him, continuing his plea. Captain Cage, I am not jesting. I was once a general of the kingdom of Laimani. However, 5 years ago, a band of marauders seized our homeland. Only you possess the capability to vanquish those brigands, and I promise a reward of 1 billion berries. A cunning strategy, indeed. Kage continued with an unperturbed demeanor. 1 billion belly is quite a sum, yet it is home to the people you hold dear, your brothers and beloved friends. Listening to Kage's somewhat hesitant tone, Adas refrained from interjecting, uncertain of Kage's true sentiments. We must increase the sum. Kage promptly affirmed to Adas. The crew was left speechless, collapsing in astonishment on the deck at the captain's unexpected turn of phrase. What an absurd connection. Adas sighed in relief. At least there was a stance to negotiate from. Extending 5 fingers. 15 billion. Noting Kage's lack of response, Adas reduced his offer to 2 fingers. 20 billion belly. Before Adas could finish his sentence, Kage seized his hands. Agreed. It is settled. 20 billion belly, General Adas. My crew and I shall accompany you to confront the ruffians of the kingdom of Rain Moni and deal with them accordingly. The notion of preying upon the wolf was akin to preying upon the tiger. As long as the rewards were substantial, one need not fear the wolf. for even the tiger could be devoured. Adas found it hard to believe that such a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion belly could be ensnared so easily. His spirits lifting considerably. Unbeknownst to Adas, it was he who had fallen into the trap, not Kage. The laughter of Adas masked his ignorance of the predicament he had unwittingly entered. Kage was indeed formidable, thus, Akin was advised by his fellow first mate, Sate, to avoid opposing Kage, for one might find themselves counting the spoils after being sold out. Do not worry if you cannot comprehend now, with time and experience. The meaning will become evident. As night fell, Kage and his crew dined with Adas. The following morning, under Adas's command, Jack steered the course towards the kingdom of Rainmoni. Meanwhile, Kage convened his crew to announce that from this day forth, the ship would enjoy leisure, with a morning routine of calisthenics to commence daily. Cage retrieved the sound device to play the recorded music and summoned aides to join him. Together, aides. The era of the second set of National Middle School Radio Gymnastics beckons. Prepare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kajia led the exercises at the front, while the crew followed suit, mimicking the peculiar movements to the rhythm of the lively music. Adisi, unable to refuse, found himself at the very end of the line, joining in these strange motions. Thus, a surreal scene unfolded aboard the ship in this otherworldly realm, where a band of pirates engaged in an elaborate calisthenics routine. Chapter 86. The hospitable Tantai shung this calisthenics session, pulsating with an energetic beat, resonated harmoniously with the music, bringing immense joy to the travel bear, Baibao. However, Xuanhu discerned the extraordinary nature of this exercise, while the untrained eye may merely observe the spectacle. The discerning observer recognizes its deeper significance. This routine was tailored for those accustomed to prolonged sitting, presenting movements that invigorated without overwhelming. Not only did it stretch one's body, preventing the lethargy associated with excessive sitting, but it also promised benefits for one's internal organs. Its universal applicability bore a striking resemblance to the traditional Chinese exercise of Wakingxi, albeit the latter being more suited for older individuals seeking tranquility, while Kujia's calisthenics catered to the vivacious and dynamic youth. Xuanhu surmised that this routine was specifically designed for Sate and Guide, the only two aboard who fit the description of habitual sitters. As expected, after demonstrating the calisthenics, Kajia handed the baton of leadership to Sate, stating, Sate and Guide, you both often spend hours in the laboratory. It is imperative that you engage in this practice to ease your bodies and grant your minds a respite, thereby enhancing your cognitive efficiency. Following their harrowing defeat in the Battle of the Sky Island, Sate and Guide exhibited signs of distress, frequently retreating to their laboratory, engrossed in undisclosed experiments. While it was understandable that their focus on technological pursuits might curtail their physical training, their recent agitation hinted at a troubling obsession, bordering on mental strain. Consequently, Kajia sought to guide and assist them with the calisthenics he had learned in his school days. The exercises he imparted were not merely rudimentary but rather a compilation of knowledge derived from world-class athletes and experts in the field of sports, amalgamating Eastern and Western exercise philosophies into a universally applicable regimen validated by countless youths. For someone devoid of any athletic knowledge, the simplest way to enhance physical fitness and facilitate weight loss, without the guidance of a nutritionist or fitness coach, would be to engage in the traditional Chinese school calisthenics. Indeed, you too must prioritize these exercises and also ensure ample rest. Avoid burning the midnight oil, Xuanhu added. Understood, Kajia and Xuanhu. We will be mindful of that. We appreciate your concern, replied Sate and Guide, feeling warmth in their hearts. As Adisi completed the unusual movements alongside the others, he contemplated whether this was indeed the daily routine befitting a formidable crew of pirates. Observing Kajia and his companions reveling in their joviality, he began to doubt his choice, wondering if he had indeed found the right allies to liberate his homeland. After a day's journey, they finally arrived in the nation of Lianmoni, ruled by General Adisi. The Wanggong ship docked at the port city of Tantaisheng, one of the three major cities of Lianmoni. To their surprise, there was no military presence to oppose their arrival. Instead, they were treated with the same courtesy afforded to civilians, allowing the Zhuanggong to safely moor at the dock. Kajia, I shall not accompany you ashore. I will depart from the side and seek my subordinates who have yet to disembark, Adisi informed Kajia before evading the soldiers on patrol, slipping into the sea from the ship's anchor chain. Very well, we shall take this opportunity to observe the splendor of your nation, Lianmoni, Kajia replied, surprisingly accommodating and letting him go. Kajia, why did you let him leave so easily? What if he is a deceiver? Akin asked, perplexed. If he had not departed and instead accompanied us ashore, that would have indicated he was likely a fraud. However, Adisi's circumvention of Lianmoni's ruling class suggests he is truthful. As for the reason behind his easy departure, I cannot fathom the complexities of the factions that exist within this nation, Kajia explained. Oh, I see, Akin finally comprehended. Given the earlier discussions, Adisi was indeed an adversary of Lianmoni's ruling elite, thus could not risk appearing before the soldiers. Adisi was merely bait set by Kajia to unveil the extent of the larger forces lurking beneath the surface of Lianmoni. Through their time together, Akin's understanding deepened significantly, allowing him to align with Gajia's train of thought, advancing further on the path of the first mate. Come, my companions. Let us behold with our own eyes what Layamoni truly has to offer. As Cage and his entourage disembarked from the ship, soldiers approached to welcome them. Welcome to Tanisheng. Esteemed guests, here you will find delectable seafood and exquisite pearls. They truly are accommodating even to pirates. Are you not afraid of us pirates? Cage and his companions followed the soldiers, who assured them, fear not, for pirates are also guests of Tanisheng. Even before your arrival, there was another group of pirates here. Tanisheng is alive with vibrant activities. Allow me to introduce you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who will enlighten you about these fascinating events. Indeed, there were other pirate ships already docked, which explained why Cage had permitted the Zhuanggong to access the port of Tanisheng so easily. I am eager to witness these captivating activities. Cage replied with a smile. Upon reaching the harbor playground of Tanisheng, the soldiers escorted Cage before Minister Maisha. Minister Maisha, these are our new guests. Understood. I shall attend to the guests. You may leave, Maisha instructed his subordinates. Oh, I did not expect to encounter a Longhand tribe member here. The appearance of the Longhand tribe is akin to that of ordinary folk, but their hands possess 3 segments, unlike the typical 2. Thus, their hands are remarkably elongated. With a balding Mediterranean hairstyle and sparse black hair interspersed with white strands, Maisha, a Longhand tribe member, has risen to the esteemed position of Minister of Foreign Affairs in a realm of ordinary people. Esteemed guests, we must first attend to the previous group of visitors. Please wait a moment, Maisha said warmly, apologizing. No problem, please continue your duties, Cage replied, content to observe the unfolding activities. Captain Chicken, have you made your decision? 1 month of life can be exchanged for 1 million berries, which totals 100 million berries for a year of life. What tier of exchange would you like to experience? Would you prefer to exchange for a few months or several years? Do think carefully. Each individual has but one opportunity. Minister Maisha emphasized the conditions of the event as he attended to the prior pirates. Is it truly possible to exchange? Captain Chicken, a pirate with a bounty of 14 million berries, threatened, if you deceive me, I shall ensure your demise. He brandished his iron club menacingly at Minister Maisha. Without flinching, Maisha replied, we conduct our dealings fairly. I dare you. I will exchange 3 years of my life for 300 million berries. Prepare the amount. Captain Chicken declared as he led his already determined crew to sit in peculiar chairs. These unusual seats resembled armor, adorned with intricate symbols, and were connected to pipes leading underground. Once the crew of Captain Chicken was seated, Maisha instructed his subordinate to operate the nearby compass to commence the exchange. The armored chairs emitted a puff of white smoke, and the symbols glowed green, initiating the process of absorbing life force. After 10 minutes, the operation concluded, and the white smoke dissipated. The crew awoke from their trance, and Cage, observing, was astounded that one could truly exchange years of life. Captain Chicken, now graying and diminished, appeared aged and frail, his once robust frame replaced by wrinkles. His crew, once strong, now looked gaunt and weary, resembling the chronically ill. How is this possible? Captain Chicken exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at his aged reflection. You scoundrel! I shall kill you. Return my life. Minister Maisha, ever considerate, provided him with a mirror. Many precious things are only valued when lost. However, regret is no longer an option. In a fit of rage, Captain Chicken disregarded the gold laid before him, raising his iron club to strike at Maisha. Yet, before the club could reach its target, Maisha's hands penetrated Chicken's body with precision. With swift, alternating strikes, Maisha dispatched Chicken and his crew, even stepping on Chicken's head in triumph. This is the grand line. Pirates with bounties of 10 to 20 million are mere trifles here. Foolish ones who cannot recognize their station. Such speed and deftness. Truly, the Longhand tribe excels in cunning, akin to the shrewdness found within the world of pirates. Chapter 87. Another 300 million berries by enticing individuals with tenfold monetary growth for exchanges measured in years. The objective is achieved while simultaneously weakening the enemy's strength. Utilizing mirrors to dismantle defenses causes adversaries to falter, leading them to irrational resistance, thereby placing Maisha on the righteous side of the law. In this realm of simple-minded pirates, a staggering 99% will fall prey to such tricks, leaving only a scant 1% of sages to avoid the pitfalls. It appears that Maisha, achieving a position above the masses, is indeed a cunning old fox. Maisha, have you dealt with them all without leaving any for me? You show no consideration for the burdensome days I face as mayor. A soldier remarked as they escorted Captain Chicken and his crew away. At this moment, the mayor of Tanisheng, Dao Shi, appeared. He is the most powerful man in the port city of Tanisheng. A young man in his 20s clad in a blue leather outfit adorned with metal chains and accessories, sporting earrings, a fashion reminiscent of the entertainment industry of the last century. It's Dao Shi. You're just a minor character. There's no need for you to intervene, Maisha retorted, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his fingers. Upon witnessing the plight of the pirate Kaiga and his companions, initially relaxed and in a vacation mood, now found themselves on guard against Maisha and the island's master. Minister Maisha, reverting to his warm demeanor, approached Kaiga with a smile. Now it's your turn. You have all experienced this event and are well aware of its caliber. I wonder if you would like to participate? Minister Maisha. This event seems rather perilous. I cannot allow my crew to partake. If something goes awry, I would be quite distressed, Kaiga replied with a smile. What a pity. It appears that the funds for our welcoming event at Tantaisheng will be delayed for quite some time, Maisha sighed, then continued with a mocking tone. And what about you, the renowned Captain Kaiga of the Grand Line? Surely you are not afraid of our little tricks in this welcoming event. With a sinister grin, Maisha aimed to provoke Kaiga, determined to ensnare him in his schemes. Kaiga's subordinates, Akin and Shank, believed that the formidable Hama and Mata could handle the situation. However, Kaiga's bounty of 100 million berries was substantial, and he felt it necessary to weaken it. He was uncertain whether the King of Feathers could apprehend Kaiga with absolute certainty. Having established his empire merely a few years ago, he would not allow it to harbor any threats to its reign. Kaiga, those things are too treacherous. Do not trust him, Sate advised. Fear not. I am well aware of what I am doing. Trust in your captain. Watch me perform, Kaiga said, halting Sate's approach with a hand, gently placing an arm around his shoulder for reassurance. It seemed the opposing party had recognized their group and acknowledged Kaiga's considerable bounty, marking him as a significant pirate in the Grand Line, a figure of some renown in the world. Yet, he understood that those who schemed against him were formidable adversaries. The long-handed Maisha had already paved his path to doom. Since they were eager to send me money, why would I be courteous? Ha ha ha, how could I fear such trifles? Minister Maisha, you jest. I shall opt for a 3-year package and earn a neat sum of 300 million to play around with. Kaiga laughed, playfully nudging Maisha as if they were friends engaging in light-hearted banter. However, Maisha did not anticipate that Kaiga would be so easily ensnared. Indeed, these captains were all the more arrogant than the last. Cage settled into the peculiar armored seat. Maisha promptly signaled his subordinates to hasten their actions, anxious to avoid any unforeseen complications as the night wore on. Fortunately, no mishap occurred. The smoke billowed forth as expected, the armor's inscriptions illuminated as they should, and the life exchange process proceeded normally. Crew members Sate and Akin appeared somewhat apprehensive, although they had faith in Cage. They silently hoped that he would not emerge as an elderly man with snow-white hair. 5 minutes later, the smoke dissipated, revealing the outcome. Cage emerged, still possessing a full head of black hair, as if nothing had transpired. He was unscathed. Maisha, island master, and their soldiers gazed in disbelief at Cage's unblemished condition. How could this be possible? This was the first occurrence of such a situation since the commencement of operations in the port city of Tantaisheng 3 years ago, the first individual to successfully undergo a life exchange unscathed. Akin, take that 300 million berries. Let us explore the streets of Tantaisheng. Akin, disregarding the astonished gazes of Maisha and island master, confidently approached the table where the money was laid out, claiming the 300 million berries. We shall also take those 3 boxes. I trust the hospitable Minister Maisha will not mind. Rest assured, Minister Maisha, I will spend generously here, ensuring minimal loss for you. Cage maintained a smile, presenting himself as a gracious guest before Maisha and the island master, before leading his crew off on their shopping excursion. The youthful island master struggled to contain his frustration, but Maisha restrained him, signaling him to refrain from acting rashly. The loss of 300 million was still manageable. Maisha instructed his soldiers to closely monitor Cage's party and report back. Watching Cage and his crew depart, the island master seethed. Maisha, how could you let him go? Maisha replied candidly, we are no match for Cage and his group. We must first report to King Fei in the capital of Liju regarding Cage's arrival in Lanmoni. We shall await the king's decision on how to handle Cage's party. We must proceed with caution. At the mention of King Fei, the young island master calmed down. Very well, I will heed your counsel. In the kingdom of Lanmoni, one of the 3 major cities, resource city of Konglai, was abundant in mineral wealth, boasting iron, manganese, nickel, titanium, and various other metallic resources, as well as the nation's largest mines and metal processing factories. Most importantly, it housed the largest prison mine in the country, a facility repurposed from an old mine once depleted of resources, thus earning its name, the mine prison. Within one cell of the mine prison, 2 individuals were confined, a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman. Both were exceedingly emaciated, particularly the middle-aged man, who appeared nothing more than skin stretched over bone. The elder, however, seemed less severely affected. Jushan, you must hold on, the elderly man encouraged, supporting the frail middle-aged man as he leaned against the wall to sit down. The middle-aged Jushan seemed to have just endured some torment before being returned to his cell. Chief of Staff Tindi, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Thankfully, your age spared you from the torment of the hunting fire. Otherwise, I would have failed in my duty, Jushan remarked. Chief, the only power that matters in this position is that of the underground army, one of the 3 major forces, the elderly Chief of Staff Tindi reprimanded. We must not place undue emphasis on rank. Every soldier is of utmost importance. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Jushan's ear, whispering, hold on a little longer. Our comrades in the mine have sent word. Help is on the way and should arrive soon. Jushan felt a surge of hope. The higher-ups will send someone. Will it be the chief of staff and the commanders? Their location is so crucial. How could they possibly come? Who among them could contend with King Fei? Initially invigorated, Jushan pondered the absence of the underground army's elite forces. Who could possibly defeat the formidable ruler who had subdued the entire kingdom of Lianmoni 5 years prior? Annihilating the old royal family in a single night to establish himself as the new king? King Fei, Bandy, murmured Chief of Staff Tindi, falling silent, unwilling to further elaborate. The memory of King Fei conjured thoughts of their alliance with General Adas during the uprising 5 years ago. Their attempt had initially failed, with the old king surrounding them with 3,000 heavily armored guards and 20,000 soldiers. However, the tide of battle turned with Bandy's arrival alongside General Adas. Particularly as Bandy radiated an emerald-like glow that night, his endurance unfaltering as he fought valiantly amidst the fray, ultimately slaying the old king, overthrowing the old regime, and establishing a new government, thus earning the title of King Fei. Yet, as king, he also suppressed the underground army led by Adas and Chief of Staff Tindi, pulling the kingdom of Lianmoni from abject poverty into another form of darkness. Nevertheless, as Chief of Staff, he could not afford to lose hope. If he succumbed to despair, who would lead the underground army and the kingdom of Lianmoni out of the shadows? Chapter 88. The Annihilation of Lianmoni? Safe to discern that the inscriptions were not merely simple designs but part of an intricate system. The inscriptions merely served as the driving core. Having departed the training grounds, he could not restrain his curiosity. Cage, how did you manage to emerge unscathed? What is the nature of those machines that absorb life? Oh, I shall explain that in due course. Do not perceive those inscribed machines as overly sinister. Their principle is quite simple. They merely absorb the life force from a person. Once you have honed your life exchange to perfection, you will come to feel that life force. It is not the life exchange touted by Minister Maisha, which sounds rather ominous. While it may seem akin to divine powers of causality in absorbing human life, it is fundamentally two distinct concepts. Kage has also achieved mastery in the art of life restoration and has speculated upon the sigil machine, ultimately validating his theories. In terms of vitality, he remains confident that only Xuanyu possesses a greater understanding and control than himself aboard the vessel. The loss of human vitality can indeed be restored through the assistance of physicians and nutritionists, allowing for rejuvenation. However, the loss of one's lifespan is a matter of causality that cannot be reclaimed. It is said that only the formidable Big Mom, who has consumed the soul fruit in the New World, possesses the capability to achieve such feats. Rest assured, they are not Big Mom. Hence, this is beyond their reach. Thus, it is crucial to distinguish between vitality and lifespan. While they are intricately connected, they are not synonymous. Do you comprehend this? Kage continued, aiming to dispel the crew's apprehension towards the unknown. If the spectral machines of Maisha were to manifest apparitions, Kage would not have taken the risk. For the soul fruits are peculiarly anomalous among the paramecia. Each soul fruit exhibits erratic abilities, leading to unpredictable outcomes. For instance, Perona's pessimistic spirit can unleash explosive powers, while Brooke's revive fruit grants him the ability to freeze. Yet, there is a commonality. They all possess the ability to manipulate the layers of causality. Just as Perona's spirit induces despair in others, with the exception of the despondent corporeal Uppsala, Brooke transcends the confines of mortality, and Big Mom threatens to siphon the lifespans of others. The crew, upon hearing this, gained significant insight. While they had all practiced life restorations, none had reached Kage's level of mastery, though many had acquired commendable proficiency, with only Gade being a novice. After listening to Kage's exposition, their understanding of vitality deepened, alleviating their previous trepidation. As for why I remain unaffected, the explanation is simple. Imagine a person as a reservoir, with vitality as water and the sigil machine as an extraordinarily powerful pump. An ordinary person's vitality resembles a mere puddle. Thus, when the powerful pump operates, it quickly depletes the water, leading to frailty and aging. In contrast, having consumed the frost dragon fruit, my lifespan extends for at least a millennium. My vitality is akin to a vast lake. Even if the powerful pump were to extract that water, it would take an eternity to drain if the dam were to break. Prior to this, I might have needed a meal to recuperate, yet now, I am entirely unscathed. Keck pondered whether it was more ostentatious to boast about the vastness of the ocean or to extol the virtues of a tranquil lake. Upon hearing his musings, the gathered crowd could not help but internally marvel at the peculiarities of Keck's character. As the group engaged in conversation, they observed the port city of Tanaisheng, noting that aside from the patrolling soldiers, the populace consisted predominantly of the elderly, women, and children, with not a single able-bodied young adult in sight. Strolling through the marketplace, they took note of the prominent signs advertising Tantaisheng's renowned clams and pearls. Their leisurely walk led them to a charming riverside food street, where they discovered a delightful seafood restaurant, perfectly situated to enjoy both a meal and the picturesque river view. Cage decided to stay behind, preparing to enter and enjoy a meal. I ventured in to partake in the food, and thereafter, you are free to explore as you please. Once you have concluded your wanderings, please reconvene here. I shall remain in this spot. I have but one request of you, unless provoked by the other party. Avoid any conflict with them. Understood. After acknowledging my instructions, my subordinates dispersed to engage in their own activities. Kaguya entered the establishment and ordered a large platter of clams and an array of seafood, settling down at a spacious table by the river. The proprietor and chef were one and the same, a venerable old man with a full head of white hair and an otherwise ordinary elder, who, despite having 2 missing teeth, spoke clearly enough, albeit with a slight lisp. The street market was rather deserted, and Kaguya was the sole patron in the expansive eatery. Seizing the opportunity as the owner prepared his meal, Kaguya inquired, "Why do I see so few young, robust individuals in this city? Aside from the children, why does everyone else appear so frail?" The owner sighed. They've been taken by the soldiers. Even we old folks were once captured. After being released, they ceased to apprehend us seniors. Alas, our nation suffers. Over the years, not a single king has been decent." Initially reluctant to share, the owner reconsidered, thinking that given the dire state of affairs, what was there left to conceal? He recounted tales of the previous feudal and incompetent kings, delving into the uprising in the capital 5 years ago, when King Fei ascended and overthrew the regime, his words imbued with passion, as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. In the first year of King Fei's reign, all seemed well. The nation experienced a period of recuperation, with improved living conditions and an influx of travelers, leading us to believe he would be a benevolent ruler. However, in the second year, King Fei's forces, alongside a fleet of navy personnel, began constructing a road connecting the 3 major cities and employing those inscribed machines. His predatory nature was soon unveiled, and his faction commenced abductions, leading to 4 years of suffering that left the populace emaciated and impoverished. Indeed, the wisdom of our ancestors proved invaluable to gather intelligence. One merely needed to visit an establishment, order some food, and converse with the waitstaff and the owner to glean information. After listening to the proprietor's account, Kaguya gained a comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics in the kingdom of Raimoni, primarily the faction led by King Fei, the underground army, and the group led by General Aides, whom they had rescued. The existence of the underground army posed a significant complication, suggesting that a strategic reassessment was in order. However, the most invaluable tidbit of information was the mention of Conley, one of the 3 major cities, known for its rich mineral resources, including metals and coal, a stroke of fortune indeed. "Young man," the seafood shop owner remarked, "I believe I've seen your likeness on a bounty poster. You are a minor pirate, am I correct? Heed my advice. Once you finish your meal, depart this country swiftly. The forces of King Fei are formidable. Many from the underground army and numerous pirates have already been vanquished. You are still young. Do leave as soon as you can." The owner, seeing Kaguya's youth and his evident passion for food, felt a pang of compassion and urged him to heed his counsel. "Thank you, kind sir. I am aware of my situation and will leave once I have finished." Cage savored an exquisite banquet of seafood, including squid, yellow croaker, and salmon, each dish a delightful experience. After settling the bill and bidding farewell to the owner, his companions arrived just in time at the door, each indulging in their own selected snacks, such as takoyaki and various grilled seafood skewers. Upon returning to the vessel, the Zhuanggong, Cage instructed its departure from the dock of Tantaishang, leaving behind the city's shores to anchor at a more secluded location several miles away. Maisha, observing Cage and his crew as they sailed away, refrained from intervening. Under normal circumstances, this should have brought him joy. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease weighed heavily upon him. Kaguya, with an air of astonishment, held his composure while awaiting reinforcements. Captain Kaguya seemed to harbor some concerns. Jack was perplexed as to why Kaguya had departed the city to venture into the wilderness. It appeared that Kaguya was contemplating a significant decision, the nature of which would soon be revealed. Sate recognized Kaguya's deep deliberation and, after a moment's reflection, addressed Gator and Faraday. "Gator, Faraday, we have recently procured a substantial amount of materials and components. Let us return to the laboratory to assemble our armor, as we may soon engage in large-scale combat, and it will be indispensable." "Understood," they replied, accompanying Sate back to the laboratory aboard the ship. Transformed into a dragon, Kaguya soared above the kingdom of Laimani, meticulously surveying the geography of the land. Several mountain ranges stretched across the landscape, interspersed with small basins that provided ideal concealment. The hydrological conditions were favorable, resources abundant, and the population numerous, making it an exceptionally suitable location for establishing the core factories and pharmaceutical plants of his burgeoning empire. The eastern sea was too tranquil, rendering it vulnerable to naval scrutiny. The Whiskey Peaks were desolate and barren. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom, ensconced in perpetual winter, presented an inhospitable and harsh environment. Given these constraints, only small-scale factories could be established. To evolve into a formidable power, a handful of minor facilities would not suffice. Now, with the prospect of developing a central, large-scale factory, he felt a surge of excitement. Thus, he resolved not to wait for the emergence of those rival powers, as that would be a protracted endeavor. As a pirate, he had seemingly committed no grievous offenses. It was time for him to take a bold risk and directly assault the kingdom of Laimani, seizing control of the nation. Chapter 89, The Sniper of the Underground Army, All the uninterrupted mountain ranges resembled the dragon veins of the kingdom of Laimani, dividing the land into distinct regions and imparting varied climates across the nation. As Cage soared above the majestic peaks of Laimani, he beheld the breathtaking landscape, lamenting its untapped potential for development. Upon returning to the vessel, the Zhuanggong, dusk had descended, with the fiery orb of the sun kissing the distant horizon, casting a golden hue over the world. At that moment, he noticed two figures swimming toward the Zhuanggong from the shore. One was General Adas, whom he had parted with earlier that morning, while the other, an unfamiliar man, bore a long rifle equipped with a scope, a marksman. The sniper displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly maneuvering through the water while hoisting General Adas, and gracefully leaping onto the vessel's railing, gently placing Adas on the deck. Sat raised his pistol, aiming it at the sniper. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Though the firearms differed, Sat, as a fellow sharpshooter, understood the significant threat posed by snipers and could not afford to be complacent. As the first mate, he held both the right and the duty to be wary of strangers. "Ah, I am no enemy. Rather, we should be allies. I am Sniper Sinai Pool of the Underground Army. The underground forces of Laimoni and Adas's troops are allies. I observed your discussion with Adas at the port of Tanaisheng, and when he disembarked from your ship, I deduced that you must be Adas's allies. If you doubt my identity, you may inquire with General Adas." The sniper did not reach for his weapon nor raised his hands in surrender. Instead, he spread his fingers wide, shaking them to affirm his non-threatening status. Adas, gritting his teeth, hastily rose to his feet and approached Cage's group to explain. "I was on my way to the capital, Lijua, intending to rescue my subordinates when I was discovered by the headquarters of the Fake King. Fortunately, Sinai of the Underground Army saved me. Although I could not rescue my men, they informed me that assistance has been requested from the Underground Army, which is en route to Laimoni. I believe Mr. Poole is trustworthy. Since General Adas vouches for you, we shall extend our trust to you this once." Poole, Sat conceded. "As for the matters concerning the Underground Army, I will discuss them shortly." Cage spoke, and Sartre lowered his firearm. The sniper, Poole, felt a sense of relief, fortunate to have escaped unscathed. "Adas, you're injured. Xin Lao, please attend to Adas," the captain instructed. The ship's doctor, Xuanhu, took on the captain's task, treating Adas's wounds and carefully wrapping his injuries with bandages. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. With the application of ointment, rest for a few days would suffice. "Thank you, Dr. Xuanhu." Just as he finished bandaging Adas, the voice of the chef, Carmen, echoed through the air. "Dinner is ready. It's time to eat." "Oh, splendid." Adas and His Excellency Poole from the Underground Army, let us dine and converse, gradually discussing matters of alliance in the impending assault on Laimoni. Kaichi and his companions indulged in their meals, often preparing more than sufficient portions, even if there were only 2 additional diners. The insatiable Kaiji's appetite dictated the quantity consumed. Thus, Carmen and the others aboard the ship showcased their culinary skills, creating an abundance of dishes, confident that Kaiji would devour any leftovers as if his mouth were an inexhaustible abyss. In the dining hall of the mayor's office in the city of Tanaisheng, for individuals gathered for a meal, the island master mayor, Minister Maisha, and 2 newcomers, a towering warrior and a rather slender middle-aged man. The towering figure feasted voraciously, consuming meat and drinking heartily, yet he kept a shoulder-mounted cannon beside him, a testament to his formidable presence. In contrast, the dining manners of the other 3 appeared remarkably refined. "Maisha, the information you reported about Kaiji's crew has reached the Feather King. He has dispatched me and Quinian with 1,000 green armored troops to assist you," the brawny man declared, satisfied after finishing a large platter of drumsticks. Wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Sing, what of Hama? Is he preoccupied with other matters?" Maisha inquired. With 1,000 green armored troops dispatched, Maisha felt overwhelmed, given that the total number of troops was only 4,000. Yet, Hama's absence puzzled him. For assurance, he had suggested to Bandy that Hama should come as well. "Oh, Hama has gone to support the mine." During the interrogation of the rebellious underground workers, he discovered that the underground faction would send reinforcements. So the Feather King ordered him to lead 1,500 green armored troops to the mines. "Do not worry, with the power of our sigils. Should Kaiji's crew dare to assault Tantaisheng, I shall bombard them with artillery," Singh reassured Maisha. "The Feather King has instructed you not to fret, if necessary. He will come in person. We merely need to hold our ground for a while." In contrast to Maisha's concern, the island master mayor remained composed, confident in their ability to defeat pirates, having done so before. Kaiji was merely a higher bounty, strength would reveal itself in battle. And with Singh and Quinian by his side, he felt even more at ease. However, tactically, they needed to reassess their strategies. The cannons atop Tantaisheng's harbor stood poised, ready to deliver a lethal blow to any advancing enemy. That night aboard the Zhuiging, after the banquet, Kaiji shared with Satu and Akin the information gleaned from the seafood restaurant's proprietor about the underground army in the nation of Laimoni and the uprising led by General Aides. He recounted the rise of the Feather King and Bandy. Aider added details regarding the Feather King's entourage, confirming that Bandy and his group had indeed been instrumental in overthrowing the old king of Laimoni. Bandy's group had once been bounty hunters, now transformed into rulers of a nation. Under Ader's explanation, Kaichi and the underground sniper pool came to fully comprehend the extent of the Feather King's power. The first component was the formidable Feather King Bandy, stationed in the capital city of Liju. The patrol minister in Liju was Lise, always ready to support various fronts. While the war minister, aside from the Feather King, could command the nation's most elite green armored troops. The war ministry comprised 3 ministers, the headquarters chief Hama, Minister Singh, and Minister Quinian. The second component was the mayor of the resource-rich city of Konglai, who also served as the director of the Konglai mine, Madhu, along with the warden of the mine prison, Showa. The third component included the island master mayor of Tantaisheng and Minister Maisha, whom Kaichi had already encountered. After Ader detailed the Feather King's influence, the sniper pool elaborated on the underground army within Lan Mounty, led by the 10th Chief of Staff, Tiandi, and Combat Division Leader Jushan, with an army of over 10,000. However, Lan Mounty had been defeated by the Feather King's forces, and the 10th Chief and Jushan were imprisoned in the mine. A significant portion of the underground army had also been captured, while many were forced into servitude in the mines. Poole was forthright, sharing all he knew to foster better cooperation. After all, being tasked with rescuing so many alone warranted forming alliances and seeking additional strength. Intelligence from captured underground soldiers emphasized the necessity of destroying the concealed green pearl pump machines hidden beneath the 3 major cities. Otherwise, the Feather King's forces and the green armored troops would remain invincible. Upon my arrival, I was unaware of what the green pearl pump machine entailed. General Aides, do you possess any knowledge? If so, please enlighten us, Poole inquired. You must have encountered the sigils. They allow the Feather King's forces and the green armored troops to absorb vitality to enhance and restore themselves. The 3 green pearl pump machines are connected to the Navy, which the Feather King had summoned 4 years prior to assist in constructing roads linking the 3 major cities. These roads conceal pipelines, and the green pearl pump machines can store vitality and generate pressure, circulating the vitality through the roads, enabling the Feather King's forces and the green armored troops to absorb life energy at will for their battles. It took us 2 years to uncover this information. But upon being discovered by Bandy, Hama captured us. I was defeated and injured and fled overseas, while my subordinates in the remaining underground army were apprehended. Ader lamented, his spirits dampened. Aside from the Feather King, they faced Hama, an equally formidable adversary, compounded by the difficulty of countering their vitality absorption abilities. Kaichi, realizing the significance of the green pearl pump machine, remarked, I know where it is. Beneath those special chairs in the square lies a basement harboring the large pearl. I'm confident of it. I discovered this while participating in Minister Maisha's event. Upon hearing Kaiji's words, Ader, previously despondent, sprang to his feet with excitement. Is it truly so? That is splendid news. Knowing the location of a green pearl pump machine in Tantaisheng greatly enhances our chances. We must now locate the ones in Konglai and the capital of Liju, which would significantly bolster our hopes. Ader's vitality surged, and a glimmer of optimism illuminated the future ahead. Cage places utmost importance on Aides' mention of the Navy. It appears that the Emerald King is somehow connected to it. It seems he must utilize the telephone worm to make a call. With a general understanding of the enemy's layout, Cage, along with the sharpshooter pool and Aides, decides to split into 3 groups. At the break of dawn tomorrow, they shall set forth to assault the kingdom of Lane Mani and confront the Emerald King's faction. Chapter 90. The Assault on St. Tantai. The frozen artillery at Connolly's mine prison. An unexpected figure appeared outside the cells of Jushan and Tiandi. A person who should have been at the Great Mine, now standing before them. Madhu, are you not over at the Great Mine? How did you end up here? Jushan's forehead began to sweat. Dealing with a hunter was already challenging, and now the arrival of the formidable Madhu raised the stakes significantly, diminishing their chances of rescue. Jushan understood all too well how difficult Madhu was to contend with, having been defeated and captured by him. Madhu's formidable physique, immense strength, and masterful combat skills left a profound impression on Jushan. Ah, Jushan, it seems your underground army is quite well informed even within the prison. It appears the news brought by Hammer is indeed true. You can call for assistance from the external underground forces. It would not hurt to tell you that Hammer has led the Green Armored Army to take over the Great Mine. I have come to the mine prison to keep an eye on you restless individuals, who, then, can rescue the powerless among you. It seems genuine reinforcements from your underground army are on the way. Yesterday, Aides was rescued in the capital of Liju by a stranger. Surely, he must be one of your external underground operatives. But just one person, what can that achieve? How can one person manage to rescue you when you are utterly incapacitated? Unable even to walk. A fool's dream. Ha ha ha. However, a challenge to the monotony of life is welcome, providing some amusement for both me and the hunter. Madhu stood outside the cells, shaking the keys to their confinement, arrogantly mocking Jushan and Tiandi from beyond the iron bars. In the capital of Liju, within the grand hall of the palace of the kingdom of Lane Mani, the current ruler, the Emerald King, enjoys a moment of solitude. The hall is devoid of any guards, with only the Emerald King, Bandit, seated alone upon the throne, holding in his hands the bounty notice for Cage, offering a staggering reward of 100 million berries. The bounty notice for Kaichi has been updated, yet the new photograph remains elusive. as they continue to utilize the previous image of his smiling visage. The speculation arises that Kaichi of Donghai may have been summoned by a das. Otherwise, the timing of their appearances is too coincidental. Reflecting on the past, I recall that I too was once called back by a das, and now, 5 years have passed. What a nostalgic thought. With a chuckle, the king of Fei, Bandy, crumpled the bounty notice in his hand, the green energy seeping from his fingers shredding it into fragments. As dawn broke and the sun ascended from the horizon, the assembled group commenced their activities after breakfast. The Red Dragon, Dean, donned a specially designed saddle, facilitating multiple riders. Dean has grown significantly. While his height hovers just under 4 meters, his length has increased considerably, now exceeding 5 meters. His broad back, combined with the custom saddle, can easily accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. To my surprise, the trio of Carmen, Hank, and Chef de Beauty also appeared atop Dean, positioned centrally for stability. Sniper Pool stood to the side, while Jack found excitement in the swaying dragon's tail. Akin and Shank, both robust, grasped the ropes extending from Dean's arms, maintaining their balance mid-flight, akin to special forces executing urgent missions from a helicopter. Their mission to Conley involved assisting the underground army-s Sniper Pool in capturing the mine prison and liberating those confined within. Following that, they would seize the large mine, thereby facilitating the conquest of the 3 principal cities of the Layan-Moni Kingdom. During the morning task distribution, it was unexpected when Elder Shin summoned Hank, de Beauty, Akin, and Shank to Conley. The reason behind this decision eluded Carmen, who pondered the sudden request made by Elder Shin aboard the ship. Nevertheless, she felt confident that this mission would not encounter issues, especially with Akin and Shank in their group. With only Captain Kaichi absent, the ship's triumvirate of combat prowess was complete. She doubted any adversary could simultaneously overpower Akin and Shank, especially given Kaiji's resolute orders for success without failure. In the coastal city of Tantaishang, Minister Maisha received reports. Minister, Kaiji's fleet has appeared offshore. Soldiers hurried to inform Maisha. Indeed, they have arrived. Island Master, Singer, Quinian. Let us observe what tricks Kaichi has in store. Maisha led the trio to the fortifications at the dock and inquired of the lookout with a telescope. What is the current situation? The soldier, upon recognizing the leadership of Minister Maisha, Island Master, and the 2 ministers from the capital, immediately stood at attention and saluted, reporting. Minister Maisha, Island Master, Minister Singer, Minister Quinian, Kaiji's group is advancing towards us. Their cannons are indeed aimed at us, yet their vessels remain stationed near the dock, seemingly awaiting something. Is that so? Let me take a look, Maisha said, seizing the telescope from the soldier's hands. On the Zhuangling ship, Kaiji's party observed their direction, as Sate positioned 3 cannons from the ship's hold onto the deck. When besieging a city, one must utilize artillery. Allowing it to rust would be unwise. Sate had adjusted the cannon's angle, ready for immediate assault. They are prepared. Why do they not attack at once? Maisha pondered, recalling his prior encounter with Kaichi. This individual was no fool. His current actions surely held a deeper intention. What could it be? As Maisha contemplated Kaiji's motives, a sudden realization struck him. This is bad. Kaiji's group is currently stalling us. Their aim is Conley. Island Master, dispatch someone to inform Madu and Hama and Conley to be on guard. They may be approaching. On board the Zhuangling, Kaichi questioned Sate. How long has Dean been gone? Sate glanced at his pocket watch. It's been over 50 minutes, approaching an hour. The time is right. Now is the moment for our advance. Kaichi gestured decisively towards Tantaishang. At once, the atmosphere crackled with the onset of war. Gate steered the ship forward, while Sate ignited the cannons. Upon witnessing the Zhuangling charging forth, entering cannon range, Maisha and the Island Master also commanded their forces to open fire. The roar of cannon fire erupted, with Sate's shot striking accurately and demolishing several of Tantaishang's cannons. However, given the scale of the city's defenses, with dozens of cannons and countless smaller arms, the firepower of Maisha and the Island Master proved overwhelming. With time, their advantage became increasingly apparent. As the projectiles threatened to strike the Zhuangling, Kaichi transformed into his dragon form, unleashing powerful wings that swept forth a chilling gale, countering the impact of the cannonballs. The incoming projectiles froze mid-air, lingering momentarily before plummeting into the sea. In a frost-laden tempest, the dragon-formed Kaichi soared from the Zhuangling towards the artillery emplacements on the dock. After descending from the Sky Island, Kaiga has shed his armor twice, and his mastery over the frost power as the ice dragon has ascended to new heights. At the harbor of Tantaishang, wherever Kaiga treads, a tempest of frost ravages the surroundings, shattering the artillery into fragments encased in ice, while the soldiers manning the cannons are transformed into frozen statues. How infuriating. Ice Dragon Kaiga. The 4 defenders, including Maze and the island's troops at Tantaishang's dock, are unable to withstand Kaiga's icy storm and are compelled to retreat to the square for safety. As Cage made his move, Mash and the forces of Dao Shi immediately suffered significant losses, with half of their soldiers transformed into ice statues. The remaining burden was left to you. Just as Mash and his companions were struck with terror at Cage's formidable power, uncertain of how to respond, the dragon-transformed Cage soared away with General Aids and Miss Golden Week, leaving the 4 unharmed as they departed from St. Tonti, ensuring the completion of their mission. While Mash's group faced defeat at the dock, the ship's rigging had already safely anchored. As Mash, Dao Shi, Singer, and Kuei Nian watched in surprise as Cage flew away, Sate, Xuanhu, Guda, the travel bear by Bao draped in a crimson cloak, and the memory seahorse Chun Long appeared before them. Hey, you four. Our Captain S opponent is not you. You need not keep your eyes glued to him as he departs. Engaging with you would only tarnish our Captain S worth. Sate remarked. Mash, the leader, felt their greatest blunder was allowing their Captain Cage to sit on that sigil-engraved armored chair, rendering all their trump cards ineffective against them. Our team has thoroughly grasped your weaknesses. Otherwise, we wouldn't have launched an attack so swiftly, Xuanhu informed Mash's strategist. Mash believed he was acting rationally. How could they possibly know their own cards? It was nothing but deception, a manipulation of minds, a strategy to unsettle them. Your captain has left. You three, along with 2 pets, are outnumbered by our thousands of soldiers. You should be more concerned about your own fate, he retorted. Bai Bao and Qin Long were no mere pets. They were fearsome battle beasts. You shall soon taste defeat, Sate chuckled. The previously concealed 5,000 soldiers surged from the streets to protect Mash and his companions, with 1,000 elite green armored soldiers forming a protective barrier around them. The frontline soldiers raised their weapons in unison, hundreds of guns aimed at Sate and Xuanhu, and the command was given. Fire. Eliminate them. At the sound of the command, gunfire erupted in a cacophony. The memory seahorse Qin Long inhaled deeply, expanding into a massive armored balloon, absorbing all incoming bullets. Having received 2 sets of dragon armor from Cage, each of increasingly superior quality, Qin Long had absorbed the dragon's power, elevating its bloodline. No longer just a lesser dragon. It had become a true dragon species, its armor possessing genuine dragon-grade strength. Even small mortars could merely leave a smudge upon it. Sate's mechanical arm launched smoke bombs into the mass of soldiers, detonating among them and enveloping a large area in obscuring smoke, disorienting a significant number of soldiers, particularly those in shooting stances without gas masks, who soon collapsed. The close combat soldiers retreated more swiftly, with few falling victim. Soldiers, surround them and eliminate them. Mash ordered the remaining troops to skirt around the smoke, encircling Sate and his 2 beasts. Sate fired his twin pistols relentlessly, as a sharpshooter. He dispatched ordinary soldiers with a single shot each. Guda, clad in new electric armor, raised his arm and launched electric projectiles from his bracers. Before the sword-wielding soldiers could reach him, they were incapacitated by the sticky electric projectiles, one by one collapsing to the ground. Xuanhu found the situation even easier. He simply rewarded any soldier who dared to attack him with a punch to the neck, a method that never failed to knock them out. The travel bear by Bao had grown considerably since setting sail, towering nearly 3 meters tall, surpassing an ordinary human. Unlike its uncle, Bai Bao's limbs were robust and muscular, not appearing diminutive compared to its powerful bear physique. In fact, Bai Bao resembled more of a Digimon than a travel bear, standing close to 3 meters tall. It relentlessly swatted at the approaching soldiers. However, its attacks were not as efficient as its companions, merely sending soldiers flying with each paw strike. Some of the more resilient soldiers managed to rise and continue their assault. Qin Long, with its inflated and impervious form, rampaged through the ranks of soldiers, its dragon claws relentlessly striking at the encroaching foes. The trio of Sate, along with their 2 beasts, dispatched the remaining 2 to 3,000 soldiers in merely 15 minutes. Do not celebrate too soon. The green armored soldiers are now on the field. Capture them, commanded the second-in-command of the War Department, Singer. The heavily armored green armored soldiers advanced, their armor inscribed with sigils etched into the backplates. What incredible speed! They move with such agility despite their heavy armor. Their physical prowess is extraordinary, Xuanhu marveled. As a former commander of 5 armies, he understood the significance of such a display. Unfazed by the elite green armored soldiers, Qin Long charged into their ranks, emboldened by its inflated dragon form. You're in my way. Singer leaped before the green armored soldiers, swinging the tail of a specially designed cannon to deliver a powerful blow, sending the inflated Qin Long flying. Sate retaliated, firing the cannon mounted on his mechanical arm at Singer. Singer promptly steadied the cannon on his shoulder and fired back at Sate, the shells colliding midair and exploding, disrupting the advance of the green armored soldiers. Qin Long, are you all right? Sate asked after ensuring Qin Long was shielded. The memory seahorse had crashed against the city wall, creating a large hole. Emerging from the rubble, Qin Long shook its head, signaling it was merely a minor issue. It had returned to its original size after being struck, suffering no real harm. Seeing that the cannon fire had little effect on Singer and his companions, Sate turned his twin pistols toward the encroaching green armored soldiers. Guda unleashed a barrage of electric projectiles, firing dozens without hesitation. The frontline soldiers in heavy armor also fell victim to the barrage of bullets and electric shocks. Is there no difference? Guda questioned, perplexed. Are the green armored soldiers merely thicker in armor? Yet soon, they would understand why they were called the green armored soldiers. As dozens of them fell, their white armor marked with black sigils glowed with a green light, and they rose once again, as if unscathed, rejoining the assault against Sate and his companions. Now you comprehend your despair. You realize the formidable force you have provoked. You spoke of seeing through our trump cards. Surrender before the green armored soldiers. Mash laughed derisively at Xuanhu. In the city of Conley, within the mine's prison, Sniper Pool executed high-position kills with precision, dropping one soldier with each shot. Archer Jack displayed remarkable accuracy from a distance, taking down foes with ease. Meanwhile, Carmen, Hank, and Debut utilized spinning frying pans for melee attacks, incapacitating foes with a single strike. The ordinary guards of the mines were swiftly dispatched. However, when Mayor Mo Do commanded the 500 green armored soldiers dispatched by the Hummer, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The fallen green armored soldiers, upon the emergence of green light from their black sigils, experienced a phenomenon similar to that encountered by Sate and his companions in St. Tanti. They rose once more, ready to retaliate, as if nothing had happened. Now, trouble was brewing. What should they do? In the depths of the underground military, the sniper Paul found himself momentarily at a loss regarding how to address the encroaching green armored soldiers. Meanwhile, in the capital of Lijua, the Dragonan Kaichi soared through the skies, alighting in the heart of the city, where he set down General Aides and Miss Golden Week. You must seek out and destroy the green pearl pump in the capital, he instructed them, while I divert the attention of the Emerald King Bandy, restraining him from influencing other battlefronts and altering their balance. Having given his orders, Kaichi ascended to the palace of the Laonmoni Kingdom, transforming from Dragonman into a colossal dragon. With a resounding roar, the frost dragon Kaichi asserted his presence above the palace, announcing his arrival to both the palace guards and the Emerald King Bandy. Chapter 92. A meeting of kings. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, the Emerald King emerged from the Laonmoni Palace, standing upon a high platform as he gazed up at the imposing dragon. Surrounding him were the remaining 500 green armored guards, while countless other soldiers formed a vast perimeter. The dragon Kaichi surveyed the throngs of soldiers below, reminiscent of an ant colony, and recalled the words of his master Nagli during their voyage. Kaichi, your caution is commendable. It is a virtue of the strong. However, excessive caution can hinder your growth. To ascend to the pinnacle of strength, one must engage in relentless battles, constantly pushing beyond physical limits. Thus, remember Kaichi, in certain confrontations, you may elevate the stakes, refining your body through continuous challenge and understanding your own strength. With resolve, Kaichi descended from the skies, landing outside the palace gates. He shifted from dragon to dragonman, and then to his human form. The soldiers of the Laonmoni Kingdom surged forth, encircling him. Ah, Kaichi from the East Sea. I never expected such a formidable adversary to present himself so willingly, mused the Emerald King Bandy from his elevated platform. Amidst the throng of soldiers, Kaichi remained unfazed by the king's inquiry. I am merely here to ensure you do not stray too far. Your absence would cause me considerable distress. The Emerald King Bandy applauded from his vantage point. Truly, the bounty of 100 million speaks to your confidence, Kaichi. You stand before me without even resorting to your devil fruit powers. As a seasoned navigator of the Grand Line, Bandy recognized the capabilities of the pirate Kaichi, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, through his transformations. In a world where seagulls delivered bounties daily, the soldiers were well aware of the notorious Kaichi, and they marveled at the prospect of confronting such a prominent pirate. The encircling army stood in silent anticipation, blades drawn, granting the two sovereigns the space to converse. Soldiers, commence the assault. Let us extend a warm welcome to this pirate Captain Kaichi from the East Sea. Bandy commanded. As a former bounty hunter with extensive experience, he understood the nuances of naval bounties. Those with bounties in the millions were often guilty of heinous acts to elevate their notoriety. However, a bounty of 100 million marked a significant threshold, reserved for those of undeniable power. Bandy was far from naive, recognizing that Kaichi was no mere pretender. His ability to draw Kaichi into confrontation aligned perfectly with his intentions. He held confidence in his subordinates, particularly in the formidable Hummer and Modo, convinced that they would easily crush the remnants of AIDS and the underground military. At the Emerald King's command, the encircling soldiers sprang into action, launching a barrage of blades and spears toward Kaichi. Yet, for Kaichi, their movements were sluggish and predictable. Despite their numbers, he deftly evaded their attacks, countering with precision, sending soldier after soldier hurtling through the air with each powerful strike. Having relied on his Dragonman form in previous battles, he had nearly forgotten the strength of his human form. Without even exerting himself fully, he effortlessly sent an adult soldier flying. Cage exerted some restraint, refraining from sending the soldiers flying once more. However, those struck were still forced to stagger backward a few steps, retching painfully, their hands clutching their stomachs, before collapsing to the ground, succumbing to the overwhelming agony. Cage navigated effortlessly amidst blades and firearms, skillfully evading and counterattacking with unceasing movements of his limbs. He dispatched numerous opponents, and in a matter of minutes, over 100 melee combatants had succumbed to his prowess. Remarkably, after engaging in this relentless battle for an extended period, he felt no trace of fatigue. His stamina seemed boundless, inexhaustible. For the first time, he had gained a newfound appreciation for his physical capabilities, realizing that the copious amounts of food he consumed were not without merit. The onslaught of soldiers continued unabated. Yet Cage met each attack with precision, leaving none unchallenged. In a full hour, he had astonishingly vanquished 3,000 soldiers armed with melee weapons. An exhilarating triumph that left him both invigorated and elated. As the marksmen prepared to unleash their fire, 1,000 sharpshooters aimed and fired in unison. Faced with a deluge of bullets, Kaichi remained resolute, eschewing the need for draconic defenses. It is worth noting that each of the 3 dragons aboard his ship possessed armor capable of effortlessly deflecting bullets. Unflinching, he stood his ground, as steadfast as a mountain. The iron blocks, which had been diligently utilized to maintain his armor, were now at his disposal for a more exhilarating purpose. In an instant, 1,000 spherical bullets struck his iron-like skin, pausing momentarily before cascading to the ground around him. The sensation of the bullets upon impact was merely a fleeting tickle, akin to a fly landing on his skin. Evidently, his rigorous training had borne fruit, and his foundation was solid. The artillerymen readied their cannons. And upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the bullets, Commander Fei Wang Bandi directed the 200 gunners operating the cannons. Kage remained motionless. Yet he had finally transformed into a dragon man, enduring the relentless barrage of 200 artillery shells, his draconic armor absorbing the onslaught. As the cannon fire ceased and the smoke cleared, the dragon man Kage stood steadfast in place, unyielding. This was quite the invigorating experience. Kaichi would never subject the flesh of an ordinary person to the onslaught of artillery fire. Even iron fragments would mar the integrity of human skin. He has not yet ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess, and he would not permit his body to bear any conspicuous imperfections. Concealed injuries could prove detrimental, obstructing his path to greater strength in the future. Kaichi has once again withdrawn from his draconian form, reverting to his ordinary human guise. Artillery, fire at will. Upon witnessing some effectiveness, the Emerald King commanded the bombardment to continue, for the royal palace still possessed ample ammunition, and the time for scarcity had not yet arrived. Kaichi knelt down, his hands tirelessly gathering the bullets that had just fallen to the ground. The missiles launched by Kaichi were swift and precise, arriving ahead of schedule and accurately penetrating the cannon's muzzle, thereby detonating the artillery shells within. The premature bullet pierced the shells, causing explosions that not only overturned the artillerymen but also affected the infantry standing nearby. In an instant, the forces of the Emerald King suffered severe casualties among both infantry and artillery. The remaining gunners and soldiers, you are to withdraw and attend to the wounded. Recognizing the futility of deploying ordinary soldiers, the Emerald King refrained from sending them into further conflict, opting instead for them to assist the injured, as the ground was strewn with too many casualties, leaving little room for movement. Understood. The remaining soldiers ceased their attack and complied, lifting the wounded from the ground. Kaichi did not impede the soldiers' rescue efforts. His stamina was still remarkably intact, and these soldiers posed no significant threat. Green Armored Legion, heed my command. Capture Kaichi, and I shall bestow titles and riches upon you, a reward of 100 million berries. Advance. Upon hearing the command and encouragement from the Emerald King, Bandit, 500 soldiers clad in ornate green armor sprang into action. Finally, the legendary Green Armored Legion had arrived, and I was eager to witness their prowess. After all, I wouldn't need to exert too much effort. The green armored soldiers, adorned in their heavy armor, wielded weapons far sharper than those of ordinary soldiers. The blades glimmered menacingly, a testament to their superior craftsmanship. True to their reputation as elite troops, they donned their formidable armor and attacked with a speed exceeding that of regular soldiers by more than double. However, it was a pity that their caliber was vastly inferior to Kaichi's. Even with coordination among themselves, they faltered under the might of Kaichi's fists, the armored Green Legion members succumbing to the ground. Yet, the black symbols on the fallen soldiers began to radiate a green light, and those who had collapsed rose once more. Kaichi, who was deftly evading and counterattacking the Green Legion, observed this phenomenon with admiration. Their application of life force was quite impressive. In the bustling city of Tantai, one could say, you have your trump cards, but we too possess secret weapons. Seeing the Green Legion's continuous revival, Sat addressed the memory seahorse, Chenlong. Having spent considerable time aboard the ship, Chenlong, capable of absorbing human memories, was astute enough to comprehend the crew's intentions even without the translator Dane. Upon receiving the first mate's command, the memory seahorse unfurled its wings and emitted a continuous stream of mist, a substance with hallucinogenic properties, enveloping the Green Legion. I shall lend you my assistance. Sat activated his mechanical arm to release several smoke bombs at the feet of the Green Legion. Under the veil of dual smoke, one by one, the green armored soldiers succumbed to unconsciousness. For the first time, the memory seahorse engaged in combat as a mirage dragon, no longer needing instruments or shells to create sound. Its belly illuminated with vibrant colors as it produced forbidden melodies with its own voice. The memories of the fallen Green Legion were drawn into Chenlong's belly like colorful threads, causing it to swell gradually. Despite the dual smoke obscuring their vision, some of the Green Legion managed to evade for a brief minute before rising once again. Haha. Have you witnessed the might of the Green Legion? Your struggles are futile. They are invincible, laughed Misha, observing that some soldiers had managed to stand. However, as the four onlookers witnessed this bizarre side of the Green Legion's inexplicable amnesia, they noted that the soldiers, who typically would not dare to face them so nonchalantly, appeared to have truly lost their memories and fighting spirit. Islands, Sing, Quinn, we must engage, capture 5 of them, and we will address the Green Legion's predicament later. Misha instructed. You should have mentioned it sooner, as I could hardly contain myself. Allow me to initiate, responded the punk-styled Islands. Executing a somersault and spinning powerfully on his head, generating a whirlwind that drew in Sat and the others, dispersing the smoke into the sky. The previously obscured Tantai dust square became clear and visible once more. Chapter 93, Cyborgs. The Might of Electric Shock. As the whirlwind swept the mist into the heavens, the sun had already ascended significantly above the horizon. Serving as the martial representative of Tantai City, Islands leaped into action, charging toward Sat and the others with elongated hands poised to strike. To his astonishment, his fierce attack was met with resolute resistance from the elder before him. I will handle Islands, Xuanhu declared to Sat and the others. Qianlong, you are not to engage in this battle. Leave these 4 to us and seek out the green pearl pump of Tandai for destruction, nodding in acknowledgement of Xuanhu's command. The memory seahorse swelled its belly once more and made its way toward the special symbol-embellished chair in the square. To everyone's astonishment, Kaichi's group was aware of the green pearl pumping machine. This time, Maisha and his companions would not allow the memory hippocampus, Qianlong, to depart so easily, for it threatened their hidden trump card. The green pearl pumping machine was not merely of concern to the city of Tantai Shang. It also impacted the combat readiness of the green armored army in Kaglai and the capital, Lijua. The towering figure of Singer, standing 2 meters tall, swung the rear of his cannon towards Qianlong. Singer, your opponent is me, Sate. You shall have no opportunity to attack my other companions. Sate declared as he stepped forward, skillfully locking Singer's cannon with his mechanical arm, intercepting Singer's assault on Qianlong's steam hissed from beneath Sate's mechanical backpack, and the exoskeleton armor exerted its strength, pushing the robust Singer aside, preventing him from hindering Qianlong any further. Now it was time for your side to worry. Gade's electric armor extended a metallic whip towards Qian, who wielded a trident and was about to strike. The other 3 had selected their targets. The traveling bear Bai Bao dashed to the front of Maisha, having witnessed the minister's lethal hand blade in his meeting with the captain the previous day. Bai Bao entered battle mode, a joint development with the Red Cloak. In the desolate and resource-scarce snow country of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, having a moment with one's companions was exceedingly precious. He and the Red Cloak, who had consumed the human fruit, faced all challenges together, whether frolicking in dark caves or battling snow-dwelling creatures. As a musician, Bai Bao understood the significance of dexterity, thus they developed a resilient combat mode together. At this moment, the traveling bear Bai Bao activated the humanoid shadow ability of the human fruit, enveloping himself in a black leather suit, representing his true combat form, black-clad Bai Bao. In this guise, he resembled a grim assassin, his usual charming demeanor fading away. During their time in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Jack and the others encountered this dark version of Bai Bao in the caves, mistaking him for a specter. However, just as the torchlight illuminated him, he reverted to his original form, revealing that beneath the surface, Bai Bao was not merely a docile creature but rather an elegant yet slightly cunning gentleman. Thus, the battle in the city of Tantai Shang was firmly established. Sate faced Singer, Xuanhu confronted Daosher, Bai Bao took on Maisha, and Gade engaged Qian. The memory hippocampus advanced to sabotage the green pearl pumping machine of Tantai Shang, unimpeded in its path, while the forgetful green armored army wisely withdrew to avoid interfering in the clash between these 2 unfamiliar groups. You dare to obstruct my grandpa, Singer. I shall make a few holes in you. The hot-tempered Singer bellowed at Sate, fully aware of his own formidable stature and strength, with arms as thick as his thighs. Capable of wielding a cannon with ease, Sate barely managed to overpower him with the aid of his mechanical exoskeleton. Singer's gloved hands gripped the cannon, adorned with peculiar armor, while the left shoulder, unburdened by the cannon, bore the thickest plating. Most astonishing was his hairstyle. This muscular giant sported only a small top knot, reminiscent of a Yuan dynasty noble's hairdo, leaving the rest of his head bald. Frenzied, Singer pursued Sate, sweeping the cannon's barrel in a diagonal arc, producing cracks in the ground. Sate, utilizing the exceptional agility of his mechanical exoskeleton, leapt into the air to evade the heavy blow. Following the sweeping motion, Singer aimed the cannon at the airborne Sate, eager to unleash a devastating combo. Sate, anticipating this moment, knew that the period when the cannon was aimed and fired was the most perilous time, as one could not move during this crucial phase. Regardless of how lightweight a cannon might be made, its inherent power remained, necessitating the user to remain stationary to withstand the recoil and ensure accuracy. Sate's mechanical arm launched previously prepared square explosives, 3 in total, one of which soared into Singer's cannon while the other 2 struck him directly. With a resounding explosion, not only did Singer fail to inflict significant harm on Sate, but he was also left thoroughly wounded. As the smoke dissipated, Sate's plan came to fruition. Singer's cannon was indeed destroyed and rendered unusable. The upper half of Singer's armor was blasted apart, revealing his muscular torso, adorned with glowing green tattoos, while his right arm was entirely muscular, and his left arm was purely mechanical, indicating that he had once been an amputee. "You are a cyborg," Sate exclaimed in astonishment. Having heard tales of world-class scientists who transformed disabled bodies with machinery, but this was his first encounter with a living example. While Sate himself had not lost a limb, his mechanical arm was more accurately described as mechanical armor. In his wonder, Sate's mechanical arm approached his backpack, which had a side compartment for loading square explosives. On the other battlefield, Gade faced Kian. Contrary to his name, Kian stood around 1.6 meters tall, slim and unmuscular, resembling a middle-aged Usopp. His proficiency with the trident was solid, and his physical condition surpassed that of Gade, whose physique was merely slightly above average. Gade found himself struggling to evade attacks. Knowing he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle, he needed a swift resolution. Kian brandished his trident, deflecting Gade's iron whip attacks. Realizing that Gade's strikes lacked power. Recognizing this weakness in Gade's physical capabilities, Kian ceased his probing attacks and launched a direct thrust at Gade's face. In response, Gade's other arm unfurled another iron whip. "Your whip lacks power. It can only cause superficial harm," Kian stated, unflinching as he charged forward to pierce Gade. "You underestimate my iron whip, Kian," Gade retorted, activating his dual mobilization devices. The iron whips came alive, akin to serpents, and the previously deflected whip turned back, coiling around Kian and binding him tightly, reinforced with exceptionally resilient metallic threads. In an instant, Kian was ensnared, his assault interrupted, and his clothing torn open, revealing several gashes. "This is merely a setback. I can still defeat you." Though Kian's hands and upper body were bound, he still held his trident firmly, and his legs retained mobility. "Is that so? Have you forgotten my electric projectiles? Do you think my whip can't conduct electricity?" He activated a button on his palm, releasing a current from his devices that surged along the iron whip, electrifying Kian just as he attempted to leap and attack, causing his hair to stand on end as he nearly lost consciousness. Though Kian harnessed the power of his sigils to maintain his footing, green light emanated from the tears in his clothing. With a forceful shout, Kian's muscles bulged as he withstood the current, leaping up to strike Gade with his trident once more. "You underestimate the power of electricity." Gade relaxed his grip on the iron whip slightly, allowing his arm more freedom, and easily caught the trident, observing its unembellished metallic form. "Moreover, your trident is metallic, and metal conducts electricity, you know." With that, Gade unleashed a more potent surge through his glove, doubling the electric shock that coursed through Kian. In the face of 3 jolts of electricity, Kian collapsed, marking Gade's victory in the first battle. As he collapsed, Gade ceased the electric shocks and retracted his iron whip. "I had yet to yield." Bolstered by the verdant glow of the runes behind me, Kuei Yin surprisingly regained consciousness. He attempted to rise, hoping to replicate the miraculous resurgence he had experienced after previous injuries. However, his body, heavy and paralyzed, rendered his efforts futile. Only his fingers could move with great difficulty, and he remained unable to stand. "You underestimate the potency of electric shocks. While vitality can indeed mend a wounded body, the harm electricity inflicts upon a human form exceeds your imagination. We have encountered the divine and have borne witness to this. In this regard, you and I are quite alike, Kuei Yin. Surely, the Emerald King must have bestowed great favor upon you. Your tenacity mirrors that of Captain Kaichi, and thus, I cannot afford to lose this time. Rest well." Each time Gade recalled the terrifying lightning of Ino atop the Sky Island, a shiver ran down his spine. He generously unleashed the remaining electric bolts from his arm upon this commendable adversary. The Titan Saint, under the Emerald King's command, saw Kuei Yin succumb into unconsciousness, marking a resounding victory for Gade. The credit for this triumph belonged largely to the newly invented electric armor. Meanwhile, the memoryless seahorse, Qianlong, arrived at the location indicated by the captain, his belly protruding prominently. He smashed the rows of peculiar chairs with his dragon claws, his tail piercing through the marble floor. With his inflated size and robust dragon armor, he quickly breached the marble flooring, creating a substantial hole. Truly, dragons in Western mythology are often symbols of catastrophe and destruction, and Qianlong proved to be a master of havoc. As he descended underground, he beheld a colossal, luminous green orb, unmistakably a precious gem. The entire basement was illuminated by the verdant glow. Qianlong knew he must fulfill the mission assigned by the captain and the others. This magnificent orb could not be retained as a trophy. He felt no regret as he leaped high, utilizing his formidable tail to shatter the green orb. The green pearl pump of the Titan Saint shattered, releasing the life force contained within the orb to flow uncontrollably through the pipes to other locations. Titan Saint's tasks: 1. Destroy the green pearl pump completed. 2. Defeat the Emerald King's subordinates, defeated Kuei Yin, 1/4 complete. Chapter 94. Breaching the prison. 1 hour. Sunlight bathed the desolate land of the mining prison, warming the muddy yellow and gray-black earth. A considerable number of individuals had gathered. Thus, it was time to light the signal fires and initiate a counter-encirclement against the enemy. Inside the prison, Imodo observed the 500 green-armored soldiers battling outside the prison gates, noting the arrival of several formidable foes. He ordered his men to ignite the signal fire atop the prison. With such a vast mining site and soldiers from calmly expected to support us. As long as I and the hunter could hold off the enemy, we would soon be able to envelop them. We advance with force. There is no time to waste. Observing the green-armored soldiers who kept falling yet standing again, Ajin shouted to those around him. The ghostly Ajin and the fishman Shang led the charge. Jack replaced his ranged weapon, the strong bow, with a new blade named Churchill, with Ajin and Shang leading the way. The others felt quite reassured as they charged the mining prison. Under the weight of heavy blows and strikes, the green-armored soldiers, clad in heavy armor, could not withstand the onslaught. The armor of the green soldiers crumpled under the tremendous impact, revealing deep hammer and fist imprints. Their formation was easily shattered. These green soldiers were comparable in strength to the elite forces of the Navy, posing little challenge to Ajin and Shang Ku, having breached the green soldiers' ranks. Ajin, wielding his new weapon, the Red Demon, declared, Jack and I will hold off these green soldiers outside. Shang Ku, you lead them with Pool into the prison to rescue the captives. Their weapons were well suited to dismantle the heavily armored foes. Understood, replied Shang Ku, leading the charge into the mining prison. As Shang Ku and his group advanced to breach the formation of green soldiers, the prison gates had already been lowered by Mo-Do. The massive wooden door, reinforced with heavy iron, halted their assault. With a resounding fist, the fishman Shang Ku struck the colossal door, dislodging a significant iron plate just enough for a person to slip through. Upon entering, they encountered Mo-Do and the hunter, who were waiting. The fierce Shang Ku swiftly subdued the two hefty figures poised to strike, channeling his tremendous strength to propel the combined weight of Mo-Do and the hunter against the sidewall. Dean, come with me. Pool, take Carmen and the others to rescue the captives, commanded Shang Ku. His immense power shattered the thick walls of the mining prison, creating a massive opening. Shang Ku single-handedly extricated Mo-Do and the hunter from their confinement. The Red Dragon Dean followed suit from the breach. Such terrifying power. Two individuals of similar stature to Shang Ku were effortlessly lifted and tossed aside. Each time Carmen and his companions witnessed Shang Ku in battle, they were astounded by his strength. The visual impact was truly staggering. Understood. Poole recognized the urgency of the situation and did not pursue outside but instead assisted Carmen and the others in dealing with the remaining soldiers within the prison. Rescuing the underground warriors, Mo-Do and the hunter retreated 15 steps from the prison's entrance, half-squatting to enhance their footing before halting. They could hardly be called fat. They were rather robust. Mo-Do, slightly taller and heavier than Shang Ku, was built like a Japanese Yokozuna, while the hunter was somewhat shorter than Mo-Do and Shang Ku, resembling a European strongman. Kaichi's fishman Shang Ku. Excellent. I will make you snap every bone in your body, declared Mo-Do. The previous night, Adas had detailed each significant officer of the Emerald King's crew to Kaichi, and the crew had become quite familiar with them. Dean, you handle the hunter over there. I'll take care of Mo-Do, Shang Ku instructed, gesturing towards the hunter before stepping forward to confront Mo-Do. As Shang Ku approached, Mo-Do suddenly rose, unleashing a relentless barrage of palm strikes upon Shang Ku, targeting his face, chin, and abdomen without mercy. After a series of strikes, smoke billowed from the areas impacted on Shang Ku's body, revealing the sheer power of Mo-Do's assault, which generated friction strong enough to produce smoke. Yet, despite the ferocity of Mo-Do's attacks, Shang Ku stood firm like a mountain. What a resilient chin, such a solid physique. Mo-Do marveled at the tactile sensation of his palm strikes upon Shang Ku's body, recognizing the extraordinary fortitude of this individual. Has he been training since kindergarten? Impressive strikes. Is this what they call sumo wrestling among the Earthlings? Then I shall not hold back. Shang Ku praised Mo-Do before adopting a combat stance, stepping forward and lowering his center of gravity, preparing to engage Mo-Do with a karate starting stance. Meanwhile, the hunter faced the Red Dragon Dean, equipping himself with a claw weapon. The claw was adorned with protruding spikes to enhance its armor-piercing capabilities. The hunter, armed with his deadly claw, engaged in a fierce struggle with the towering Red Dragon Dean, who stood nearly 4 meters tall, dwarfing the 2-meter-8 hunter. The hunter felt the pressure of facing such a massive creature, yet the larger size also presented a greater striking surface. With heavy fists clad in claws, the hunter relentlessly hammered Dean, pushing him back. Dean's counterattacks, claw strikes and bites, were skillfully evaded by the agile hunter. Meanwhile, Jack, while fending off the green-armored soldiers, caught sight of Dean besieged by attacks near the prison and grew concerned. The spinning red demon dual hammers wielded by Ajin rendered the green soldiers dazed, and he noticed Jack was somewhat distracted. You need not worry about Dean. Have you forgotten how Dean appeared before us? He is inherently strong. He merely lacks confidence. Consider your own situation carefully. By allowing these green-armored soldiers to pass, you are inviting danger. More importantly, you have received the esteemed weapon, the Churchill sword. After receiving the most guidance, how will you repay the expectations of Captain and Chuan Hu? Jack recalled Akin's words and remembered how, on Red Dragon Island, the pirate Lizzie's blade had merely grazed Dean without inflicting serious harm. With that thought, he shifted his focus back to dealing with the relentless green-armored soldiers, who kept rising after being struck down. Akin, feeling exasperated, decided to change tactics. directing the red ghosts to concentrate their attacks on the black sigils located on the backs of the green armored soldiers. With increased urgency, Akin accelerated his onslaught. The dual hammers of the red ghosts relentlessly striking the black sigils. As expected, the sigils began to show signs of damage, their green glow dimming significantly. And the heavily injured green armored soldiers remained down. Recognizing the effectiveness of this strategy, he turned to Jack and declared, "Jack, their weakness lies in the sigils on their backs. Destroy those sigils, and they will not rise again." "Understood. Watch my prowess," Jack replied, his sword strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Within the swarm of green armored soldiers, his blade danced up and down, creating fissures in their armor and damaging the black sigils, rendering them incomplete. Indeed. As Jack saw the fallen green armored soldiers fail to rise again, he became invigorated. The Churchill sword felt like an extension of his very being, and with each strike, his momentum built, unleashing waves of energy that followed the blade's arc, culminating in a decisive move. With a sweeping strike, the wind blade toppled a dozen green armored soldiers, cleaving through their heavy armor, blood marking the damaged sigils on their backs. In the mining prison, Carmen led Hank and Debut through the front, using frying pans to dispatch the guards within. The remaining guards were mere ordinary soldiers, quickly overwhelmed by the trio. Outside, Sniper Paul skillfully unlocked cells with his firearm, confident in his abilities. After deftly opening each cell, he released the underground soldiers, notably the chief strategist Sweet Flute and warrior leader Bamboo Mountain. Upon reaching the innermost cell, Paul encountered Sweet Flute and Bamboo Mountain, extending his hands in greeting. "Sweet Flute, Bamboo Mountain, I finally found you. I am Paul, sent by the underground headquarters to escort you to safety." Sweet Flute's eyes glistened with tears. The suffering was finally at an end, and liberation was at hand. However, upon seeing the emaciated state of the underground soldiers, he realized that even a few steps might be too much for them, not allowing joy to cloud his judgment. Sweet Flute urgently warned Paul, "Comrade Paul, you must heed the signal fires. If the signal is ignited, reinforcements from the mining site and Konglai City will arrive in 20 minutes. We may not have enough time to escape in our current condition." Aware of their dire situation, Sweet Flute cautioned Paul against falling into the abyss of despair alongside them, which would extinguish all hope. "I will go warn Akin and the others," Paul said to Carmen and the others, knowing his swift legs would carry him quickly to deliver the message. Carmen surveyed the starving underground soldiers before her, pondering their fate. Surely, there must be a solution. After spending time with Kaichi and Xuanhu aboard the ship, her mind had sharpened, and her thoughts became more coherent, fueled by that woman's unique sixth sense. She recalled the mysterious elder Xuanhu who had guided her here, realizing that the solution lay within her. Hank and Debut. What sustenance could restore the vitality of those starved individuals? Of course, the essence of dragon saliva oil. These were derived from the dragon's saliva spices she had obtained during her time on Red Dragon Island. This essence could enhance the flavor of food and replenish energy, allowing the soldiers to move for a while longer. "Hank, Debut, come with me to find the kitchen in the mining prison." Hank and Debut followed Carmen without hesitation, trusting her judgment. Outside the mining prison, Paul sprinted to the entrance and encountered Akin and Jack, who had just defeated 500 green armored soldiers in a mere 15 minutes. The battlefield was chaotic, and amidst the noise, he shouted, "Akin, Jack, the imprisoned soldiers warned that if the signal fire is ignited, reinforcements from the mining site in Konglai City will arrive in 20 minutes. We've already used up 15 minutes, only 5 remain." "Haha, you are only just realizing this now? The underground soldiers are already too weak to escape. Even you have only 5 minutes left before your doom arrives," mocked Moto, reveling in his villainous success. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as Paul and Akin fell into despondency, the sunlight obscured by dark clouds, casting a shadow over the mining prison. Yet, a voice broke through the gloom. "1 hour. Give me 1 hour. I will rescue those 1,000 underground soldiers." Chapter 95, Dance in Combat, an elegant duel. In pursuit of further honing his physical prowess, Kaichi defeated the 500 green armored soldiers 3 times over. As they stood once more, glowing green, Kaichi grew weary of the repetition. It was time to face the boss. Kaichi suddenly accelerated the pace of his assault, focusing intently on the runes behind the heavy armor of the green-clad soldiers. The energy system within the realm of One Piece remains remarkably conservative and profoundly logical, in stark contrast to the bizarre and unfathomable frameworks found in certain obscure literary works. Cage traversed through the ranks of the green-armored army with deft agility. As numerous soldiers fell around him, their protective sigils shattered, extinguishing their emerald glow and rendering them ineffective. The severely injured members of the green armored army could no longer rise. After vanquishing 500 of them, a light sheen of sweat adorned his brow. Above the capital of Lijua, the sun ascended to its zenith. Witnessing the demise of his elite forces, the previously passive king, Fei Wong Bandi, finally sprang into action. He cast aside his royal cloak, throwing it towards the palace, where it gracefully landed upon the throne. The golden-haired king approached Cage, allowing him a closer glimpse of the new ruler of Limani. With neatly combed short hair, his white shirt unbuttoned to reveal a chiseled 8-pack abdomen. He possessed the physique reminiscent of a foreign special forces operative. From the Eastern Sea, "Let me, Bandy, engage with you in a duel," the king proclaimed. His fists poised for combat. It was unexpected. He too was a martial artist, specializing in the art of boxing. "Let us see whose fists are mightier." Thud, thud, thud. Their fists rained upon each other like a torrential downpour, shattering the stone pavement beneath them. Their garments were shredded by the force of their blows, exposing their bare torsos. King Bandy's musculature was pronounced and sculpted, akin to a god of thunder from Western comics, embodying the ideal male physique. In contrast, Kaichi's frame was leaner. Reminiscent of a martial arts film protagonist, he possessed muscle definition and strength, albeit not as prominent as that of King Bandy. In the port city of Tantai, Singer unleashed a surprise green energy blast from his left hand, obliterating Sate's cannon. His glove disintegrated under the barrage, leaving only remnants on the ground, revealing his mechanical arm. The end of his arm transformed into a cannon capable of harnessing life force for energy attacks. He continued his relentless assault, pursuing Sate with a series of explosive blasts. Sate, utilizing a spring mechanism in his footwear, leaped into the air to evade the swift projectiles. However, Singer, having absorbed vitality through sigils, moved with enhanced speed. Catching Sate off guard, he lunged forward, his cannon-like hand extending with 3 claw-like projections, securing a firm grip on Sate. The green light at the cannon's mouth began to intensify as Singer gathered power, intent on delivering a decisive blow. As the second-in-command of King Bandy's war division, he was determined to secure victory in gratitude for the king's investment in his recovery and recognition. He would not permit anyone to undermine King Bandy's rule. Mechanical reversal, Sate declared, as his armor detached and enveloped Singer, blocking the cannon's outlet. Self-detonation, Sate announced, the armor promptly exploding upon Singer, blocking his cannon and causing his own projectiles to detonate within him. Singer was caught in the crossfire of 2 explosions, ultimately collapsing, his mechanical arm shattered. His skin marred by soot and burns. Sate triumphed over the formidable cyborg, approaching the fallen Singer to uncover the secrets of their sigils and vitality. Unconscious, Singer remained on the ground, his back sigils flickering with a faint green light before extinguishing, indicating that the energy stored within him had been fully expended. Noticing the suction devices beneath Singer's shoes, it became evident that these were the source of the Green Armored Army's ability to continuously draw life force from the underground conduits, rendering them invincible. However, the green pearl pumping mechanism of Tantai Shung had been destroyed, leaving these warriors devoid of their underground life force support. With Singer neutralized, only the travel bear Bai Bao faced off against the Longhand clan's Maisha, while Xuanhu confronted the island master. At the venue of Bai Bao's confrontation with Maisha, the bear, clad in black, was strikingly conspicuous in broad daylight. Lacking the floating and flying capabilities of his cloaked form, he possessed formidable defensive abilities in this guise. Maisha's strikes were effortlessly absorbed by Bai Bao's resilient attire, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Bai Bao's attack speed and power surged to 2.5 times their usual capacity, a synergistic effect surpassing mere addition. His relentless bear paw strikes overwhelmed Maisha, who could not defend against the onslaught, suffering in silence as he endured the ferocious blows. What manner of bear is this? How does one of Kaichi's kin possess such terrifying combat prowess? Maisha cursed, struggling to withstand the barrage, relying solely on his sigils and internal vitality. Yet, with the green pearl pumping mechanism destroyed by Chenlong, the supply of life force was depleted. After enduring dozens of strikes from Bai Bao's powerful paws, Maisha ultimately succumbed. He had envisioned his defeat at the hands of a formidable foe, but never had he anticipated being bested by a bear. With the defeat of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, only the island master of Tantai Shung remained unvanquished. As the strongest combatant of the city, the island master possessed a physique honed to perfection, capable of shattering stone sculptures and brick walls with his palms, elbows, and knees. Seizing the moment when Xuanhu could not evade, he unleashed a flurry of punches that sent Xuanhu crashing into a tavern wall, creating a significant breach. Good foundation, well trained, Xuanhu remarked as he emerged from the debris, brushing off the dust. He recognized the island master as a martial prodigy, honed through years of dance practice. Indeed, the island master trained in dance. Yet, the century-old cunning fox Xuanhu would not underestimate him. Dance and martial arts share a phonetic kinship, and both can be seen as expressions of the same essence. The routines of martial arts can be likened to dance performances, where the postures also serve to refine the body. Some martial arts even disguise their techniques as dance, or simplify martial arts into dance forms. For instance, the globally renowned samba originated from the ancestors of a Latin American nation resisting invasion, evolving into a martial art before transforming into a celebratory dance, ultimately influencing their footballing prowess. Xuanhu understood that the island master had cultivated his martial path through the joy of dance, moving with natural grace. Feeling inspired, Xuanhu, now within the tavern, sought to indulge in fine wine. He gestured grandly to the frightened tavern keeper, bring forth the finest wine. The trembling proprietor, unable to comprehend Xuanhu's demand and recognizing him as an enemy of the current Tantaisheng leadership, edged towards the wall before fleeing, valuing his life above all. Left to his own devices, Xuanhu placed a stack of coins on the table, selecting a fine wine from the jars. Inhaling the fragrant aroma before choosing a black ceramic jug of exquisite liquor. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vessel and, tilting his head back, drank deeply as he exited the tavern, facing the youthful island master. "Shall we indulge in a graceful duel?" Xuanhu proclaimed, employing the most elegant of boxing styles. As the wine seeped into his sorrowful heart, Xuanhu's body swayed, intoxicated yet unyielding. His gaze blurred, but his mind as clear as a mirror. This epitomized the art of drunken fist. Previously, the island master had demonstrated several advantageous dance moves, only to discover that Xuanhu was battling while inebriated. Was this an act of self-destruction? Seizing the opportunity, the island master launched another attack on Xuanhu. The drunken crane turned, and Xuanhu, in a light sway, maneuvered to the back of the island master, leaning against him to take another sip of wine. A swift kick from the drunken crane. A high knee strike struck the back of the island master's head, sending him flying a considerable distance. The drunken crane then lay down, his body straight, resting his right hand upon the wine jug, standing on the ground. As the island master attacked again, he approached with sharp thrusts. The drunken snake strikes. "I can thrust too." Xuanhu retaliated with his snake-style punches, his hands darting forth like serpents escaping from a wine jar, resisting the island master's thrusts and countering effectively. The drunken snake coiled around, ensnaring one of the island master's hands. The drunken monkey employed Kaichi, effortlessly pushing the island master away. "How can you be so strong? Just moments ago, I held the advantage and now I dare not confront you directly." The island master, sent reeling back, was suddenly stripped of his previous advantage, unable to counter. It seemed he was unwilling to concede. "Very well, let me indulge further in the persona of the drunken monkey." The art of drunken fist, while intoxicated, transcended rigid forms, embracing a myriad of techniques, flowing freely and without constraints. Xuanhu surprisingly mirrored the island master, replicating his attacking stance from the dance, returning the favor with identical moves. Amidst the intoxication, Xuanhu infused the essence of the monkey into his retaliatory dance, outclassing the island master's attacks with a grace and power that left the latter bewildered. The island master finally comprehended that the elder Xuanhu had merely been toying with him all along, his strength overwhelming. After 4 years without encountering a formidable opponent, he had forgotten his own frailty, now vividly reminded of it. In the air, the island master descended, ultimately met with Xuanhu, possessed by the spirit of the drunken monkey, who concluded with his favored hip-thrusting move. "Isn't this just breakdancing? It's not as though I haven't learned it before. Back when I retired, I went undercover and even earned the title of Dance King." Just before the island master succumbed to unconsciousness, he faintly heard Xuanhu's jest. It turned out that Xuanhu's adept dance moves were not merely improvised. He had learned them long ago. In the final battle at Tantai, the warrior Xuanhu emerged victorious, having completed all tasks assigned. Chapter 96. Unexpected turns in capital Lijua. In the capital of Lijua, the 3 ministers of the military department, responsible for guarding the capital, had all ventured out, leaving King Fei Ban restrained outside the palace by Kaichi. Now, the prison of Lijua was merely overseen by ordinary soldiers, who were easily overpowered by general aides. Once the strongest general of a nation, he effortlessly subdued the soldiers. "Someone lead the way, Miss Golden Week will follow closely behind." Aides skillfully retrieved keys from their hiding place in the prison to unlock the cells and remove the shackles from his subordinates. "I have come to rescue you. Time is of the essence. We can talk later, but first, guide us to the location of Lijua's green pearl pump. We must destroy it today." Having just unlocked his men, aides swiftly continued. "According to our investigations over the past 2 years, King Fei Bandi has relocated the green pearl pump to the barracks." The aides' forces followed their comrades to the barracks, where only a few scattered soldiers patrolled. Seizing the moment, he captured the barracks and made his way to the underground hall. Just as they were about to execute their plan to destroy the green pearl pump, they entered the underground hall only to find an empty base with disconnected pipes. It was evident that the green pearl pump had once been there, but had now been moved by King Fei. Suddenly, they heard the sound of rapid footsteps behind them. Their escape route was cut off, and they were surrounded by enemies. "Ha! Lord Bandi was right. You would fall into this trap. I will capture you all." From the encircling enemies emerged a woman, the last aide of King Fei, Lise Jayunying, with her fiery red hair interspersed with waxy yellow strands and a petite stature. She wielded 2 daggers at her waist, indicating her specialization in short blades. "What now? We have no idea where the green pearl pump has been moved." Aides, drenched in sweat, anxiously turned to the young girl, Golden Week. Being trapped was not the foremost concern. The critical issue was the uncertainty surrounding the green pearl pump's whereabouts. Without knowledge of its location, they could not destroy it, and without that destruction, King Fei Bandi and Lijua remained invincible in Aide's mind. Aides, flustered and losing composure, inadvertently posed the right question. Miss Golden Week, a person of intellect, recognized that the situation had not yet reached despair, nor would it likely ever reach that state. It was merely a minor complication, a trivial item unrelated to victory or defeat. However, noticing Aide's distress, she decided to offer a suggestion. If we cannot solve the issue ourselves, let us present it to someone more intelligent. You break through and ask Captain Kaichi. He will have a way to locate the green pearl pump in Lijua. Miss Golden Week calmly advised Aides. For her, having a powerful ally meant relying on them, allowing her to maintain her composure. The thought of involving Kaichi filled Aides with renewed hope, recalling his reputation for brilliance. Very well, it seems we have no other choice. I will proceed at once. You cannot escape, capture them all, commanded the patrol minister, Lise, as her team surged into the hall to apprehend Aides. Time was of the essence, and General Aides swiftly unleashed his signature move. His powerful punches, accompanied by a gust of wind, rained down upon the encircling soldiers, causing Lise's patrol team to fall one after another. The valiant Aides soon reached Lise, but he refrained from launching a fierce assault. Lise, drawing her 2 daggers in reverse grip, activated the green rune glowing behind her, preparing to summon her full strength against General Aides. Yet, Aides seized Lise's hands, forcefully restraining her, rendering her unable to strike. Lise, the lives of countless individuals are at stake. I have no time to engage in a drawn-out conflict with you. Leave the remaining soldiers to me. I will not harm her. You must go find Captain Kaichi. Observing the unusual tension between Aides and Lise, Miss Golden Week remarked, It seems you have some unresolved issues. Upon hearing her words, Aides turned to her, momentarily stunned. Thank you. Then, with a sense of relief, he exerted force, flipping over Lise's head and swiftly exiting the underground hall of the barracks. Lise quickly regained her balance, her anger boiling over as she ordered the remaining soldiers. You all go and capture Aides. Leisurely green Miss Golden Week, with a brush in hand, swiftly painted green symbols on the soldier's armor using hypnotic paint. In an extraordinary turn of events, the previously disciplined soldiers suddenly sat down in unison, each holding a cup of coffee as if enjoying leisure time like office workers after hours. What have you done to my soldiers? Lise realized that the little girl brought back by Aides was the source of the mischief. A dagger was poised to strike at Golden Week. Bursting with laughter, Lise, who had been painted with yellow hypnotic pigment by Golden Week, stood frozen in place as if she had just heard a brilliant joke. After a minute, Lise managed to break free from the hypnotic state using the vitality of her runes, sensing that her opponent was about to get serious and potentially lethal. The calm and composed Golden Week would not gamble her life on the mercy of her adversary. Miss Golden Week unveiled a newly devised technique, painting a purple rabbit motif on her shoes. This new move, dubbed Purple Rabbit Step, was unlike any of her previous skills. It served to hypnotize herself. Her pupils took on a faint purple hue, and at that moment, her speed surged, akin to the swiftest of rabbits. Now, she embodied a fully agile figure, gracefully evading Lise's dagger attacks, which had been enhanced with a vitality buff. As Lise pressed her attack, she inadvertently painted a red dot on a soldier who had just emerged from the hypnotic trance, compelling Lise to eliminate her own commander. Left to fend for herself, Lise found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. Golden Week deftly evaded her attacks until Lise, exhausted and gasping for breath, was struck from behind, rendering her unconscious. With a bounty of 29 million berries on her head, Golden Week possessed a formidable physique, though her lazy disposition and scholarly demeanor often led others to perceive her as a frail girl. In the past, only Miss All Sunday Robin and Miss Doublefinger, along with the mole person Miss Christmas, could overpower her at Baroque works. Thus, she remained an astute and cunning figure, hiding her true strength beneath a facade of innocence. Miss Golden Week had no inclination to delve into the relationship between Lise and Aides. She was no saint, indifferent to Lise's tragic past. Observing Lise's frail stature and knowing that her yellowed hair was a result of childhood malnutrition, dyed red afterward, Golden Week reassured her subordinates that there was no need to worry about General Aides' return to power, as he was not that type of person. Moreover, with the presence of 2 formidable beings, Lise's homeland would not revert to its former state. Get some rest. She instructed Aides' men. Bind her securely. I won't intervene when she awakens and attacks you. In the city of Conley, at the mining prison, a kin climbed to the hilltop and spotted the imposing figure of Ham, one of the first generals of the Emerald King, leading 800 green-armored soldiers towards the prison for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the support troops from Conley had yet to arrive within visible range. Jack, you and the underground army S. Paul must intercept the soldiers coming from Conley. I will hold back Ham and the green-armored troops from the main mine to delay their arrival, a kin declared, leaping down from the hill, brandishing his red double hammers as he sprinted towards Ham. Jack and Paul made their way to lie in ambush on the main road between Conley and the mining prison, aiming to delay the enemy's reinforcements for at least an hour. Outside the mining prison, a fierce battle raged between Red Dragon Dean and Firehunter, while the Fishman Shank clashed with Model. The confrontation between sumo and karate, 2 martial arts revered in an island nation, unfolded in a display of skill. Both combatants wielded hand blades, and the clash of their strikes sent sparks flying. their arms producing smoke from the intensity of their combat. Noticing that Dean had defeated Fire Hunter, Shank steeled himself to demonstrate his true strength, unwilling to tarnish the fisherman's honor. Reassessing his stance, he readied his fists. One forward and one back. Mo-Do, muscles taut and back adorned with glowing runes, unleashed his supreme strike, the true palm, upon Shank. However, Shank remained steadfast, absorbing the impact of the two strikes. A commendable attack, but alas, it is not born of your own training. If only you could temper your ambition and earnestly train. Learning to cherish the populace, you would be a great general. But as Mo-Do prepared to deliver a third strike to Shank, the latter retaliated with a powerful blow, shattering Mo-Do's hand bones. Mo-Do let out a horrific scream as his bones shattered. He could hardly believe the might of the person before him. A strength so overwhelming that even his fully enhanced vitality could not sway the outcome. Yet, Shank's assault was far from over. Another powerful punch surged from the ground, followed by two piercing jabs. The barrage left Mo-Do rigid, his eyes rolling back, froth spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This was the result of nearly 40 years of relentless training, a formidable prowess that even a temporarily malfunctioning body could not diminish. Attaining the mastery of a grandmaster. A simple strike was beyond the capability of an ordinary warrior to withstand. Chapter 97. The deep crimson aura. The conditions within the mine prison were unsanitary, with water sources unfit for consumption. However, the kitchen was well equipped with utensils and ingredients, most notably a large iron pot capable of serving the three cooks, Cayman, Deputy, and Hank, as they prepared a substantial meal for 1,000 individuals to replenish their energy within the hour. The kitchen was stocked with ample rice, eggs, ham, and sugar. After surveying the ingredients, Cayman decided to make ham and egg fried rice, a dish ideal for quick energy absorption, as eggs were easily assimilated by the body, while rice and sugar provided rapid nourishment. With the dish determined, the trio set to work. Deputy and Hank washed the pot and cooked the rice, while Cayman prepared the ham, meticulously cleaning the surface and removing the bone before cutting the meat into cubes and slices. Deputy and Hank, having finished with the pot, moved on to wash the dishes, a task complicated by the limited number of plates available. They would have to serve the first group, wash the dishes, and then return for the second batch. Despite the immense preparation required and the time constraints, the three worked harmoniously. As Deputy finished cooking the rice, Cayman stood ready with another pot, sought the diced ham. Deputy swiftly transferred the cooked rice into Cayman's pot, where it was tossed together with the ham until evenly mixed. Hank monitored the cooking process while Cayman added the eggs and slices of meat, ensuring the essence of the eggs merged seamlessly with the rice and ham, leaving no trace of the egg itself, akin to a phantom ingredient. Finally, a drizzle of fragrant dragon saliva oil was added to complete the dish. Outside the kitchen, Sweet Flute and Bamboo Mountain directed the crowd as they formed an orderly queue. The people shuffled forward, obedient to the chief's commands. After 30 minutes, the first batch of ham and egg fried rice was ready. Hank and Deputy filled bowls and distributed them to the lined-up underground soldiers, who eagerly consumed their meals. The once weary soldiers found themselves revitalized, feeling as if they could run 10 miles without pause. One pot sufficed for 200 to 300 men, leaving around 700 still needing management. Observing this, Sweet Flute turned to Bamboo Mountain. Bamboo, stay here to direct the remaining men. I will lead those ready to seize Conley. Understood, Chief. With energy renewed, Sweet Flute led 200 to 300 underground soldiers out of the mine prison only to find Mo-Do and Shohua, defeated and lying on the ground. It was astonishing. Their formidable foes had indeed been vanquished. Are you the allies spoken of by Poole? I am Sweet Flute, a strategist of the underground army. May I inquire about the current situation? The Flying Dragon Pirate Crew, Shank. The Flying Dragon Pirate Crew, Dean. Sweet Flute marveled at the talking purple dragon before him. Indeed, the world was full of wonders. Our ally Akin is currently holding back the Hummers and the green armored troops approaching from the Grand Mine, while Poole and our Jack are engaging the guards from Conley. We are on our way to assist, Shank replied. Please restrain Mo-Do and Shohua. Sweet Flute instructed his comrades. Turning back to Shank, he added, if you entrust those two to us, I can take Conley without bloodshed. Very well, Shank agreed. Recognizing the futility of keeping Mo-Do and Shohua, Dean, accompany them to assist Jack and Poole. I will head towards Akin. Shank patted Dean on the shoulder before moving off. Inform Bamboo Mountain to lead the remaining underground soldiers to the Grand Mine to rescue our comrades. We will first liberate Conley. Sweet Flute left one soldier to notify Bamboo Mountain within the prison, then took the 200 to 300 underground soldiers, carrying the unconscious Mo-Do and Shohua towards Conley. Dean followed closely behind. In the kitchen of the mine prison, Cayman and his companions hastened their cooking, completing the remaining 4 pots of fried rice in just 20 minutes, efficiently serving the remaining 700 underground soldiers. The speed increased as the rice was already cooked, allowing them to focus solely on frying. The first pot had taken nearly 30 minutes due to the cooking time, but they ultimately spent only 50 minutes in total, fulfilling Cayman's promise and saving 10 minutes. Having accomplished this monumental task flawlessly, the trio could finally sit down and rest. After preparing the meal, Cayman felt a transformation within herself, her state of mind elevated. Once, she would never have dared to cook under such chaotic and unsanitary conditions. But now she had completely changed. In a narrow valley along the passage from the Grand Mine to the prison, Akin had shattered the wall behind him, blocking the narrow road with massive boulders, standing alone against the formidable Hummers and 800 green-armored soldiers. Ghost Akin, indeed you are a companion of AIDS. Eliminate him, commanded the green-armored troops. In the confined space, the green-armored soldiers advanced in disciplined waves against Akin. Having gained experience from his encounters at the mine prison, Akin wielded the red ghost hammer, targeting the symbols on the backs of the green-armored soldiers. The dual hammers relentlessly struck the life-sapping symbols, and Akin felt an unusual sensation within him, a rejection of life force emanating from the symbols. He recalled that Xian, who had mentioned his body was on the verge of awakening a certain power. With this newfound rejection of vitality, he felt the power within him for the first time. Attempting to harness this energy, Akin momentarily lost focus, as if plunged into the depths of hell. A deep crimson aura enveloped his body, flowing into the red ghost hammers. Despite his momentary daze, Akin continued to strike. The wind from his hammers radiated an ominous aura, akin to a demonic presence unleashed upon the earth, taking down a large number of green-armored soldiers in mere seconds. The green-armored soldiers, struck by the crimson energy, found their symbols dimmed, rendering them ineffective as if they were counterfeit. After 10 seconds, Akin regained control, the deep crimson aura still vibrant as he continued to fend off the encircling green-armored soldiers, familiarizing himself with this newfound power. Witnessing Akin's valor, nearly half of the green-armored soldiers were dispatched within 10 minutes. The remaining forces reluctantly joined the fray, urging the others to break through the boulders obstructing their path to support the mine prison. Leave this Akin to me, one of the commanders declared. Recognizing the green-armored troops as elite forces, any excessive losses would reflect poorly on their command structure, and they could not afford to let them engage Akin further, lest the losses escalate. Thus, they withdrew to regroup. Akin, the ghostly figure of the Ketch gang, decided to confront his foes alone. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had triumphed over a formidable opponent, and the lackluster aids had proven to be far too weak for his taste. Now, with a worthy adversary before him, he was brimming with excitement. Hummer swung a massive hammer, connected by a chain, that was truly formidable. Its head was larger than an adult's belly and covered in sharp spikes. In comparison, Akin's twin red hammers were dwarfed by Hummer's colossal weapon. Clearly, Hummer was no ordinary individual, standing nearly 4 meters tall, with a full beard and long brown hair tied back in a ponytail. His immense size and girth made him resemble a small giant, a common sight for bosses in games, yet in the peculiar world of pirates, such beings were merely of average stature. Faced with Akin, who radiated a deep crimson ghostly aura, Hummer activated the green glow of the symbols on his back. Enhancing his vitality, he swung his heavy hammer down upon Akin, who retaliated with a hammer strike of his own. The clash of the large and small hammers produced a thunderous sound, startling the birds in the narrow valley. The collision of life force and ghostly energy, one green and the other red, created a stark contrast as they contended in this confined space. Akin had initially wielded only one hammer, but now the other joined the fray. Recognizing Akin's second attack, Hummer swiftly disengaged to evade the blow. Such rapid movement from a figure of his size was unexpected and impressive. At this point, Akin realized that the Emerald King and his entourage were not to be underestimated. Each member possessed remarkable physical strength beyond their vitality enhancements. As the strongest combatant under the Emerald King, Hummer could not afford to show weakness and launched a powerful offensive. With the iron chain in his grasp, Hummer manipulated the massive hammer to spin in the air, accumulating force before hurling it towards Akin. The descending hammer struck with the speed of a meteor, yet Akin demonstrated his incredible agility, effortlessly dodging through the gaps as Hummer's barrage fell like a meteor shower. While Hummer's assault was formidable, it lacked the velocity to truly threaten Akin, who deftly maneuvered through the onslaught. Realizing this shortcoming, Hummer resolved to unleash an even swifter attack, one that would leave no room for evasion. He manipulated the iron chain to keep the hammer spinning in the air, building momentum before releasing it. The hammer, now dubbed Heaven's Fall, soared towards Akin with astonishing speed. Unfazed, Akin spun his twin red hammers, choosing not to evade this strike. Channeling all his ghostly energy into the hammers, he leaped to meet the incoming blow. With a resounding crash, Akin's right hammer collided with Hummer's descending weapon, shattering it into fragments. My hammer! How could this be? Hummer gasped in disbelief. As the remnants of his weapon scattered, Akin's swift strike found its target, sending the mountainous Hummer flying through the air. Akin followed up with another blow, driving Hummer into the mountainside, the impact reverberating like an earthquake. Having experienced a similar situation before, Akin understood the implications of this encounter. His previous hammer had shattered under the strain of ghostly energy, and he knew that ordinary weapons could not withstand such corrosive forces. Hummer's hammer, while undeniably a fine weapon, fell short of greatness, and Akin had anticipated this outcome. In battles of this caliber, even the slightest deficiency could lead to significant consequences. Hummer, weighed down by his own mass, fell back to the ground. His glowing symbols marred by crimson marks, rendered unconscious and defeated. The ghostly energy had eroded his vitality enhancements, leaving him unable to rise again. Akin had emerged victorious, triumphing over Hummer, the leader of the Rainmoni Kingdom's military forces. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a major led 3 warships toward the Rainmoni Kingdom. Still several hours away from the ongoing battle, what new developments would the Navy bring to the conflict between Kaichi's gang and the Emerald King's crew? What fate awaited the kingdom? Chapter 98. The duel of dragon fists on the pathway from Conley City to the mining prison. Jack felled surrounding trees, barricading the road. He crafted sharp wooden stakes, while Paul used them to create multiple defensive barriers. Jack focused on engaging the approaching soldiers in close combat, while Paul, from his cover, picked off enemies with precision, employing guerrilla tactics. However, the enemy forces were overwhelming, and despite their efforts to hold back the thousands of soldiers for over half an hour, all their preset traps were now exhausted, leaving only one final defense that was on the brink of collapse. Together, they managed to fend off 300 to 400 adversaries. Yet this had little impact on the advancing enemy. Time was against them. They needed to devise another plan. As Jack and Paul quickly brainstormed their next move, they heard the soldiers of Conley City shout, "Mayor Mott has been defeated. Cease resistance. We offer no further grievances." The underground army's Tia, the 10th strategist, appeared behind Jack and Paul, accompanied by 200 to 300 men. They carried the heavily injured Mott and Shohu, both of whom were unconscious. The soldiers from Conley City showed no intention of further assault. Instead, they were in disarray, discussing their next steps. Thousands of soldiers lowered their weapons and voluntarily cleared a path for Tia and her group to pass, marking a preliminary success for the uprising. Seeing Tia and her contingent move towards Conley City, the soldiers followed in their wake, effectively joining their ranks. With the capture of Mott and Shohu, Tia and her underground army, along with Jack and Dean, made their way into Conley City, seizing the municipal hall. They located the green pearl pump in the basement, and Sniper Paul fired a series of shots to destroy the pearl, liberating Conley City entirely. Meanwhile, over 400 green-armored soldiers, utilizing heavy armor, broke through the rubble Akin had caused. Upon exiting the canyon, they encountered a red merman. Shank, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike, sending a barrage of water droplets that struck the green-armored soldiers like a relentless hail of bullets. Despite the odds, the remaining 100 or so green-armored soldiers pressed on towards Shank. Behind him, a frying pan swooped in to finish the job, dispatching the last of the green-armored foes. "Shank, leave the rest to us," Carmen, Hank, and Debut said. "You finished ahead of schedule. Your performance is remarkable." Shank, upon seeing Carmen and his companions, along with the underground army they led, broke into a smile. Carmen and her companions, having received praise from Shanku, became somewhat conceited. Noticing that the green-armored army had ceased its movements, Shanku deduced that Jack and his team had successfully sabotaged Conley's green pearl pump. Subsequently, Shanku and Takeshan joined forces with Ajin, and the 3 formidable masters led their team to effortlessly seize the grand mining site, liberating the enslaved underground soldiers and other oppressed laborers. Thus, Conley fell to the hands of Keki and the underground army, leaving only the capital, Lijua, as the final and most crucial stronghold. The decisive battle between Kaichi and the Emerald King bandy unfolds. The tiles outside the palace are now riddled with countless cracks and depressions, with numerous fallen cavalry and king statues shattered in two. The outer palace walls have collapsed on one side. The vast ground bears the imprints of their fierce confrontation, evidence of an intense struggle where fists connected with flesh for several hours. What exhilaration! Since ascending to the throne, the Emerald King bandy had not engaged in such combat for years, and excitement surged within him. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had descended halfway below the horizon, signaling the arrival of evening. Suddenly, the ground beneath them, unyielding until now, buckled unexpectedly, revealing hidden conduits below. To their dismay, the 2 green pearl pumping machines had been compromised. "Kaichi, you lot!" The previously elated Emerald King bandy glared with fury, his fierce gaze indicating his intent to rend Kaichi into 8 pieces. The underground forces and those of aides could hardly hope to triumph over the formidable Hummer and Shohu. They could only rely on Kaichi's defeat. "However, allow me to shatter your illusions. I shall single-handedly annihilate all of you." With a swift motion, the Emerald King bandy revealed his chiseled upper body, muscles gleaming, while the runes on his back emanated a bronze glow, distinct from the pale green of his subordinates and the green-armored soldiers. Bandy's runes shone with an exquisite beauty akin to jade, yet possessed an ancient, bronze-like quality. From a rear perspective, he resembled a relic of an ancient bronze artifact, explaining his title of the Emerald King. The vitality of bronze coalesced into Bandy's fists, signifying a serious escalation, amplifying the force of his punches to once again press Kaichi into a corner. In a previously even match, the Emerald King Bandy, empowered by the vitality of bronze, gained increasing advantage, relentlessly overpowering Kaichi. Subsequently, Bandy's fists coalesced into a spherical wave of energy, sending the defensively positioned Kaichi hurtling backward, crashing against the palace's thick walls. The impact was tremendous, creating a massive hole in the palace's sturdy structure, sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring the view for 10 meters. At that moment, aides arrived, fortuitously witnessing Bandy unleash his bronze runes and send Kaichi flying. Aides recollected the terrifying Bandy who had claimed the king's head amidst a sea of soldiers over 4 years ago. Bandy, I shall not allow you to rule any longer. Though General Aides felt immense fear, for the sake of the weakened populace, he resolved not to flee any longer. As a martial artist, he bravely clenched his trembling fists and launched an attack against the empowered Emerald King Bandy. Aides, after evading multiple times, do you not understand why you returned to suffer such agony? The Emerald King Bandy met Aides' punch head-on. In the instant of collision, Aides' bones shattered. Bandy's powerful punch sent Aides, who could suppress his subordinate Lizzie, flying. Aides rolled on the ground, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Bandy, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to continue harming the people of the Lanmoni Kingdom. I will sacrifice my life to overthrow you. With his right hand severely injured, Aides struggled to rise with his left hand, resolutely shouting at the Emerald King Bandy. Aides had resolved to give Kaichi the time needed to recover, knowing he would not be easily defeated, though uncertain of how long that would take. In that case, it has been a while since I called you General Aides. You may rest well. The Emerald King Bandy retrieved a hidden weapon from his pouch, donning a pair of gauntlets adorned with dragon patterns and sharp plates. As he watched the formidable Emerald King Bandy approach step by step, General Aides felt an overwhelming despair. Such a powerful entity, concealing even greater strength. Could it be that heaven shows no mercy to this nation? As Bandy's formidable fists poised to send General Aides into the depths of death, a figure appeared instantaneously before Aides, blocking the lethal punch. Aides still owes me a considerable sum, and I cannot allow you to slay him. Kaichi, transformed into a dragon-like being, swung his dragon arm, repelling the murderous Emerald King Bandy. I am merely testing the limits of an ordinary human body. It feels as though I am destined to lose. Aides, step aside. It is meaningless to be stubborn if you are injured and your abilities are not yet up to par. Kaichi spoke coldly to Aides, frustration rising within him at Aides' disregard for his own life, which could severely affect future plans. Most importantly, the true fight begins with his dragon transformation, leaving no concern for those present. Oh, I shall take my leave. I came urgently to inform you that Li Jiao's green pearl pumping machine has been hidden away by Bandy. Its location unknown. The original site remains merely a base. You must be cautious. Aides warned solemnly, retreating to a safe distance where the battle could not reach him. Oh, merely a base. I was indeed correct. The Emerald King Bandy is a cunning boss. Fear not, I shall handle the rest. Kaichi responded towards the direction Aides had fled. In his dragon form, Kaichi's stature expanded, matching that of his opponent, instilling an oppressive aura far beyond what he had previously exuded. Channeling the full extent of his frost power, a brilliant blue frost enveloped Kaichi, creating two distinct polarities of color in the space outside the palace. One blue and the other bronze. With a fierce determination, the Emerald King Bandy was the first to strike, his gauntlet hands shaping a dragon-like wave of energy. Kage's fists coalesced with frost, forming a wave of icy energy, yet this time, he refrained from unleashing it as a ranged attack, choosing instead to maintain it upon his fists. Both combatants had solidified their energies into form, and their fists collided mercilessly against one another. An initial barrage of 100 strikes followed by a relentless wave of 1,000 punches. The dragon-transformed Kage relished the thrill of the battle. This was what a true boss should embody. The earlier encounters with Old Sha and Enel had been utterly frustrating, their elemental forms a source of vexation. In stark contrast, the bronze-etched markings on the body of King Fei began to falter under the relentless freezing and corrosive might of the frost. As his strength waned, he was forced back several paces by Kage's onslaught, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Truly, Kage was a formidable opponent, worth a bounty of 100 million. Yet, even with such overwhelming power, he must recall the words of Aides. Without locating and dismantling the elusive green orb pump of Li Jiao, he would never conquer me. Wiping the blood from his lips, King Fei plunged a hand into the ground, extracting a pipe which he gripped tightly. Drawing forth the life force contained within, his veins bulged, and his once blonde hair transformed to a vibrant green, his pupils shifting to match, rendering his appearance fearsome. With renewed vigor, King Fei's fists once again took shape, manifesting two fearsome dragon heads that roared in unison. One fist surged forth, the colossal dragon head opening wide, rapidly coalescing a concentrated wave of energy, akin to a malevolent dragon expelling its own orb of power. Opposing him, Kage mirrored a similar technique, demonstrating a mastery that matched his own, filling him with astonishment. Ice Dragon Fist, Rampaging Dragon Charge. Kaichi's ice dragon retaliated with a powerful strike, the roaring ice dragon clashing against the incoming massive dragon pearl. The dragon's body absorbed the impact of the green source dragon pearl, maintaining its skeletal integrity while continuing its assault on King Bandy. With his other hand, King Bandy summoned another green source dragon pearl, launching it toward the ice dragon's skeletal form. The explosion of the second dragon pearl countered Kaichi's formidable attack. This application of punch waves was quite intriguing, reminiscent of his own cannon-like strikes and grand abilities, yet diverging into distinct techniques, evoking a sense of imitation and learning within Kaichi. Chapter 99. The Second Era. What formidable individuals! Aides never anticipated that the two he had invited would possess such terrifying prowess. The world has indeed transformed. An unprecedented number of powerful youths have emerged. While Bandy was in the prime of his life, Kaichi appeared to be merely in his teenage years, yet already so remarkably strong, his future achievements beyond measure. General Aides watched in trepidation. The outcome of this duel would determine the fate of his nation. Though he could not intervene, he remained steadfast, awaiting the conclusion to witness the future of his homeland. The luminous crescent moon hung high in the night sky, as the citizens of the capital, Lijiao, sheltered in their homes, cautiously peering at the combat within the palace, hopeful that General Aides' champions would triumph over the demonized King Bandy, establishing a new order. The resonant dragon roars echoed as Kaichi, amidst the fierce battle, withstood 3 strikes of Bandy's fiery dragon wave, smoke billowing from his form, yet he remained poised before Bandy, gradually manifesting dragon heads on both hands, akin to those of the king. Your dragon pearl-like attacks are impressive. Allow me to give them a try. Upon hearing this, King Bandy realized that this opponent was merely toying with him, not truly engaged in a life-and-death struggle. How can you be so powerful, surpassing even the strength I acquired at the cost of my life? It is unjust. You gifted individuals reach heights unattainable by us mere mortals. No, I may not yet be defeated. I can grow stronger. I will surpass you. King Bandy shattered more marble slabs beneath his feet, extracting additional conduits from the ground, voraciously absorbing life force, the green source vitality flowing into him like a relentless stream. With a copper-blue twin dragon's technique, Bandy's fists, now rejuvenated by the green source vitality, materialized 2 vividly animated dragons swirling around him. With a powerful stomp and a simultaneous strike of his fists, the twin dragons surged forth alongside him. The spiraling twin dragons, unparalleled and domineering, carved a massive chasm into the earth. Ice Dragon Fist, Frost Dragon Pearl Blast. Kaichi, employing a defensive technique reminiscent of Bandy's prior maneuvers, devised a similar counterattack against the Dragon King Bandy. Within his hands, 2 dragon orbs, coalescing with the frosty power of azure turtles, gathered together, subsequently shattering the dual dragon assault launched by Bandy. Kaichi countered and repelled Bandit's dual dragon assault with his twin dragon orbs. However, the dragon heads upon his hands did not dissipate. Your dragon fists possess yet another function, Kaichi remarked with a mischievous grin. Ice Dragon Fist, Ice Beam. Once again, the dragon's head atop Kaichi's hand unleashed an extraordinarily swift beam of freezing light, which pierced through the unsuspecting figure of the Emerald King, Bandit. This beam ensnared his already frostbitten and towering form, encasing the Emerald King in an unyielding mantle of ice, rendering him utterly immobile. Kaichi slowly approached him. In a world where monetary gain reigns supreme, there would be no need to coerce the populace. Countless individuals would willingly comply, fearing only the insufficiency of your treasury. Regrettably, you exist in a realm that venerates freedom, having wrought so much havoc. Of course, I am no savior, nor will I enumerate the transgressions you have committed against the people of the kingdom of Limones. I am not a chivalrous knight of the church, here to enlighten you that this world ought to be just. Before I send you flying, allow me to impart this thought. Had you not bargained with the devil but instead devoted yourself to true self-cultivation, with the reputation you garnered in your first year among the populace, you could have indeed been remembered as a great emperor. Kaichi had surmised where the illustrious King Bandy had concealed the green orb pump belonging to Lijiao. It was hidden within the towering, 20-meter-tall narcissistic statue of King Bandy, situated in front of the palace. After all, what is amiss with a man of great ambition indulging in a touch of vanity? Moreover, many formidable adversaries in the realm of pirates share this penchant, making his case rather unremarkable. Initially, Kaichi believed it to be merely an ordinary colossal statue. But the arrival of aides awakened him to the realization that this King Bandy was a cunning mastermind. Thus, the statue became highly suspect. Nevertheless, Kaichi was not one to procrastinate. Without concrete evidence, he maintained a steadfast confidence in his suspicions. Approaching the pipe that Bandy had extracted, he grasped the conduits with one hand, channeling his life manipulation abilities to trace the flow of vitality within the pipes. Indeed, it was concealed within that grand statue. Kaichi has indeed confirmed his conjecture, yet he does not relinquish his grip. Instead, he sacrifices his own vitality to channel the life force beyond himself. He immobilizes the frozen Fey King Bandy, whose hazy gaze witnesses an extraordinary spectacle. Kej, devoid of any sigils, astonishingly absorbs the essence of life. In Kej's hands, this life force manifests as a vividly animated green dragon, which, unlike Bandi's fierce and menacing demeanor, radiates an aura of righteousness. With the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, he delivers the ascending dragon fist, propelling the immobilized Fey King into the air, where the green dragon hurls him against the colossal statue in the Imperial Palace, shattering its upper half and revealing the concealed green gem pumping mechanism within. The righteous green dragon does not cease. It continues its assault, sending both Fey King Bandi and the great green gem soaring into the sky. The life-infused green gem bursts asunder at a great height, unleashing a torrent of green life essence that explodes across the night sky, transforming it into a magnificent display of emerald fireworks. Miss Golden Week joins General Aides at his side, both captivated by the spectacle. The citizens of the capital, Lijua, cannot contain their excitement and emerge to witness the celebration. In the city of Konglai, Akin, Shank, Dean, Jack, Carmen, Ike, Debuty, the sharpshooter pool, and Sweet Flute and Bamboo Mountain from the underground army also gaze upon the breathtaking display above the capital. From Tantai Holy Square, Xianhu, Sate, Ged, the traveling bear by Bao, and the memory seahorse Chenlong gaze from afar, all aware that Kej has triumphed, and the dust has settled. The reign of the Fey King Bandi of the Lanemorn Kingdom has been obliterated. Green symbolizes vitality, and after this night, the nation shall embrace rebirth. Beneath the resplendent night sky, only the Fey King lies fallen, his body prone upon the ground, shadowed by the debris of his statue, facing into the darkness. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, the Lanemorn Kingdom's stronghold has been seized, the green gem pumping mechanisms of the three major cities utterly destroyed, and the Fey King's faction completely annihilated. The full moon hangs high in the night sky, as Kej and the allied underground forces converge upon the capital of Lijua. The defeated Fey King Bandi, along with Hummer, Imo-Do, Shohua, Xinggu, Daoshi, Maishi, and Kuei Nian, are all shackled and imprisoned within the capital's confines. General Aides, a venerable elder of the three dynasties, and Sweet Flute oversee the soldiers, ensuring the safety and order of the jubilant crowd, preventing any mishaps. Kaichi discovered the anomalies surrounding Miss Golden Week and accompanied him to Lijua's prison. The bronze-skinned bandit lay unconscious and had yet to awaken. As they approached Bandit's cell, Kaichi turned the motionless figure over, revealing the intricate bronze inscriptions on his back, facilitating Miss Golden Week's examination of these markings. Witnessing Miss Golden Week's rapt fascination, a rare smile of revelation graced her usually impassive face, akin to that of someone who had unearthed a monumental secret. Indeed, Bandit's inscriptions appeared more exquisite and sophisticated than the tattoos adorning the green-armored soldiers and his subordinates. Was there something peculiar at play? Bandit's markings bore a bronze hue, while those of others were black. Were Bandit's inscriptions akin to those found on humans from the Second Era? It seemed to align closely with the speculations of our archaeological team from the Divine Grace Organization. Bandit's existence corroborated the theory that these inscriptions represented a means of harnessing some form of life force during the Second Era, which had finally been unveiled. We ought to seize the opportunity to relay these clues to our elders within the organization. Miss Golden Week was elated. Her family had long pursued this research project, and it had finally yielded new progress. The Second Era? Archaeology is a discipline that often necessitates lateral thinking and conjecture, requiring one to connect artifacts or fragments of ancient texts with existing records to glean insights into the survival modalities of ancient civilizations. Thus, Kaichi comprehended the Divine Grace Organization's endeavors regarding the study and conjecture of inscriptions. However, he discerned a more significant term within Miss Golden Week's discourse. Just as she prepared to sketch the inscriptions from Bandit's back onto her drawing board, intending to send them back to the Divine Grace Organization when the opportunity arose, she recalled that this concept was familiar only to those well-versed in the Divine Grace Organization, turning to respond to Kaichi. Due to the Celestial Dragon's interference, archaeologists from the Four Seas were unable to delineate time by years. They asserted that the significant events and literature concerning the D clan and the Celestial Dragons over the past millennia had largely been controlled by the Celestial Dragons. Consequently, my grandfather and the doctoral researchers at Divine Grace had segmented the discontinuities in human civilization into 4 grand epochs based on current literature and archaeological findings. Tracing back to the ancient past, these epochs are classified as follows. The current era of Celestial Dragon dominance, known as the 4th Epoch. The age of the enigmatic empire behind the D clan, referred to as the 3rd Epoch, the era of the Supreme Empire, ruled millions to tens of millions of years ago by alliances of dragons, elves, and ancient dragon-worshipping peoples, constituting the 2nd Epoch, and finally, the 1st Epoch, which encompasses the survival of primitive humanity over 1 billion years ago. Utilizing these 4 epochs as a foundational framework, we aim to promote a standardized reference base within the legitimate archaeological circles of the Four Seas. providing a unified foundation for ordinary archaeological researchers studying the entirety of human civilization, thus creating a new avenue for the civilian archaeological community within the limits permitted by the world government. Cage comprehended the situation. With the endorsement of the Io family from Faraday, he was assured that human existence did not extend back to millions of years ago in the Second Era. However, he was taken aback by an outrageous figure: billions of years? The First Era? Did humans truly exist then? The remnants of the Second Era contained a handful of legends and myths, but their veracity remained unverified. Initially, even his grandfather harbored doubts, until his uncle, at an Arctic research station, unearthed not only human remains dating back 1,000,000 years, but also a body preserved from 1,000,000,000 years ago. The Divine Grace Organization commissioned physicists to conduct multiple carbon-14 radiocarbon dating tests on the hair of that individual, conclusively confirming the astonishing age of the remains. Miss Goldenweek, while addressing Cage's inquiries, revealed that the influence of the Divine Grace faction behind her was quite formidable, as evidenced by the existence of a research station in the frigid Arctic. It was fortuitous, for he gleaned a wealth of new knowledge from Miss Goldenweek. As the world's mysteries began to unveil themselves, the forces behind Bandit were indeed profound. Having learned of military connections from AIDS and now ties to the Second Era, the intrigue was mounting. Chapter 100. The resplendent duo, 3 naval warships sailed towards the kingdom of Rainmoni. Leading the fleet was a major. Receiving a report from a subordinate naval soldier. Major, at our current speed, we shall reach Rainmoni by tomorrow. Excellent. Let us maintain this pace. If we can aid the king of Rainmoni as requested, I might just earn a favor from that esteemed individual, potentially advancing my position. The major was enraptured by the prospect of success and the connections it would yield, for his shrewdness had played a pivotal role in his ascent to the rank of major, a position held by influential individuals. The naval ranks of major and brigadier general were somewhat parallel. However, attaining the rank of major was contingent upon sufficient merit and local governance experience. In contrast, brigadier generals and major generals required not only merit, but also a proven combat capability, as inadequate strength barred one from ascending to those ranks. Hence, during times of war, the naval headquarters primarily recruited brigadier and major generals, unwilling to risk battles with those lacking in combat prowess. Unbeknownst to the sailors aboard the 3 warships, a spinning flying umbrella hovered above. Nasal and earwax bombs were unleashed from the slender fingers of a man high above, raining down upon the 3 warships. Upon impact, the bombs exploded, inflicting substantial damage to the vessels. Who dares to attack the Navy with such audacity? The major, unable to discern the assailants amidst the plumes of smoke in the night sky, shouted into the air, hoping to provoke a response from the enemy. As the smoke cleared, a lady holding the flying umbrella retracted it. A man and woman descended onto the deck of the leading warship. They were none other than Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. The astute recognized the pair immediately, acknowledging them as one of the perpetrators of the Alabasta incident and a cadre of the Baroque works under the infamous warlord Crocodile, who had escaped during transport after their capture. Ah, Mr. Five, I hear the name Baroque works once more. Miss Valentine jested joyfully with Mr. Five. Indeed, the Navy seems rather uninformed. They are unaware that Baroque works has long ceased to exist. Mr. Five chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. Miss Valentine then addressed the naval major. Listen well, we are now members of the Blood of Lewis, so do not mistake us in the future. The Blood of Lewis? I have not heard of this organization, the major replied, perplexed. Is it a newly established faction in the dark world? Indeed, our leader, Lewis, has sent me to convey a message. Since those who were meant to arrive have not, it is best to take a moment's respite instead of rushing. Mr. Five added, causing the major's anger to swell. Arrogant. Such audacity to speak against the Navy's actions. I shall see your capabilities for myself. Soldiers, eliminate this audacious man and woman. Hundreds of sailors from the leading warship rushed forth to encircle and assault the duo, while the crews of the other 2 ships leapt onto the flagship to provide support. With remarkable speed, Mr. Five's fingertips met the first attacking sailor. Boom. The sailor exploded upon contact, the shockwave knocking several others off their feet. The destructive power of the bomb fruit was truly formidable. Every part of his body could serve as a bomb, including the most trivial of bodily secretions. Even the sweat, dead skin, and other excretions of an ordinary individual could be utilized as explosive projectiles. Although Mr. Five had only recently begun training in the 6 styles and lacked sufficient finger strength, his explosive abilities ensured his offensive capabilities remained intact. The lack of strength was inconsequential. As long as his fingertips made contact, even his sweat could inflict harm on the enemy. Miss Valentine, having lightened her weight, evaded the naval assaults with the grace of a feather. She countered the unprepared sailors, delivering a crushing blow that bore the weight of physics. Her kilo fruit merely altered her weight without changing her form. Previously, her use of the fruit was rather monotonous, relying solely on the ability to either press down on foes or float to avoid attacks. However, with the incorporation of the 6 styles, her combat prowess had significantly improved, transforming her from a mere support to a formidable warrior in her own right. especially with the 6 styles paper art, which seamlessly complemented her kilo fruit. She was now far more adept than those with animal-type abilities. This ability, in essence, was a natural extension of her fruit's capabilities, enabling her to reduce her weight to a mere 0.01 kilograms, allowing her to sway effortlessly with the wind. The Navy, realizing they could not land a blow with their swords, switched to hand-to-hand combat against Miss Valentine. Seeing the opportunity, Miss Valentine eagerly obliged, increasing her weight to an astonishing 5,000 kilograms in mere seconds. The sailor's fists collided with the immense weight of Miss Valentine. The pain is excruciating. How can this woman be so formidable, delivering such heavy blows that the Navy officers under Miss Valentine's command recoil, nursing their swollen fists and retreating to the sidelines? Their hands inflamed and rendered nearly incapacitated, devoid of any further offensive capability? The Titanic trucks on the highway have repeatedly demonstrated that in collisions, it is the combination of hardness and mass that reigns supreme. The kilo fruit compensates for the immobility and lack of attack power associated with heavy objects, rendering those who inflict harm upon others weakened in return. The kilo fruit also addresses the deficiencies in defense. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 are undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for mastering the 6 styles. Discussions about the two often lament the unfortunate misuse of the kilo fruit and the bomb fruit. Hence, Kaguya recognizes their potential and recruits them. In an instant, numerous Navy personnel are forced to retreat. The flagship, originally leaking from explosions, sinks more rapidly due to the sudden increase in Miss Valentine's weight class. Mr. 5 employs the hair he had meticulously collected, launching explosive attacks at the Navy soldiers. Under his onslaught, the Navy's first battleship descends into the depths more swiftly. This strategy was suggested to Mr. 5 by Kaguya, along with a recommendation to refrain from using boogers and earwax when confronting strong opponents, as these substances are only effective against inanimate objects. Though booger bombs and earwax bombs may lack potency against formidable foes, they are profoundly insulting. Cage issued a clear warning to Mr. 5. Should you employ those formidable attackers and face retribution from the powerful, I shall not offer my assistance. The naval commander, accompanied by his soldiers, retreated to 2 other warships. He instructed his subordinates. They possess devil fruit abilities, procure sea prism stone handcuffs and nets. Observing the Navy's intent to utilize sea prism weaponry, Mr. 5 turned to Miss Valentine, remarking, "Our work here is concluded. Let us not falter now." As the warship beneath them rapidly succumbed to the depths, the rising tide threatening to engulf her, Miss Valentine unfurled her mechanical umbrella and ascended into the air. Grasping Mr. 5's hand, they soared together into the sky. In midair, Mr. 5 unleashed his hair bombs, casting 2 tufts toward the remaining warships. Each tuft struck a vessel. The ensuing explosions sent billowing smoke into the air, rendering the remaining ships incapacitated. The naval soldiers aboard the warships split their focus. Some fired upon Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, while others scrambled to extinguish flames and salvage their vessels, realizing they could not reach their destination on time. "Our leader sends his regards. Farewell, Navy," Mr. 5 declared, as he and Miss Valentine completed their mission, bidding a cheerful farewell to the naval commander and his crew. Captain Kaiga instructed them not to annihilate the Navy completely, nor to forge an irreconcilable enmity, merely to delay their arrival at the kingdom of Laonmoni. How infuriating! Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine of the Lewis bloodline, you shall await your reckoning, for I shall surely capture you in the future. The Major could only watch helplessly as the 2 figures receded into the distance, his frustration manifesting in impotent shouts. Chapter 101. Constitutional Monarchy. Within the confines of the capital's Liege prison, Miss Golden Week demonstrated her remarkable artistic prowess. Swiftly and meticulously inscribing the markings upon Bandy's back, she folded the paper carefully and awaited his awakening to inquire about the second epic. "Miss Golden Week, you intend to wait for Bandy to awaken and ask about the second epic, do you not? If so, there is no need to wait. I have incapacitated him slightly. Bandy is unlikely to be the mastermind. He may know less than you do regarding the secrets of the second epic," Kaiga remarked casually. Bandy has indeed been weakened. Captain Kaiga's unmatched depth of insight allows him to navigate such matters with ease. What if Bandy truly knows something, and we have overlooked it? Miss Golden Week, having finally grasped a fragment of a clue, was reluctant to abandon her pursuit of Bandy. "Ah, you cunning little schemer, having spent too much time with Jack, Dean, and Faraday, have you not?" The observer becomes tainted by their surroundings, Kaiga added, noting how her fixation on the minuscule clue clouded her judgment, causing her to lose her composure. She had failed to recognize that the true mastermind behind Bandy had already left traces. That was the real prize. "Have you forgotten what Aides mentioned? Who facilitated the construction of those pipelines for Bandy? If they were not well versed in the markings of the second epic, do you truly believe they would invest such effort into constructing such a grand undertaking? Are you suggesting it is someone within the Navy? That would render the Navy a sieve." Upon Kaiga's prompting, Miss Golden Week swiftly realized that the conspirators behind Bandy were indeed within the Navy. The Navy is vast. With numerous factions, it is quite normal for it to appear compromised. Now, Aides has prepared a grand banquet for us. We must return to the palace post-haste. Rest assured, this matter will reach its conclusion, and I shall provide you with the answers you seek. Alas, after a long day, I am on the verge of starvation. Let us hurry back to partake in a meal. Cage instructed the guard to escort Banty back to his cell, while he pushed Miss Golden Week out of the prison and towards the royal palace to attend the evening banquet. The banquet was lavish, with a 20-meter-long table adorned with steaming dishes of delectable cuisine. General Adas occupied the head of the table. One side graced by members of the underground army including Sweet Flute, Bamboo Mountain, and Sniper Pool, while the other side was filled with Cage's companions. All gathered to relish this splendid meal following their triumphant uprising. As dinner concluded, General Adas made his way to the room where Cage and his group were resting. With the most crucial nation-building conference set for the following day, he sought to glean Cage's thoughts in order to prepare himself mentally. Captain Cage, how do you envision governing this nation? He inquired. Relying on others seldom yields favorable outcomes. You must be the architect of your own nation. For I have neither the time nor inclination to manage it for you, Cage replied, casually tossing a segment of orange into his mouth. Captain Cage, are you implying? Adas stammered, astonished as he pointed to himself. What else? Do you wish to entrust Sweet Flute to the underground army? That is a fanciful thought. Who will safeguard my interests in that case? Cage retorted with a chuckle. If you're not to be king, then how will you protect that girl? Liz. Miss Golden Week has informed me of your leniency. I am aware that you have confined Liz separately. She must be a victim of the former king's reign, correct? However, keeping her may serve you well, as she could provide both strength and assistance, Cage remarked, tossing another segment into his mouth. And what of the underground army? Will they consent to this arrangement? Adas expressed his concerns, anxious that tomorrow's negotiations might falter, for peace is a fragile treasure, and he feared the resurgence of conflict. Cage continued to peel an orange segment, but this time he refrained from immediately popping it into his mouth. Instead, he held the piece in midair, lost in contemplation. Aides worried that the underground army might refuse, potentially reigniting conflict. Such concerns were unfounded, for I remain here, and they would dare not oppose. However, the imbalance in the distribution of interests could lead to turmoil upon her departure. Moreover, the peculiar Sniper Pool posed a challenge. Monopolizing everything would not be sustainable. It would be prudent to deepen cooperation with the underground army, given Sartre's connections with them. In a constitutional monarchy, Aides would assume the role of king, while Sweet Flute would serve as the prime minister overseeing governance. They would convene a council composed of 3 factions, your subordinates, the underground army officials, and distinguished civilians. With the king, the prime minister, and the parliament, a separation of powers would be established. Cage elucidated the details of the constitutional monarchy to Aides, ensuring that the king retained a significant degree of authority, unlike the puppet regime of the Moonrest Empire. General Aides, a seasoned veteran of the political sphere, was enlightened by this concept, recognizing its progressive nature more than anyone else. He expressed profound admiration for Cage, who was able to articulate such a system instantaneously. Bowing repeatedly and expressing his gratitude for Cage's unwavering support throughout their journey, Cage felt somewhat embarrassed and waved his hand in dismissal, attributing his skills to the foundational education provided by 9 years of compulsory schooling. Cage tossed the uneaten segment of the orange into his mouth, and then swallowed the remaining fruit in a single gulp, shaking off his languid demeanor as he continued to address Aides. I support you, but beyond the sum of 2 billion Bailey. I require the kingdom of Limani to serve as a principal stronghold for my organization. This nation is abundant in minerals, rich in forests, characterized by mountainous terrain, and experiences distinct seasons with a diverse climate, making it ideal for cultivation. I intend to establish 3 major factories in your country, a munitions factory, a pharmaceutical factory, and a botanical garden for medicinal plants. I will provide you with the necessary technology and blueprints for household appliances to serve as a FAA for the munitions factory. All I ask is for you to oversee the operations. The profits will be divided equally between you and the underground army. Aside from this arrangement, I will not interfere with your governance of the nation. Cage rose from his seat and approached King Adas of the future, extending his right hand. Will you accept this? King Adas? Without hesitation, Adas seized Cage's right hand with both of his, fearing that a moment's delay would result in Cage withdrawing it. Yet, the handshake alone did not suffice. He felt compelled to lower himself to one knee, offering a gesture of reverence to Cage. Cage was most distressed by this, immediately lifting Aides and preventing him from kneeling in submission. To his surprise, the typically stoic and military-minded Aides embraced His Excellency Cage, tears streaming down his face. He believed his sins were insurmountable. He had anticipated that Cage might impose countless unreasonable conditions. However, upon hearing Cage's seemingly lighthearted terms, the weight he had carried for years finally lifted. He had truly returned to his savior, a genuinely benevolent leader. The kingdom of Lyman will eternally be grateful for your Excellency Cage's kindness. Cradling the weeping Aides, Cage felt an overwhelming sense of trouble, as a tall general with half-white hair held a teenage boy, both engulfed in tears. The crew of Cage gazed at the peculiar masterpiece before them, each unable to suppress a warm chuckle within. The following day, under Cage's guidance, the founding conference led by Adas was a resounding success, transitioning from a feudal system to a constitutional monarchy, which became the new governance of the nation. Adas was officially crowned the new king of the Kingdom of Lanmoni. With Sweet Flute appointed as prime minister, Bamboo Mountain as general, and Leastonda Mast to assume the role of the masked general defending the capital. The national parliament was orderly established a month later, with members yet to be determined. The new regime granted amnesty to a significant number of wrongfully accused criminals, while some minor offenders received reduced sentences. The remnants of the faction led by the King of Fae were ordered to be systematically dismantled within a month. It was another day of joyous celebration for the Kingdom of Lanmoni. At sea, the major and his soldiers fought valiantly to salvage the remaining 2 warships, repairing them until they no longer leaked. However, by the second morning, it became apparent that proceeding to their destination was futile. They decisively returned to the navy instead of heading to the Kingdom of Lanmoni. The major felt irked, having not only missed an opportunity but also lost a warship, a true case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Nevertheless, on the return journey, he called the leader to discuss his predicament and expressed his sincere apologies for not being able to assist. On the other end, the leader did not blame him, deeming it a trivial matter and thanking the major before ending the call. However, on the third day following the establishment of the Kingdom of Lanmoni, a massive warship appeared in the port of Tanaisheng. Its forbidding iron hull was unmistakably crafted from expensive special steel, adorned with exaggerated cannons. The ship proudly flew the seagull flag, representing the world government. Those who dared to dive beneath the surface would discover that the ship's hull was embedded with sea stone. Capable of traversing the calmest of waters, a true naval vessel worth a staggering 100 million berries. Fishermen and residents at the port were left in utter astonishment at the sight of such a magnificent warship, even more so when they witnessed the Navy personnel disembarking, cloaked in capes emblazoned with the word justice. Most notably, their attire was a green suit with yellow accents, distinguishing them from the standard Navy uniform, signifying the presence of a vice admiral. They were fortunate indeed to behold such a prominent figure. Chapter 102, The Golden Holy Spear, the dragon-slaying artifact. Vice Admiral Spike of the Naval Headquarters made a swift visit to the newly restored Kingdom of Lanmoni, arriving at the capital, Liju, from the port of Tanaisheng. Such a high-ranking official warranted a personal reception from the new king, Adas, who anticipated directives or arrangements for their nation. To his surprise, Vice Admiral Spike exhibited remarkable humility, expressing deep regret over the involvement of a few corrupt naval officers who aided the usurper Bandy and stating that he had been dispatched to apprehend Bandy and his faction, intending to confine them to a harsher naval prison. King Adas did not refuse Spike's request, handing over the shackled Bandy and his crew, recognizing the threat they posed should they escape. After all, it was better to entrust them to the Navy than to keep them within the country, where they could potentially cause havoc. Notably, Lise was absent from this group. Bandy and his associates were heavily shackled, with weighted iron balls attached to their limbs and secured with heavy chains. They initially resisted fiercely, particularly Bandy, who struggled against the soldiers and sailors. However, upon encountering Vice Admiral Spike, he became subdued and ceased his struggles. After the handover of the usurpers, Vice Admiral Spike inquired about Cage's group. King Adas informed him that Cage's faction had hastily departed with a significant sum of money from the treasury, causing no damage to the nation. Spike expressed relief, stating that was good news, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to the warship with Bandy's group. Though the Navy had completed their mission, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they lingered at the port of Tanaisheng, seemingly awaiting something. As the clock struck 1 in the deep of night, the moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the stars were scarcely visible, save for a few faint glimmers. Yet, in the midst of such darkness, a group clad in deep green cloaks emerged from the warship. They proceeded to the junction of the 3 main cities of the Kingdom of Lanmoni, where the underground conduits they had instructed Bandy to construct lay buried. They were well acquainted with this area, knowing precisely where to find what they sought. At the junction, which was merely a flat expanse marking the intersection of 3 roads, the leader effortlessly shattered the pavement with a punch and unearthed a large green orb. To their surprise, this orb, akin to the green orbs of the 3 major city S-pumps, concealed a weapon within. The radiant green vitality emanating from the orb illuminated the leader's face, none other than Vice Admiral Spike, who had feigned humility in front of Adas during the day. Clad in his cloak, Vice Admiral Spike shattered the green orb and flawlessly extracted the weapon hidden within. The Golden Holy Spear had finally matured. It was the quintessential dragon-slaying artifact, marking a significant step towards the fulfillment of their organization as objective. With a sinister smile illuminating his face, Spike admired the golden spear, noting its streamlined golden body etched with bronze dragon-slaying inscriptions. After a prolonged moment of admiration, he reluctantly handed the spear to his subordinate, who stowed it in a pre-prepared box. They swiftly lifted the box and vanished into the night, returning to the warship and resuming their naval duties. Unbeknownst to them, on a distant ridge, Cage and his group lay concealed atop a peak, relaying instructions for Sate to prepare a large telescope. After all, vice admirals typically possess keen observation and armament hockey. Getting too close might arouse suspicion. In truth, Cage and his crew had not departed. The Zhuanggong was hidden within the shipyard of Tantai-Shang, and Adas's words were orchestrated by Cage himself. What a magnificent golden spear. Kage and his companions were able to discern the camouflaged general spy and his entourage unearthing the fabled golden gun. Yet they were incapable of reading lips and remained oblivious to the general's words. Captain Kage, how can you be certain it is indeed General Spy? Inquired Miss Golden Week. It is evident from Bandy's reaction, Kage replied. When General Spy received Bandy outside the palace, Kage observed the scene amidst the throng of onlookers. Then how did you deduce that there were concealed elements within those pipelines? Sutter continued to probe. It is rather straightforward. The vitality absorbed by the King of Jade Bandy does not correspond with their combat prowess, Xuanhu elucidated. How can that be? They are formidable, Gade retorted. How many inhabitants does the kingdom of Laimani possess? Noticing Gade's naive response, Xuanhu patiently guided him. Perhaps 1 million, Jack ventured, lacking conviction. Xuanhu corrected him. Incorrect. A cursory glance at the 3 major cities reveals a population of no less than 9 million, and with additional towns and villages, it undoubtedly exceeds 10 million. Even if Bandy's group were to extract vitality from each citizen just once, that would amount to 10 million lives. Such a colossal sum, when you reflect upon it, should lead you to reconsider. Moreover, your perception of Bandy's strength stems from their 3 years of vitality cultivation, which has fortified their physical form. They were not as powerful when they initially established themselves 3 years prior. Thus, it follows that Spy and his cohort were aware of Bandy's limitations from the outset. Assisting in the formation of the Green Armor Army and providing simplified inscriptions to his subordinates was merely a modest sacrifice of vitality to Bandy, serving to obscure their ultimate objective of nurturing that golden weapon. Miss Golden Week, astute and perceptive, kept pace with the unfolding thoughts. Cage and Xuanhu both nodded in agreement. Engaging in a pact with the devil typically leads to a grim fate. Early in the morning, General Spike departed from the port of Tantai aboard a formidable warship, taking with him a significant object. Within the ship's cabin, upon the arrival of General Spike, the imprisoned King Bandy frowned in trepidation. Yet he took the initiative to extend his congratulations to his old acquaintance. Spike, I never anticipated your ascension from Major to General. It is indeed a commendable achievement. I wonder what favor you might bestow upon me? There is no need for flattery. The bounty hunter Bandy assisted you with ulterior motives. And now that our objectives have been fulfilled, your usefulness has come to an end. General Spike brandished a poison dart from his palm, removing its protective sheath, revealing a purple liquid that unmistakably harbored a deadly toxin. Without hesitation, he shot the dart into Bandy. You have witnessed our true nature. Bearing the illustrious insignia yet facing defeat, your demise is inevitable. This is the ancient, lethal poison of the great beast, silence. As a gesture of our acquaintance, I grant you the final 2 minutes to relish your existence. With that, General Spike unshackled Bandy from his chains and left him alone in the chamber. As the poison coursed through his veins, Bandy writhed in agony on the floor, struggling to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. What a formidable beast silences. As time ticked away, drawing him closer to death, the once fervent desire to cry out faded into a serene acceptance. He ceased to open his mouth and instead crawled slowly to the wall, leaning against it to sit upright. He recalled the mercenaries he had once commanded: Hammer, Modo, Fire Hunter, Singer, Island Master, Maisha, and Quian. Next, memories of his most glorious moments surfaced for years prior, when he claimed the King S had amidst a throng of soldiers. A night when he was invincible, emerging as the new sovereign, King Bandy. Ironically, the last vision that crossed his mind was the battle with Cage. With his words resonating clearly, was my first year of rule truly acknowledged? After conquering the throne and navigating numerous trials, I ultimately recognized the folly of my haste, the peril of bargaining with the devil, and the inescapable trap I had walked into. Perhaps had I been more patient and devoted to my craft, enduring the long, cold nights, I might have truly become the benevolent ruler the people sought. Yet, the past cannot be revisited. This life has been sufficiently extraordinary, has it not, King Bandy? Ha ha ha, the one who knows me best is the one who has defeated me. In his final moments, he yearned to laugh freely. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Ultimately, he inscribed a few words upon his own body, a smile gracing his face as he let his head droop. Chapter 103. Admiral Akiji and Robin with Vice Admiral Spike's departure. Tranquility returned to the kingdom of Laimoni. After a few days of respite, Cage and his companions were preparing to leave, but not before collecting their due rewards. King Adas opened the grand treasury doors of the palace, allowing Cage's group to take the gold they had been promised. Within the treasury, piles of gold, silver, and green notes were stacked haphazardly, indicating that King Bandy had managed the funds rather carelessly, without proper organization or record-keeping. The treasury was abundant, devoid of any emptiness, as Cage had anticipated. The money allocated to the commoners could be recouped through taxation, while attempts to lure in pirates and outsiders had proven fruitless, ensuring the fiscal health of the kingdom of Laimoni. Jack, Gade, and their companions gazed in awe at the mountain-like heaps of bills, excitedly diving into the sea of money, seizing large bundles of currency and waving them exuberantly, while some swam through the ocean of bills, reveling in the wealth of such an extraordinary moment. Wow, it's all money. I've never seen such a massive collection of high-denomination bills. The Red Dragon Dean, however, had little fondness for human currency. It preferred the glittering treasures of the human kings housed within the treasury. Cage refrained from handling the banknotes himself, allowing Sartre and Akin to take the lead in securing the 20 billion he was owed. He remained unfazed by the money. Yet one particular item among the collection brought him unexpected delight, prompting him to hasten and grasp it. The concealed telephone bug. Splendid, aides. Henceforth my communications with you will be secure, free from the prying ears of the Navy. With that, Cage nonchalantly stowed the bug into his pocket. Cage, your foresight is truly commendable, aides remarked, harboring no resentment. After all, it was Cage who had salvaged the nation, and acquiring an additional concealed telephone bug was a trivial matter. Ah, as your unseen benefactor, such consideration is only to be expected, he chuckled. Cage and his crew successfully secured 2 billion, leaving no extra penny unaccounted for. A single box was precisely sufficient to contain 100 million, resulting in exactly 20 boxes. Kage withdrew 1 billion, leaving another billion in the custody of aides, who would later return it to those who came for it. The Prime Minister, who had also assumed the role of the underground military chief, Sweet Flute, was astounded by Kage's remarkable composure, a truly formidable individual. The agreement between aides and Kage, made on the night they defeated the Emerald King Bandy, had already been disclosed. The national treasury was brimming with countless green bills, amounting to no less than several hundred billion Bailey. Yet Kage displayed an unexpected lack of greed, taking only 20 billion. Even more astonishing was the acceptance of this arrangement by his subordinates, who exhibited unwavering trust. His pirate crew exemplified exceptional teamwork. Observing aides conversing with Kage, Sweet Flute couldn't help but marvel at aides' brilliance. Both the Emerald King Bandy and the great pirate Kage were indeed remarkable figures. Aides, can you procure the Eternal Pointer from Water City? We wish to visit the shipyard to inspect the Zhuanggang. Previously, at the Tantaishin shipyard, Kage had inquired with the shipwright, who indicated that minor repairs could be managed, but given the severe damage to the Zhuanggang, a replacement would be more prudent. They lacked confidence in restoring it to perfection, and thus, a visit to Water City, where the master shipwrights resided, seemed the best course of action. This is quite simple. The Eternal Pointer from Water City is abundant in our country. I shall have someone fetch one for you. King Aides instructed his subordinates to retrieve an Eternal Pointer from the warehouse. He continued, Water City has a water train system that connects multiple islands, serving as a transportation hub. Many of our country's premium aquatic products are first delivered to Water City before being distributed elsewhere. Our vessels also bring back specialties such as fresh seafood and sea salt to enrich the market. Seafood. At the thought of that succulent, glistening meat, Kage's desire to visit Water City intensified. After acquiring the Eternal Pointer, Kage and his crew successfully completed their adventure in the kingdom of Lanemoni, preparing to depart from this once peculiar land. Aren't you coming aboard? Kage inquired upon seeing Pol, who had come to bid farewell alongside Sweet Flute and Jushan. Are you certain you wish to have a member of the underground military as a comrade? Pol replied with a smile. Haha. Whether or not they are from the underground military is inconsequential to me. What matters is the sharpshooter. Moreover, your mission here has been accomplished. In the future, you are a friend of Sate's father within the underground military, so how about spending some time on my ship? Cage unleashed a profound revelation, leaving Sartre momentarily speechless as he interjected with a question. Cage, are you certain that Pol is a close friend of my father? Well, I wouldn't say it's a certainty, but there is a 90% likelihood. When we first encountered him, his gaze lingered on you a tad too intently. The most telling sign was that evening when he was tasked with separating you and Pol for the mission. His eyes betrayed a flicker of concern for your safety. Although he masked it swiftly, I noticed it. Coupled with Sartre's lineage and the information regarding your father, this seems to be the most plausible scenario. Cage understood the significance of his father's identity to Sartre, and he earnestly elucidated the rationale behind his deduction. What a formidable captain you are. He has seen right through you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Pol, a former sniper of the underground army, confidently boarded the Zhuanggang. Kage has gained another ally, and the ship sniper is now in position. All is set, the anchor is lifted, and the Eternal Pointer directs us toward the Water City. The Zhuanggang departs from the kingdom of Lanemoni, sailing under the waves of Aides, Sweet Flute, and Bamboo Mountain toward the aquatic metropolis. On Longchain Island, a colossal sea creature extends its vast, serpentine body, more formidable than the Titan python, as it glares disdainfully at the humans standing ashore with its menacing maw, lined with sharp, massive teeth. Though he towers over the average person, he appears as insignificant as an ant on a platter before the immense form of the sea monster, ready to be devoured at any moment. A tall man clad in a blue suit does not display the same panic as the civilians behind him. Instead, he approaches the water's edge, crouching down with a finger dipped into the sea, drawing even closer to the Sea King, while the civilians grow increasingly alarmed. However, the most tumultuous emotions are not found among the civilians, but within Robin of the Straw Hat crew, as the man in the blue suit embodies her nightmare. She recalls that fateful day at the age of 8. The fearsome sea creature opens its gigantic jaws to bite down on the human before it. In a split second, a powerful wave of icy energy surges from the man's fingertip, rapidly spreading across the ocean and transforming a vast expanse of water into a glacier. The Sea King is instantly encased in ice, frozen in the act of attack. This is the ruthless nature of a natural-type devil fruit user, with a mere thought. He can freeze an entire ocean. The identity of this formidable individual becomes clear. He is Admiral Kaichi, one of the 3 top powers of the Navy. After freezing the ocean, Admiral Kaichi lazily addresses the crowd, stating that the ocean has transformed into ice, and they can walk across its surface to reach another island. The civilians bow in gratitude to Admiral Kaichi and prepare to carry their belongings across the ice to escape the deserted island. Luffy swiftly intercepts the civilians, declaring, "Uncle, do not trust him. He is Navy." It is as if the civilians have fallen for the lies of an unscrupulous villain. What is wrong with trusting the Navy? The uncle looks at the perplexed Straw Hat Boy. Realizing his own identity, Luffy punches his palm. "Oh right. We are pirates. We are the bad guys." It is only natural for the civilians to believe in the justice of the Navy. Recognizing his blunder, he steps aside, allowing the civilians to proceed onto the ice. The civilians hastily advance across the ice, seeking their livelihoods. After they depart, only the Straw Hat crew and Admiral Kaichi remain on the deserted island. The Admiral gazes at the Straw Hat crew and suddenly transforms into an elemental state, swiftly materializing before Robin, embracing her in a friendly gesture that proves to be a lethal maneuver. His cold, icy aura instantly encases Robin in a crystalline prison. "How dare you harm Robin?" Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji launch simultaneous attacks on Kaichi, striving to protect Robin from further harm. However, their punches, kicks, and sword strikes have no effect on the Admiral in his elemental form. Seizing the opportunity, Sanji scoops up the frozen Robin and flees. Determined to return to the Mary for treatment, Luffy and Zoro cover Sanji's escape, but against the overwhelming power of the Admiral, Luffy too is encased in ice. Left with no choice but to escape in disgrace, Zoro carries the frozen Luffy away. The Straw Hat Pirates suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of Admiral Kaichi, who chooses not to pursue them, allowing them to flee. In the East Sea, a battalion of Navy ships surrounds a criminal syndicate's base, apprehending the underworld group engaged in illicit arms production. Meanwhile, 2 pirate ships set sail from the scene of the incident. Just as the captain predicted, the Navy will soon track down their weapons factory, Bururu remarks. "Fortunately, we have already transferred control to that gang, and they have exchanged a substantial sum of money. As expected, we are now entering the Grand Line, where greater opportunities await us. Let us embark on this adventure," replied Beta Kuro. "Indeed, no matter how perilous the Grand Line may be, we shall not retreat this time. Crew, set sail. Our destination is the Grand Line." Bururu commands from the first pirate ship. With Bururu at the helm of the new ship, they set course alongside Beta Kuro's vessel, the Bezin, heading toward the entrance of the Grand Line. In Chapter 104, Dragon Slayer, the lookout on the Zhuanggang has become the exclusive position of Sniper Pool, offering an elevated vantage point ideal for sharpshooting. "Enemy attack," Pool announces from the lookout. A pterosaur, and the largest one at that. A massive pterosaur approaches the Zhuanggang, its wingspan dwarfing the ship itself. Upon hearing the name, Faraday quickly dashes to Pool's side, pressing down on the barrel of his sniper rifle to prevent any harm to the wind god pterosaur. "It is not an enemy. It is a messenger sent by my kin." Pool lowers his weapon, retracting the sniper rifle. "Fine, I want to shoot it. You little sprite are surprisingly strong. You nearly bent my barrel." Seeing the skull emblem on the ship's sail, the wind god pterosaur descends, its feet skimming the surface of the water as it executes a graceful glide, leaving ordered ripples in its wake. The wind god pterosaur glides alongside the Zhuanggang, then spreads its wings to slow its descent before landing gracefully on the railing. The ship's structure is sturdy enough to support the weight of such a massive creature. Kage and his crew, tousled by the gust of wind from the pterosaur's wings, observe the creature before them. In its folded wing state, it appears significantly smaller, lacking the imposing grandeur it possesses when fully extended. The pterosaur, spotting Faraday in the air, lets out a few calls before opening its massive mouth. Faraday flies into the pterosaur's lower jaw, discovering a compartment that holds a scroll. He retrieves the scroll and, with a friendly pat on the pterosaur's eye, acknowledges the completion of the task. Satisfied, the wind god pterosaur calls out a few more times, unfurls its wings, and takes to the skies, leaving a whirlwind of air in its wake. Faraday unfurls the scroll delivered by his kin on the deck, drawing the attention of the crew. To their dismay, the scroll is blank, devoid of any writing. The crew expresses their disappointment. However, Faraday quickly realizes that the scroll is encrypted, its contents only revealing themselves through the magic of their kin. With a flourish of his hands, Faraday invokes a spell, pressing his palms onto the scroll. After a ripple of light, the text finally emerges on the surface. Cage carefully scrutinized the contents of the scroll, seeking to comprehend the intricate records of the Zui secret manuscript. Millions of years ago, during the reign of the Supreme Empire, the human factions comprised not only the dragon worshippers loyal to the Empire, but also 2 other groups beyond its dominion: the dragon rejectors who opposed the dragon kin, and the neutral ones who refrained from engaging in the conflict between the dragon worshippers and the dragon rejectors. Following the mysterious deaths of the dragon worshippers' sovereign, Ulysses, and the Dragon Emperor, Hilmo, the Supreme Empire fell into ruin. This turmoil plunged the Dragonkin into a civil war, resulting in significant losses on both sides. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon rejectors collected numerous dragon corpses, nurturing a cadre of formidable warriors over the ensuing years. They formed a powerful organization known as the Dragon Slayers, which further suppressed the declining Dragonkin and the dragon worshippers. However, in time, the Dragon Slayers turned their sights upon the Iofo clan, masquerading as dragon worshippers to invite our kin, subsequently poisoning and assassinating 500 of our warriors. In a fit of righteous fury, our ancestor, Emir, ventured alone into Veluno, marking all members of the Dragon Slayers for death. For a century, he pursued them across countless miles, ultimately wiping them out. Yet, Emir never returned to Veluno, leaving only the Zui secret manuscript to endure through the ages. Within this manuscript, the prophet Emir also noted that the dragon rejectors had expended vast sums to commission the Dwarven clan to forge sacred dragon-slaying artifacts, culminating in the creation of 3 golden holy spears. The dragon rejectors had utilized 2 of these, and it is believed that the one Emir sought after vanquishing the Dragon Slayers was concealed by them. This encapsulates the entirety of the Zui secret manuscript. Hill. You must pay particular attention to the golden holy spear dedicated to the Iofo clan. Upon concluding the scroll's contents, Kaichi found himself reflecting in awe. What a formidable prophet Emir was, coupled with his previous visions of Alsas and Hill. The ancient supreme beings of that era were undeniably terrifying entities, truly the paragons of their age. This deepens the enigma. Were Alsas and Hill slain by the dragon rejectors, or the so-called dragon slayers? And what role did the ancient legend of O play amidst these events? Kaichi saw that the information was insufficient and did not dwell on the ancient events from millions of years ago. However, through the contents of Iofo's scroll, he realized that the vice-marshal behind the infamous King Bandi was none other than the remnants of the dragon-slaying faction known as the Dragon Rejectors. Feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, he suspected that this faction was his adversary, yet he had not anticipated that the Golden Holy Lance was specifically designed to target him. Nonetheless, even if he had known in advance, confronting a vice-marshal was not something he could currently manage. He was utterly powerless against such a foe. The Golden Holy Lance loomed above him like the sword of Damocles. Once he had completed a few more quests, the ultimate schemer might very well be revealed. The newly appointed sniper, Paul, was utterly perplexed, questioning the relevance of these ancient tales to their current situation aboard the ship. Archaeologist Miss Goldenweek took it upon herself to recount the connections between these ancient events and the crew, enlightening Paul. I've joined a remarkable pirate crew. It seems our future lives will be far from mundane, Paul exclaimed after absorbing the information. The crew took their time to digest the newly acquired knowledge, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, they encountered a vast expanse of frozen ocean, yet the temperature had not plummeted below freezing, nor were there any falling snowflakes. How could the ocean transform into glaciers? This icy landscape resembled a white continent obstructing the path of the Zhuanggang. Lower the sails. Reduce speed. Drop anchor to avoid colliding with the glaciers. Kaichi commanded decisively as the captain. Akin and Shanka lowered the sails, while helmsman Jack decreased the speed and dropped the anchor, bringing the Zhuanggang to a halt before the ice. Lacking ice-breaking equipment or means to traverse the frozen surface, Kaichi and his crew paused to contemplate how to navigate this vast glacier. Indeed, the Grand Line was remarkable. They had not witnessed snowfall before, and the temperature had not dipped to zero. Suddenly, they were confronted with a glacier. Nature was truly wondrous, marveled Navigator Gade. Absolutely. The Grand Line is extraordinary. I have never encountered such a phenomenon in the East Blue, helmsman Jack responded, equally exhilarated by the unusual occurrence. Ah. Let us not malign the wonders of the Grand Line. It bears no responsibility for this strange anomaly. While the weather and climate here are indeed peculiar, this level of absurdity is unprecedented, affecting an entire ocean, Gade remarked. Gade, Jack, you both are mistaken. This glacier is not a natural occurrence, but rather a man-made phenomenon. Kaichi pointed out, aware of the truth. Man-made? How could anyone create such a vast spectacle? They questioned in disbelief. It is entirely possible. Sniper Paul contemplated a potential culprit. Given the underground army's status as a formidable enemy of the world government, and their familiarity with key figures in the Navy, could it truly be that significant individual? Sate speculated. Who are you referring to? Gade and Jack, lacking awareness of external matters, pressed for clarification. The only one capable of creating such a phenomenon is Admiral Akiji, a user of the ice fruit and one of the Navy's 3 supreme powers, Paul elucidated. That individual must be nearby, likely engaging someone, Kaichi nodded, pleased with the crew's growing intelligence. The emergence of an admiral. Just moments ago, they had encountered a rear admiral, and now another, even more formidable admiral was present. Kaichi felt momentarily overwhelmed, as he had never encountered such prominent figures back in Seagull Town. The disparity between their societal standings was immense. Kaichi approached the eternal pointer beside the helm, once again confirming the direction. Let me take the lead. Qianlong, you should also dive in and follow me closely. Dean, you will use fire from the air to melt the large chunks of ice. Acknowledged. The memory seahorse Qianlong and the red dragon Dean took their positions. The dragon swooped down, transformed into a colossal dragon. Kaichi plummeted from the heights into the glacier, his powerful claws gripping the ice, and his entire form crashed into the glacier, creating chaos. The immense strength of Kaichi as a dragon was astounding, carving a long trench into the surface of the ice. Water rushed in, forming an artificial canal. The memory seahorse Qianlong inhaled deeply, expanding his dragon body as he followed the seawater into the channel carved by the ship, shattering the large ice fragments into smaller pieces. Dean, the red dragon, also breathed fire from above, melting the large blocks of ice in the waterway. The three dragons collaborated. And at last, a waterway wide enough for the Zhuiging ship was completed. Jack stowed the anchor and set sail, guiding the Zhuiging into this newly formed waterway. With the occasional sound of ice striking the ship's hull, the waterway was too long, and the abundance of ice made it impossible to eliminate every fragment. Some would inevitably be overlooked. In the kitchen of the cabin, Carmen heard the sounds of ice colliding with the bottom of the ship. Why is it so noisy outside? I hope nothing has happened. Carmen, do not worry. With Kaichi here, those minor issues will be handled, Xuanhu reassured with a smile. Carmen, it seems your culinary ambition has flourished. After the incident at the mine prison in Lianmoni Kingdom, you must have gained quite a bit. I am truly grateful for your guidance, Elder Xian. For the first time, I managed to prepare fried rice for 1,000 people in such a short time. It has been ages since I saw diners smiling with satisfaction over a basic need like a full stomach, reminiscent of my days as an apprentice chef. I received gratitude from so many for the first time. That is a testament to your inherent kindness and brave hard work. There is no need to thank me. Your culinary talent is remarkable, but your original intent had strayed somewhat. This is why I could not teach you. You lack the culinary ambition. Now that you possess it, I can impart my Eastern culinary skills to you. Chapter 105. The Elite Chef. The assessment of culinary ambition consists of 3 critical points. First is observation. Possessing exceptional observational skills allows one to uncover hidden talents. The fact that you recognized me as a top chef speaks to your keen observation. Second, one must not conceal their skills. Culinary arts are meant to be utilized. When the time comes, one should not hold back. You grasped this concept when I entertained my long-lost friend Rabani. The third point is to prioritize humanity. In Western terms, it involves humanistic care. Most importantly, when you have ingredients, you must ensure that no one goes hungry in your presence. This third point is paramount. If you learn my style of cooking, you must adhere strictly to this principle. Otherwise, if I find out, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will locate you and erase any memory you have of my culinary lineage. Do you understand? When Xuanhu spoke of this third taboo, his usually kind demeanor turned icy. Carmen had no doubt that if she dared to defy him, Xuanhu could indeed follow through with his threats, and she replied decisively, "Understood. Good. You began your culinary journey in Western cuisine, albeit from humble beginnings, yet you should have recently been learning intensively from top Western chefs. This is generally a good thing. But with advantage comes disadvantage. Western cuisine originated from serving the nobility, especially the elite, which often leads to a disdain for the common people and an excessive obsession with ingredient quality. It can easily lead to forgetting the primary purpose of food, which is to provide sustenance. Fortunately, your experience in the Lianmoni Kingdom has helped you return to your roots, and you have successfully passed the culinary ambition assessment. My lineage is rooted in divine culinary mastery, which is why I maintain such strict standards. Divine culinary mastery. Elder Xian, you are a culinary deity? Do not be overly excited. I am not yet a culinary deity. I have learned extensively, and my culinary skills in my world only reach the level of an elite chef, not the highest tier. However, my mentor is indeed a culinary deity, which is why I hold you to such high expectations. In my world, chefs are ranked from the lowest to the highest as third-tier chef, second-tier chef, first-tier chef, distinguished chef, elite chef, and then the pinnacle, the culinary deity. Therefore, my designation as an elite chef is a modest claim. Being one step below a culinary deity is a status admired by countless chefs. Now, let us discuss the clientele we do not serve. 1. Those who waste food knowingly in front of you. 2. Guests who criticize you for not wearing gloves. You may choose not to serve such guests. Our lineage is derived from divine culinary skills and should maintain its own standards. There are many chefs in the world. If they lack trust, they can seek others. And we do not impose. Of course, the second point only pertains to what I teach you. Your original Western cuisine is under your discretion. Having covered so much, let us formally enter the cooking steps of my lineage. First, cleanse your hands to show respect for the diners. Second, clean the pot. Whether it is one you have taken or one given to you, wash it before you begin cooking. This is not only a sign of respect for the diners, but also a means of self-protection. In our world, it is common to find colorless, odorless poison hidden in pots to harm others. As Xuanhu spoke, he filled the pot with water, igniting the fire to heat it before discarding the water. There is actually an additional step to heat the pot, which is more complex. We do not have enough time today, so I will teach you that later. Now, let me address the most significant difference between Western and Eastern cuisines, the method of cooking, especially stir-frying. In Western cuisine, stir-frying is limited to fried rice, while in Eastern cuisine, it holds great importance. Xuanhu poured squid into the well-oiled pan and began to stir-fry. The essence of stir-frying lies in the wok's heat. Chefs in major Eastern culinary schools have a deeper understanding and development of this heat. They utilize thickening agents during stir-frying to enhance the flavor and texture. employing techniques like thickening, slurry, and thin thickening. I heard you have experience with fried rice. Let me demonstrate a stir-fry for you. Xuanhu diligently taught Carmen, presenting a series of dishes before her: stir-fried squid, kung pao chicken, yangzhou fried rice, stir-fried fish fillets, and bitter melon stir-fried with meat. The zhugging slowly traversed the narrow waterway, with the sound of ice occasionally striking the hull. After some time, Kaichi and his companions finally crossed the frozen ocean. Exhausted from the exertion, Kaichi's stomach grumbled with hunger. Fortunately, it was mealtime, and a famished Kaichi hurried to the head of the dining table. He noticed not only the usual stews, fried meats, and fish soups, but also an array of stir-fried dishes, indicating a significant enhancement in the menu. Half of the rice had been transformed into fried rice. He knew that Elder Xian had lent his hand, and this meal would be a feast for all. As night fell, everyone was weary. Sate chose not to remain in the laboratory and returned to his room to rest, preparing for a good night's sleep. The newly boarded Paul arrived at Sate's room. With no available accommodations on the zhugging, Paul set up a hammock to sleep in Sate's room, lying in his bed. Sate did not immediately drift off to sleep but turned to Paul and inquired, "Paul, Kaichi mentioned you were my father's friend. Since you were close to him, what kind of person was my father in the underground army?" Paul turned his head to Sate and smiled helplessly. "I was a combatant under your father. I joined the underground army because of him. Your father was resolute, courageous, and compassionate towards the common folk and children. He acted with foresight. He was a true fighter." "Is that so? That is reassuring." Upon hearing his father's affirmation, Sate understood that his father's efforts had not been in vain. As he spoke, Pool's voice quivered with emotion. Sate expressed his regret, stating that he had been on a mission and was unable to be by his father's side to protect him. Both he and a CP9 member who attempted to assassinate him had perished in an explosion. Pool, momentarily suppressing his grief, gravely warned Sate, "You must exercise caution around CP9, particularly with regard to the formidable dragon of CP9. I have discovered that the CP9 member who died alongside your father was his brother, and he will seek vengeance at the first opportunity. You must keep your distance from him." Within the underground military headquarters, Sabo inquired about the situation in the Rainy Kingdom, asking if there had been any correspondence. Colonel Clara responded that the Sweet Flute had indeed replied, indicating that their crisis had been averted and the Rainy Kingdom was now under the control of the underground military. However, an unexpected force had intervened. The notorious pirate, Kaichi, with a bounty of 100 million berries, had become involved. Fortunately, he had been friendly towards Sweet Flute, suggesting that he was not an adversary. Sabo regarded the report and Kaichi's bounty, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the name. Clara, ever by Sabo's side, expressed her surprise. "Is he not the infamous Smiling Kaichi? A recent sensation? He hails from the East Blue, much like you. Perhaps he was a friend before your amnesia." "Indeed, since he did not clash with Sweet Flute, it is plausible that he is a friend. If fate permits, I shall have the opportunity to converse with him," Sabo replied with an optimistic smile. Noticing Sabo's slow pace, Clara took the letter from his hands to peruse its contents. To her astonishment, Pool had agreed to join Kaichi's pirate crew. Through their conversations, it became evident that Sate, aboard Kaichi's ship, was the son of a high-ranking officer in the underground military, leading Clara to speculate whether this officer was the late chief of staff. Her shock deepened, as she held great respect for the deceased chief of staff. It must be so. Only the son of the chief of staff could elicit such a decision from Pool. Reflecting on the late chief of staff, Sabo's expression shifted from joy to self-reproach. "If I had not sent Pool on that mission, if only I had ensured adequate protection for the chief of staff, perhaps he would still be alive." Clara embraced Sabo, offering comfort. "Sabo, you cannot bear this blame. The fault lies with those deranged CP9 members. Pool will surely understand in time." Chapter 106. Water 7. Water 7, a city of grandeur and renown on the Grand Line, is celebrated not only for its shipbuilding industry but also for its maritime train connections to the city of Spring Queen, St. Poplar, the culinary haven of Puki, the carnival city of Sanford, and various judicial locations, making it a vital transit hub along the Grand Line. After a prolonged voyage, they finally arrived at Water 7. Viewed from a distance, the city resembled an immense fountain magnified 1,000,000 times, featuring a tiered design with significant height differences between levels, easily discernible from hundreds of meters away by the massive numerical identifiers of the docks. "Look over there. A peculiar frog, one that swims freely," Jack exclaimed, excitedly directing the group's attention to his discovery. "It swims in freestyle. Perhaps it belongs to someone as a pet," Miss Goldenweek speculated. "What kind of person possesses such skill to teach a frog to swim freestyle?" Gade marveled. The red dragon Dean and the traveling bear, White Treasure, were equally delighted upon encountering other extraordinary creatures. Akin and the others followed their gaze, astonished to see a large frog swimming not in the typical style, but in a human-like freestyle stroke towards Water 7. Kaichi recognized this frog immediately. The sumo frog Yokozuna, a creature renowned for its ability to swim freestyle, was the pet of Tom, the legendary shipwright and a foundational figure in the development of Water 7. As the ship, the Shark Tooth, docked and anchored, Kaichi and his companions disembarked into Water 7. The city's three-tiered structure and intricate waterways posed challenges, so upon reaching the island, they rented a special transportation device known as a blue The Blue, effective and robust, inhabited the city's sewers and served as the swiftest and most efficient means for visitors to explore Water 7, albeit at a high cost, 1,000 berries for a double-seat version. Once they procured the Blue, the group split up, with Kaichi's team tasked with locating the best dry dock at Carrera Company for ship repairs. Having amassed considerable wealth from their previous endeavors, Kaichi resolved to indulge the shark tooth with a premium maintenance package at Carrera's finest dry dock, a well-deserved treat for their unsung ally. As they navigated the waterways of Water 7, vendors lined the banks, offering an array of local delicacies, particularly the much-sought-after water meat, with stalls every 10 steps, making it exceedingly popular and convenient for travelers approaching on their blues. Kaichi is an insatiable foodie, leading the group through the bustling stalls, purchasing a generous assortment of delicacies while savoring each bite amidst their leisurely stroll. As Kaichi took a bite, the tender and springy texture, along with its rich aroma, lived up to the accolades sung by Luffy about this delectable meat, proving to be exceptionally worthwhile. The watery meat is also Brew's favorite delicacy. If travelers find Brew's pace sluggish, offering it some watery meat can accelerate its progress, showcasing one of the many remarkable benefits of this dish. Upon arriving at Dock No. 1 of the Carrera Company, one is greeted by the imposing gantry crane, with the conspicuous G.C. ship mislabel prominently displayed on the flags and the office building. Kaichi, Sartre, Ged, and Jack followed the guidance of the personnel from the Carrera Company and arrived at the office of Iceberg, the president of Carrera, also known as Isbaku. Kaichi had previously informed the receptionist at Carrera Company that it was a significant business matter, necessitating a face-to-face meeting with the president, which ultimately led to their direct encounter with Mr. Iceberg. Mr. Iceberg, with a demeanor of seriousness and tranquility, meticulously reviewed the planning documents and invoices on his desk, signing them only after confirming their accuracy. He noticed Kaichi and his companions entering, at which point he set aside his papers and raised his gaze to regard the four of them. "Sir, you must be the president of the shipbuilding company. We are here for the repair of our vessel, the Zhaogang. It is imperative that you ensure its proper restoration," Jack exclaimed with exuberance, his face aglow with enthusiasm. And he attempted to approach Mr. Iceberg for a handshake. However, before Jack could advance, Iceberg's assistant, Califa, swiftly stepped forward, her long legs creating a flurry of motion. "How audacious! How dare you show such disrespect to President Iceberg?" Califa reprimanded, for Mr. Iceberg was not merely the president of Carrera Company, but also the mayor of the illustrious Water City. "You must accord Mayor Iceberg the respect he rightfully deserves." After delivering her admonishment, she gracefully resumed her poised stance, delicately adjusting her glasses with her fingertips. "I did not disrespect Uncle Iceberg. We said nothing. So why did we receive such a kick?" The three lamented, rubbing their heads, now adorned with swelling bruises. Sate and Gade, who had been near Jack, found themselves inadvertently caught in the crossfire, also receiving a share of Califa's elegant yet forceful kick. Keck, possessing an acute understanding of the characters involved, skillfully retreated in advance, thereby evading a kick from Califa and standing unscathed behind Jack and the others. Califa, the stunningly beautiful secretary to the Iceberg Mayor, is undoubtedly among the most exquisite women Keck has encountered in the pirate world, alongside Nami, Robin, Princess Vivi, and the disguised Miss Doublefinger, who has consumed the slippery fruit. However, her most significant role remains that of an undercover agent positioned by CP9 in close proximity to Iceberg. Kaichi did not expose her true identity. The Iceberg seized the opportunity to step in and smooth things over, graciously entertaining Kaichi and his companions. Truly, as a company president, his exceptional interpersonal skills are beyond reproach. Kage engaged in conversation with the Iceberg, directly requesting the finest and most comprehensive ship repair service. Both the Iceberg and Califa were taken aback by how accommodating this notorious pirate was. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the window. As Kaichi and his companions gathered by the window to witness the commotion, they found a group of pirates engaged in ship repairs, unwilling to pay for their services. In Dock 1, weapons were drawn, and chaos swiftly ensued. Although half of the onlookers promptly departed, the other half, comprising loyal customers and residents, remained to observe the unfolding spectacle. True to expectation, the situation escalated rapidly, with ropes, wooden planks, and hammers being unceremoniously hurled at the raucous pirates. The five foremen, Barry, Lucci, Kaku, Bepper, and Darius, efficiently subdued the unruly marauders, binding them with little effort. Surrounding acquaintances lauded the prowess of the five foremen from the Carrera Company. Much like fans celebrating their idols, Iceberg summoned Barry, one of the foremen, to assist in escorting Kaichi's pirate vessel, the Zhaogang, to Dock 1 for repairs. Despite knowing Kaichi's pirate affiliation, Iceberg and his crew continued to engage in business with him. In this world, pirates are plentiful, forming a crucial component of the ecological landscape, making it nearly impossible to abstain from dealings with them. Surprisingly, the stigma surrounding piracy is not universally negative. In certain locales, pirates are even celebrated. Initially, Kaichi believed the pirate population adhered to the exaggerated online narratives, where nefarious pirates outnumbered virtuous ones at a ratio of 9 to 1. However, upon immersing himself in this world, he discovered the reality was quite different, a more accurate ratio being 7-3. The malevolent pirates, characterized by their greed and perpetration of violence against civilians, truly embody the essence of piracy, constituting 70% of their ranks. The remaining good pirates can be categorized into two distinct types. Despite their shared illegality and non-malicious intent towards civilians, their influence on local governance varies. The adventurer-type pirates embark on illegal voyages for personal scientific exploration, treasure hunting, and the discovery of new species or islands. They remain aloof from the political machinations of their ventures, resulting in minimal impact on local populations and, consequently, lower popularity. In contrast, the savior-type pirates actively engage in the political struggles of their territories, often overthrowing corrupt regimes and rescuing the populace from dire circumstances, such as Luffy and his crew. These saviors may even offer refuge to locals, shielding them from the oppression of the celestial dragons, exemplified by figures like Whitebeard and Shanks among the four emperors. On the streets of Water 7, the Navy's presence was, as anticipated, unmistakable. In the bustling streets of Water 7, Major Apeme strolled alongside Captain Kobernik. Both familiar faces amidst the unfolding intrigue. Apeme, I have discerned that this city harbors numerous CP members. What could be their intent? Kobernik inquired with curiosity. Aside from the rumored blueprints of the legendary shipwright Tom, it is said that Nico Robin, who has joined the Straw Hat crew, has also arrived here. The CP organization must be pursuing her as well, Apeme replied calmly, savoring a piece of delicacy as if discussing mundane news. Oh, such explosive revelations, both are forbidden by the world government. How do you so easily divulge this to me? Kobernik exclaimed, wide-eyed. Indeed, it's best you remain discreet about this. Should the higher-ups catch wind of it, your prospects for promotion could be jeopardized, Apeme cautioned. Haha, I am quite content with my current rank and have no aspirations for advancement, so you needn't worry about me. However, with your elevated position, you must tread carefully to ascend further. Kobernik laughed heartily, nibbling on his snack. The Straw Hat crew, alongside Kage and members of the CP organization, converged in Water 7, where the legendary shipwright Tom was rumored to have left behind the blueprints of the Pluton. How many schemes and plots would unfold, igniting an array of stories? Chapter 107. The return of the ferry of the ship, the Shark. With the timeline in mind, it was estimated that Kage and his crew had reached Water 7. Captain, ensure the soldiers are vigilant in their patrols and searches, lest they allow them to slip away, Kobernik instructed. Understood. A soldier has reported sighting them on the island. I have already briefed the troops accordingly, Kobernik affirmed. Excellent. Apeme expressed satisfaction upon hearing Kobernik's response. Suddenly pausing, he added, when pursuing Kage and his crew, caution is paramount. We must avoid recklessness that could harm civilians and provoke public outcry. Mr. Iceberg manages Water 7 admirably, and this place draws attention from all corners of the world. Understood. I will inform the soldiers upon my return. At the Carrera Company, Dock Number 1, Barry had guided Kage's vessel, the Shark, to its designated dock. He recalled his first encounter aboard the Shark, where he had met the ship's doctor, Xuanhu, and the elusive dragon, Dean, who was not meant to be seen by just anyone. Barry was astonished that Kage's ship housed a dragon, along with an extraordinary elder whose presence was unlike any he had encountered before. The unusual red dragon, Dean, had shed its juvenile demeanor after the battle with the Hunters of Flame, evolving into a fully fledged dragon. Its appearance was now fiercely intimidating, exuding a pressure that dwarfed its previous state. As Barry laid eyes on Dean, he instinctively fell into a defensive stance, reaching for the rope concealed in his sleeve. That dragon is our pet. You must not harm it. It poses no threat to you. If you attack, I cannot guarantee your safety. You are the shipwright called by Kage, correct? Xuanhu's voice interrupted, bringing Barry back to his senses and quelling his aggressive thoughts. That was close. I nearly attacked a customer's pet. Thank goodness for the interruption. It could have turned disastrous, Barry thought, relieved. Greetings. I am Barry, the foreman at Carrera. Your captain has procured ship repair services from our company, and I was sent to guide you to Dock Number 1, he said, smiling and extending his hand to shake with the uniquely charismatic elder. In the world of pirates, ethereal beings were rare, making it difficult for Barry to articulate Xuanhu's essence. He sensed that Xuanhu was a distinctive and accepting elder, unlikely to harbor anger over his earlier indiscretion. Hello, I am Xuanhu, the ship's doctor. That dragon is named Dean. A creature from the East Blue, Xuanhu introduced. Once acquainted, Barry enthusiastically guided Xuanhu through the ship. Inside Dock Number 1, the Shark was securely moored in the repair bay. Barry, take a thorough look at the Shark and identify what repairs are necessary, Xuanhu instructed as they surveyed the vessel. Xuanhu, while not an expert in shipbuilding or repairs, having only overseen the construction of large ships during his reign as emperor, could discern blueprints but lacked deeper knowledge. It was prudent to leave such matters to professionals. I sense you are significant clients. I shall summon the president to assess the situation, Barry said, his demeanor shifting from calm to troubled as he pondered the condition of the Shark. He left the repair bay, heading directly to Mr. Iceberg's office. Shortly thereafter, Barry returned with Iceberg, who also brought Kage, Sate, Gade, and Jack, 4 individuals already present at Dock Number 1. Upon arriving at the Shark, Iceberg did not immediately enter the ship to assess the damage. Instead, he instructed Barry to escort Kage and his crew outside for leisure, promising to inform them of the findings later that evening. Iceberg remained alone in the repair bay, scrutinizing the shark to concentrate fully and utilize his abilities to their maximum potential. After a thorough examination, he arrived at the keel of the shark, contemplating why Barry had summoned him. The damage to the shark had reached a critical point. Any further deterioration could result in its disintegration. Thankfully, Kage and his crew had taken great care of the vessel. Otherwise, it would not have remained intact at this critical juncture. The materials used in the shark's construction were subpar, and the wood that comprised its structure was of mediocre quality. Many materials had not undergone appropriate treatment for moisture resistance or decay, and the repairs had not been conducted by skilled shipwrights. Given their rigorous usage, it was miraculous that the vessel had endured this long without falling apart. Similar to the Mary Go, the Straw Hat ship, as reported to Kaku. To Barry's astonishment, he encountered such circumstances on the same day, a testament to the myriad of coincidences in this world. However, the Mary Go was in a far worse state. Its keel was completely broken, rendering it irreparable and in a state of total disrepair. Conversely, the shark's keel was merely damaged, not shattered like the Mary Go. And while its condition was critical, there remained hope for salvation. With proper reinforcement and repairs, the shark could still navigate for some time. Having concluded his assessment of the shark's condition, Iceberg prepared to relay his findings to Kage and the crew that evening, deciding whether they would opt for repairs and reinforcement or abandon the vessel and construct a new one. As he finished his duties, Iceberg was about to depart when a child clad in a blue raincoat, radiating light, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The child's face was obscured by a shimmering veil, their blue raincoat adorned with deep blue draconic wings. The fairy of the ship. The fairy of the shark has emerged. Before the illustrious shipwright Mr. Iceberg, the illustrious vessel, the Thousand Sunny, revealed the presence of the ship's spirit, further underscoring the affection that Captain Frankie and his crew bestowed upon her. Meanwhile, Carmen led the way upon her rented seahorse, Blue, with Debut and Hank riding the somewhat inflated memory seahorse, Chinslong, in the middle, while the fishman Shank brought up the rear. Guided by a young girl, they arrived at the stall of a trembling old man, where they delighted in exquisite culinary creations. It must be said that this elderly gentleman possessed remarkable culinary skills. He deftly transformed his trembling hands into an advantage, elevating his cooking prowess, a master chef whose appearance belied his talent. Carmen, a lady fond of animals, generously provided Blue with water and meat, fostering a bond of affection between them, further enhanced by Blue's fondness for the memory seahorse, Chinslong. Under the blazing midday sun, Blue led Carmen and her companions to explore the city's underground sewers, revealing his dwelling. Contrary to expectations, the sewers were clean and devoid of foul odors, albeit dark and damp, providing an ideal resting place for Blue during his shifts and nighttime slumber. Meanwhile, Akin found himself wandering the streets alone, only to unexpectedly encounter naval soldiers, prompting him to take evasive action. He darted through several streets to elude the pursuing sailors, eventually finding refuge in a tavern. Emerging from within was Frankie, clad in a bikini, having just replenished his cola supply. Akin, having previously procured some liquor for himself, entered the tavern to indulge in drink. Inside, the proprietor and bartender were one and the same. Bruno, donned in classic bartender attire, his most striking feature being his distinctive horn-shaped hairstyle. Had Captain Frankie been present, he would have recognized Akin's encounter with Bruno, an undercover agent of CP9 hidden within Water 7. In Chapter 108, Mountain Wind Kaku, Timney. As the skies above Water 7 opened up, the airborne Captain Frankie was astonished to encounter someone gliding through the air. The only individual capable of such a feat in the city was none other than Kaku, one of the 5 foremen of Dock 1. Kaku, a man captivated by the pursuit of wind, relished the thrill of high-altitude gliding. His aerial exploits had become a familiar sight to the residents of Water 7, even evolving into a unique spectacle, earning him the nickname Mountain Wind. Kage retracted his dragon wings, ceasing his flight, and instead began to emulate Kaku's gliding technique. As he felt the exhilarating rush of wind intensifying during his descent, Kage experienced a profound sense of delight, mastering the essentials of Kaku's gliding method in just a few attempts. Kage now understands why Kaku, who has been an undercover agent for several years, has managed to surpass Gabra, becoming the second most formidable member of CP9, just after Rob Lucci. Kaku's unique method of gliding at reduced speed is a sophisticated technique that harnesses wind pressure to enhance physical prowess. It remains uncertain whether Kaku employs this technique deliberately or inadvertently. As Kaichi glided alongside Kaku, he observed the expression of pure enjoyment on Kaku's face. It seemed he was unaware of the significance of this moment, simply lost in his passion. Indeed, those who pursue their passions wholeheartedly and without hesitation often find themselves favored by fate. Kaku, who chases the wind, must also be in pursuit of freedom. Would you care to join me on an adventure at sea? I am in need of a shipwright, and I am quite fond of you. Would you consider coming aboard as my companion? Kaichi sincerely inquired, drawing closer to Kaku. Pirate Kaichi, I appreciate your kindness, but I shall leave such offers for other shipwrights. I am quite content working at Carrera Company under President Iceberg, and I have no intention of becoming a pirate, Kaku replied, as expected, declining Kaichi's invitation. Such a pity. However, I believe that a soul yearning for freedom, no matter how many shackles bind them, will eventually find their way to the open sea, Kaichi mused, leaving Kaku with a riddle before soaring away on his dragon wings. At the residence of the Frankie family, often referred to as Frankie's dismantling shop or shipyard, a curious fact emerged. Most of the members had previously applied for positions at Iceberg's Carrera Company but had been unsuccessful. The leader, Frankie, had taken the stolen sum of 300 million and ventured out to engage in mysterious dealings, leaving behind his crew, including Captain Zambai, Egghead, Cop, and Chopper. On this day, the crew remained blissfully unaware of the impending encounter. The Straw Hat crew, Monkey D, Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, and Sanji were on a collision course with the Frankie family's ruffians, who would soon pay the price for their robbery and bullying of Usopp. Under the relentless wrath of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the Frankie family's thugs were beaten down like drowned rats, and the vast dismantling factory lay in ruins. On Disassemble Island, once the site of Tom's shipbuilding company and where young Frankie had crafted the Frankie fighting ship, the original foundations had succumbed to rising waters, leaving only a heap of dismantled ship debris that formed a modest floating island. Sart, Gade, Jack, and Flatey, unwilling to wait idly at dock number 1 of Carrera Company, meandered through the streets of Water 7. To their surprise, they encountered Timney, the mischievous granddaughter of the elderly Kokoro. Clever and spirited, she possessed a quarter mermaid lineage, granting her exceptional swimming skills, a trait that would later prove significant during the events at Eni's lobby. Accompanying her was her self-proclaimed cat, Cum, who was, in fact, a blue rabbit that merely mewed. Timney, with her keen eyes, noticed the diminutive Flatey concealed among Sart, Gade, and Jack. A little person, come play with me, she exclaimed, playfully twirling around them, determined to engage with the little creature. Dear girl, your name is Timney, right? Please calm down and refrain from causing a commotion. I will allow our companion Flatey to play with you, Sart said, managing to halt Timney's exuberant circling. All right. I will be quiet now, she replied, settling down. Seeing her compliance, Sart turned to Flatey. This child means no harm. Please alight on her hand for a moment. Recognizing Timney's innocent nature, Flatey gracefully flew into her waiting palms. Hello, Timney. I am Flatey of the Eye of Tribe. It is a pleasure to meet you. Timney's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently touched Flatey's cheek. So adorable. I am Timney, the granddaughter of the station master Kokoro, and this is my pet cat. Come, it is a pleasure to meet you. Holding Flatey with utmost care, as if cradling a precious and fragile treasure, her voice softened. No longer the shrill pitch of a child. With Flatey's companionship, she eagerly took on the role of tour guide, directing Sart, Gade, and Jack to the best eateries, particularly highlighting her grandmother's friend, the cook, Grandpa Pom-Pom. Though elderly and shaky, Pom-Pom's culinary skills were unrivaled and absolutely delicious. Timney recounted tales of Tom's shipbuilding company and the legendary shipwrights, Tom, Kokoro, Iceberg, and Frankie, who were prominent figures, frequently gracing the pages of newspapers. The legendary shipwright, Tom, a robust fishman, had the strength to lift a ship single-handedly. 20 years prior, he crafted the Oro Jackson for Gold, Roger using the wood of the atom tree. When Roger faced execution, Tom eloquently persuaded the judges with his vision of the sea train, delaying his sentence to construct the sea train, which took 14 years to complete. During Timney's recounting, Sart, Gade, Jack, and Flatey learned that Frankie had been framed by CP5 Commander Spandam. Tom had exchanged his accomplishments with the sea train to spare Frankie's life, leaving behind the adage, a man must have faith in the ship he builds. Ultimately, Tom accepted his fate for building a ship for the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, and was taken to Eni's lobby to face execution. Kokoro, a mermaid who transitions to legs after the age of 30, once served as Tom's secretary and now presided over the station at Water 7, gaining considerable respect among women. Rumor had it that a shell bearing the inscription Nubra on her chest would herald the apocalypse if it ever fell. Iceberg, Tom's most devoted apprentice, assisted in the construction of the sea train and, following his mentor's demise, extended its reach to more cities and islands. As the president of Carrera Company, he integrated the shipbuilding talents of Water 7, establishing the city's renowned 7 docks and elevating its shipbuilding industry to unprecedented heights. Henceforth, Water 7 became the epicenter of shipbuilding and repair, a veritable sanctuary for shipwrights. In the city of Water 7, prosperity flourished under the governance of the Iceberg, transforming it into yet another tourist destination and one of the largest cities along the Grand Line. Frankie, the leader of the Frankie family and the emperor of the underworld in Water 7, had just concluded a discussion concerning Tom's shipbuilding company when Saito inquired about the unique aspects of Water 7. Upon hearing Sato's request, Timney introduced him and his companions to the Island of Abandoned Ships, a place littered with remnants of vessels, including some warships. Thus, Saito and his companions bid farewell to Timney and ventured to the Island of Abandoned Ships, where Timney expressed her reluctance to part ways, saying, "Little people of the tribe, do come find me to play again. On the Island of Abandoned Ships, Saito and Gay did not examine the shipwrecks but instead began to toy with the weapons still connected to the ship frames. This design is quite impressive. Though the cannon is structurally simple, it possesses remarkable maneuverability and high operational capability, not to mention its considerable firepower. Despite the weapons being rusty and aged, their construction and design were still evident. Suddenly, one of the cannons even fired. Jack managed to successfully discharge a shot using a makeshift cannon, prompting the other three to gather around him and the cannon. In the reception room of the Carrera Company, Miss Golden Week sipped her hot coffee while accompanying the Traveling Bear, White Treasure, and the Red Dragon, Dean. The temperature in Water 7 was neither too hot nor too cold, but it was not within the comfortable range for the Traveling Bear. Fortunately, they had reserved the entire reception hall, and before departing, Saito left a cooling device and a snow machine for White Treasure, allowing him to occasionally step outside and observe the shipwrights at work before returning to the comfort of the reception area. Soon after, the Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, arrived at the Carrera Company, their boisterous voices echoing for streets around. Naturally, Golden Week, who was resting nearby, heard them. Not long after the arrival of Luffy and his crew, a louder voice followed. Straw Hat Luffy, how dare you destroy my dismantling house and injure members of the Frankie family? You shall pay dearly for this. A figure clad only in swim trunks appeared, heralding the arrival of Frankie, the Emperor of the Underworld in Water 7, ready to confront Luffy and his crew. Thus commenced the battle between Frankie and the Straw Hat crew. With stolen money in hand, they sang songs while shopping, only to return home and find it had been robbed. Is there no law? Where is justice? This situation left the Underworld Emperor Frankie humiliated. Upon seeing his dismantling house in ruins and his subordinates injured, his fury reached a boiling point. As the Emperor of the Underworld, he would not tolerate the existence of such formidable opponents in Water 7. If anyone were to be powerful, it would be him. On the rooftop of Dock 1, Frankie's two female subordinates, Kiwi and Mozu, appeared, both possessing long, pointed noses reminiscent of Usopp. They harmonized as they reported to Frankie, their distinct square hairstyles impacting their movement during strong winds or typhoons. Yet, despite this, they cherished their hairstyles enough to seek trademark registration for their square-cut design. Next, the leader of the Frankie family, Frankie himself, made his entrance. With his square hairstyle and revealing swimwear, he struck several flamboyant poses before finally turning to reveal his true self to Luffy. With striking blue hair, sporting swimming goggles, and notably muscular forearms, he declared, Straw Hat, prepare to face my barrage of bullets. Launching himself from the rooftop, Frankie aimed his robust arms at Luffy, twisting one fist to unleash a series of machine gun bullets. However, Luffy remained unfazed. As a rubber fruit user, he had rebounded countless bullets without sustaining harm. Indeed, the bullets struck Luffy's rubbery form, causing numerous rubber tendrils to spring forth, only to be reflected back at Frankie with a grin. Interesting, a devil fruit user, is it? Watch as I unleash my flying iron fist. Frankie's right arm split into two, with the front half, along with his fist, hurtling towards Luffy. Unfazed, Luffy activated his rubber fruit ability, extending his arm to counterattack. The two powerful fists collided, sending both combatants staggering backward, each surprised by the formidable force of the other. How solid. It feels like striking iron, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. As Frankie retracted his right fist, his left launched forward to strike once more at Luffy. Luffy leaped into the air, dodging the incoming punch, and seized the gantry